Chapter 1. The Justice of Sovereignty. The Eastern Sea, situated approximately 300 nautical miles east of the Zumida archipelago. An unnamed island, a colossal beast resembling a small mountain, is careening through the forest, stirring up a tempest of dust in its wake. Trailing behind it is a youth, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, who, with each step, seems to teleport himself a dozen meters ahead. He steadfastly pursues the ferocious creature. Despite the swirling dust ahead, the boy remains untouched, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Sigh, my mastery of the instant step is still lacking 18 meters is my current limit. Hey, I merely intended to take a piece of its leg for sustenance. I've done it before, so why are you running? Stop right now. Isn't it better to endure a short pain than a long one? The boy exclaimed with an expression of exasperation. This scene has unfolded countless times over the past 3 years. The boy's name is Shawn Campbell. Of course, this is not his true name, but rather the name of the previous owner of this body. Beyond knowing the name, Shawn is oblivious to everything else, as there has been no merging of memories. Even the name Shawn Campbell was discovered stitched onto his own clothing. What sort of person, at the age of 12, embroiders their own name onto their garments? Shawn finds himself utterly unable to comment on that. Minutes later, as the massive beast expends its energy from relentless running, its speed gradually diminishes. This allows Shawn to inch closer. In a swift motion, he delivers a kick to the creature's enormous head, sending it sprawling over 10 meters away. In the next moment, he appears beside the unconscious beast, gleefully producing a masterpiece from the Stone Age, and strikes at a patch of its hind leg that is distinctly different from the rest, where a few tufts of fur have just begun to sprout. Rest assured, I always take from this spot until I'll grow back in no time. By the way, your recovery ability is impressive. Even after such a large piece is removed, it can regenerate. Emerald green light emanates from his hands, as the area on the beast's hind leg where he had made the incision rapidly stops bleeding and begins to heal. However, given Shawn's current healing proficiency, this is all he can achieve. As for the regrowth of that piece of meat, it must rely on the creature's own regenerative abilities. System. Display the attribute panel. Shawn Campbell. / LV.250,300. Fist. LV.32001000. Walk. LV.34001000. Ghost. LV.220,300. Spiritual power. 1592. Zampakudo. None. He sighed softly. Despite having a system, he finds himself stranded on a deserted island. He doesn't even know where he is. From the panel, it seems he has traversed into the world of Bleach, as this is indeed a Shinigami panel. However, in the Bleach universe, there seems to be no mention of such colossal beasts. Does there? But the series only depicted a single city in the present world, leaving the nature of other locations entirely unaddressed. Thus, Shawn does not dwell on it further. He simply believes he has crossed into the world of Bleach, beyond Karakura Town. As for the vast ocean surrounding him, it would be absurd if Earth had no ocean at all, wouldn't it? Once his strength increases, he should be able to leave on his own. System. I wish to proceed with today's settlement. Host. Please select settlement items. Let's settle the piece of meat I just cut. It'll need it to last until the rest of the hind leg has regrown. So let's begin. Settlement item confirmed. Determining random settlement multiplier. Ding. Multiplier is 100. Settlement completed. In the next moment, Shawn felt a fleeting sensation before him, and then appeared 100 identical chunks of meat, uniform in size, shape, and freshness. Though the scene was rather bizarre, Shawn had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Alongside his traversal, this so-called settlement system had also come into play. Its function is exceedingly straightforward. Each day, he has one opportunity to settle on a specific gain accumulated over a certain period, in any manner he desires. However, it must be a gain derived from his own efforts. Furthermore, each settlement comes with a randomly assigned multiplier. Ranging from 0.01 to 100, it is entirely random. Yet, based on Shawn's 3 years of experience, although the system claims randomness, the range of 120 tends to occur most frequently. Once, Shawn had similarly cut a piece of meat from the beast, only to face a mishap during the settlement. 0.01 times. Not only did the meat not increase, but the original piece shrank to 1/100th of its size, utterly absurd. As a result, Shawn had to grit his teeth and, in pain, take another piece from the other hind leg. He even had to let out a few cries on behalf of the beast, which had been rendered silent by unconsciousness. What a calamity! Of course, the settlements that Shawn has benefited from the most are the effects of his training. However, despite having the Shinigami panel, Shawn possesses no Zanpakuto. Thus, that aspect cannot be practiced at all. Even the slash skill is honed using a branch, yielding minimal results. TSK, 100 times. It's been 3 months since I've seen such a multiplier. Looks like the beast can enjoy some rest for a few months. Gazing at the 100 pieces of meat before him, Shawn genuinely rejoiced for the beast. Yet soon, his expression turned grim. Though receiving a 100 times multiplier is wonderful, the processing will be. Indeed, handling and preparing all that meat, cooking it thoroughly, and then drying it for storage is a monumental task. Initially, he had only planned to process a few pieces, at most a dozen or 20, but now, this thought tempted Shawn to consider slacking off and only processing a portion. The rest could simply go to waste. At most, he would merely inconvenience the beast, having it undergo the knife a bit earlier than intended. Well, he believes the beast should understand his predicament. Shawn couldn't help but nod thoughtfully to himself. The following day, after completing his morning training in instant step, Shawn, as usual, went to the shore to gaze into the distance. For 3 years, this has become his habit. Regrettably, as far as the eye could see, there was still nothing but the boundless sea. Aside from that, there was nothing else. After enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Shawn turned to leave, preparing to continue his training for the day. However, just as he turned halfway, his body suddenly froze, then abruptly spun back around to face the horizon. Indeed, I did not mistake my eyes, it truly is. A ship, though it was still far away, and it appeared small. Shawn was certain it was a ship. This was the first time in 3 years that Shawn had spotted a vessel. What should I do? Should I rely on my spiritual power to run across the air? Or perhaps walk on water? No, that would frighten them after all. The present world is filled with ordinary people. Light a signal fire? Yes, they'll light a signal fire. But I have no wolf dung. How can I make a signal fire? Right, I could use a keto spell. Number 33, Siriidi Firefall would work nicely as a fod for fireworks. After much deliberation, Shawn finally made up his mind. O Sovereign, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soaring high, crowned in the name of humanity, truth and restraint. As he began to chant, Shawn suddenly noticed that the ship seemed to have changed course, heading towards him. A minute later, Shawn could confirm that the vessel was indeed approaching him. Could it be that someone on board spotted him through a telescope? That's good, it saves him from being exposed. However, a hint of confusion crossed his face because this ship, it appeared to be a wooden sailing vessel. In the world of Bleach, the present society is modern. There shouldn't be such an antique on the sea, right? Moreover, the seagull design on the sails seemed oddly familiar. As the ship drew nearer, Shawn was utterly stunned. Could it be? Isn't that the marine insignia from One Piece? He thought he had crossed into the world of Bleach, dreaming of the day he might escape this accursed island, finding a way to infiltrate the Soul Society. And then, what? You asked what he would do in the Soul Society? Of course, he would seek a way to wield a Shurikai and, while he's at it, catch a glimpse of his favorite Shinigami beauties from his previous life, like Matsumoto Ranjaku or Uno Hanaretsu, among others. Yes, merely to see. And as a side note, as for other girls, apologies, but Shawn has no interest in flat-chested girls or lowless. But now, all that is gone. Wait, it seems that in the world of pirates, there are more female characters meeting my criteria than in Bleach. In the midst of his grief and anger, Shawn suddenly recalled something and began to mutter to himself while stroking his chin. After all, the number of airports in the realm of death is rather excessive. In contrast, within the world of pirates, nearly every female is a tempestuous force to be reckoned with. This is the crux of the matter. The naval technology in the world of One Piece is undeniably archaic. Of course, certain specially designed vessels may exhibit advanced features in peculiar aspects. However, this certainly does not include the warships of the Navy. These sailing ships can barely reach a speed of 7 to 8 knots, and it took a full half-hour to finally arrive at the deserted island. Most intriguingly, the ship's bow is adorned with the head of a dog, clutching a bone. Such an eccentric figurehead is unique in the entire pirate world. Kid, what's the story here? Karp, nonchalantly descending from the warship, inquired upon seeing Shawn, who was bare-chested and modestly wrapped in a single leaf. After all, Karp had only ordered the ship to change course to investigate the beach when he happened to spot what appeared to be someone on the deserted island. One cannot help but admire the keen eyesight of the strong in the pirate world, able to see through a distance of over 10 kilometers. I don't know, I have no memory of the last 3 years. 3 years? Are you implying that you have been stranded on this deserted island alone for 3 years? Indeed, Shawn nodded affirmatively. Hiss. The few sailors accompanying Karp gasped in astonishment. Alone, on a deserted island, for 3 years. This is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Merely ensuring a food source for 3 years would be an immense challenge. Moreover, such islands typically harbor large wild beasts, and even the most seasoned sailors would hesitate to claim they could survive alone for that long. Kid, do you have a name? Shawn Campbell. That is the name sewn onto my clothes when I awoke on the island, but whether it is truly my name remains uncertain. Shawn Campbell. Bogut, doesn't that surname ring a bell? Karp asked his aide with a puzzled expression. Nearby, Bogut, clad in a gray suit and sporting sunglasses, quickly provided an answer. Sir, 3 years ago, the noble Campbell family from the kingdom of Jumida vanished at sea, suspected to have met with a maritime disaster. However, it is said that the sole heir of the Campbell family was somewhat. As he spoke, Bogut cast a curious glance at Shawn. He had heard tales of the Campbell heir, known for being arrogant and not particularly bright. Yet, this young man before him did not fit that description at all. No wonder it sounds so familiar. I happened to return to the East Blue to see Luffy, and then that old geezer Sengoku asked me to help look for him. Thankfully, I was clever enough to delegate that task to the rats of the 16th Division. Indeed, sir. In the end, you told Admiral Sengoku that you searched for a whole month, using that as an excuse to take another month off, while in reality, you spent the entire month in Windmill Village without leaving. Pahaha. Seems like that's exactly how it went. My apologies, Shawn. Watching Karp laugh unabashedly, Shawn was left speechless. That Sengoku fellow. How could he assign such a crucial task to this unreliable man? And Karp went even further by handing it over to the rats? However, the mention of a maritime disaster reminded Shawn of the scene he encountered upon his arrival in this world. Did you just say, Karp? Sir, are you suggesting that my family encountered a maritime disaster? While I lost my memories when I awoke on the island, I am certain that I bore several sword wounds and even a gunshot wound. Yes, this bullet. Indeed, had it not been for the system that enabled him to recover from injuries at an accelerated rate, he might have perished shortly after his arrival. After all, he was in a severely injured state, and even if the island's beasts had not devoured him, he likely would not have survived for more than a few hours. With that, Shawn removed the bullet that had been hanging around his neck for 3 long years. It was a flintlock bullet, specifically a spherical projectile. Upon hearing this, Karp's expression grew markedly serious, while Bogut stepped forward, taking the bullet from Shawn's hand. Although bullets in this world are generally similar, there are subtle distinctions. Admiral Karp, this is a bullet manufactured by our Navy. Indeed, the bullets produced by the Navy bear markings, albeit not very conspicuous. Yet, Bogut could recognize it without difficulty. This posed a significant problem. The noble Campbell family from the kingdom of Jumida had disappeared 3 years prior. Initially, everyone assumed they had perished at sea, but now, after all, the rats had reported finding only a few pieces of wreckage inscribed with the Campbell family crest, without any trace of the individuals. Yet now, due to the bullet presented by Shawn, there seemed to be an implicit connection to the Navy. Kid, we in the Navy will conduct a thorough investigation. But what do you plan to do next? If you wish to return to the kingdom of Jumida, I can escort you there. Return to the kingdom of Jumida? Is that truly meaningful? Though Karp's words suggest that the Campbell family is a prominent noble lineage within the kingdom of Jumida, 3 years have elapsed, and it is likely that the unclaimed estates have long since been devoured by other nobles. Return on my own. Not only would the other nobles refuse to relinquish the lands they have consumed, but they might also devise means to eliminate me entirely. Moreover, having the rare opportunity to enter the world of pirates, one must inevitably align with one of the two great factions, either the pirates or the navy. However, having been educated in my previous life, Shawn possesses a strong moral compass and cannot fathom the path of becoming a pirate, even if it is merely for the sake of adventure at sea. Speaking of which, Shawn feels compelled to voice his thoughts. Why must one declare themselves a pirate simply for the sake of adventure? Is there something amiss in their reasoning? Karp, my dear mentor, if I were to return to the kingdom of Jumada, I would likely not survive more than 3 days. You young rascal, you see quite clearly. What do you intend to do? Karp's surprise was palpable. Such an outcome was something he had anticipated from the outset. Yet nobles, Karp had never held much regard for them, and thus he had not thought to offer a warning. I wish to join the navy. Oh, to join the navy, then, young one, may I inquire what your concept of justice is? Karp was genuinely taken aback by this response. Were he speaking to an ordinary individual? He might not have pondered it further and would have been eager to welcome them into the navy. However, this was a noble, and not just any noble, but one from the historically ill-reputed Campbell family of Jumada. Hence, he felt compelled to ask. Justice. To be honest, Shawn had never truly contemplated this question. The notions of justice in the pirate world are manifold and often absurd. There exists the laid-back justice, the ambiguous justice, and the strategic justice, among others. It verges on the ludicrous. The only semblance of normalcy might be embodied by Akinu's absolute justice. Yet, even that is excessively extreme and not truly absolute. Would he dare to apprehend a celestial dragon should they execute a civilian before him? Thus, what sort of absolute justice is that? If we must discuss justice, it ought to supersede all else, including the celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and even Emu. Otherwise, the very concept of justice becomes utterly meaningless. Furthermore, only that which transcends all can rightfully be termed justice. Doflamingo once articulated a profound truth. Justice will prevail. Naturally, for only the victors embody justice. Therefore, if one must delineate their perspective on justice, then mine is the justice of sovereign dominion. 002 Departure the justice of sovereign dominion. Karp had never envisioned that he would hear this phrase again in his lifetime. Once, there had been a man within the Navy who shared the same view on justice, even crafting a plaque bearing those 7 words to adorn his office. Indeed, this individual was the current Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku. However, after Sengoku ascended to the rank of Admiral, his ideology began to shift gradually. This transformation was largely due to the differing vantage points that prompted an evolution in thought. From that moment forth, Sengoku increasingly approached matters from the perspective of factional interests rather than pure justice. Ultimately, he removed the plaque from his office and replaced it with a new one inscribed with absolute justice. While this absolute justice may seem identical in wording to that in Akinu's office, its implications diverge significantly. Sengoku's 5 characters signify absolute obedience to superiors, the celestial dragons, but he believed this to be the justice he must acknowledge and uphold as Fleet Admiral. Thus, throughout Sengoku's entire career as Admiral, he never once contravened the will of the world government. Reflecting on these matters, Karp's perception of Shawn improved considerably. The justice of sovereign dominion. Youngster, you are still far from it. Ha 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 ha. Though Karp's outward demeanor belied it, he felt a flicker of astonishment within. For when Shawn proclaimed the justice of sovereign dominion, a subtle aura of pressure emanated from him. This was a manifestation of spiritual pressure inadvertently leaked. Yet, to Karp, it bore another significance. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it must surely be the seed of conqueror's haki. Nevertheless, to articulate such a perspective on justice, possessing conqueror's haki would not be surprising. Nodding slightly, he acknowledged that, generally speaking, it is quite rare for the Navy to manifest conqueror's haki. Yet, there are exceptions, and the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku is one such exception. After all, the essence of the justice of sovereign dominion is to rise above all, including, excuse me, Karp, may I inquire what year it is currently? Just as Karp was lost in thought, Shawn suddenly posed this crucial question. Though he was well-versed in the lore of One Piece, he was unaware of his current position within the timeline. The year is 1515 in the Sea Circle calendar. 1515. That means there are still 5 years remaining before the story begins. Splendid. I have ample time to enhance my strength. After all, Shawn's current prowess could be likened to that of a newly appointed seed officer, and a rather low-ranking one at that. This assessment did not even account for his Zanpakuto. Otherwise, he would likely rank among the bottom tier of seeding officers. Indeed, in the various squads of Soul Reapers, aside from a few exceptional cases, achieving the initial release of one's Zanpakuto is a requisite for becoming a seeded officer. Failing to meet this criterion relegates one to the status of a mere ordinary member. Of course, this does not imply that all ordinary members are incapable of achieving their initial release. It simply means that the number of seeded officers is limited. Thus, with his current capabilities, attaining a high rank within the Navy remains an impossibility, much less participating in the series of significant events in the pirate world. Then, let me set a modest goal. Achieving the strength of an admiral within 3 years should be reasonable, right? You young rascal. What are you contemplating? If there is nothing further to gather, we shall take our leave. Excuse me, Karp, may I bring my little brother along? You have a little brother. Indeed, without him, I fear I would not have survived to this day. Oh, I see. Then hurry and summon him, so we may depart. Karp furrowed his brow as he spoke. The reason for his frown was that upon arriving on the island, he had employed his observation haki, only to discover that aside from Shawn, there was no one else present on the deserted isle. So where was this little brother? Nevertheless, since Shawn had made such a claim, Karp was curious to discover what he was up to. However, in the next moment, Shawn took a deep breath and then shouted, "Dahe, come to the beach immediately." The immense shout nearly deafened the nearby ordinary marine soldiers. "You little rascal, what are you doing?" "Here I come." "What do you mean, here you come?" With his observation haki activated, Karp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This the little brother Shawn speaks of. Moments later, a beast the size of a small mountain limped out from the woods. Those keen eyes were full of vigilance as they observed Shawn. What kind of gaze is that? As the elder brother, I find it quite disheartening. Youngster, so this is your little brother? And he's injured? Indeed, this is Dahe, my little brother to for his hind leg. I just cut a piece of meat from him yesterday for food. And it hasn't healed yet, Shawn said sheepishly, tilting his head. This. Everyone's lips twitched. So, is this truly your little brother, or your food source? I say, young rascal, you haven't been carving pieces off him for the past 3 years. Have you? Not at all. In the first year, I was too weak to confront him, so I hunted smaller animals in the woods instead. Can you fight him now? Certainly. I could manage that 2 years ago. Although I couldn't defeat him then, I could rely on speed to ambush him, snatch a piece of meat, and escape. However, a year ago, I was already able to knock him out with ease. Indeed, there are other animals on this island, and quite a few of them. Yet, who could resist the richer energy and superior flavor of Dahe's meat? At times, Shawn also wished to allow the great black beast some respite, yet alas, his insatiable craving for culinary delights forbade him from doing so. Thus, apart from the inaugural year, Shawn refrained from hunting other creatures thereafter. Upon hearing this, all present, including Karp, cast pitying glances at the great black beast. How lamentable! For an entire 2 years, it had endured the relentless torment of having its flesh severed. Wait a moment, did that little rascal claim he could have easily overpowered this ferocious beast a year ago? Suddenly, Karp's mind jolted into clarity. This formidable creature, in his observation, likely possessed strength nearing that of a Navy headquarters major. A year ago, was that little imp being earnest? Karp resolved to thoroughly assess Shawn's capabilities on their return journey to the Navy headquarters. As for the suggestion of taking the beast along, Karp outright dismissed it. That on one hand, its size made it impractical to transport on a naval vessel. On the other hand, it had suffered at their hands for 2 long years, and now that it had finally escaped the jaws of peril, how could they possibly consider dragging it back to serve as a food source? Karp could hardly bear to witness such an injustice. Half an hour later, the warship gradually departed from the island, while Shawn leaned over the ship's railing, waving farewell towards the desolate isle. Goodbye, great black beast. If the Navy's rations turn out to be unsatisfactory, I shall return to see you. On the shore, the great black beast. Finally liberated from its torment, stumbled joyfully towards the forest, should it learn to swim, and seek refuge on another island. The great black beast began to question the very essence of its existence. 003 Sorry, I am the Grim Reaper. In the windless zone aboard Karp's dog-headed warship, two figures were engaged in a relentless exchange of blows on the deck, occasionally creating ripples of shockwaves. Point one was Shawn. In the other, Bogart, as Karp's aide. Bogart was naturally no slouch in terms of strength. Although he had never consumed a devil fruit, his mastery of both the Navy's 6 techniques and swordsmanship was undeniably exceptional. However, at this moment, he found himself somewhat astonished. Not due to Shawn's overwhelming prowess, for after their skirmish, he had surmised Shawn's strength to be roughly equivalent to that of a Navy headquarters colonel. Indeed, comparable to some elite colonels in terms of ability. Achieving such a level at the tender age of 15 was impressive, yet to Bogart, it was merely adequate, with a mere fraction of his true strength. He could easily best Shawn. What truly astonished Bogart were 2 points. First, Shawn's swordsmanship was rather crude, consisting almost entirely of fundamental techniques devoid of any sophisticated maneuvers. Second, although Shawn employed nearly all basic moves, the sheer power behind each strike was astonishing. Bogart was certain it was not merely brute force, nor was it the result of hockey. Most crucially, during their confrontation, Shawn exuded an aura of pressure that affected even Bogart, diminishing his prowess by about 10%. This was neither a psychological intimidation nor a physical oppression. Rather, it was a unique sensation that Bogart had never before encountered, an extraordinary feeling of pressure that seemed to resonate directly with his soul, leaving him with a profound heaviness during their clash. The so-called spiritual pressure, fundamentally an oppression of the soul, that Bogart's analysis was indeed not without merit. "Shawn, did you teach yourself that swordsmanship?" he inquired after they separated once more. "Indeed, having spent 3 years alone on a deserted island, I merely practiced with sticks," Shawn replied. And oh wonder. Nodding, Bogart quickly constructed a mental image that it was understandable that no one had provided Shawn with systematic instruction. Given Shawn's displayed uniqueness, coupled with structured sword training, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, were Shawn to grasp Bogart's current analysis, he would likely enter a frenzied tirade of sarcasm. Such was the nature of the Grim Reaper's swordsmanship, no matter how one swung. It was all about the act of striking. Indeed, after all, the essence of a Grim Reaper's combat lies in the wielding of spiritual pressure. More importantly, it involves the integration of spiritual pressure with swordsmanship. Reminiscent of the way Conqueror's hockey is intertwined with sword techniques in the pirate world. Although every Grim Reaper learns the basic techniques of slashing, a notable exception being Kenpachi Zaraki, for the vast majority, the focus remains on the Zanpakuto and spiritual pressure. Only with sufficiently potent spiritual pressure can a Grim Reaper's foundational skills be amplified. Thus, they do not delve into elaborate maneuvers, but rather apply the fundamental sword techniques directly. Even though various schools exist, they merely represent different methods of application. Least among the prominent characters encountered, none have demonstrated the use of complex or ornate sword techniques. It is still all about slashing, simple and unadorned. In contrast, once a swordsman in the pirate world ascends to the level of a swordmaster, they resemble more of a sorcerer. With a mere wave, they conjure wind blades, or like Zoro, unleash a tornado. Indeed, a wind mage. Thus, the two swordsmanship systems are entirely distinct, yet they are not devoid of mutual inspiration. After all, the sword techniques in the Grim Reaper's world do not encompass ranged attacks. Even if they did, it would not stem from swordsmanship, but rather from the Zanpakuto. What would occur if spiritual energy were harnessed and infused into a swordmaster's aerial slashes? This is one of the directions Shawn must explore in the future. Traveling from the East Blue to the Navy headquarters takes approximately 20 days. Unfortunately, the speed of a sailing ship is woefully slow. Karp's naval super warship reaches a maximum speed of only 10 knots, while its regular cruising speed hovers around 7 to 8 knots on the return journey. Shawn spent his time either training swordsmanship with Bogart or enduring Karp's punches. Shawn had begun to regret seeking Karp's guidance in physical training. While the old man was undeniably formidable, his teaching methods were exceedingly unconventional. Consequently, Shawn had lost count of how many times he had been sent crashing into the sea by that punch. Fortunately, he was not a devil fruit user. Yet overall, the gains were quite substantial. Indeed, having someone to mentor and spar with propelled his progress far beyond the solitary training he had endured on the deserted island. System, please calculate today's swordsmanship growth in terms of quality. Confirmation of settlement items has been completed. Determining random settlement multiplier, ding. Today's swordsmanship training yield is 2, with a multiplier of 5. Settlement complete. Opening the attribute panel. Shawn Campbell / LV. 3-0-1-0-0-0. Punch. LV.3, 350-1000. Movement. LV.3, 400-1000. Ghost. LV.2, 20300. Spiritual energy. 1780 Zampicudo. None with an additional 10 experience points. Swordsmanship leveled up just in time. Instantly. A deeper understanding of the sword path flooded into Shawn's mind. One should not underestimate the significance of 10 experience points accumulated in a single day. Previously, during his time on the deserted island, Shawn would typically earn about 0.1 experience points for an entire day's practice. And sometimes even less. Without the occasional random high multipliers, his growth would have been exceedingly sluggish. However, this was to be expected, as the Grim Reaper system inherently lacked rapid cultivation. Well, except for those blessed with protagonist luck. Interestingly, even though Shawn had assimilated the swordsmanship and physical techniques of the pirate world, the attribute panel still reflected the essence of slash, punch, and ghost. At this point, Shawn was convinced that the system's display of slash, punch, and ghost was not strictly confined to the Grim Reaper framework. Rather, it could integrate aspects from other systems as well. In other words, this was a fusion of two distinct world systems, culminating in Shawn's unique interpretation of slash, punch, and ghost. There was no necessity to strictly adhere to the Grim Reaper paradigm in his training. After completing his sword practice, Karp swaggered over, eager to impart some new knowledge to Shawn. Listen closely. Young lad, this is one of the Navy's 6 techniques, Tsuru. In an instant, Karp's figure vanished, only to reappear more than 10 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, Shawn couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Karp truly deserved his title as the strongest martial artist in the Navy. Even though he relied on spiritual energy to enhance his senses, he was still unable to match Karp's speed. So, young man, have you learned it? Vice Admiral Karp, could you perhaps explain the principle? Principle? What is that? Well, I should have known it would be like this. Although he had watched One Piece and was aware of the technique known as Soru, even without Karp's explanation, he couldn't help but wonder if this method of teaching was truly effective. Shawn, your aptitude for martial arts is lacking. Observing Shawn's exasperated expression, Karp burst into an unrestrained fit of laughter. I could see that moment. If Shawn could have bested Karp, he might have wanted to rush forward and deliver a punishing blow. No wonder that fellow Luffy was still so weak by the time he set sail. Shawn, later I will explain the principles and training methods of Soru to you to this juncture. Bogart, unable to stand idly by, approached Shawn and spoke, "No need, I believe I've already grasped it." With that, Shawn's figure vanished, and in the next moment, boom! A human-shaped hole appeared in the wall of the ship. Karp and Bogart stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He learned it this quickly? No, something is off. This seems like Tsuru, yet it is distinctly different. Especially Karp, who had clearly seen Shawn's movements. When Shawn executed Tsuru, he had only stepped on the ground 9 times. Logically, one would need to step at least 20 times to generate sufficient explosive reactive force for high-speed movement. 0.9 times. This is impossible, utterly unscientific. Meanwhile, Shawn had risen from a pile of shattered debris within the ship's cabin. Indeed, by utilizing spiritual energy to activate Soru, even with less than 10 steps on the ground, he could still achieve adequate reactive force. However, this explosive power was somewhat difficult to control, indicating that further refinement was necessary. He needed to manage his spiritual energy with greater precision, that if he succeeded, he might be able to reduce the number of steps to around 5 without sacrificing speed. Supporting his chin with his hand, Shawn pondered deeply. At this moment, if those adept in Soru within the Navy were to hear Shawn's thoughts, they would likely question their own existence. They had trained tirelessly to increase their footfalls during Soru. Yet here he was, contemplating how to reduce his steps. Can you not act like a human? Shawn, apologies, I'm the Grim Reaper. You Navy folks must be toxic, right? In the first half of the Grand Line. At Navy headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku. What has happened? Tsuru inquired upon entering the marshal's office. Noticing Sengoku's furrowed brow, it's that rascal Karp again. What has Karp done now? Tsuru, well aware of Karp's knack for causing trouble, asked casually. On his way back, he rescued a child who had been stranded on a deserted island for 3 years due to a shipwreck and claimed the child possesses remarkable talent and a heart for justice. So he brought him back to headquarters. Isn't that a good thing? A talented child with a sense of justice is precisely what the Navy lacks. Tsuru expressed her confusion regarding Sengoku's distress over the matter. After all, the Navy was currently experiencing a generational gap. The 3 admirals were all aging, while the next generation lacked anyone capable of shouldering the burden. Although Momonosuke and Chuchun were formidable, there remained a significant gap to the level of admiral. Thus, the Navy was eager for the emergence of sufficiently talented new blood. The issue lies in the fact that the child's name is Shawn Campbell. Shawn Campbell. Campbell. Sengoku, you can't mean that Campbell from 3 years ago? Tsuru was taken aback. The chief advisor at Navy headquarters. Overseeing the intelligence department, she was well aware of the situation. However, the Shawn Campbell she had heard of was a notorious figure, rivaling the celestial dragons in arrogance. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to connect him with the righteous youth Karp described. Yes, he is indeed the Campbell from 3 years ago. According to Karp, Shawn has no recollection of the past 3 years, only that he was washed ashore on that deserted island, bearing numerous severe sword and gunshot wounds, and Bogart recognized the bullet Shawn retained as a Navy bullet. Do you realize what this implies? It suggests that the events surrounding the Campbell family were far from simple, and may even involve our Navy. Indeed, this was a grave concern. Should it be confirmed that the Navy was involved in the incident concerning the Campbell family, it would create a colossal scandal. Just contemplating this made Sengoku's head throb. So, what do you plan to do? Refuse Shawn entry in a Navy? No, that won't do. If we do that, won't it imply to everyone that the Navy is guilty? Shaking his head, Sengoku rejected the notion. Then let Shawn enter the new recruit training camp, and we will discreetly investigate the events of that year. If it turns out there are corrupt elements within the Navy, we can clean house without alerting the outside world. For now, that is all we can do. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku nodded. This seemed to be the most prudent course of action, why placing Shawn in the elite training camp. The closed management would prevent him from contacting the outside world for at least 3 years. During this time, they would arrange for someone to investigate the past events, rooting out and eliminating the corrupt elements. This would serve to avoid any scandal for the Navy while also providing Shawn with a sense of closure. As for the happenings at Navy headquarters, Shawn remained blissfully unaware until this moment. He was relentlessly testing the nerves of everyone aboard the warship. So whoosh, 7 steps? Not bad. I've reduced it by 1. Not only had Shawn decreased the number of steps, but he had also become much more adept at controlling Soru. Speaking of which, after Shawn had first executed Soru, Karp had asked him, what is the principle behind this? Why is it that you can generate Soru with only 9 steps, and at such speed? To which Shawn had simply replied, principle? What is that? Remarkably, he had turned Karp's own words back on him, infuriating the old man to no end out of course, while Shawn had derived some satisfaction from this. He soon found himself on the receiving end of a black fist that sent him crashing into the sea. Almost immediately, someone on the deck burst into laughter, unabashedly reveling in the moment. In response, Shawn vowed that once his strength increased, he would make it a point to teach that old man a lesson. Before long, over 10 days had passed. After a long voyage, the warship finally arrived at Marineford, the island that housed Navy headquarters Tob Fair. While Shawn, with his modern sensibilities, might view the architecture of the pirate world as somewhat outdated, he could not deny the impressive grandeur of Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Karp, after you disembark, please take Shawn Campbell directly to the marshal's office. I understand. Upon disembarking, a messenger who had been waiting at the dock rushed over. Kid, come with me. All right, old man Karp. You should call me Vice Admiral Karp. Got it, old man Karp. Seeing Shawn's reaction, Karp shook his head. Although somewhat exasperated, he was not overly concerned. After all, Karp had never been one to place much value on titles. The reason he insisted that Shawn address him as Vice Admiral was simply to avoid any gossip among others at headquarters. Some officers, particularly those who placed great importance on rank, might attack him verbally for it. However, since Shawn was unwilling to comply, Karp thought it best to let it slide. With him around, it shouldn't pose much of an issue. Moreover, this little rascal, no matter how destitute he may be, still possesses the identity of a noble, and that fact shall remain unchanged. After more than 10 minutes, Shawn finally arrived outside the marshal's office. Guided by Karp, one must admit, the Navy headquarters is indeed vast. In the next moment, Shawn reaffirmed a particular truth. Karp never knocks on the door of the marshal's office, nor does he bother to use his hands to open it. Bang! However, the quality of the door to the marshal's office is rather impressive. It did not get kicked down. Gazing at the still intact door, Shawn couldn't help but think, Karp, how many times must I tell you to use your hands to open the door? Karp, unfazed by Sengoku's furious outburst, casually plopped down onto a nearby sofa, producing a pack of sunbae from beneath it and munching away. Damn, Karp, those are my sunbae. Who told you to hide them in the same place every time? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to hide them. Hoo. Yet, someone had already fallen asleep, bubbles escaping from his nostrils. Seeing this, Sengoku felt utterly exasperated and sat down to be saddled with such an old rogue. He feared he might lose several years of his life. You must be Shawn? Well, finally noticing me. Huh. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Shawn couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. I've heard from Karp about your situation. And you wish to join the Navy? Indeed. Then allow me to ask, what is your sense of justice? You Navy folks are quite repetitive, aren't you? Why does everyone start with this question? Can't you come up with something fresh? My sense of justice. Lifting his gaze to the plaque in the office. Absolute justice. As expected, Sengoku had already removed the original plaque. However, Shawn seemed to recall that in the original story, Sengoku had only swapped it out before the Marineford War. Right? Well, never mind that for now. My sense of justice is the justice of reigning supreme. At this, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Sengoku scrutinized the 15-year-old boy standing before him. Was it Karp who had informed him? No. While Karp may be unreliable and often let things slip, he knows well what can be disclosed and what cannot. He surely wouldn't have mentioned the plaque that he had removed just 6 months ago to Shawn. Thus, was this expression of justice merely a coincidence? After all, you've spent 3 years on a deserted island without any formal training. Therefore, I shall arrange for you to attend the elite training camp at headquarters for your studies. Is that acceptable? Casting aside his thoughts, Sengoku immediately inquired. Certainly, that poses no issue. However, Marshal Sengoku, what rank will I hold upon graduating from the training camp? This is determined by your performance in the graduation assessment. As long as you graduate, the worst you can achieve is the rank of ensign. And the best, over the years, those who have emerged from the elite training camp have attained the rank of lieutenant colonel, though very few have managed to reach that level. Upon hearing this, Shawn nodded. Though they call it a graduation assessment, it fundamentally evaluates only one thing: raw strength. In essence, your rank corresponds directly to your power at the time of graduation. However, there are limitations. The highest initial rank attainable is colonel, and to ascend to the level of general, one must not only possess strength but also corresponding military achievements. This is unavoidable, barring a global conscription scenario. Suddenly, a bubble of varying sizes burst. Oh no, he has fallen asleep again. Whereas Shawn, Karp suddenly leaped up from the sofa, scanning his surroundings before turning to Sengoku. He has already been taken to report to Zefa. Zefa. He will likely be quite startled. Startled? What do you mean? Didn't I mention that Shawn already possesses the strength of a colonel at headquarters, and among all the colonels, he is undoubtedly exceptional, you old rascal. Why didn't you say that sooner? He just came in and fell asleep? Ha. Someone, bring Shawn to me. Calm down, old friend. Upon learning that Shawn already possessed the strength of a colonel, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. What need is there for him to attend the elite training camp? Wouldn't that be akin to bullying a child? He was just about to send someone to call Shawn back. However, he was immediately stopped by Karp. Although Shawn's strength is commendable, you must remember that he has spent 3 years alone on a deserted island, without any recollection of his past. This means that Shawn has not undergone systematic training. Regarding this matter, Bogart and I tested him on the way back, and it indeed proved to be true. Therefore, it's best for Zefa to hone this little rascal. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Well then, let us proceed with that plan. Elite Training Camp. Chief Instructor's Office. AKT this moment. Shawn had been brought here and stood before Zefa's desk, that a noble from the kingdom of Jimida. Zefa glanced at the documents sent along with Shawn, furrowing his brow slightly. He held no fondness for nobles whatsoever. Ein, Zefa-sensei. Take it to the training camp and assess his strength. If he fails to meet the standards, return him to Sengoku. Yes, Zefa-sensei. Even though Zefa was displeased, he could not outright refuse since Sengoku had sent him. However, if Shawn's strength were found lacking, it would be entirely reasonable to transfer him from the elite training camp to the regular recruit training camp. After all, who would question that? You think the elite training camp is some sort of playground for nobles? This is a cradle for future naval officers, not a place for you aristocrats to frolic. Shawn was not surprised by Zefa's reaction. After nodding slightly, he followed Ein out. After all, he himself had a strong aversion to the nobles in the world of pirates. This, in turn, piqued Zefa's interest, initially expecting a loud outburst. He was surprised to find Shawn remarkably composed. Minutes later, on the training grounds of the elite camp, the trainees, who had been engaged in various drills, had now stepped aside. In their place stood Ein and Shawn. Facing each other, Ein, who had been shadowing Zefa, was acutely aware of the purpose of this assessment, to ensure this fellow would leave the elite training camp. Consequently, Ein had resolved not to hold back. What weapon will you use? A weapon. A sword will suffice. Over there are the standard-issue swords of the Navy. You may choose any one you like, pointing towards a rack adorned with over a dozen standard-issue swords. Ein stated coldly. Shawn nodded and approached to select one. Speaking of which, Shawn found the Navy's standard-issue swords rather lackluster. They were all Western swords, reminiscent of those used by Caribbean pirates to Tob Frank. Among all the blades throughout history, Western swords are decidedly not outstanding in any aspect. Furthermore, wielding such a sword requires exceptional skill to compensate for its lack of sharpness and flexibility, when faced with a weapon or opponent that balances strength and technique. Any Western sword would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. He casually picked one up and swung it a few times, only to reveal a face of disdain. This scene did not sit well with Ein, who was thoroughly displeased. How typical of a noble. Do you look down upon the Navy's humble sword? In Ein's perception, the swords used by nobles were often extravagant, but a sword is merely a weapon. What need is there for such ostentation? Thus, Shawn's earlier expression was clearly one of contempt. Under this misunderstanding, she began to harbor a sense of aversion toward Shawn. All right, upon hearing Ein's words, Shawn understood where the misunderstanding arose, but had no intention of offering an explanation. Instead, he returned to stand before Ein. We can begin now. Boom! A heavy pressure instantaneously enveloped the entire training ground. Even those trainees who had retreated to the edges were similarly affected. Several individuals were even forced to the ground under its weight. Zefa, who had accompanied the two here, squinted slightly at this moment. What is this? Conqueror's hockey. No, it is not Conqueror's hockey, nor is it merely an imposing presence. Is it a devil fruit that allows one to manipulate gravity? But the document stated that he had never consumed a devil fruit. Zefa pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, Ein, standing directly opposite Sheehan, was enduring an even greater burden than those students at the periphery. She felt as though a slight relaxation would cause her knees to buckle under the immense pressure. However, despite not knowing what devil fruit you have consumed, do not think that this will secure your victory in this assessment. Zefa has proclaimed that physical combat is the foundation of all. Shave! In an instant, he vanished from his position, exhibiting an astonishing speed. Yet compared to Karp, he still fell short by a wide margin. Not only Karp, but even Bogart was significantly faster than Ein, with a slight movement of his feet. Sheehan, too, disappeared. The next moment, the sound of clashing swords echoed through the air, clang, clang, clang. In a mere instant, the two exchanged several blows. If Ein were 5 years into the future, her strength would be commendable. But in the present, she remains as she is. After all, It has only been 2 years since Zefa lost an arm, and Ayan has only graduated from the elite training camp a year ago. At this moment, her strength could at best be compared to that of a lieutenant commander in the headquarters, and even that is somewhat lacking down on the sidelines. Zefa was somewhat taken aback, although Shawn displayed commendable swordsmanship. It was merely a basic application of swordplay. Aside from the speed, precision, and the clever angles of his strikes, there was little else to astonish. However, what was that movement he executed moments ago? It resembled the Navy's 6-style shave. Yet it was distinctly different. Zefa observed that Shawn had only made 7 steps on the ground, yet his speed was entirely on par with Ayan's in this bout. It seems Ayan might very well lose. Under Shawn's spiritual pressure, Ayan was suppressed to at least 30% of her strength. This rendered her exceedingly passive in her combat against Shawn. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Shawn had not exerted his full strength from the beginning. The next moment, Shawn, who had been facing Ayan with their blades crossed, suddenly vanished, stunned. Though she had just experienced the duel, she was well aware that Shawn was faster than herself. However, his speed seemed limited, and she had been able to keep pace with his movements. But now, he had suddenly disappeared from right before her eyes, and she had failed to keep up with his speed, not even catching a glimpse of the direction from which he had vanished. However, it did not take long for Ayan to realize where Shawn had gone. The blade of the standard Navy sword had already been brought to her throat from behind, its cold touch sending a shiver down her spine. "You have lost." "No, I have not lost yet." A pink orb of light suddenly appeared in Ayan's left hand, transforming into a flame-like form that enveloped her hand. Yet, just as she turned to face Shawn and attempted to strike with her hand. "Ayan! Zefa? Zefa-sensei, what are you doing now?" This aggrieved expression, a line of black appeared on Shawn's forehead. Anyone unaware of the situation might mistakenly think I have done something to her. With a huff, Shawn withdrew his sword at this moment. Zefa approached as well. "Who taught you shave?" "An old man named Karp taught me on the way to the Navy headquarters. He can also teach others." Upon hearing this, Shawn found Zefa far more agreeable. Indeed, that old man demonstrated shave just once before leaving me to research it on my own. When I asked him about the principles of shave, he actually replied, "What are principles?" Utterly infuriating. Zefa nodded in agreement upon hearing Shawn's words. Indeed, that is characteristic of Karp. "Wait, are you saying that after Karp demonstrated shave once in front of you, you learned it in this brief time at headquarters?" No. Not so. Did Bogart later teach you? What I meant is that after Karp used shave, I experimented on my own and learned it. It took about a minute. "A minute, are you serious?" Zefa nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even when he taught the most talented students, it would be impossible, right? This kid is definitely bragging. However, a certain unreliable voice suddenly chimed in from behind. "Pahaha, Zefa, don't doubt it. He really did learn it in a minute. Though he crashed into a wall the first time he used shave. Karp, you didn't deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Wait, let me clarify. You demonstrated shave to him without explaining the principles, and yet he learned it within a minute." "Exactly." Hiss. Even Zefa could not help but take a sharp breath at this moment. "This is simply outrageous." "Shawn, let me ask you, what method did you use to defeat Ayan in the end?" "It was something I stumbled upon while alone on the deserted island. I named it Instant Step." "Instant Step, but I seem to recall you merely took a normal step." "What are the principles?" "Principles? What are principles? Good heavens, just moments ago you were criticizing Karp, and now you are doing the very same thing he did." Zefa was both amused and exasperated. "However, fine, there are indeed many who possess talent, but are incapable of teaching. Those who can learn do not always explain what they've learned well. Karp is an absolute talent in this regard." "Well, now we must add Shawn to that list." Zefa did not linger on the matter. As this little fellow would become his student in the future, he would likely see the kind of movement often and would gradually come to understand the principles. If Shawn were to know Zefa's thoughts at this moment, he would surely inform him. "No, you will never uncover the principles because Instant Step is activated based on spiritual power, and within your bodies there exists no spiritual power. Hence you shall never master Instant Step. By the way, what was that deserted island you mentioned earlier?" Suddenly reminded of Shawn's earlier words, Zefa inquired once more. Well, the story goes like this, after several minutes of listening to Shawn's tale. Zefa's expression softened considerably. After all, like Zefa, Xian was now the last surviving member of her family. From now on, you shall call me teacher. I will be your family, Zefa said while patting Xian's shoulder. Originally, it was meant to be a tender moment, but Karp nearby was not pleased. According to his plan, he intended to recognize Xian as his grandson, just like Ace. But now Zefa had stolen the initiative? However, the next moment, Karp's eyes sparkled with a bold idea. I say, Xian boy, since Zefa has declared you his family, why not recognize him as your godfather? Moreover, you and my eldest grandson are of similar ages. When we next visit the East Blue, I will take you to meet him. If you hit it off, it would not be a problem to form a brotherly bond. Good heavens, Karp, you truly are a piece of work. At the first statement, Zefa felt nothing amiss, even harboring a hint of interest. Recognizing Xian as a godson is entirely feasible. However, with Karp's next comment, Zefa's expression darkened. If Xian were to form a brotherly bond with your grandson, would he then have to call you grandfather? Good heavens, calling you grandfather and me father. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Karp, you old scoundrel. With that, Zefa swung the hefty, black, blunt instrument towards Karp. A half-hour later, Sengoku arrived at the elite training camp. The commotion here had grown too great, compelling him to investigate the situation. However, what met his eyes was a training ground riddled with numerous pits and craters. Furious, he exclaimed, "What on earth are you two doing? Do not question me. It was Zephyr who struck first. Humph, if you wish to take advantage of me, do you think I would remain passive?" Listening to the exchange between the two, Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. Each of them was a source of trouble. Come here and explain to me what transpired. If there is a single falsehood, you shall be expelled from the Navy. Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku casually summoned a trainee. This left the trainee utterly terrified. To suggest that one could be expelled from the Navy for a mere slip of the tongue? My apologies, Teacher Zephyr. My apologies, Vice Admiral Karp. I shall speak the truth. The frightened trainee recounted the events in excruciating detail, even mimicking the tones and expressions of Karp and Zephyr with remarkable accuracy. It took a full 10 minutes before he concluded. So you two wreaked havoc in the elite training camp over such a trivial matter. Sengoku felt another wave of pain in his head. Meanwhile, Shawn's focus diverged from Sengoku's. He gazed at the trainee in astonishment. You could have pursued a career in acting, yet you chose to join the Navy. What a narrow path you have forged for yourself, truly. 007 Zephyr. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I shall take the blame. Shawn had been in the elite training camp for a month now. In the initial days, he was utterly bewildered. Each day, the instructor would begin with a proclamation. Everyone commenced with 2,000 push-ups for warm-up. Now, this was no exaggeration. Such a scene had indeed occurred in the original narrative. Although Shawn possessed the strength of a colonel, the reality was, when it came to physical prowess, he might not even match these trainees. After all, no one had ever claimed that the Soul Reaper's physical form was particularly formidable. Bah! The Soul Reaper has no physical body, for heaven's sake. If one were to refrain from using spiritual energy to execute a series of techniques. Then, gradually, Shawn began to discern the underlying issues. After some experimentation during this period, particularly with the technique of Shunpa, he realized that its future applications could be quite promising, while it lacked the agility of the Soul Reaper's Shunpa. With continued practice, this hybrid technique might ultimately surpass in sheer speed. However, employing this technique would not only deplete spiritual energy, but also consume physical stamina, that if one's physique was inadequate, it would undoubtedly impose significant limitations in high-intensity combat. Furthermore, mastering Haki was an absolute necessity for the future. Relying solely on techniques powered by spiritual energy, he was uncertain whether they could even harm a Logia user. This uncertainty was troubling. Should they prove ineffective? It would be utterly absurd to learn Busashoka Haki. One must inevitably confront the challenge of physical conditioning. Consequently, Shawn's performance on the first day left everyone astounded. Without utilizing spiritual energy, he managed approximately 150 push-ups before collapsing. Was this truly the same individual who had dominated Ein just the day before? It was preposterous. He could execute Shunpa with greater speed than Ein, yet his physical conditioning seemed remarkably poor. Upon witnessing this, the other trainees began to question their own lives. Even Ein, upon seeing this scene, found himself doubting whether it was Shawn who was overly strong or if his own abilities had significantly declined. For this reason, Zephyr specifically called Shawn over to inquire about the situation. Shawn could only helplessly admit that he had never trained his physique, that of course, he chose not to elaborate further. However, having taught so many students, Zephyr could easily perceive that Shawn was concealing something, coupled with the distinct aura he exuded during combat, which was clearly not the intimidation of Conqueror's haki, and a special energy that seemed to enhance his offensive capabilities akin to Busashoku. It was evident that this young man was hiding the source of his power. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable, whether he had fortuitously acquired another power system or had inadvertently developed it while stranded on a deserted island. However, should this matter come to light, it was likely that those from Mariawa would be the first to target Shawn. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for him to remain silent. Shawn, remember, regarding the power system you currently possess, do not disclose it to anyone until it has matured completely. Additionally, to compensate for your physical shortcomings, I shall personally conduct training for you over the next year. Be prepared. Upon hearing this, Shawn nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Being able to receive such guidance, Zephyr truly is commendable. Whitebeard too? Edward Weevil, is it? Very well, make sure to jot that down in your notebook of secret techniques when you return. Thus, for an entire month, Shawn was taken under Zephyr's wing for specialized training. Although Zephyr served as the chief instructor of the elite training camp, he bore a resemblance to the principals from Shawn's previous life. When he was in good spirits, he would emerge to conduct public lectures or, upon discovering a promising student, he would take them under his wing for personal instruction, as for the other ordinary trainees in the elite training camp. Their regular classes were managed by other instructors. Relieving Zephyr of such responsibilities, he would only concern himself with their progress during assessment periods. Ever since Shawn began training his physique under Zephyr's tutelage, a new attribute unrelated to the Soul Reaper world appeared for the first time on his system panel. Shawn Campbell Slashing, LV.3, 01000, Fist, LV.3, 350, 1000, Movement, LV.3, 400, 1000, Spirit, LV. 2, 20300, Spiritual Energy, 1780 Physique, 399 Zampicudo. None indeed. An attribute for Physique had been added to IT. Was evident that since Physique could not merge with any attribute of the Soul Reaper, the system had introduced a new attribute. However, Shawn was still uncertain about the significance of the Physique value. What exactly did a score of 399 entail? Nevertheless, he distinctly recalled that when this attribute first appeared a month prior, it was merely 5. Good heavens, Shawn's immediate reaction was, if he were to abandon the Soul Reaper system by the standards of the pirate world, he would likely be deemed a mere weakling. Although Zephyr had promised to provide Shawn with specialized training for an entire year, Shawn was a man with a system. Over the course of that month, he had even experienced 3 instances of exponential returns exceeding 50 times. If he were to be tasked with another 2,000 push-ups, he would assert, "This is far too easy. Why not double it and make it 4,000 to warm up? System, I wish to settle. Based on today's training yield, let us begin. Settling items confirmed. Determining random settlement multiplier. Ding. Today's host physique growth yield is 0.5. Multiplier 80. Settlement complete. Ding. Host physique attribute has increased by 40 points. Shawn's eyes suddenly lit up. Good heavens. Another significant multiplier. His physique soared from 399 to 439, and he could distinctly feel that his physical capabilities had indeed strengthened. Shawn, let us test the results of this month's training. This is a device just sent over by the scientific unit, known as the Power Measuring Device. Now, concentrate all your strength into your fist and strike it here. But do not utilize the energy within you, understood? Pointing to a sleek black device nearby, Zephyr instructed, Power Measuring Device. Perfect. I too wish to ascertain the extent of my physique without employing spiritual energy. I understand. With his left leg advancing, Shawn's body coiled like a drawn bow, poised for action. Then, boom! Without harnessing any spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength, Shawn unleashed his most powerful strike. The device, robust and unyielding, absorbed the impact of his punch. In the next moment, A screen on the device flickered to life, displaying a set of numbers .439. For 39, this figure matches exactly with my physique attribute. Therefore, is physique equivalent to power value? This makes no sense. Physique cannot possibly equate to power value. After all, power value is a manifestation of attack power. You can even enhance it further with Busashoku, devil fruits, or various martial arts to augment this value. Thus, it stands to reason that physique and power value cannot be equated. Suddenly, it seemed that Shawn had come to a realization. He possessed no devil fruit, lacked haki, had not employed any martial arts, nor had he harnessed any spiritual energy. He had merely unleashed a full-force strike using his physical strength alone. Thus, without any additional enhancements, his Tao power value was equivalent to his physical prowess. However, while Shawn pondered these thoughts, Zefa appeared somewhat bewildered. A month prior, Shawn's physical attributes were inferior to those of an ordinary Marine. Yet now he had reached such a level. With a Tao power value of 439, he had far surpassed the capabilities of a Colonel. It is worth noting that, in the original work, the CP9 agents, excluding Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, had Tao power values ranging merely from 600 to 800. In other words, within just 1 month, Shawn had nearly approached the standards of a CP9 agent in terms of physical prowess. Shawn, are you certain you did not draw upon that special energy within you just now? Of course not. Zefa, are you implying that you don't believe me? Such remarkable growth in just a month is hard for anyone to fathom. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Shawn's response, Zefa could not help but internally scoff. However, an idea suddenly struck him. What if Shawn were to channel that unique energy within him and attempt the feat once more? What level of power might he achieve then? Once this thought surfaced, it became uncontrollable. Zefa was intensely curious about the true extent of Shawn's current strength. Shawn, try again. This time combine the results of your month-long physical training with that energy within you and see how much Tao power you can generate. Zefa, you won't make me pay for any damages, will you? Shawn felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the device could withstand a Tao power value of 439, should he incorporate spiritual energy and the techniques of the Grim Reaper, the resultant impact might easily exceed 5 times his current strength. By the way, what is the maximum limit this device can handle? Is there any documentation on that? Don't worry. The Science Division has informed me that this Tao power measuring device can withstand up to 3,000 Tao power. Have faith. If you do break it, I'll take the blame. Zefa replied confidently, I'm done practicing. I'm going to forge a sword. Upon hearing Zefa's words, Shawn felt reassured. A Tao power value of 3,000 was likely beyond his current capabilities. And besides, Zefa had already assured him he would take responsibility for any mishaps. With that in mind, Shawn positioned himself 10 meters away from the Tao power measuring device. Since he was going all out, he would give it his all. In an instant, Shawn's figure vanished, and the next moment, he appeared before the measuring device, a faint azure aura enveloping his right fist. Although the movement appeared similar to his previous one, the internal energy was entirely different. This punch was not only powered by his entire physical strength, but also amplified by his spiritual energy. Boom. The tremendous sound stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the scene. It took a good 10 seconds for the dust to settle, revealing Shawn's figure. However, the Tao power measuring device, which had been firmly affixed to the ground before him, was now nothing more than wreckage. Zefa's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. While he could not ascertain the precise Tao power value Shawn had just unleashed, it was undoubtedly above 3,000. The personnel from the Science Division had clearly informed Zefa that the device's upper limit was 3,000 Tao power, and now, this device lay in ruins. Had this kid truly grown to such an extent in just 1 month? As Zefa marveled at this revelation, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He promptly executed a shave technique, arriving at the remnants of the device and swiftly tossing Shawn away. In the next moment, several figures appeared rapidly on the scene. Zefa, what was that commotion just now? Spoke Sengoku, who had naturally noticed the loud noise. Had it not been for the fact that Karp had been dispatched a few days prior, he might have assumed that the old rascal was up to his usual antics again. Accompanying Sengoku were Akiji and Tsuru at AS for Akinu. He was currently stationed at the G1 branch in the New World, and was not present at headquarters. Isn't this a Tau power measuring device sent by the science division? I intended to test it myself before the trainees, but I lost control of my strength momentarily. And, while this happened, Zefa was indeed true to his word, taking the blame without hesitation. Shawn silently gave Zefa a thumbs up for his honesty. Sengoku and the two admirals had no reason to doubt Zefa's explanation, considering he had served as a high-ranking admiral prior to becoming a naval instructor and was known for his fearsome prowess in both martial arts and hockey. It was not uncommon for someone to break a Tau power measuring device with a single punch, and losing control of strength was a plausible excuse. But Zefa, do you have any idea how much that device cost? A staggering 30 million berries. Is it just 30 million berries? I've been in the Navy for decades without spending much. I can certainly manage that amount. For others, 30 million berries might be a substantial sum. But for Zefa, it was not particularly significant. After all, considering the residents of Kokoyasi village, who had to pay 50,000 berries per person each month, accumulating 600,000 berries annually, this was merely the plight of the common folk. As a former admiral, Zefa's salary would hardly be meager, that if you were making only a few thousand berries monthly, Tsuru would likely have jumped ship by now. Thus, for Zefa, 30 million berries was hardly a burden. Moreover, as a solitary individual without dependents, and having spent most of his time at headquarters without extravagant expenditures, he had little need for money. Very well. I'll have someone come by later to collect the funds. Honestly, you could have just let Shawn handle the testing. Since Zefa was already footing the bill, Sengoku had no grounds to object. However, he couldn't resist pointing at Shawn and letting out a quip. This prompted both Zefa and Shawn to exchange peculiar expressions. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 months had slipped by at this moment. Shawn's physical attribute had reached an impressive 875 points. This figure reflected his pure physical prowess, devoid of any additional enhancements. Even without utilizing spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength and martial arts, Shawn's Tau power value had soared to 1,800. This was already comparable to that of an ordinary vice admiral. If he were to harness spiritual energy, the potential was staggering. Consequently, Zefa had called an early halt to the originally planned year-long physical training regimen, cutting it short by 9 months. Zefa, I would like to ask you something. What is it? Are there any swordsmiths at the naval headquarters? Of course. Where do you think the standard swords used by Marines come from? Why do you ask? Would it be possible for me to study under them for a while? What? Upon hearing this, Zefa was momentarily taken aback. Study sword forging. With such exceptional talent, why would you want to divert your focus from enhancing your strength to learn how to forge swords? What are you thinking? Yet he was unaware that Shawn had pressing reasons behind his request. For a long time, Shawn's attribute for Zampakit had remained at LV.0. After all, he did not possess a Zampakit, did he? However, existence implies reason. Since the system included this attribute, there must be a means to acquire a Zampakit in this world. Thus, if he could forge a sword and double its quality, would he uncover a delightful surprise? Shawn was uncertain. However, he was aware of one thing. The fundamental rule of the yield increase system was based on personal effort. Consequently, merely receiving a sword from someone else would not allow for the system to enhance its quality, as that quality was not earned through his own endeavors, but rather through the craftsmanship of the swordsmith. Therefore, the only viable solution was to forge the sword himself. This encapsulates Shawn's reasoning. Of course, this is merely Shawn's endeavor and does not necessarily reflect the truth. After all, as stated in Death Note, while a shallow blade can be forged, it must also be infused with a soul during the forging process. However, where can Shawn possibly procure a soul in the world of pirates, which is not the realm of Shinigami? Is he to seek out Big Mom and purchase a few souls for experimentation? Yet, even if the aforementioned method fails, the amplification alone cannot transform swords into shallow blades. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as long as he masters the art of sword forging, coupled with the existence of the benefit amplification system. He might just create a blade of unparalleled excellence. Even if he cannot reach that pinnacle, producing 8 exceptional blades would still be acceptable. After all, Shawn currently lacks any suitable weapon today for the standard issue swords of the Navy. He holds them in disdain. Why concern myself with sword forging if I am not diligently training to enhance my strength? Zefa, the old man, I have compelling reasons to pursue this, and these reasons are intrinsically linked to my own quest for power. That cannot be, given your age. It is the golden time for rapidly enhancing your strength. Do not squander it. You can always learn to forge swords later. 3 months. What? I only need 3 months, regardless of success or failure. I shall return to the elite training camp to continue my cultivation. Sword forging, does it truly aid in your strength enhancement? Of course, old man Zefa. Do you not see the sincerity in my eyes? Zefa fell silent for several minutes. Shawn made no effort to urge him, merely standing there quietly. Finally, after 5 minutes, very well, I shall make arrangements for you. But remember, you said, only 3 months, 009. The flight with the sword. Navy Logistics Department. Sword Forging Division. This is a specialized unit. They do not undertake any combat missions, merely functioning as blacksmiths. Perhaps there are no masters of sword forging here, primarily consisting of quite ordinary blacksmiths. Yet, that suffices, for the Navy has never expected this unit to produce renowned blades. Their task is simply to manufacture the standard-issue swords used by ordinary sailors. This assignment does not require quality, but rather quantity. It's worth noting that the number of sailors is no small matter. Even the Navy headquarters maintains a standing force of around 50,000. Completing the supply guarantee for standard-issue swords is no trivial task. Shawn has been here for a month now. Through daily study and system assessments, he has surpassed the vast majority of individuals in this place. Even Colonel Antonio, who oversees the sword forging division, specifically visited the new recruit training camp to inquire whether Shawn could be allowed to work under his command. Although Antonio never revealed Zefa's response to anyone, there is one matter that became widely known throughout the headquarters, becoming a source of amusement for countless sailors. For that day, Antonio returned sporting a remarkably swollen face. This clearly indicated Zefa's immense fury. However, Antonio did not yield. He believed that over the past month, he had witnessed Shawn's progress. Thus, he harbored no doubts that Shawn would one day become a master swordsman, crafting blades that could rival the great swords, or even the unparalleled great swords. Once such talent is fully unleashed, and if it captures the attention of the admiral, then Zefa's opposition would be rendered futile. Therefore, Antonio issued a stern directive within the sword forging division, commanding everyone to share their knowledge generously. Treating Shawn as if he were their own child, he was indeed serious about this. Yet, as another month passed, everyone was left astounded, for they found themselves with nothing left to teach. Shawn not only mastered all their hidden techniques, but also wielded them more adeptly. Most astonishingly, Shawn integrated numerous sword forging techniques from various schools, creating many entirely new methods. This was rather intimidating. After spending 2 months here and realizing there was nothing more to learn, Shawn resolved to pour all his efforts into forging a fine sword and then utilizing the system's profit amplification to see how far he could go. Ding, 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 ding. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated within the forge at a few meters away. Over 30 blacksmiths formed a circle. Naturally, Antonio was among them. Just yesterday, Shawn had approached him, expressing his desire to fully dedicate himself to crafting a sword and requesting some high-quality materials. Antonio, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Not only did he consent, but he also presented a rare material he had treasured for years. Although it may not be the finest material for someone like him, who earns a meager salary from the Navy. It had cost him 30 years of savings to acquire. At this moment, everyone remained silent, quietly observing. They were afraid to disrupt Shawn's concentration. Thus, 10 whole hours passed. Finally, the sword Shawn had crafted was complete. At this moment, Antonio's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, for this sword appeared exceedingly ordinary. It could barely be classified as a good sword, let alone a great sword. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had been overly presumptuous. Although Shawn's skills had surpassed all the blacksmiths here, those who forged the standard-issue sword for the Navy were not renowned craftsmen. Moreover, the material he provided was not top-tier. Therefore, it was unreasonable to expect a legendary sword to emerge. Antonio's perception of the sword as ordinary stemmed from his high expectations. Comparing it directly to great and good swords, in terms of ordinary swords, it was already commendable. Yet, they all failed to notice the slight upward curl at the corner of Shawn's mouth. System, initiate today's assessment. The objective is this sword I forged with my own hands, with the assessment method based on quality. Commence. Ding. Command confirmed. Beginning assessment. Ding. Assessment completed. Profit item based on quality. Multiplier of 99 times. Goodness, another substantial multiplier. Although Shawn had experienced good fortune over these past 2 months, with only 3 instances exceeding 10 times, most of his multipliers fell within the range of 20 to 50 times. However, he had not encountered a multiplier exceeding 50 times in 2 months. 99 times? Excellent, though he was curious about the sword's quality level. Meanwhile, Colonel Antonio's eyes widened in astonishment. Though the sword appearance remained unchanged, the sensation it imparted was entirely different. No, this was certainly not an ordinary sword. It was an exceptional blade, a good sword. No, the aura emanating from it was even denser than that of a good sword. Could it be of the great sword caliber? How many years had it been since anyone forged a new great sword in this world? Surely, I must be witnessing history. Shawn, may I take a look? Of course. Over the past 2 months, Antonio had treated him exceptionally well. Thus, Shawn naturally would not refuse this request. Moments later, with his slightly trembling right hand, Antonio grasped the sword. Yet, in the next instant, the intense aura emanating from the blade enveloped him, causing a prickling sensation that coursed through his entire body. He nearly relinquished his grip on the sword. Quick, find me an appropriate sheath for this blade now. Yes, Colonel. Soon a blacksmith presented a sheath, and Antonio promptly sheathed the sword. Instantly, the pervasive aura dissipated as if it had never existed. Phew. Observing this, Antonio could not help but exhale in relief. Indeed, this was a blade that selects its master, and those unworthy would only suffer from its backlash. Moments later, Antonio made a decision. Then, everyone stood in stunned silence once more, for Antonio dashed out of the forge, clutching the sword as if his life depended on it. Witnessing this scene, Shawn felt a wave of disbelief cross his face that he couldn't possibly be fleeing with the sword. Could he? As for Shawn's question, the surrounding blacksmiths were equally at a loss for words. They wanted to say no, but the words simply would not come out. The scene just now vividly resembled that of a thief making a hasty escape after snatching something away. Minutes later, a breathless Antonio appeared in the marshal's office. Antonio, what is the meaning of this? Marshal, you must first take a look at this sword. A sword? Observing the blade that Antonio presented, Sengoku appeared somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he accepted it and proceeded to unsheath it. Hiss. What is this? Sengoku was instantly taken aback by the sword's emanating aura. The great blade and the good blade were both present in headquarters, and he had seen several of them before. Not to mention, he had even laid eyes on the supreme great blade. This sword in hand, while not quite reaching the level of the supreme great blade, was undoubtedly among the finest of the great blades. However, it seemed that the sword did not recognize its wielder, as its aggressive aura was aimed squarely at him. That, of course, Sengoku was not intimidated by such levels of sword energy, but it was enough to leave him astonished. It is well known that a renowned blade choosing its master is a rare occurrence, even among the supreme great blades. Antonio, where did you acquire this sword? Reporting to the marshal, this was just forged by our swordsmith division 10 minutes ago. Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Antonio stood tall, brimming with pride. However, nonsense. Is there anyone in your swordsmith division capable of crafting a blade of this caliber? That remark stung. Marshal, how could you think so little of us? Marshal, this truly is the work of our swordsmith division, and all the blacksmiths can attest to it. Really? Absolutely certain? Indeed. Then tell me, who was responsible for its creation? Reporting, it was Shawn, who has only been with our swordsmith division for 2 months, and his rank, he doesn't have a rank yet. As he spoke, Antonio suddenly faltered. After all, Shawn was still in the elite training camp and had yet to graduate. Wait a moment. Who did you say? Shawn Campbell. He was transferred to our swordsmith division from the elite training camp 2 months ago. A silence lingered for a good 10 seconds. Someone come. Yes, Marshal. Upon hearing Sengoku's bellow, a messenger rushed and go. Summoned Zephyr from the elite training camp immediately. Understood, Marshal. At this very moment, Shawn had no inkling of the events unfolding in Sengoku's office. He simply stood at the door of the forge, gazing into the distance. Could it be that he truly fled with the sword? Surely not. Perhaps It couldn't be. 010 Peach Rabbit. This sword belongs to me. Shortly thereafter, Zephyr arrived at Sengoku's office. However, he was completely unaware of the reason for Sengoku's summons. Zephyr, what is the situation with Shawn? Hearing this, and glancing at the somewhat ecstatic Antonio, Zephyr seemed to grasp something this fellow went directly to Sengoku to demand his return. Had he known this would happen, he should have dealt with him more harshly last time, allowing him to lie down for an entire year. Indeed, he had been too lenient. Shawn wished to learn the art of sword forging. Hence he requested 3 months to study in the swordsmith division. Learning sword forging and then becoming a blacksmith for 3 months. What a joke. Hurry and send him back. Don't waste such a promising talent. Sengoku was left speechless. With such remarkable talent, and at a crucial time for his training, he claimed he wanted to be a blacksmith, and you actually let him go. At this moment, Sengoku had completely forgotten about the sword resting on his desk. Meanwhile, Antonio, who had just been excited, suddenly grew somber. Even if you were the marshal, could you not consider my feelings? What do you mean by saying being a blacksmith is a waste of youth? Professions should not be judged by their status, you know? Sengoku, I still have less than a month left in my agreement with Shawn. Time is of the essence, so let us adhere to the agreement. This way, he might find closure, right? Otherwise, if you forcibly take him back to the elite training camp now, it will not only leave him dissatisfied, but may also hinder his focus on training, which would be counterproductive. Shaking his head, Zephyr replied, That makes sense. Let us proceed as you suggest, but once the time is up, he must return to the training camp immediately. No problem. I will personally come to take the lad back in a month. Zephyr nodded, and watching their conversation, Antonio could no longer contain himself. Marshal, that sword. That sword? All right. How could I forget about that? What sword are you talking about? Zephyr, looking perplexed, completely failed to comprehend. Zephyr, take a look at this sword. Pointing to the blade on his desk, Sengoku said. Though somewhat bewildered, Zephyr picked up the sword from the desk and swiftly unsheathed it. Hiss, what a fine blade. Which one is this among the great blades of the 21 craftsmanship? Having once been a naval admiral, Zephyr possessed a degree of discernment. Merely unsheathing the blade for a moment, he was able to assess its caliber. However, he had seen the renowned blade charts before, but had no recollection of this particular sword. It seemed it did not exist among the great blades, nor in the supreme great blades. Surely it couldn't be a good blade, yet it appeared not to belong even there. This was just forged by the swordsmith division. Impossible! With their mediocre skills, how could they produce such a blade? That's offensive. Utterly offensive. More hurtful than what Sengoku just said. Antonio felt crushed once again. Ahem. According to Antonio, this was crafted by Shawn less than half an hour ago. Impossible. Shawn has only been over there for 2 months. How could he have transformed from a novice to a master swordsmith? Moreover, it seems none of the current master swordsmiths are capable of crafting such a blade. Zephyr outright rejected Sengoku's statement that it was simply inconceivable, entirely unscientific. However, considering Shawn's demonstrated talent and physical training, perhaps, just perhaps, there might be a slight possibility, Zephyr suddenly grew uncertain. And just then, knock, knock, knock. Come in. Marshal, I have completed my mission and have come to report to you. The office door swung open, and a tall, attractive woman entered. Draped in a Navy Vice Admiral's coat, it was evident that this stunning woman was indeed a naval Vice Admiral. Furthermore, even within the Navy, she was a remarkably unique presence, an Admiral candidate, codenamed Peach Rabbit, with the true name Shizuka. Shizuka, you returned just in time. Take a look at this sword and share your thoughts. As you are far more knowledgeable in this area than both Zephyr and indeed. When it comes to swordsmanship, Peach Rabbit was the strongest in the entire Navy. Her research on renowned blades surpassed that of Sengoku and Zephyr by leaps and bounds. Although she still fell short compared to Mihawk, she had nonetheless made significant strides toward becoming a grand swordsman. Once, King Shiro told Kana that female swordsmen could never attain the level of the world's grand swordsman due to physical limitations. To be honest, Peach Rabbit seemed to exist solely to challenge that notion. Although confused, the moment she took the sword from Zephyr, she was quickly astonished. The sensation of a connection to her very bloodline was something she had never even felt with Kinnan. What a fine sword. It is already very close to the level of the supreme great blade, as I happen to have entrusted Kinemon to someone else for maintenance. This sword belongs to me. The room fell silent. Goodness, I merely wanted you to examine this sword and provide some feedback. Instead, you not only failed to give any insight, but also claimed it for yourself. The most critical point was that Peach Rabbit, upon receiving the sword, did not display a single frown throughout the entire interaction. Could it be that the sword did not direct its sword energy against her, but rather chose her as its master? Surely not. Marshal, with a sword of this caliber, who among the Navy could be more deserving of it than I? While it is not incorrect to say so, since the Marshal also concurs with this statement, the sword shall henceforth belong to me. Coincidentally, Colonel Antonio is present as well, and this scabbard is exceedingly unappealing that I will sketch a design for you shortly, and I would appreciate it if you could craft a new one for me with utmost urgency. Very well, that is not an issue, I'll wait. I hastily agreed without consideration, and Colonel Antonio must be regretting it. General Taudu, to be candid, this sword was forged by Shawn Campbell, and it was only completed half an hour ago. It doesn't even have a name yet. Therefore, even if the general desires it, it is imperative to obtain Shawn's consent first. Shawn Campbell. Who is that? He is a renowned swordsmith in this world, known to nearly all, including Taudu. Yet there is certainly no one by that name. Taudu, Shawn was rescued by Karp from a deserted island a few months ago. He is now 15 years old and currently a disciple of Zefa. Upon noticing the confusion on Taudu's face, Sengoku provided an explanation to a 15-year-old student with considerable talent in sword forging. Indeed, General Taudu, Shawn has only been learning for 2 months and has already achieved this level. If he continues in the sword forging unit, it is quite possible that our Navy could mass-produce fine sabers, perhaps even supreme sabers. Upon hearing this, Antonio was overjoyed, first flattering Taudu, and then inadvertently revealing his own intentions. However, to allow him to remain in the sword forging unit, are you intent on ruining his future? With your half-hearted skills, you would provide him with no aid, but rather hinder him. After casting a scornful glance at Antonio, Taudu spoke without a hint of mercy. Good heavens, the 3 individuals before me are indeed remarkably fierce in their words. Nevertheless, you have made a valid point. I should indeed seek Shawn's consent. Colonel Antonio, would you kindly lead the way? After a brief moment of contemplation, Taudu continued, if it were acquired externally by Sengoku or confiscated from some pirate, then it would be acceptable for Taudu to take it. As she mentioned earlier, no one in the Navy is more deserving of this sword than herself. However, should this sword have been created by a swordsmith within the Navy, the situation would differ. Out of respect, if she wishes to possess this sword, it is only proper to seek the other party's approval. Moments later, watching Antonio being led away by Taudu, both Sengoku and Zefa were left somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the intention to have Taudu examine the sword and provide some professional evaluation? What is happening now? 011 The January pact on their way to the sword forging unit. Taudu furrowed her brow deeply. Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations? I feel as though I can faintly hear someone speaking to me, yet it is always fragmented. It resembles an introduction, as if someone is uttering their name, but each time it reaches the name, it abruptly halts as if interrupted. Colonel Antonio, do you hear any voices? Voices? None at all. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Antonio was filled with confusion. While Taudu offered no further explanation. 10 minutes later, the two finally arrived at their destination. However, just as they reached the entrance of the forge, Shawn's voice erupted from within. That Antonio fellow, whom I once thought well of, has actually fled with my sword. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. I must seek out old man Sengoku and request a warrant for his arrest. By the way, this is the Navy headquarters. He cannot have escaped yet, if we block the port now. Precisely, I shall go find old man Sengoku. Outside the forge, Antonio wore a dark expression. Meanwhile, Taudu cast him an odd glance. Did you not inform him when you took the sword? In my haste to find the marshal, I indeed forgot to mention it to him. Yet this brat claims I fled with the sword, which is rather excessive. Just then, Shawn stormed out in a fit of rage. Immediately, he and Antonio engaged in a fierce stare-down. However, when Shawn noticed that Antonio was not holding the sword he had forged, You You didn't T-sell my sword, did you? What nonsense. Your sword is right there. Antonio's face was once again marked with lines of frustration. This brat has certainly deduced that I am fleeing with the sword. Hasn't he? At that moment, Shawn finally noticed that there was another person beside Antonio. Hiss. This must be... No, it's undoubtedly Tsuru. I senti it. Looking like this, she appears far more captivating than in the original narrative. Especially... Little brat. Where are you looking? Ahem. General Tsuru, please return my sword. Concealing his embarrassment, Shawn spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet for some reason, his gaze inadvertently drifted downward, even as he tried hard to control it. Shawn could swear. In this life and the last, he had never encountered a woman with such long legs and such a captivating presence above. Truly an eye-opener. While I'm from the training camp was also quite impressive. She paled in comparison to Tsuru's allure. I suspect you are entertaining some exceedingly impolite thoughts, although I possess no evidence. Let us set that aside for now. Can General Tsuru return the sword to me? After all, I have yet to even lay my hands on it since it was forged. This sword truly is your creation? Of course. Very well then, it is yours. Oh, Tsuru seems rather agreeable. Nodding, Shawn accepted the sword and drew it from its sheath. Instantly, a profound aura of sword energy surged forth, directed precisely at him. This caused him to furrow his brow slightly. This a sword that selects its master. Quite intriguing. The sword is now yours. Can I officially utilize it? Just as Shawn was keenly examining the sword he had forged, Tsuru casually remarked. 3 enormous question marks floated above Shawn's head. What? Is there an issue? Surely, no one in the Navy is more qualified than I to possess this sword. Is there a problem? No. This is a significant issue. Why must the sword I forged be surrendered to you? General Tsuru, may I inquire, just casually, what if I were to entrust this sword to another for use? Simple, merely challenge them to a duel. Whoever possesses superior swordsmanship shall claim it. Very well. Shawn understood Tsuru's assertion that no one in the Navy is more deserving of this sword than she is holds some validity. After all, the loser loses everything, does he not? However, this seems to be a sword that selects its master. It is not merely a matter of who wishes to wield it. After all, this rascal even attacked me. The creator, General Tsuru, did anything particularly unusual occur while you wielded this sword? Unusual. I felt as though this sword was intrinsically linked to my bloodline. Why do you ask? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Shawn fell into contemplation. Could it be that this sword truly regards Tsuru as its master? Is this its method of selecting a master? Glancing once more at Tsuru's figure, Shawn nodded, then began to speak to himself. After all, this was merely my initial attempt. In the future, should I acquire better materials and further hone my forging technique, I am certain I could create something even more remarkable. After all, I still have a month's time. Thus, if Tsuru desires it, it is not impossible to grant. However, General Tsuru, I can offer you this sword, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Given that General Tsuru is the strongest swordsman in the Navy, and I have a keen interest in swordsmanship, I hope that over the next 3 months, General Tsuru could guide my swordsmanship training. Guide your swordsmanship training? You, a mere blacksmith, wish to master profound sword techniques? Would it not be better to focus on forging more exceptional swords? Tsuru, please acquiesce. Shawn's talent in swordsmanship far exceeds yours, and within the Navy headquarters, there are very few who qualify to know of his training. At that moment, Zefa's voice resonated. Everyone turned to see Zefa approaching alongside Sengoku. General Zefa, are you asserting that his talent in swordsmanship surpasses mine? Indeed, that is precisely what I am saying. How about this? Let us engage in a friendly spar. If your swordsmanship truly is as exceptional as General Zefa claims, I shall agree to your condition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tsuru spoke. Yet, with her inherent pride, she remained skeptical of Zefa's words. Very well, but could we perhaps wait a month? After all, I do not possess a suitable blade at the moment. Are you suggesting you wish to forge a renowned sword within this month? Indeed, with a nod, Tsuru readily acquiesced. A master swordsman. She was acutely aware of the profound impact a suitable blade could have on a swordsman's prowess. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the agreement among the group, Sengoku approached. Shion, is that sword truly of your making? Indeed, it is. Excellent. Can you craft more blades of such caliber? Creating blades of the good quality is certainly feasible. However, producing those of the superb quality depends greatly on the materials and a bit of luck. After a moment of reflection, Shawn provided his answer. Although his initial blade did not reach the level of good quality, it was not far from it. Thus, even if he could merely amplify the quality by 2 or 3 times, he should be able to achieve that standard. Moreover, he was currently troubled by the lack of good materials. Look, are these not materials being conveniently presented to me? Hearing Shawn's response, Sengoku felt a surge of excitement. If he could indeed mass-produce renowned swords, even those of good quality could significantly enhance the capabilities of the Navy's officers wielding swords. This would not only bolster their strength, but also serve as a means to attract formidable swordsmen from around the world, should the Navy possess a plethora of renowned blades. The world holds only 50 good quality swords, 21 superb swords, and 12 unparalleled superb swords. Yet the number of swordsmen far exceeds this count. Sengoku was well aware of the allure a renowned sword holds for a swordsman. Very well. The naval treasury is now completely open to you. Choose whatever materials you require, and simply provide me with a report afterward. Even if the Navy lacks certain items, I can arrange for someone to procure them or even acquire them directly. With a grand gesture, Sengoku proclaimed, "Old man Sengoku, you truly are generous. Shall I proceed to select materials right away?" "You may, but could you refrain from addressing me in such a manner? After all, I'm the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy." "Understood, Commander-in-Chief Sengoku." "Forget it. Just use the previous title. At least it feels more endearing." Sengoku grumbled. Why was it that Shawn could address Tsuru as Major General, yet when it came to himself, Zefa, or Karp, he was simply referred to as Old Man? On that day, Shawn accompanied Sengoku to the naval treasury. Inside, they discovered a vast array of items seized by the Navy, including a reserve of over 10 devil fruits. However, Shawn had little interest in these. He made a beeline for the storage of rare materials, ultimately borrowing over a dozen sailors from Sengoku to transport a significant portion of various materials. Following this, he entered the forging chamber and set to work diligently. Half a month later, Shawn remained secluded in the forging chamber that a pile of over 10 swords had amassed in the corner, reminiscent of the typical display of ordinary swords found in shops. However, should a master's swordsman arrive, they would undoubtedly chastise Shawn, for among that pile lay only blades of good quality, with several being exceptionally fine, and even one reaching the level of superb quality. Yet, these 18 swords were carelessly heaped by Shawn as if they were mere refuse. After several hours, Shawn examined the freshly forged blade in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. This was the finest sword he had crafted thus far. Even without the systematic quality enhancement, it was assuredly worthy of being classified as a good quality sword, albeit at the lower end of that spectrum. System, commence today's settlement. The goal is to evaluate this blade based on quality yield. Ding, command confirmed, beginning settlement. Ding, settlement complete. Yield category is quality. Multiplier is 100 times. Hiss, 100 times? When was the last time I achieved 100-fold yield? It seemed it was half a year ago when I was slicing meat from the great black leg on that deserted island. Gasping in astonishment, Shawn was quickly overcome by excitement. The best blade he had ever forged, combined with 100-fold quality yield. What kind of extraordinary result would this produce? In the next moment, the blade on the forging table began to transform. Indeed, it was undergoing a transformation. Although subtle, Shawn could discern that the blade's form had indeed altered slightly. Grasping the sword, he scrutinized it closely. Shawn confirmed that this blade surpassed the one Tsuru had taken. And by a considerable margin, he could even sense a hint of elemental power emanating from this sword. While there were a few blades in this world that possessed elemental powers, they were quite rare, and each was ranked among the 12 unparalleled superb swords. Had he truly forged a blade that could rival an unparalleled superb sword? Most importantly, this blade did not resist him as the previous one had, nor did it attempt to attack him with sword energy. Instead, Shawn felt a connection akin to what Tsuru had described earlier. Indeed, it was that sensation of a bloodline connection, just as Shawn was lost in contemplation over the sword in his grasp. The door to the forging chamber swung open. He furrowed his brow slightly. "Didn't I say not to enter unless bringing food? Did you ever say that to me?" came a cool voice. laced with a hint of allure from behind. Shawn spun around abruptly. Major General Tsuru, what brings you here? He realized his earlier admonition had only been directed toward Antonio, not Tsuru. Who could have predicted her sudden visit? There is something I've been grappling with lately, concerning the sword you forged, producing the blade she had previously obtained from Shawn. Tsuru continued. Though you indicated I could name it, I have yet to bestow a formal title upon it, due to various reasons. What seems to be the issue? Shawn asked, momentarily taken aback. Was there a problem with the sword he had crafted? That seemed implausible. Ever since I acquired this sword, I have sensed a voice whispering in my ear, repeatedly attempting to convey its name. Yet, whenever it reaches the moment of utterance, as if obstructed, I fail to discern what it is. Initially, I thought it was mere auditory hallucination, but after more than half a month, the phenomenon has not waned. Rather, it has intensified. Thus, I thought perhaps you, as the creator of this blade, could elucidate what is transpiring this revelation. Shawn was left utterly flabbergasted. This sounded eerily familiar. Did he perhaps inadvertently forge a Zanpakuto? Major General Tsuru, why not attempt a sword meditation and see if you can establish communication with the blade? After all, this is a sword that chooses its master, implying it possesses a form of consciousness. Sword meditation. Tsuru was well aware of what it entailed and acknowledged that many swordsmen engage in such practice daily. However, she had always regarded sword meditation as devoid of significance. Are you certain that would be effective? Why not give it a try? Even if it proves futile, there is nothing to lose, right? All right, I shall give it a go. Wait, you can return and try later. Shawn watched as Tsuru sat down resolutely, feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet Tsuru paid him no heed, instead focusing her mind to begin her sword meditation. Sighing softly, Shawn decided to remain silent and approached Tsuru. Hiss, from this angle, the view is truly, alas, if only I had a camera. I could capture a few shots to cherish as keepsakes, perhaps even pass them down through generations. Merely gazing for 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, Shawn was utterly indifferent to the passage of time, occasionally shifting his position to admire the rare scenery from various angles. Yet, at that moment, he remained oblivious. The peach rabbit in the state of sore meditation had long ceased to perceive the commotion outside. That it was not until 10 hours later, when midnight struck, that the peach rabbit remained motionless in its place. However, at that very instant, Xiao Bai Shui, with a sudden opening of her eyes, the peach rabbit uttered a soft command. In the next moment, the previously unremarkable blade underwent a transformation, and a swift brush of pristine white swept across the blade, enveloping it entirely in a luminous hue. Even the shape of the sword subtly altered. Ultimately, a remarkably beautiful white blade materialized before them. Initial dance moon white, stop. Upon hearing the words that followed from the peach rabbit, Shawn grasped the gravity of the situation, prompting him to shout. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, everything froze. Had it not been for Shawn's quick reflexes, retreating over 10 meters in an instant, he would have surely faced grave consequences. What in the world is wrong with this woman? Watching the frozen forge, Shawn couldn't help but mentally lament. If Antonius were to find out, he might very well contemplate confronting the peach rabbit. After all, Antonius had once proudly informed Shawn that this forge had not extinguished for over a century. Did I do this? If not for my swift escape, I might have been caught up in it too. The peach rabbit finally regained her senses, looking at the scene before her with uncertainty. However, she was met with a barrage of Shawn's complaints. Truth be told, Shawn was quite vexed at that moment. Previously, it had merely been a grand blade, and he had no qualms about giving it to the peach rabbit. But now, this was no ordinary grand blade. It was evidently a soul-cutting sword. Moreover, it was one that was hailed as the most exquisite in the original works of the Shinigami. Bah, beauty is irrelevant. What truly matters is that if the Shinigami system is exposed, I could be facing serious trouble. Shawn, you must honestly tell me what on earth is going on with this sword. Not far away, the peach rabbit's expression was gravely serious. In the forge. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, but a man and a woman stood facing each other, their eyes locked in an intense stare. This state persisted for half a minute. Is Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit planning to report my unique abilities, leading to my capture by the world government and ultimately becoming a slave to the celestial dragons? Shawn suddenly calmed down, an unsettling tranquility enveloping him. He inquired of the Peach Rabbit, his tone somewhat cold. A swordsmith capable of crafting blades rivaling the Grand Blade, even the Supreme Grand Blade, and endowing them with extraordinary abilities. What would the consequence be if the world government were to discover this? Being seized was a certainty. The Gorosei would never allow someone with such talents to remain in the Navy. After all, should Shawn produce a plethora of such weapons, bolstering the Navy's strength and rendering them insubordinate? What then? This would not bode well for the world government. Of course, that would be the more favorable outcome. There was also the alternative, for those who relished collecting exquisite items and flaunting them. Shawn's existence would be more desirable than that of other slaves, perhaps even more coveted than the devil fruits. Although Shawn was not particularly frightened by this outcome, it would undeniably complicate matters, deviating significantly from his original plans. Upon hearing Shawn's question, the Peach Rabbit was momentarily stunned. No, I didn't intend to. This isn't merely about your intentions. The moment you report this matter, the outcome will inevitably be such. I will keep this a secret. If anyone asks, I'll attribute it to the abilities of a devil fruit. Gritting her teeth, the Peach Rabbit resolved to make this decision. That it was perhaps her first time making such a choice. After all, regardless of the circumstances, this decision amounted to being complicit in withholding information in the Navy's hierarchy. This was absolutely impermissible. Upon hearing the Peach Rabbit's decision, Shawn let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he quickly fell into another quandary. It was crucial to note that he had procured many materials from Sengoku, and all the swords he had crafted, aside from his own, were also required to be submitted. Originally, this posed no issue, but now, once these swords were surrendered, if more individuals successfully unlocked their soul-cutting swords, could he still keep his secret? Shawn had no faith that everyone would be as trustworthy as the Peach Rabbit. System, do you have any solutions for this predicament? Ding. The swords crafted by the host will only have a certain probability of transforming into shallow cuts upon reaching a specific threshold. Ding. The swords that have transformed into shallow cuts can be confirmed by the host, infusing them with spiritual energy. Was there truly a method to ascertain this? Ignoring the Peach Rabbit, who was still somewhat conflicted, Shawn approached the corner of the room, extracting a blade from the pile. Subsequently, as the system indicated, he infused it with spiritual energy. No reaction, still no reaction. Out of the 18 blades, Shawn had attempted with 17 of them. None elicited any response. Finally, he retrieved the last one, the blade that had recently achieved the Grand Blade level through a 48-fold multiplier. Infusing it with spiritual energy. Hiss. In an instant, Shawn felt the energy he had infused being devoured by the blade. This one is also a shallow cut. Regardless, as long as this method proved effective, he need not worry any longer. All of these are your creations? Unbeknownst to him, the Peach Rabbit had silently approached behind Shawn, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the least among these blades is of the good blade level. And you treat them like refuse? No, how I handle the swords I've crafted is entirely up to me. Why are you getting so worked up? Seeing the Peach Rabbit's indignant expression, Shawn retorted with annoyance. So, do these also possess special abilities? What are you thinking? Aside from the one I hold, the rest are all worthless junk. Worthless junk, 17 good blades, and in your eyes they're merely worthless trash. However, compared to blades of the Grand Blade level with extraordinary abilities, perhaps labeling these as junk isn't entirely unfounded. The Peach Rabbit couldn't help but question her understanding of life. Wait, what is going on with that one? At that moment, the Peach Rabbit noticed a particular blade on the forging table. Her expression instantly shifting in alarm. Don't even think about touching that blade. It's mine. In a flash, she appeared before the forging table, guarding it like a protective beast. Fine, I can forego this blade. But if you want me to keep your secret, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Shawn asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That I knew it. This woman is up to something. Reforge my Jean Kuen Luo. After all, this blade was a gift from Sister Hidot if possible. I understand your intent, but I can't guarantee it. Even for me, crafting a grand blade-level weapon requires luck. If things go awry, your Jin Kun Luo might even regress to the good blade tier, to IS that acceptable. Conversely, it's also possible that it could become even stronger than Xiao Bai Shui. Can I interpret it this way? That is indeed a possibility. I merely wish to inform you that there are risks involved. No worries. I trust you. Trust me. I don't even trust myself. What kind of trust is that? I've already told you the risks. What if I reforge Jin Kun Luo and end up with a 0.01 multiplier? Forget a good blade. It might even be classified as trash among ordinary swords. Do you understand, hey? However, the Peach Rabbit did not grant Shawn the time to elaborate further. The ITS settled. I'll await your good news. Placing the Jin Kun Luo upon the forge, it mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving only Xian in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. Oh well, it is what it is. I shall exert my utmost effort. For now, I shall lay low for a few days. And after a series of low multipliers, I will attempt to forge the Jin Kun Luo again. To my surprise, the experience gained from my past life in online gaming has proven to be of value in this new world. Such is the state of affairs. In the subsequent 5 days, Xian encountered no multiplier exceeding 10, and on the 5th day, a dismal 0.07 multiplier emerged, rendering a fine blade into a fragile object that shattered at the slightest touch. Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. However, such low multipliers had only graced his path twice in over 3 years. With such misfortune now manifesting, it seemed the time had come to forge the Jin Kun Luo. Hence, Xian summoned Tao Tuesday after all. The Jin Kun Luo is a formidable weapon. Should something go awry, and Tao Tu misconstrue it as a secret possession, only to receive a worthless blade in return. How could he possibly explain that? If Tao Tu were to question, how did you transform the materials for the Jin Kun Luo into such fragile dust? There would be no way to cleanse his name, even by plunging into the Yellow River. Therefore, it was best to have her observe from the sidelines. After all, there was nothing improper about her witnessing the crafting of blades. One must understand that the true secrets lie not within the forging process itself. Moreover, Tao Tu harbored a keen interest in Xian's craftsmanship and arrived brimming with enthusiasm to witness the birth of her brand new Jin Kun Luo. Thus, the door to the forging chamber was sealed, leaving a solitary man and woman. Although there was no fire ignited by dry timber, the flames within the forge burned fervently. As time progressed, the sun began its descent in the marshal's office. A sense of excitement permeated the air. Did you forge all these, Xian? Indeed, Marshal. Observing the 20-plus blades presented by Antonio, the warring states expressed palpable exhilaration, while none reached the caliber of a great blade. All were commendable fine blades, with several nearing the status of a great blade. It is worth noting that only 50 blades of this caliber exist worldwide. Moreover, akin to the devil fruits, they are coveted yet elusive treasures. How many swordsmen risk their lives for a mere fine blade? Thus, one must never underestimate fine blades, dismissing them as worthless. Worthless only to those who already possess supreme great blades or those of similar caliber. Well done, but where is Xian? He has been inside the forge since early morning with Tao Tu and has yet to emerge. Tao Tu, what are they up to? I shall take a look. Marshal, the door to the forge has been locked from the inside. In the midst of a solitary man and woman, the door had been secured. Surely, their relationship couldn't be. No, that seems improbable. The age difference is too great. However, judging by Tao Tu's appearance, one would never guess she was in her 30s. Seeing her with Xian certainly makes them appear as siblings. Thus, there seems to be a possibility for more. Moreover, if Tao Tu, a formidable swordswoman, were to develop feelings for someone, Xian, who can craft renowned blades, seems a more likely candidate, does he not? No, I must seek out he for a discussion. At this moment, within the forging chamber, the two remained blissfully unaware of the scene unfolding in the mind of the warring states. The man worked diligently, while the woman observed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Do not misunderstand. It was merely the heat of the forge. Of course, had it not been for Tao Tu's subsequent murmurs, such an explanation would have sufficed. This little fellow, when focused on his work, he truly is quite handsome. Murmuring these words, a subtle smile graced Tao Tu's lips. Just then, it was completed. 014, can a mouse truly be a good person? Ding, the designated project for today has achieved an 80-fold increase in yield. The information flashed through Xian's mind, illuminating his thoughts. 80-fold. The Jin Kuan Luo, after being smelted and reforged, had reached the level of a fine blade due to the unique properties of its materials. Compared to the one previously claimed by Tao Tu, it was in an even better initial state. Although the multiplier was lower by 19, the base value was significantly stronger. Jiang Xingqian could perceive this difference quite clearly, while it may not surpass his own blade. It certainly outshone the one named Xiao by Shui by Tao Tuesday. Even without being unleashed, it had preliminarily attained the status of a supreme great blade, albeit likely at the tail end of that category. With a mere thought, Xian infused the blade with his spiritual energy. There was a response. Indeed, this was a shallow strike. It appeared fortune favored him today. This was, after confirming the quality of the blade in hand. Xian turned to speak. Yet, just as he began, he noticed Tao Tu approaching, inspecting him curiously. Tao Tu, what on earth are you doing? Just confirming whether you are truly human. Of course, I am human. Well, I must verify that before we proceed. Fine, do as you wish. With arms outstretched, Xian reclined on the ground. At that moment, the door to the forging chamber swung open once more, revealing the warring states and Colonel Antonio trailing behind. An instant awkwardness enveloped the room. You may continue. I shall return shortly. Taking 2 steps back, the warring states promptly closed the door. Antonio? Yes, Marshal. Today you have seen nothing? Understood. Excellent. Remain here and inform Xian to report to my office tomorrow. Yes. Hiss. Only after the warring states had departed did Antonio recall a certain detail. It seemed he had glimpsed something he should not have. When Tao Tu eventually emerged, would he even survive? Meanwhile, the warring states, now far away, wore a serious expression that no, I must seek out he for a discussion. Xian is merely 15. This is verging on criminal behavior. Should Tao Tu overhear the warring states' musings, she would likely go mad and brandish her blade in pursuit of him, though she might not stand a chance. Inside the forging chamber, puff, ha-ha. After a minute of silence, Xian could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. This was simply, how dare you laugh? Tao Tu, you cannot blame me for this. I did try to stop you, but you refused to listen. Then why didn't you protest more forcefully? Well, at the time it felt rather good, so a moment later, outside the forging chamber, Antonio trembled as he listened to Xian's cries of distress. Soon, it would likely be his turn. The following day at IT was unclear how the news spread, but many sailors were discussing the events that transpired in the forging chamber the previous day. However, the main characters were neither Xian nor the warring states, but rather Tao Tu and Colonel Antonio. Rumor had it that last night, Antonio had spied on Tao Tu, only to be met with her furious wrath, leaving him in a near-death state, currently recuperating in the medical bay. Such are the horrors of rumor. The reality was that after leaving the forging chamber, Tao Tu shot Antonio a fierce glare. Subsequently, perhaps due to overwhelming fear, he stumbled over a stone on his way back and fell without making any defensive moves, suffering quite a bit. Just moments ago, when Xian overheard other sailors discussing this matter, he nearly burst into laughter. Minutes later, Xian arrived at the door of the warring states office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. What business do you have with me, old man? Well, regarding these matters, pointing to the neatly arranged 20 blades displayed on a rack in the office. The warring states remarked, you can decide what to do with them, old man. Ideally, that would be the case, but I still wish to hear your thoughts. After all, you are the one who forged them. Indeed, if that is the case, I believe you could utilize these swords to win over some skilled swordsmen, thereby enhancing the Navy's strength. After all, weapons of fine quality are sure to entice many masters of the sword. Upon hearing Shawn's words, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with interest. This lad shares a mindset remarkably similar to his own. Initially, Sengoku had merely posed a question out of courtesy. Regardless of Shawn's response, he had already resolved to employ the majority of the swords to win over formidable swordsmen. Now, since Shawn has suggested it himself, it will be all the more manageable. Very well. Let us proceed according to your wishes. Nodding, Sengoku spoke, presenting an entirely respectful demeanor towards Shawn. However, Sengoku's true thoughts were of little concern to Shawn. After all, they were merely fine swords. While they might attract some attention, they would hardly provoke the Gorosei or the Celestial Dragons to take action against him. Next, there is another matter to discuss. One that pertains to you. What is it? It concerns the Campbell family. For the past 6 months, we have been conducting a covert investigation, and we have begun to uncover some leads. Although it has not been conclusively verified, it appears to be related to the Navy's 16th Division in the East Sea. Hina has found some clues pointing towards their division chief, known as Rat. Is that so? You were already aware of this? Sengoku was taken aback. This was a clue that Hina had painstakingly unearthed over 6 months. After all, given the passage of time, conducting a secret investigation was no easy task. But did Shawn imply that he already knew? How did he find out? I am not certain. I simply overheard Old Man Garp mention that you assigned the task to him, but he was too lazy to search and passed it on to Rat. What? That scoundrel Garp told me he had searched for several months, only to return empty-handed. Yet Bogart claimed that Garp had been in Windmill Village the entire time, without leaving. Shawn's words directly exposed Garp's incompetence. That rascal, sigh. All right, let us set aside that rascal's affairs for now and discuss how you became suspicious of Rat. Isn't it quite simple? What kind of good person would be named Rat? Just hearing that name gives the impression of a thoroughly despicable character. Very well. Sengoku conceded that he was indeed taken aback by Shawn's words. So, you suspect Rat is problematic merely because of his name? Yet, there does seem to be a semblance of logic to that. After all, who would name a good person Rat? Unbeknownst to Sengoku, he seemed to have been swayed by Shawn's reasoning that, to be frank, Shawn had always harbored doubts regarding the Navy's intelligence system 80 times. It could swiftly ascertain an individual's identity, including their background and past experiences. Yet there were moments when the Navy failed to uncover even the most glaring matters. Take, for instance, the village of Kokasia in the Jamida archipelago, or the 20 or so surrounding villages, which had been under the tyrannical rule of a dragon for so long without anyone noticing. This was simply outrageous. Of course, much of the Navy's intelligence came from the CP organization rather than being entirely self-generated, and this fact accounted for a significant portion of its shortcomings. Consequently, once officials from the world government cooperated with Rat, it became exceedingly easy to conceal everything. The source of the Navy's intelligence was already compromised. Under such circumstances, how could one expect the Navy's intelligence department to function effectively? By the way, I heard from Garp that there is a fearsome beast residing on the deserted island where you once lived. With strength somewhere between a major and a lieutenant commander. Sengoku, what are you planning? The meat of that black beast belongs to me, and me alone. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the black beast, Shawn immediately became alert. Sengoku, on the other hand, was left with a few dark lines on his face. What are you thinking, you brat? The annual practical assessment of the elite training camp is about to commence, and this time I intend for Zefa to take all the trainees to the East Sea for the assessment, specifically to the deserted island where you once resided. Do you understand my intentions? Sengoku spoke with a hint of profundity. Sengoku, are you suggesting that I take action to cleanse the Navy? Shawn raised an eyebrow. Do not jump to conclusions. Such matters are not for you, a mere recruit, to concern yourself with. However, if there are Navy personnel in the East Sea committing heinous acts against civilians, then even without a military rank, you have a duty to eliminate such vermin, for you are now a member of the Navy, Shawn. Yet, one thing you must remember. You must have ample evidence. Otherwise, removing your Navy uniform and being sent to Judiciary Island for trial will be your only outcome. Goodness, Shawn began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sengoku was nearly certain that Rat was indeed problematic. However, he lacked substantial evidence, and furthermore, Rat likely had connections to certain high-ranking officials within the world government, making it difficult for even Sengoku to take action. Thus, he entrusted this matter to Shawn. On one hand, it provided Shawn with an opportunity to exact vengeance on his enemies, thus securing favor with Sengoku. On the other hand, despite Sengoku's grave warnings, Shawn's identity offered him a measure of protection. Should he merely eliminate Rat, it was improbable that he would be sent to Judiciary Island for trial, and he would likely only face expulsion from the Navy. Otherwise, would it not send a message to the world that nobles and commoners are equally culpable for their crimes? Do not doubt it. In this world, the notion that nobles and commoners are treated differently when it comes to crime has been the world government's long-standing propaganda. Ultimately, even if Shawn were to eradicate the Navy's pests. The worst outcome would simply be his expulsion from the Navy as for Sengoku. He would be left unscathed. This old fellow certainly knows how to scheme. No wonder he is referred to as the wise general. However, this wisdom seems to have been misapplied. Nonetheless, Shawn would not refuse such an opportunity. 3 days later, Shawn departed from the sword and blade forging unit and returned to the elite training camp. Antonio, lying in his hospital bed, was crying profusely. Those unaware of the situation might have thought Shawn had wronged him in some way. In response, Shawn asserted that his sexual orientation was perfectly normal and, to avoid further misunderstandings, even declined Antonio's invitation to a farewell party. Just a few days after returning to the elite training camp, Zefa announced the year-end assessment plan. The destination, the East Sea. You all are the worst cohort I have ever trained. In previous years, at least 1 or 2 individuals would attain the strength of a major by year-end. Yet there are hardly any who have even reached the rank of ensign. Is this acceptable? As Zefa's reprimands echoed, everyone hung their heads in shame. However, there were exceptions. Shawn wholeheartedly disagreed with Zefa's words that, am I not human? Have I not attained the strength of a commanding officer? To be fair, I seem to have indeed surpassed the rank of a commanding officer. After all, my strength now is at least at the level of a rear admiral and may even be quite close to that of a vice admiral. Thus, Zefa's comments, in a certain light, do not appear entirely unfounded. Very well, I shall forgive old man Zefa this time. Nodding slightly, Shawn thought to himself, now, allow me to explain the details of this assessment. On a nameless island in the East Sea, there resides an extremely formidable beast. You must either defeat it and enjoy a delightful bonfire feast along with the exquisite meat of the beast, or you will become its dinner. Ultimately, Shawn will not participate in this assessment. He will serve as a temporary examiner. After all, if Shawn were to join, you might not even catch a glimpse of that beast before he dealt with it. When Zefa announced that Shawn would serve as a temporary examiner, all the trainees erupted in astonishment. After all, Shawn had been part of this training camp for a shorter time than any of them. How could he be appointed as an examiner? Yet upon hearing Zefa's subsequent explanation, they found some relief. Simultaneously, they recalled how Shawn had utterly overwhelmed Dine, who had graduated a year prior and was now serving as an assistant instructor. In terms of sheer strength, Shawn indeed possessed the qualifications. The crucial point was that Zefa had stated there was only one beast. If Shawn participated, it was highly likely that the assessment would conclude before they even had a chance to see what the beast looked like. In the end, all except Shawn would fail the assessment. Thus, they accepted this reality, for they had no other choice. More than 10 days later, a warship carrying a team of instructors and several dozen trainees successfully crossed the doldrums and entered the East China Sea. Every individual wore a smile of sheer happiness. After all, the Sea Kings lurking in the doldrums were numerous. Perhaps they posed no threat to the strong, but for these trainees, the mere thought of Sea Kings was utterly terrifying, far beyond what mere mortals could hope to conquer. Thus, their elation upon successfully navigating the doldrums was entirely understandable. However, on the deck, a conversation unfolded between Shawn and Zefa. Old Zefa, when we return, could you possibly remove the sea prison stone from the ship's hull? What are you scheming now? Oh, nothing much. I merely heard that the flesh of the Sea Kings is quite delectable and rich in energy, immensely beneficial for cultivation. Unfortunately, due to the sea prison stone, they never approach. You rascal! Zefa chuckled in exasperation. You wish to dismantle the sea prison stone just to feast on the flesh of Sea Kings. Truly, you never cease to amaze. Very well, we shall remove it upon our return. Old Zefa, you are indeed reliable. Shawn's spirits soared at this. As for Zefa, he remained indifferent. Sea Kings, unless they were the royal Sea Kings dwelling in the depths of the ocean, posed little threat. Shawn was correct in stating that the flesh of Sea Kings was indeed rich in nutrients and energy, greatly aiding in cultivation. If their assessment results were satisfactory, perhaps they would reward themselves with a feast. Their conversation was devoid of any concern for the others around them, leading to an immediate collapse of spirits among the trainees, who had just celebrated their safe passage through the doldrums. These two, utterly irresponsible, who desires to eat Sea Kings? We only wish to return safely to headquarters. A moment ago, let us pretend I never spoke those words. On a deserted island in the East China Sea, a sudden roar erupted from the forest, sending all the birds into flight. A terrifying beast, as large as a small mountain, rampaged through, pursuing several wild animals ahead. Since Shawn's departure 6 months ago, Daihe had completely embraced a carefree existence, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping. Life should be like this. An hour later, having feasted to its heart's content, it prepared for a comfortable nap. Yet, at that moment, Daihe suddenly sensed something, its expression changing to one of genuine fear. Damn it, it seemed to feel the presence of that human again. Impossible. Do not frighten yourself. That fellow has left. Yes, he is gone and will not return. Continuously soothing its powerful yet peculiarly vulnerable heart, Daihe ultimately decided to head to the beach to confirm whether its instincts were mistaken. Simultaneously, a naval vessel had docked. Dozens of sailors disembarked. This truly our assessment location. Indeed, it is an uninhabited island. I wonder what lurks within that forest. It seems even more daunting than pirates. By the way, where is the assessment target? Are you foolish? Beasts possess keen senses. With Instructor Zefa present, they naturally wouldn't dare emerge from the woods. The surrounding trainees nodded in agreement. That it is well known that many wild animals are born with exceptional sensory abilities, some even rivaling observation hockey. Furthermore, Instructor Zefa, a former Marine Admiral, was undoubtedly formidable. If they were the beasts, sensing Zefa's presence would surely deter them from emerging at this moment. The trainees held this belief that in reality, this perception was not entirely erroneous. Originally intending to confirm its suspicions at the beach, Daihe had halted its steps, trembling uncontrollably. Beyond sensing Shawn, it also detected another human presence, one far stronger than Shawn from its memories. Overwhelmingly so, this evoked memories of the terror it had once felt under Shawn's command. Indeed, humans are far too frightening. Perhaps it should learn to swim and escape to another island? Just then, Daihe came out immediately. Like an inscription etched deep within its soul, that familiar voice resonated. That fellow has truly returned. What to do? Should it proactively emerge and get knocked out, hoping to lessen the pain when it was time to be butchered? On the beach, Shawn, does shouting like that even work? Of course. Daihe is my little brother. I see. Zefa nodded, continuing to gaze toward the forest. Minutes later, as heavy footsteps approached, all the trainees behind them tensed with anticipation. Goodness, how massive and heavy must that beast be? Is this truly a foe we can overcome? Anxiety rippled through the hearts of the trainees. Moments later, a beast as large as a small mountain emerged from the woods. The trainees' hearts nearly lodged in their throats. Yet in the next instant, upon seeing Daihe fully revealed, they were left bewildered. Why were the beast's legs trembling? Why was there a strong sense of fear in its eyes? So many questions arose. Even Zefa turned to Shawn with a look of confusion. Shawn merely smirked, using simple words to explain to Zefa the source of his sustenance on the island. Upon hearing this, Zefa and all the trainees were left stunned. Shawn truly was a being more wicked and terrifying than pirates. Unavoidably, as they looked at Daihe, their gazes were tinged with sympathy. Not worry. Even if we pass the assessment, we want to eat you. Daihe, it's been half a year. Did you miss me? I certainly missed you. Shawn expressed his delight at seeing Daihe again, stepping forward as he spoke. However, for some reason, his gaze kept inadvertently drifting toward its hind legs. This terrified Daihe, causing it to retreat a few steps, warily watching Shawn. Daihe, your behavior is rather disheartening. Forget it. Let us get down to business. You see this group of trainees? Shawn asked, pointing towards the trainees. In a moment, I will have them enter the woods to hunt you down, of course. You may also hunt them in return. There's just one condition. Do not kill them. As for losing limbs, that's inconsequential. If you manage to knock out all the trainees, I want to require you to be butchered today. But if you are defeated... Do you understand? If you do, nod your head. In the next moment, Daihe nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. This scene left all the onlookers in awe. After all, a beast of such size that could comprehend human language was a rarity, even within the pirate world. However, witnessing Dahei's reaction eased the trainees' anxiety significantly. The beast this cowardly. It seemed this assessment would be a piece of cake. Yet little did they know, Dahei's cowardice was solely directed at Shawn. The next moment, Dahei glanced toward the trainees and suddenly erupted with an exceptionally ferocious aura. Who just said this beast was cowardly? Step forward, and I promise I won't kill you. I will slay you outright. The only trainee currently at the officer level was consumed with rage. Meanwhile, Shawn continued to relay important instructions to Dahei. A minute later, all right, you may return now. The trainees will set off in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Dahei nodded, then turned to re-enter the woods. Old Zephyr, it's all set. Are you certain that Beast 1T simply eliminate or devour these trainees? Rest assured, Dahei consumes everything whole, then digests it slowly. If anything unexpected occurs, we can swiftly extricate the trainees from its belly. Would you truly be willing to do that? Of course not. Dahei's value far surpasses that of ordinary trainees. By the way. Forget I said anything earlier. Just moments ago, Shawn's words had alleviated the trainees' fears significantly. Yet what did that last remark mean? What did it mean to pretend I never said anything? Are you saying that if someone were to be swallowed, you wouldn't abandon the belly of that beast to rescue them? How many times has it been? You and Admiral Zephyr, can you still act like proper individuals? Could you please pretend you didn't hear what I just said? As he turned around, Shawn noticed all the trainees staring at him and Zephyr, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. The things he had just said were certainly not ideal for the students to overhear. Thus, with a smile, Shawn intended to discuss the matter with the trainees, hoping they could dismiss his previous remarks as if they had never been uttered. This maneuver was undeniably reminiscent of Karp. In the forest, dozens of elite training camp students had formed numerous small groups, with some consisting of as few as 2 members and others comprising as many as 7 or 8. Each group was stealthily accompanied by an instructor, all of whom were naval officers of colonel rank. Given the current capabilities of these students, they would be utterly oblivious to their presence on the beach. Shawn, do you truly believe any of them will pass the assessment? Probably none, I suppose. After contemplating for a moment, Shawn provided his answer. Upon hearing this, Zephyr let out a slight sigh. After all, if Shawn could perceive such a conclusion, it was only natural that Zephyr had anticipated the outcome long ago. In the past, the Navy was brimming with talent, and nearly every cohort in the elite training camp boasted several promising individuals. However, in recent years, aside from a few exceptions, there had been a notable scarcity of talent. The Navy has become somewhat lacking in vigor. Even the youngest of the 3 admirals, Akinu, is now in his 40s. As for Tsuru, he has already surpassed 50. That once this generation of admirals retires, there will be no one capable enough to uphold the Navy's reputation. Even the current 2 vice admirals fall considerably short of the admiral's strength. At this moment, Zephyr, still concerned about the future of the Navy, had yet to learn of Weevil's appointment as a warlord of the sea. Well, old Zephyr, isn't there still me around? The Navy of the future will undoubtedly be stronger than it is now. And let's not forget Shawn's presence. After hearing Shawn's words, Zephyr's mood visibly improved. With this young man's talent, it is likely he will achieve greater heights than the current 3 admirals. After all, during their first year in the elite training camp, the present admirals were nowhere near as formidable as Shawn. When it comes to talent, it is even more evident that, in martial arts, he can instantly learn and improve upon Karp's technique with a single demonstration. In swordsmanship, he possesses the most exceptional talent as well. Moreover, there is an enigmatic energy within Shawn that even Zephyr cannot comprehend to this day. Indeed, as long as Shawn remains within the Navy, there is no need to worry about its future. Boy, I don't need your comfort. Besides, shouldn't you be attending to your duties? In response to this, Shawn nodded. He was indeed not here to participate in the assessment. The ship for their extraction should have already arrived, right? They had communicated earlier, and it was waiting 30 nautical miles away. The ship for their departure was already prepared. All right, I'll change my clothes and set off. However, old Zephyr, don't you dare sneak a bite of meat while I'm gone. After a nod, Shawn's expression quickly turned serious. Sneak a bite of meat? What do you mean? Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, but soon, he grasped the implication. This kid is worried that I might slice off a piece of that beast's flesh to eat? Am I really that kind of person? Surely not. However, if this lad is so concerned, the meat from that beast must be extraordinarily delectable. Since I'm here, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Unbeknownst to Shawn, Zephyr had not considered such a notion before. But now that it had been mentioned, the possibility was certainly not out of the question. A few minutes later, a small boat was lowered from the warship, and under the guidance of Shawn and Ein, it gradually set sail that moment. The two donned ordinary attire, appearing no different from commoners 30 nautical miles away. A merchant ship specially arranged by Sengoku lay in wait. Aside from Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr, only Shawn and Ein, who were participating in this operation, were privy to this information. 2 days later. Captain, what island is that over there? Shawn inquired, pointing towards a faint outline of land on the horizon. That is the outermost small island of the Jamaica archipelago, home to a village called Cachexia, renowned for its oranges. However, what is wrong with Cachexia? I can't say. The captain waved his hand, signaling that he had no intention of elaborating. The reason they were able to evade the watchful eyes of the world government was that Sengoku had not arranged this operation through naval channels. As for this merchant ship, it was, in fact, a smuggling vessel from the EC, which had been arranged through Crane, who had paid them 100,000 berries to facilitate the extraction of 2 individuals. Thus, the captain remained oblivious to Shawn and Ein's naval identities. Moreover, he would not pry further in their line of work. The less one knows, the safer they are. As long as there was money to be made, there was no need to ask too many questions. Shawn, I sense something is amiss. That Cachexia village might have issues. Indeed, but let us not rush. If we press for more information or insist they drop us off, it may raise suspicion. All right, I'll follow your lead. I nodded in agreement. Their operation was clandestine, and any potential issues with Cachexia could be investigated later. There was no need to provoke suspicion at this moment. Half a day later, the merchant ship reached the shore, arriving at a trading island within the Jamaica archipelago, merely a few dozen kilometers from the Navy's 16th Division. After exchanging pleasantries with the captain, the two disembarked. Their priority was to gather intelligence. Shawn, look over there. After strolling through the marketplace for a while, Ein suddenly pointed in a direction. Following Ein's gesture, Shawn spotted an orange vendor stall. Under normal circumstances, this would be quite ordinary. However, not far from this stall stood several naval soldiers on guard. Naval soldiers protecting an orange vendor. What on earth is going on? This was undeniably peculiar. Wait, could it be? Shawn quickly considered a possibility. There is only one island in this vicinity known for its abundant oranges. Although the fearsome dragon has seized control and completely sealed the island off, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. If that were the case, who would the villagers sell their oranges to? If they can't sell them, how will they come up with a monthly ransom of 50,000 berries? Surely, they can't conjure money out of thin air. However, if the Navy from the 16th Division were to accompany some villagers to sell on behalf of everyone, it would make sense. Thus, these orange vendors are, in fact, the villagers of Cachexia. No wonder they all appear quite unwell. After all, the money they desperately earn each month is likely all handed over, leaving little for proper sustenance. Over time, it is understandable that their health would deteriorate. Let us approach and test the waters. All right, soon, the two made their way to a few orange vendors and feigned interest in examining the quality of the oranges. Brother, these oranges look quite good. Of course, our Cachexia village's oranges are famous throughout the EC. So they're from Cachexia village I've heard my elder speak of it. Your oranges are considered a delicacy in the EC. Indeed, I'm not exaggerating. Back in the day, the vendor appeared quite animated, but his expression quickly wilted midway through his sentence. Now, sigh? Shawn naturally understood what he was thinking. It's indeed good. But how do you sell it? 300 berries per pound. If you buy in bulk, we can offer a discount. Or I'll take 20 pounds? Excellent. The vendor's spirits soared upon hearing this. 300 berries per pound. 20 pounds would amount to 6,000 berries. Even with a discount, he would still have at least 5,000 berries left over. Just from this single transaction, he had covered 1/10 of his survival expenses for the month. To be honest. Brother, I am also in the orange business. I wonder if you could handle more orders and supply us regularly? Absolutely, we can. Very well, however, I must first visit the Coco West village to inspect the scale of the plantations and their management. Could you make arrangements for that? A few years ago, he would have readily agreed to such a favorable proposition without a second thought. Yet now, he hesitates. What is wrong? Is there an issue with these oranges? No, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the oranges from Coco West Village. It is just what? The villagers fell silent, hesitant to continue. After all, several Marines were currently watching them intently. Enough with the idle chatter. Either buy or get lost. A Marine swaggered over, speaking arrogantly. This scene caused the unborn Ein, who had been lingering nearby, to frown instantly. Forget it. If they want to even let us see the plantation. These oranges must have serious issues. Let us go. With that, Shawn took Ein by the hand, ready to leave. However, the Marine seemed disinclined to let the matter end there. Kid, you just told this merchant you wanted to buy 20 pounds of oranges. Since you made that declaration, you must follow through. Otherwise, be prepared for us to take you into custody to IS the Navy attempting to engage in coercive buying, and if we are on this land, our words are law. And everyone must adhere to it. Law. Ha! Given your assertion, it does indeed sound rather inconvenient. So we shall take those 20 pounds of oranges. 20 pounds. Due to your earlier deception against these merchants, you are now fined and required to purchase 200 pounds as compensation. If you are unwilling, then off to jail you go, waiting for someone to bail you out. 200 pounds? No problem. Absolutely none. Surprisingly, Shawn replied with a smile, without a moment's hesitation. This made the Marines somewhat regretful. Y&T demanded 2,000 pounds instead. However, 200 pounds of oranges, is it? I'll take them, but I never stated I would pay for them, did I? In the next moment, Shawn vanished from sight. Within mere seconds, all 8 Marines present had collapsed. You lot, take the oranges and follow me. This, I'll 1T say it a second time. The fierce gaze of Shawn sent an inexplicable shiver down the spines of the Coco West villagers. This was only natural, for besides his piercing glare, Shawn exuded a slight aura of spiritual pressure, which proved remarkably effective. Soon, the villagers were hauling cartloads of oranges, trailing behind Shawn as they made their way to the port. Although many had observed their journey from the market to here, none dared to intervene. After all, the spiritual pressure emanating from Shawn, though faint, was sufficient to intimidate all ordinary folk. Shawn, what exactly do you intend to do? Ein asked in a hushed voice from beside him. I trust you have noticed that Coco West Village has significant issues, correct? Of course, but how does what you are currently doing relate to that? Calling you a foolish girl is indeed warranted. Do you expect me to reveal my identity as a Navy officer in front of these villagers and inquire about their situation? Wouldn't that be akin to alerting the enemy? Shawn replied with irritation. Beside him, Ein, who had been called a foolish girl, felt a surge of displeasure within her. Yet, she refrained from exploding in anger, striving to suppress her frustration. So, you feign the abduction of these villagers, even going so far as to commandeer their ship, only to reveal your true identity and inquire about the particulars once we are out of sight. You are partially correct, but the crux of the matter is... The crux is that we don't have a ship, all right? Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. So, your primary purpose is to find a ship? Indeed, finding a ship is Shawn's primary objective. After all, having seen the events of Coco West Village in his previous life, he hardly needed to ask anyone for information if he were to state that there was another motive beyond finding a ship. It would be to make everything appear more reasonable. Otherwise, how could he explain his knowledge of the situation in Coco West Village? Shawn and I have been issued a bounty. Did you just claim that you're Navy officers, or from the Navy headquarters? 30 kilometers away from the island, aboard a small sailing vessel, several villagers from Coco West Village stared wide-eyed, initially believing they were pirates who had escaped the clutches of the fearsome dragon only to perish at the hands of other pirates. They were met with a dramatic twist in the narrative point. 2 vicious pirates suddenly changed their demeanor. First, they untied the ropes binding the villagers, then sincerely apologized. Finally, they claimed to be Navy officers. This is steamed. Navy Commander, I am somewhat perplexed. If you are indeed Navy officers, why did you just attack other Navy personnel and abduct us? Regarding that matter, we were operating under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku to secretly investigate the 16th Division in the East Sea. Hence, we could not reveal our identities until the situation was clarified. So, it is true that the Navy has finally uncovered the collusion between the 16th Division and the fearsome dragon. The collusion with the fearsome dragon. Are you referring to that fishman dragon? Please elaborate. Shawn feigned surprise that, of course, it is an act. However, I'm beside him was not acting. The collusion between the Navy division and the dragon pirate crew. What exactly is going on? She turned her gaze toward the speaking villager, awaiting an explanation. Here is the situation. Approximately 3 years ago, the dragon pirate crew arrived at Coco West Village and demanded we pay a ransom for our lives. Regardless of gender or age, every individual must pay 50,000 berries each month. Failure to do so would result in execution. Over 3 years, more than 20 villagers from our community have been brutally murdered for their inability to pay. 50,000 per person, per month? And this applies regardless of age or gender. 50,000 may not seem excessive in the pirate world, yet for ordinary civilians is no small sum, especially when they must also set aside money for their daily sustenance. It becomes increasingly difficult. These despicable pirates. Did you not seek help from the nearby 16th Division? Seek help from the 16th Division? We certainly attempted to, the villager said with a bitter smile. However, all those who discreetly left the island to reach the Navy's 16th Division were invariably returned by those same Navy personnel, who even delivered them directly to the dragon. How could this be? Did you not consider trying other divisions? We certainly contemplated that, but all the large ships in the village were destroyed by the dragon. And attempting to navigate a small raft across hundreds of nautical miles would be tantamount to seeking death. I see that in his previous life, Shawn had pondered the same question. If the 16th Division was ineffective, why not seek assistance from other divisions? At the very least, they could head directly to Lowtown. Surely Smoker would not conspire with these corrupt Navy officers. But now, upon hearing their plight, he understood, with all ships destroyed. While they could discreetly fell trees to construct a makeshift raft, could such a raft withstand the perils of the open sea? With a single wave, it could easily capsize. Thus, apart from the nearby 16th Division, they had no means to reach other Navy divisions. Shawn, what do you plan to do? At that moment, Ein's eyes blazed with fury. Clearly, she was genuinely infuriated. The dragon pirate crew, you say? Ein, are you interested in visiting Coco West Village? Just the two of us? Shouldn't we inform Instructor Zephyr? No need. Their assessment period lasts a week, and there is no necessity to disrupt the process for these fishmen of limited strength. Indeed. I nodded in agreement. Regarding Shawn's suggestion, she held no objections. Perhaps to those on the EC, the dragon appears formidable, almost inhuman. Well, fishmen are not humans, to begin with, however, in the eyes of those at headquarters. The dragon is merely average, a minor character in the grand scheme of the Grand Line. 16th Division of the Navy. What did you say? They were attacked, and the villagers of Coco West had both their people and ships taken away. Useless, an entire bunch of imbeciles. Do you have any footage of the attackers? What? None. You worthless fools, what else can you do? Oh, you can create a rough sketch, get it done, and sent to me immediately. Bang! After shouting at the transponder snail for a prolonged period, Rat angrily hung up the call. Approximately an hour later, the sketches were delivered. Rat glanced over them, then nodded in satisfaction. If Shawn were present, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of ridicule upon the Navy's drawing skills. This me. Good heavens, I have finally come to understand why Sanji was depicted in such a manner in the original work. It seems this is indeed the style of a Navy. I beheld the portrait in the mouse's hand, and it was utterly more outrageous than Sanji's depiction in the original. Colonel, do we truly need to report this to headquarters for a bounty? I feel it would be more prudent to handle this matter privately. Did you not hear those fools say that one individual single-handedly dispatched all 8 of them in an instant, without even allowing them the time to react? Handle it privately. Are you capable of doing that? Hearing the mouse's words, the adjutant was also taken aback. Eliminate 8 soldiers from the 16th Division in an instant, all standing in different positions, not even granting them a moment to respond. That is something even the most notorious pirates of the East Blue would struggle to achieve, I dare say, just as the adjutant was contemplating this. The mouse had already picked up the transponder snail to contact headquarters. This is the Navy headquarters. I'm the commander of the 16th Division. Mouse, I have urgent news to report. Colonel Mouse, please proceed. 2 exceedingly vicious criminals have appeared in the East Blue. They brazenly attacked my patrol ship from the 16th Division, causing numerous injuries. Ultimately, they even kidnapped a large number of civilians that I request an immediate bounty of at least 30 million berries. As Mao spoke into the transponder snail, he was practically spewing saliva. Understood, Colonel Mouse. Your request has been duly noted and will be processed for reporting shortly. Is there anything else you wish to clarify? Yes, due to significant damage to the warship, along with losses in weaponry, the 16th Division requires a special expenditure of approximately 3 million berries. Understood. I will include this request in the report. Lastly, please send over the photographs of the two pirates as soon as possible. Of course, I will send them immediately. Beside him, the aide, who had been privy to the entire conversation, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Good heavens, not only was their colonel seeking a bounty of 30 million for the two individuals, but he was also claiming that the warship had suffered severe damage and that there had been losses in weaponry, necessitating an application for an additional 3 million berries. As for what this 3 million berries would be used for upon receipt, need I even ask? It would undoubtedly find its way directly into Mouse's pocket. Yet the aide still underestimated his superior. Listen closely. Once the bounty notice is issued, inform the tyrant to eliminate him. Then we shall arrange for someone to claim the bounty in his stead. Taking a service fee of 10 million berries you understand? The aide gasped sharply upon hearing this. Their colonel certainly did not miss any opportunity to profit. 2 hours later, Navy Headquarters, conference room. Today marked the weekly routine meeting, the subject of which was the assessment of newly emerged pirates. Naturally, not all newly discovered pirates were to be thoroughly evaluated. The fleet admiral and other high-ranking officials were not so idle. The meeting focused solely on those with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. After discussing the other 3 Cs and finalizing the bounty amounts for those pirates, it was finally time to turn to the East Blue. However, the high-ranking officials in the conference room appeared to be rather disinterested. The East Blue, although it once thrived, it now stands as the weakest sea. The other 3 Cs team with pirates boasting bounties in the millions. While in the East Blue, a pirate with a bounty of 10 million could be deemed a significant figure. Soon, the colonel responsible for presenting the pirate intelligence produced 2 portraits. Admiral, this is the information just received from the East Blue. Unfortunately, we were unable to capture photographs, so we only have these portraits. According to Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, this male-female duo appeared today, attacking the warship without provocation and causing numerous injuries among the soldiers, several of whom were severely wounded and even inflicting considerable damage on the vessel. Following the attack, they proceeded to the island and kidnapped a large number of civilians. Colonel Mouse recommends a bounty of 30 million berries for each of them. As the colonel followed the procedure, pointing to the portraits and providing details, the expressions of several individuals in the conference room began to shift to one of surprise. Wait, is that Cien? It must be, and the other one undeniably looks like Ian. So we are deliberating on whether the bounty for Cien and Ian is reasonable. That seems to be the case. The crane nodded earnestly. Fortunately, Cien was blissfully unaware of this exchange. Otherwise, he would surely have erupted with ridicule. How on earth did you identify me from that portrait? This is utterly absurd. The atmosphere in the conference room grew somewhat peculiar. However, the colonel remained oblivious, continuing to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Cien and Ian. Until how terrifying. Cien and Ian have actually become pirates? Huh. Admiral Tsuru, do you know the identities of these two? Upon hearing Tsuru's sudden remark, the colonel, who was presenting the details, momentarily froze. After all, according to Mouse's report, he was unaware of their names. If Admiral Tsuru knew, that would be most fortuitous. After all, a bounty without names would be rather awkward, would it not? The male is called Cien, and the female is Ian. I see. The colonel hastily noted down the names. Subsequently, based on Colonel Mouse's description, we have assigned suitable nicknames to these 2 individuals, the Bloody Butcher Cien and the Blue-Haired Witch Ian. What do you think, esteemed officers? In the entire conference room, apart from the still clueless colonel, everyone else visibly twitched at the corners of their mouths. Good heavens, the Bloody Butcher Cien, the Blue-Haired Witch Ian. Who came up with these names? Thank goodness Zephyr is conducting evaluations in the East Blue. Otherwise, I fear the headquarters would need to allocate additional funds to redecorate the conference room and acquire new tables and chairs. Very well. We shall set these two's information aside for now, that we need to deliberate further. For the other pirates, we will proceed with issuing the bounties as previously discussed. You may leave for now. Understood, Admiral. Though somewhat puzzled as to why the Admiral wanted the bounties for Cien and Ian, the Colonel did not press further. After saluting, he exited with a substantial amount of paperwork. Moments later, the conference room was left with only Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, Akiji, and Kizu. What are your thoughts? Sengoku surveyed everyone before speaking. Admiral, I believe there may be a misunderstanding here. While I can see Cien as a potential issue, Ian would never betray the Navy, unless there is no unless. Sengoku shot a glare at AS for what Akinu unless referred to. Sengoku was well aware. The only scenario in which Ian might betray the Navy would be if Zephyr were to defect. However, such matters are best kept to oneself rather than spoken aloud. Thus, Sengoku interrupted him directly. Fine, I misspoke. However, without considering such possibilities, this situation seems rather abnormal. They had no reason to attack the Navy, let alone kidnap civilians, given that only Sengoku and Tsuru were privy to the details of Cien's recent actions. Akiji found himself rather perplexed due to the lack of information. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku turned to Garp. Unfortunately, Garp had been sleeping since the meeting commenced, observing the bubble rising and falling from his nostril. Sengoku felt a surge of irritation. As the meeting concluded, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Garp suddenly awakened. However, Garp, you scoundrel, sit back down. Did we not finish the meeting? Is there something else? There is a matter concerning Cien that has arisen in the East Blue. What trouble has that kid Cien gotten himself into? In a rare display, Garp's expression turned somewhat serious. Sengoku then recounted the earlier events, resulting in Garp's incredulous response, is that all? Is that truly all? Why go through such trouble? Just contact them directly and inquire. Contact them directly and inquire. The conference room fell into silence once more. Such a simple solution, and yet none of them had considered it. Be quiet. By the way, do you have Cien's transponder now? If you don't, I can provide you with the details. Of course, I have it. After casting a glare at Karp, Sengoku retrieved the transponder snail. Moments later, BRR. Given the design, it must be Sengoku, the old man, right? As the call connected, Shawn's voice resonated through. Clearly, upon the call's initiation, he was already able to see the visage of Sengoku simulated through the transponder snail. Shawn, where are you right now? In the East Blue. Sengoku, have you forgotten the mission you entrusted to me? At this remark, everyone, save for Crane, turned their gaze towards Sengoku. Goodness, was it you who assigned this task? It's rather peculiar, to say the least so. It turns out this mess was orchestrated by you. The last comment echoed Karp's unfiltered thoughts. Setting that matter aside, what on earth have you done? The bounty requests for both you and Ein are now laid before me. What? I've been bounty hunted, and Ein too. Indeed, and the underlings have even dubbed you bloody butcher Shawn and Ein as the blue-haired witch. Sengoku, are you all insane? Ahem. Let us clarify the situation first, shall we? Very well, here is how it goes. A few minutes later, the expressions of everyone in the conference room were decidedly grim. This rat not only seems to be involved in events from over 3 years ago, but now he is also colluding with the dragon pirates, enslaving over 20 villages worth of civilians. Has the Navy in the East Blue fallen to such depths? Shawn, can you and I handle the dragon pirates? It should be manageable. That guy isn't particularly strong. True. Then I shall leave it to you to ask for the rat from the 16th Division. Bring him back, and we will conduct an interrogation before any charges are laid. Sengoku, didn't you say if there was solid evidence? I could deal with it directly? Shawn scoffed. You little brat. I'm protecting you. Do you understand? If it were merely the previous situation, and we confirmed the rat was behind it, you could handle him without issue. The world government wouldn't cause you trouble. However, the current circumstances likely involve a vast web of interests, within which there are probably officials from the world government as well. If you act directly, even with your noble title, it might lead to complications. Moreover, simply eliminating one rat holds little significance. We need to extract more information from him. Understand? Sengoku stated with utmost seriousness. This made Shawn realize that his perspective was rather simplistic. Indeed, relying solely on the rat would not suffice to conceal such matters for so long, especially when the Navy's intelligence department hadn't received any word. Clearly, someone was shielding the rat. Thus, Those capable of covering for the Rat and severing the Navy's intelligence channels were certainly no ordinary individuals. It was highly likely they were officials from the world government, not only holding considerable ranks, but also possessing substantial influence over the CP organization. Spandam? No, at this point, he hasn't risen to prominence. Nor has he even ascended to the rank of the CP9's highest commander as Spandine. That seems quite plausible. In a fleeting moment, Shawn's mind raced with countless conjectures, with Spandine emerging as the most probable candidate. As he gazed ahead at the faintly visible coastline, Shawn shook his head, clearing his thoughts, for they were nearing Kokushia village. Vero 20 the Navy, R&T they the villains? Brother Dragon, we received word from the Rat that those few individuals from Kokushia village who went to Sika Island to sell oranges have encountered trouble. What sort of trouble? It is said that 2 individuals knocked out all the Marines watching them, then made off with both the people and the oranges, even taking the ship. Humans are indeed worthless. At a certain spot on the island, a vessel had already docked. 2 fishmen at the port displayed no excessive reaction. They merely approached to account for their numbers and bring the individuals back to the village. After all, this ship was not a novelty to them, and at this moment, they were unaware of the happenings within the Dragon Park. However, as they reached the ship's side, they were met with a figure. Swift as lightning, before they could react, 2 gashes had already appeared on their necks. The assailant was Ain, and crimson blood dripped from the 2 short swords she wielded. This shocking spectacle left several villagers from Kokushia village aboard the ship utterly stunned. In their understanding, fishmen inherently possessed at least 10 times the strength of humans, a race beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Although such a statement would be laughable in the Grand Line. For the ordinary villagers of Kokushia village who had never seen the world, it was a stark reality. Hiss, that female Marine is so strong. Perhaps they really could defeat the dragon. The villagers, filled with newfound hope, felt invigorated. The suffering of 3 years might finally come to an end today. However, Ain, your shave is too slow. You really need to practice more. Mind your own business. Ain shot Shawn an irritated glare, clearly displeased that you're being so cold. It hurts my feelings. Then wallow in your sorrow here. I'm leaving. With that, Ain sheathed her short swords and turned to walk away. That's just a dragon. I can handle it alone. Witnessing this, Shawn shook his head slightly. If it were 7 years hence, as a member of the Neo Navy, Ain would indeed possess the capacity to easily subdue the dragon. Yet, the current Ain remained too inexperienced. If it were merely a matter of tangling with the dragon, there wouldn't be much of an issue, but to truly defeat the dragon. Unless the dragon let down its guard and Ain managed to activate her fruit ability and make contact. After all, at this moment, Ain was at best at the level of a mid-ranking officer. Shawn said nothing more and simply followed behind Ain. After all, with him around, nothing untoward was likely to occur. Moments later, the 2 had walked far, leaving the villagers behind in a state of bewilderment. Have they forgotten about us? No, they must be going to confront the dragon. Surely they can't take us along into danger. Exactly, that's what I think too. Soon, the villagers completed their mental gymnastics. After all, Shawn and Ain were the righteous Marines come to rescue them, not the scoundrels from the 16th Division. Such noble and just Marines could never overlook their plight. Therefore, it had to be that the impending danger necessitated leaving them behind. Regardless, this was undeniably a significant event. We must hurry to the village and inform everyone. Moments later, the group nodded to each other, then dashed towards the village. Half an hour later, Ain came to a halt. It wasn't due to fear, but rather, yes, she had lost her way. Speaking of which, she had completely forgotten to ask those villagers where the dragon was. Shawn, where's the dragon? What? You don't know. Then why did you keep walking? Quit nagging. Just tell me if you know. Of course I don't know. Otherwise, why would I be following you? The 2 exchanged blank stares, both somewhat dazed. But never mind. While they didn't know, surely those villagers did. Wait, where are the villagers? Oh no, it seems we forgot them at the port. Could it be that Shawn and Ain were to become the next Zoro? Instantly, Shawn's expression soured. Right? Ain, you must have awakened your observation hockey by now, right? Indeed, what of it? Then quickly sense with your observation hockey. Where's the dragon? I've only just awakened it. I can barely sense around 10 meters. Ain retorted with irritation. This guy, in the future as a general, could he casually extend his observation hockey over kilometers or even farther? truly useless. Here is a chance. Reorganize your words. Miss Ein, your talent is remarkable. Awakening observation hockey before 20 is a rarity in this world. Someone, lacking any sense of decorum, stated without a shred of hesitation. But what shall we do now? Although one can perceive with spiritual energy, the range is quite limited. After all, spiritual perception primarily targets spiritual particles that are in the realm of soul reapers. Whether it be soul reapers or hollows, their bodies are composed of spiritual particles, making perception rather effortless. However, when placed in the world of pirates, it becomes somewhat challenging. While it can be utilized during combat, the scope remains exceedingly restricted. Who are you? Just as the two were feeling somewhat distressed, a voice suddenly rang out. Following the sound, they noticed a little girl not far away, gazing at them with a wary expression. Indeed, it was a small girl, appearing significantly younger than Shawn. Wait a moment, with that orange hair and that face. Is that Nami? Nami at 13 years old. Astonished, one could easily stumble upon Nami by merely losing their way. Little sister, we are not bad people. Typically, those who assert they are not bad people are often the most dubious. We are the Navy, truly not bad people. The Navy, does that not imply they are bad people? After 2 exchanges, Ein found himself somewhat speechless. What kind of reasoning is this, that being from the Navy makes one a bad person? Fine, this is all that rat's fault. Recalling the villager's words along the way, Ein suddenly understood why the girl before him assumed they were villains upon hearing they were from the Navy. Ultimately, it was all instigated by that Navy parasite. Enough, let me handle this. Shawn patted Ein on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Nami, right? How do you know my name? The reason we are here is that we encountered several villagers from Kokoja Island seeking help. Along the way, they spoke quite a bit about you. Ein furrowed his brows slightly. Did those villagers truly mention her? How come he didn't remember? However, if Shawn knew the girl's name, they must have indeed spoken of her. Really? Of course, for instance, your sister is named Nojiko, and your adoptive mother is called Belmir. Am I correct? Upon hearing the name Belmir, Nami's eyes instantly reddened. I apologize. I did not mean to bring up your sorrow. So, you are truly here to defeat the evil dragon? Indeed. Can you tell us where the evil dragon is now? Nami nodded solemnly. That way, it will take about 10 minutes to reach. All right, let us return to the village. The nightmare will soon come to an end. Shawn gently ruffled Nami's hair. Yet, the response he received was the girl's resolute gaze. No, I want to see with my own eyes the evil dragon being defeated. 021 Ein's Sharpening Stone Evil Dragon Park. Evil dragon. There is something I have yet to comprehend. Is it about Nami? Upon hearing Joe's words, the evil dragon immediately understood what he was referring to. After all, ever since he made that decision a few days ago, he had been somewhat dissatisfied. Why did the evil dragon accept her, even granting her the opportunity to redeem her village? She was merely a lowly human woman. You do not understand? We will eventually return to the Grand Line to seek revenge on those people. To achieve this, besides strength, an excellent navigator is absolutely indispensable. Navigator, does Nami possess such talent? At first, I did not realize it until I saw the sea charts. She drew not long, just 13 years old. She was able to accomplish this without any guidance. Nami's talent is undoubtedly among the finest in this world. The evil dragon said with a smile. Back in the days of the Sun Pirates, they had suffered greatly at sea due to a lack of navigators. After experiencing such hardships, the evil dragon now placed immense value on navigators. If that is the case, why not simply seize Nami and keep her under our control? Why agree to allow her to redeem her village? If we forcibly take her, what if she leads us into a trap? Besides, she's still quite young and immature. But what if she manages to earn 100 million berries during this time? I merely stated that if she gives me 100 million berries, I would sell Kokoja village to her. However, if before she hands me the money, someone else steals or robs it, that is no longer my concern. I see. I understand now. The evil dragon intended to allow Nami to experience utter despair, hoping she would willingly become a member of the evil dragon pirates afterward. Upon hearing this, Joe also nodded. I could see this moment. Nami's status in his heart slightly elevated, transforming from a lowly human woman into, although still lowly, a human woman with some value for utilization. Just then, Nami, seeing the girl walk through the gates of Evil Dragon Park, the evil dragon also stood up from his recliner. Nami, have you made a decision? Of course, she will refuse. Although it was also a feminine voice, it was evident that these 3 words did not come from Nami, but rather from someone outside Evil Dragon Park. In the next moment, a man and a woman appeared before all the fishmen. You are not from Kokoja village. Who are you? The Navy. 2 unsheathed broken sword were already gripped in Ain's hands. Upon witnessing this, the evil dragon's expression immediately turned cold. Ain had no intention of engaging in idle banter with the evil dragon, directly charging towards him. However, 3 figures instantly appeared before the evil dragon, blocking Ain's advance. The 3 main officers of the evil dragon pirates, Krubi, Jio, and Xiao Ba. Having read the original work, Xian recognized them at first glance. Ain, do you need help? Stop talking. I can handle this alone. Without even turning his head, Ain outright refused. He had lost to this guy during the assessment battle. To reclaim his honor, he had trained diligently for 3 months. Asking for help at this moment would be tantamount to inviting disdain. Someone was quite stubborn, in reality, while Ain felt some emotions regarding his previous defeat. He did not harbor animosity towards Xian. However, subsequent events had left her with a lingering discomfort. Having regarded Zefa as a father figure, she learned that Zefa intended to take Xian as a son. The most crucial part was that Xian ultimately rejected the opportunity she had longed for. The chance she had desperately wanted was turned down by this guy. Yet Zefa did not mind, even treating Xian as a direct disciple to mentor. Later on, Zefa and Xian often discussed matters privately, things that even she was unaware of. This made Ain feel somewhat jealous. Yes, it was jealousy, because even she had never been treated this way by Zefa. Perhaps it was because she was weaker than Xian that Zefa felt disappointed. Thus, she buried herself in practice, vowing to surpass Xian and reclaim her position in Zefa's heart. With such feelings, how could she allow Xian to assist her? She needed to prove that what Xian could accomplish, she could equally achieve. Ain, sister, are you all right? Although Xian was not particularly worried about Ain, at least not in the short term, even if issues arose later, he could step in to resolve them. However, Nami beside him was genuinely anxious. After all, that was the evil dragon, along with the 3 main officers of the evil dragon pirates, each of whom was incredibly strong. Judging solely by appearance, Nami could not fathom how Xian could defeat these 4. How should I put it? Perhaps I may not win, but they would require some time to defeat her. Besides, if I truly cannot manage, then there is still me. Ruffling Nami's little head, Xian smiled and said, then why doesn't brother Xian go help sister Ain right now? Because this battle is beneficial for Ain. Engaging in a full-scale battle with someone slightly stronger than oneself is the best way to enhance one's strength. And the evil dragon and his crew happen to serve as Ain's sharpening stone. I don't understand. Well, perhaps it is a bit early to explain this to you, but just remember that I can easily handle everyone here. So there is no need for concern. Okay. Nami nodded emphatically. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind it, she instinctively felt that Shawn's words could be trusted. The 4 members of the evil dragon pirates did not engage all at once. Rather, it was only Little 8 who took action as a swordsman of the evil dragon pirate crew. Despite wielding a short sword, Little 8 was still eager for a fight. However, it was evident that Little 8 was no match for Ain and soon found herself at a disadvantage. Recognizing that this woman was formidable, Krubi and Ju also joined the frayed in a 1-against-3 scenario. Ain had no choice but to exert herself fully, aside from utilizing her devil fruit powers. Ain is truly impressive. Indeed, while Ain may not be stronger than the evil dragon, she was certainly not someone that those few subordinates could defeat. After ruffling Nami's hair once more, Shawn's expression turned icy the next moment. Foolish creatures, a glint of cold light flashed, and by the time others noticed, Shawn's sword had already been sheathed. Not far from Shawn and Nami, several fishmen lay lifeless on the ground, each with a distinct gash across their necks. They were dead beyond any doubt. It turned out that a few fishmen had stealthily approached while Ain was occupied with the 3 main subordinates, intending to capture Shawn and Nami, who were hidden behind. After all, Shawn appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, and Nami was even more familiar to them, being only 13 and practically devoid of combat capability. In their eyes, Shawn and Nami were nothing more than soft targets. But little did they know, Shawn was the strongest among them. On the other side, upon witnessing the slaughter of his comrades, the evil dragon's eyes turned bloodshot. Though he was a nefarious character, he genuinely cared for the fishmen and his crew. He treated them as family, often referring to them as brothers or compatriots, while the other fishmen addressed him as Brother Evil Dragon. At this moment, he was consumed with the desire to rush over and tear Shawn apart. Yet, even he had not clearly seen how Shawn had struck. In his gaze, hatred and apprehension intertwined. 022 Shawn's initial release. Thunderclap. The intense battle over the course of several minutes left the three fishmen subordinates panting for breath, each bearing numerous sword wounds. Though none had sustained fatal injuries, it was evident to any observer that the outcome of the fight was all but decided. As for Ain, she too was somewhat winded, but fared considerably better than the fishman trio. Seizing the opportunity, Ain lunged forward once more, intent on swiftly dispatching the three adversaries. However, clang! She felt a tremendous force strike her left hand, causing her to lose her grip on the sword, which was sent flying. The sudden change made her instinctively retreat a few steps. Subsequently, she raised her short sword defensively in front of her. That moment, Ain finally realized it was the evil dragon who had attacked, wielding a massive, serrated blade that had knocked her sword from her grasp. Although she had been ambushed, she deduced that the evil dragon was indeed very powerful, likely even stronger than herself. Brother Evil Dragon, the faces of the three fishmen were painted with guilt. Get back and tend to your injuries. This woman is not someone you can handle. As the evil dragon spoke, he cautiously glanced toward Shawn's direction. He had already gauged the woman's strength, and considering her considerable fatigue, he believed capturing her would not be too difficult. The key issue was that man. When Shawn noticed the evil dragon's gaze upon her, a faint smile graced her lips. Evil dragon, I suggest you utilize your full strength. Ain's true power is not what you perceive. What do you mean? Are you being cryptic? He glanced at Ain that moment. The woman before him was repeatedly clenching her left hand into a fist, evidently having been affected by his previous strike. What is? But soon the evil dragon's eyes widened in astonishment on Ain's left hand. There appeared a peculiar pink hue reminiscent of flames, a devil fruit user. No wonder that kid would say such a thing, but what exactly was this woman's ability? While the evil dragon was unaware of Ain's powers, the blue flames emanating from her left hand appeared exceedingly dangerous. His instincts continuously warned him to be cautious, to avoid contact with that perilous pink flame. In the next moment, their figures collided repeatedly. The sound of clashing blades resonating at Ain's speed was slightly superior, yet the evil dragon's strength dwarfed hers by several times. With each clash of blade against blade, even as Ain gave her all, she felt a tingling numbness creeping into her right hand. As for her left hand's abilities, Ain had attempted several times to make contact, but the evil dragon remained vigilant, successfully evading her efforts. If Shawn were to voice her thoughts, it would be that this girl's intentions were all too apparent. Moreover, her development of the devil fruit powers was inadequate, with her attack style being overly singular and limited. After several rapid exchanges, Ain began to feel a sense of agitation. Her movements became increasingly erratic, resembling a haphazard flailing. This prompted Shawn to furrow her brows slightly in battle, especially when facing a stronger opponent. Agitation was undoubtedly a grave mistake. Initially, Shawn believed she could at least contend with the evil dragon for 10 minutes before the tide would turn against her. Yet unexpectedly, after merely 2 minutes. Indeed, compared to raw strength, Ain's current priority was to enhance her mental fortitude. Upon returning, she would have a serious discussion with Zephyr. Clang. Drawing the blade that hung at her waist, Shawn advanced with measured steps. In the next second, her figure vanished. This was the Shuanpa. Unlike the Soru, which relied on explosive reactive force, Shuanpa employed spiritual energy, allowing for silent movement. At this moment, Ain's right hand had grown exceedingly numb from forcibly clashing blades with the evil dragon multiple times, and she could likely withstand only 2 or 3 more of such heavy strikes. Yet the evil dragon would not grant Ain any time to recover. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his serrated weapon and struck down fiercely. Seeing this, Ain hurriedly lifted her short sword in defense. However, a catastrophic turn of events unfolded. Due to enduring too many of the evil dragon's powerful blows, combined with the fact that Ain's short sword was merely an ordinary blade, not a renowned weapon, the blade could no longer withstand any more force. Even before the evil dragon's serrated sword had fully descended, it abruptly shattered Ain's hand. Only the hilt remained. This is disastrous. How am I to defend against this strike with just a hilt? Am I truly going to perish at the hands of a fisherman pirate in the East Blue? In the end, I am still inferior to him. A feeling of deep unwillingness surged within her. Clang! In the next moment, the anticipated serrated blade did not descend. Instead, a figure appeared before her. Looking up, she realized that the evil dragon's serrated sword had also been severed, with half of its blade spinning like a top in midair before ultimately plunging into the ground several dozen meters away. Following this, the figure in front of her moved again, delivering a powerful kick that sent the evil dragon flying. Nami, take care of your sister Ain. I shall handle the rest. All right. The 13-year-old Nami hurriedly ran over to support the swaying Ain. Meanwhile, Shawn did not look back, continuing her steady advance, not even willing to spare me a glance. Has he completely lost faith in me? No. Shawn brother said that this battle is an excellent training for you, Ain, allowing you to recognize your shortcomings rather than blindly practicing. Upon hearing Ain's somewhat despondent mutterings, Nami quickly responded, "My shortcomings." However, before Ain could contemplate further, her excessive fatigue caused her to lose her footing and faint. Brother, evil dragon. Watching as Shawn delivered a kick that sent the evil dragon crashing into the second floor of the evil dragon's lair. The fishmen cried out in alarm. The three subordinates rushed over to assist. Yet, the sound of Shawn's footsteps echoed like thunder, each step resonating with an unsettling weight, as if their hearts were being struck by a hammer. At last, one fishman could no longer contain himself. "Everyone, let us take him down. Kill him." With one leading the charge, soon a second, then a third joined in. Ultimately, aside from the 3 officers who rushed to check on the status of the evil dragon, the remaining 50-odd fishmen all charged towards Shawn. Had Ain already fainted from exhaustion? Perhaps this was for the best, as it provided an opportunity to test the newly acquired power. Thunder, a brilliant azure hue, swiftly enveloped the blade in Shawn's hand, transforming what once appeared to be an ordinary sword into something extraordinary. Indeed, this was the Zanpakuto that Shawn had forged, imbued with elemental power, now revealing its form after achieving its initial release. At the time of its initial release, Shawn felt a sense of perplexity. After all, following the incident with Taudu, he had assumed that the shallow strike he had crafted would ultimately evolve into the combat spirit sword he had read about in the original work. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. At least, the weapon in his grasp had not appeared in the original narrative. Why was that? For a moment, Shawn could not comprehend the underlying principle. Or perhaps, just like the world of pirates, the world of soul reapers truly existed, while the original tale merely focused on a few main characters and significant supporting figures, leaving many others unrepresented in the manga. Thus, he had developed this erroneous understanding. Well, that was inconsequential. Gazing at the throng of fishmen encircling him, Shawn raised thunder and pointed it towards the heavens. Let the thunder roar forth. A cacophony of ominous energy churned in the sky. In the next instant, bolts of azure lightning, as thick as a bowl, began to strike the ground relentlessly. The cataclysmic scene sent shivers down the spines of all present. Naturally, throughout this onslaught, every bolt of lightning seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, deliberately avoiding Shawn, Ain, and Nami's location. When the chaos subsided, Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. The fishmen who had once charged at them with ferocity now lay scattered, their bodies charred and lifeless upon the ground. Oh no! I completely forgot about Nami. This spectacle could be detrimental to her growth. Annihilate everything, thunder fire. With a flourish of thunder in his hand, a flame-like lightning surged forth, enveloping the corpses of the fishmen. Perhaps the temperature of this lightning was not as extreme as Yamamoto's flowing blade of fire. Perhaps Shawn was not yet capable of wielding lightning at temperatures in the thousands of degrees. However, even a sustained output of just a few thousand degrees was sufficient to obliterate these fishmen's remains. Indeed, his spiritual pressure still felt somewhat lacking, Merely 2 strikes had consumed approximately 30% of his energy. Although the existence of the system allowed him to continuously recover his spiritual pressure, the rate of recovery was limited. Unlike Tsuru, who expended physical stamina using the combat spirit sword, Shawn had to expend spiritual energy. Well, setting that aside for now, after resolving everything, Shawn turned to gaze at the second floor of the Evil Dragon Park .023 target. East Sea Branch 16. Brother Evil Dragon. Are you alright? The 3 officers pulled the Evil Dragon from the rubble. Concern etched on their faces. What is the situation now? Our brothers are dragging him below, but just moments ago, a series of tremendous crashes echoed. We have no idea what has transpired. No. Quickly tell all comrades to cease their actions. Facing that man, they stand no chance. It would merely be a futile sacrifice. Hurry! The evil dragon, having been struck by Shawn and kicked, understood all too well. Even if his fishmen swarmed, even if their number multiplied tenfold, they would still be no match for Shawn. Often, when the disparity in strength is too great, sheer numbers cannot compensate. These ordinary fishmen may be considered formidable in the East Sea, but against the Navy at headquarters, they would barely be at the level of elite seamen, hardly ranking as ensigns. Even the evil dragon would likely rank only as a Navy lieutenant commander at best. Yet, while the 3 officers remained puzzled, there's no need to look. They're no longer here. Shawn appeared in an instant, lightly touching the ground with his toes, making not a sound, akin to a masterful assassin. You cannot be suggesting. Upon hearing this, the evil dragon trembled. Did this mean all his fishmen comrades had perished? Over the past 3 years, many had met their demise at your hands in Coco village alone, if one were to account for the other 20 villages. The death toll would surely exceed 100. Therefore, if you were to perish here today, you would have no cause for grievance, would you? Lightning crackled forth from thunder, swirling and dancing along the blade, emitting a sizzling sound that resonated like a death knell for the evil dragon and his companions. From the very beginning, Shawn had no intention of sparing anyone. Not even Hachi. Some matters cannot simply be resolved with a mere apology. The raised thunder began its descent. Wait, if you kill me here, it would jeopardize the cooperation between Jinbei and the Navy, and even disrupt the fragile peace established between Fishman Island and humanity. Why not we all take a step back? We could withdraw from the East Sea, and you could let us go. How about that? If possible, the evil dragon hesitated to mention Jinbei. After all, he regarded Jinbei as a traitor. Even though a significant reason for him becoming a warlord of the sea was to rescue the evil dragon and his companions, at this moment, the evil dragon found himself at a loss. Yet, would Shawn truly let him off because of Jinbei? Clearly, that was out of the question. Not at all. Don't think he would cause trouble for the Navy over such matters. Even if he did, what could Jinbei accomplish? As for the peace between Fishman Island and humanity, that hypocritical peace holds no significance, and you are not of such importance. For a moment, the evil dragon was at a loss for words. This man was utterly impervious to reason. But soon, he recalled something. If Jinbei's weight was insufficient, then perhaps he could summon someone of greater significance. What about the Pirate King Rayleigh? Hachi once saved the life of Pirate King Rayleigh. If he learned that you had killed us, he would undoubtedly come after you. Though you are strong now, you're still far from being Rayleigh's match. Are you? Listening to these words, Shawn's eyes remained devoid of emotion. Having read the original work, how could he be unaware of the relationship between the evil dragon and Jinbei? How could he not know of Hachi's connection to Rayleigh? No, Shawn was fully aware. But so what? The thunder he held aloft was now descending. The raging lightning instantaneously engulfed the entirety of the second floor. At the entrance of Evil Dragon Park, Nami stood beside the unconscious Ein, her gaze fixed intently on the second floor. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted behind her. Nami, what are you doing here? Is that not the female Navy officer from before? Have they already failed? Alas, even the Navy from headquarters cannot defeat the evil dragon. Leading the group were those whom Shawn had brought back from Zika Island, but they seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Yet, it was hardly their fault. Not a single fisherman corpse was visible on the ground. All that met their eyes were a dazed Nami and the unconscious Ein. Naturally, they filled in the blanks with such conclusions. However, before Nami could regain her composure and explain, A figure wielding a blade leapt down from the second floor, landing softly before her. Who else could it be but Shawn? Little Nami, your nightmare has come to an end. This utterance struck like a thunderclap, reverberating instantaneously in Nami's mind. Upon glancing once more at the bloodstains that marred the remnants of Shawn Island, Nami suddenly grasped the meaning behind Shawn's words, a T merely 13 years of age. She burst into tears, releasing 3 years' worth of pent-up emotions in that singular moment. That evening, in celebration of the demise of the evil dragon pirates, the village of Caucasia orchestrated a grand bonfire feast. Not only the villagers of Caucasia, but also the inhabitants of neighboring villages flocked together to partake in the festivities upon hearing the news. Altogether, the gathering amassed nearly 2,000 souls from over 20 villages. Had it not been for the contributions of food and drink from the visitors, the beleaguered Caucasia village, which had suffered under the evil dragon's rule for 3 long years, would have found it impossible to provide a sufficient banquet. In summary, that night was filled with joy for everyone, save for one individual that on the beach, the awakened Ian gazed vacantly at the sea. What, is he still reeling from the recent blow? Shouldn't he be reveling in the village festivities instead of lingering here? There was no alternative but to attend to him. Who asked you to care? Upon hearing Ian's words, Shawn felt a measure of relief. His ability to express himself indicated that the situation was manageable. All that remained was for Ian to come to terms with his thoughts, which would undoubtedly foster significant personal growth. Similarly, with such growth, future increases in strength would follow suit more swiftly. Perhaps this aligns with what was once said in a past life. The clarity of thought leading to enlightenment, Shawn? Yes, what is it? Once we return, can you assist me in enhancing my strength? Absolutely. Thus the two sat side by side on the beach, gazing out at the expanse of the sea. And not a word was exchanged thereafter. The following day, 3 villagers from Caucasia were aboard a vessel, making preparations for departure. After all, Shawn and Ian lacked a ship of their own, and even if they had, neither possessed the skills of a navigator. While they could manage short distances, venturing far would likely result in getting lost at sea. Consequently, Shawn needed to borrow this ship and enlist the help of the villagers to operate it. Shawn, are you really leaving? Nami, Shawn has matters to attend to. Do not throw a tantrum. Nami wore an unwilling expression. After all, she was not yet the cunning little thief she would become 5 years hence. Still retaining a semblance of innocence, in contrast, Nojiko, being 2 years her senior, had matured considerably. Reflecting on Shawn's abilities, she felt a sense of awe. Despite being the same age, he could effortlessly vanquish the evil dragon. Was every Marine at headquarters this formidable? Living in Caucasia Village, her understanding of the Marines was confined to Mayor Bell and the members of the 16th branch. She lacked knowledge of the Marines on the Grand Line, or even those at headquarters. Of course, the Marines at headquarters were not as exaggeratedly powerful as she imagined. And as for Shawn, his existence was exceptional. Even the current 3 admirals lacked his level of prowess at his age. At that moment, Shawn approached Nami, habitually ruffling her hair. Nami, what do you wish to be when you grow up? I want to be a navigator and chart the seas of the entire world. A navigator, you say? That is admirable. However, whether as an adventurer or part of a trading fleet, you must never become a pirate. Do you understand? I loathe pirates. I would never become one, Shawn, when I grow up. Can I join you at headquarters as a Marine? Of course. If you wish to become a Marine at 16, you can seek out Smoker in Lowtown. He can contact me. Yes. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded enthusiastically, secretly resolving to find someone named Smoker in Lowtown as soon as she turned 16. 1 hour later. The ship had set sail, and Caucasia Island was no longer visible, before returning to the training camp on the deserted island. Shawn and Ian had one more destination in mind, the 16th branch of the Marines in the East Blue. The 16th branch of the Marines, a third-tier establishment, though not the smallest in the Navy hierarchy, ranked among the least significant. Apart from Lowtown, all branches in the East Blue were classified as third tier. This was the weakest of seas, constrained by the limited budget of the Navy that a standard third-tier branch comprised 120 personnel and was equipped with a small military vessel. However, fully staffed branches were scarce in the East Blue, with most operating with between 50 and 80 personnel. The current strength of the 16th branch stood at 80, but in reality, it barely exceeded 50. with the remainder being ghost positions. This was one of the major sources of income for the branch. That it is noteworthy that even sailors from the four seas earned a salary of 100,000 berries per month according to Navy standards, with a compensation of 1 million berries for those who perished in combat against pirates. Thus, while the 16th branch frequently collaborated with pirates, they encountered few casualties. Nevertheless, the headquarters still received reports of personnel and equipment losses from the 16th branch each year. The figures reported were carefully calculated. If too high, the headquarters might send someone to investigate, while if too low, they would suspect the branch of cowardice. Therefore, determining the appropriate figures for reporting losses became an intricate affair, with the reported equipment losses often sold directly to the black market. What? The bounty notice has yet to be confirmed. Incomplete information? That's impossible. I provided ample details. An image 1T suffice. They require a photograph? Wasn't that acceptable before? New regulations? Very well. I will find a way to obtain it promptly. In the office of the branch chief, the rat held a phone bug, communicating in his characteristic lewd tone. From his words, it became evident that headquarters had not approved his submitted bounty request due to alleged deficiencies in the information provided. Damned regulations. Why change now of all times? Is headquarters targeting me? Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Colonel, report from the port. A ship is approaching our branch. A pirate? No, it's a civilian vessel. What's there to report? Just handle it as usual. What the rat referred to as usual entailed treating visitors bearing bribes with hospitality or dismissing those seeking help after being raided by pirates. However, for those escaping from islands controlled by cooperating pirate crews, they would be detained and returned for the pirates to deal with at their leisure. This modus operandi had been employed by the 16th branch for many years, and they were adept at it. Colonel, the critical point is that this ship is the one stolen from Sika Island. Sika Island? The vessel taken by those two fiends? Yes, indeed. Then why are you still standing there? Immediately arm all Marines and assemble them at the port. Also, order the artillery crew to prepare to sink that ship, but they could take down 8 Marines in an instant on Sika Island. Can we contend with them if they set foot on our island? Hurry, sink them at sea. Yes, Colonel. At the port of the 16th branch, a Marine lieutenant was currently directing over a dozen sailors to maneuver the branch S3 cannons into position. Lieutenant, the enemy is still 3 kilometers away. Should we fire now? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, he promptly dashed over and delivered a sharp slap to the back of the man's head. 3 kilometers. The most formidable naval cannon from the headquarters can barely reach just over a kilometer. As for their smaller artillery, well, even disregarding accuracy, it can only manage 300 to 500 meters. After all, the cannons in this pirate world, much like the sailing ships they operate, are nothing but antiquities. Smoothbore muzzle-loading cannons, coupled with similarly archaic spherical projectiles. Frankly, beyond 200 or 300 meters, where the projectiles land is purely a matter of chance. Not long after, the Mouse arrived with over 30 sailors in tow. What is going on? Why haven't we fired yet? Colonel, the enemy hasn't entered range yet. Very well. Everyone focus. The moment they come within range, I want them obliterated. Yes, Colonel. Speaking of which, sailing ships are indeed sluggish, and this civilian vessel is even slower compared to the Navy's warships. After quite some time, Shawn's ship finally entered the 500-meter mark. Fire! Boom! 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 Quickly reload! Yes, Lieutenant. Approximately 500 meters from the 16th Division on the ship from Coco village. Shawn and I stood at the bow. Wow! Are we firing already? Sengoku, what are your thoughts? I was holding a transponder snail, transmitting everything happening here back to the Navy headquarters. That detestable Mouse, attacking civilian vessels without hesitation, is truly a malignant presence within the Navy. TSK, Sengoku. I must say the Navy's artillery is rather pathetic. At a distance of 500 meters, the shells have landed 100 meters off target, observing the distant splashes as the projectiles struck the water. Shawn couldn't help but mock that moment. The transponder snail humorously mimicked the darkening expression on Sengoku's face. Indeed, the range of smoothbore muzzle-loading cannons is dismal, and their accuracy is equally disheartening. However, at 500 meters, they shouldn't deviate by over 100 meters. One can only conclude. The sailors in the 16th Division are utterly inept. They exhibit no professionalism whatsoever, likely having undergone little to no training. Sengoku had previously dispatched someone to review the funding application for the 16th Division over the past few years. Each report contained a line item for training expenditures, indicating that they were supposed to utilize at least 300 live rounds each month for training. At first glance, it seemed to be a division that prioritized rigorous training. But now, looking at their performance, when the second wave of cannon fire approached, Shawn suddenly noticed that one of the shells was heading straight for him. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Speaking of which, being bombarded by cannon fire is quite bothersome, isn't it? In the next moment, Shawn leaped over 10 meters high, skillfully hooking the dark cannonball with the top of his foot as if he were stopping a ball. Not bad. I'll return this to you. After dissipating most of its impact, he flicked the cannonball back with a whip-like kick. Moments later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, but not on the ship. It detonated over 400 meters away at the harbor. Witnessing this scene relayed back to him, Sengoku's mouth twitched. Generally speaking, intercepting cannonballs during naval battles is not particularly unusual. One might slice a shell with a blade, deflect it with martial arts, or use various abilities to detonate it mid-air. All of these are typical. However, what Shawn did, first neutralizing the shell's impact and then sending it back, was quite rare. It required not only strength but also exceptional martial arts skills. He was practically a second Karp. After all, Karp is known for tossing cannonballs with his hands, and though Shawn used his foot, the essence remains the same, doesn't it? Even if the speed of the shell he flung was considerably inferior to Karp's, at the port of the 16th Division. Chaos reigned. 3 sailors lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, and the cannon they had operated was destroyed. This left the mouse utterly terrified, muttering incessantly, "A monster! That fellow is a monster!" 025 Ein. Do you know what non-penal means? Fire! Quickly! Fire! Sink that ship, or we will all perish. Not a single one of us will survive. At the port, the mouse, having finally regained some composure, shouted at the dazed sailors. Yet it bore no fruit. One must understand that Shawn's recent actions were far beyond the capabilities of these sailors, who typically only bully civilians. Seeing this, the mouse disregarded everything else and rushed to one of the cannons. However, he suddenly realized he had no idea how to operate it. After all, his rank of colonel was not earned through military achievements or strength. In fact, it could be said that the mouse was likely the weakest in the 16th Division, even more so than the sailors under him. Right, first load the powder, recalling what he had seen in passing. The mouse began to fumble about, yet he forgot the very first step, to clean the cannon's bore. The next moment, boom! The cannon exploded, and the mouse was launched away by the blast. This scene did not escape Shawn and Ein's notice, nor did it evade Sengoku's gaze. After all, they were now less than 200 meters apart. Given the typical visibility in the pirate world, they could see quite clearly. Ein, do you think the mouse just committed suicide out of guilt? It is possible. After all, even a new recruit in the Navy wouldn't make such a blunder. That is true. Someone who could attain the rank of colonel couldn't possibly be so incompetent. So, it's likely he acted out of guilt. That seems to be the case. The two engaged in a serious conversation, causing Sengoku on the other end of the transponder snail to grow increasingly irate. Isn't this ironic? How did someone as powerless as the mouse, who is even inferior to ordinary sailors, manage to ascend to the rank of colonel? Surely, there must be a problem within the Navy. After all, even for a division in the 4 seas, appointing a division commander requires Sengoku's signature. It's like pointing a finger at Sengoku and accusing him of accepting bribes. How could one not be furious? Soon, when the ship docked, Shawn and Ein made their way to the port. This moment, aside from the few sailors lying on the ground, their fates uncertain, and the severely injured mouse, all the other sailors were trembling in fear. They showed no signs of resistance whatsoever. The Bloody Butcher, the Blue-Haired Witch. You want to put a bounty on us and label us with those 2 nicknames, Colonel Mouse? Approaching the mouse, Shawn taunted. No, it wasn't me. I swear, those were nicknames given by the headquarters. I had no part in it. So, you were the one requesting the Navy headquarters to put a bounty on us, correct? No, that was my aide's doing. I had no knowledge of it. Yet, according to my spies in the Navy, it was you who contacted them personally and made the request. The mouse was instantly left dumbfounded. Spies? Does Shawn have spies in the Navy? Of course he does. The one who informed Shawn about the mouse's bounty request and respective nicknames was none other than Sengoku himself. This statement was indisputable, but upon hearing it, the mouse trembled uncontrollably. Could it be that the Navy headquarters has been infiltrated like a sieve? Who are these two? Knowing that begging for mercy was futile, he decided to change his approach. Shawn, you cannot kill me, or you will offend powerful figures. Oh, powerful figures, high-ranking officials in the Navy, perhaps? No. Even if it's the Admiral, he is merely a dog. I serve the prominent figures within the world government. So, you expect me to simply let this go? How about we all take a step back? You spare me, and I'll help you rescind the bounty. You and T want to be pursued daily by experts from both the Navy and the world government. Would you? That sounds rather appealing, don't you think, Sengoku? What? Sengoku. At this moment, the mouse finally noticed that Ein was holding a transponder snail, which seemed capable of visual communication. The face being simulated by the snail was one the mouse recognized all too well. My goodness, ISNT that Admiral Sengoku. Suddenly, the mouse was jolted. Hadn't everything he just said been overheard by Sengoku? Mouse, you have done well. The next moment, Sengoku's gritted voice echoed from the phone bug, revealing his extreme anger. Shawn, Smoker will arrive in 3 hours. Hand him over, and then you can meet up with Zephyr. Old man, I could deliver the mouse alive to Brother Smoker, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? I do not wish to see this fellow escape punishment in a few days. You should understand what I mean. Rest assured he won't get away. I can guarantee that. Then it's settled. By the way, I still have 3 hours, right? Shawn, what do you intend to do? Oh, nothing much. Just having a friendly chat with the mouse about what transpired 3.5 years ago. After saying this, Shawn instructed On to hang up the phone bug. Shawn, the interrogation is fine, but be careful not to kill him. Otherwise, you will find it challenging to explain to the marshal, On said with some concern. She feared that Shawn might resort to torture to complete the interrogation within 3 hours. After all, the mouse was severely injured, and if things got out of hand, he might not survive. That it was crucial to note that Marshal Sengoku was waiting to extract information from him regarding the underlying web of interests and the individuals involved. Even though the people within the world government might be temporarily untouchable, at least the Navy's internal issues could be addressed. This was precisely why Shawn ultimately agreed to Sengoku's request not to kill the mouse. Don't worry, I disdain using such cruel methods. On, have you heard of non-torture? Reminiscing about a television show he had watched in his previous life, Shawn produced a pair of chopsticks from somewhere and approached the mouse with a mischievous grin. Almost puzzled, wondering what a pair of chopsticks could possibly do. But soon, her eyes widened in shock. Shawn jabbed the chopsticks in the mouse's nostrils and began to wiggle them. In no time, the mouse emitted a series of strange sounds, his facial expressions shifting rapidly. Within just 2 minutes, unable to endure any longer, the mouse entered a mode of utter disclosure, revealing everything he knew, including the identities of those who provided him assistance within the world government and the Navy headquarters, filling On's notebook with over 10 pages of information. Indeed, the mouse's backer within the world government was Spandam, and even the incident involving the Campbell family from over 3 years ago was linked to him. Furthermore, in the subsequent distribution of interests, Spandam had claimed the lion's share of the Campbell family's assets, leaving the rest to be divided among others and some nobles of the German kingdom. What astonished both of them even more was that within the entire web of interests, over 30 individuals from the Navy headquarters were implicated, starting from the rank of major, with the highest reaching the level of vice admiral. And there were even 3 of them. This was rather outrageous. After all, vice admirals represented the elite forces of the Navy. Think that even this rank had been corrupted. On, keep this list safe. I want to see how the final results from headquarters compare with this list. Understood. 3 hours later, as a medium-sized warship docked at the 16th Division's pier, Shawn encountered a highly recognizable figure from the original narrative. Smoker. However, for some inexplicable reason, Shawn felt a slight awkwardness upon seeing Smoker, as if something was missing compared to the original portrayal. You must be Zephyr's new disciple, Shawn? Yes, Brother Smoker. To be honest, Shawn did not smoke and found the smell of tobacco quite unpleasant. At this moment, he stood merely half a meter away from Smoker, and the strong scent of cigars made him frown deeply. Smoker, however, was unfazed. This was not the first time such a situation had occurred. In the past, Zephyr had lectured him multiple times about his 24-hour cigar habit. If he were to recount it, it would be a tale of woe. Smoking cigars was unavoidable given the nature of his devil fruit ability. Yet after so many years, even without that ability, Smoker had become somewhat dependent on cigars. After all, no matter how much one despises something, doing it daily diminishes the aversion to that moment. Shawn understood why he felt a sense of incongruity upon seeing Smoker. It was all about the cigars. I apologize, Shawn. Due to my unique abilities, No, Brother Smoker, you've misunderstood. I was merely pondering that there are far too many individuals who enjoy puffing on cigars, and I believe you could exhibit a bit more individuality. Oh, how might I do that? Perhaps by smoking 2 cigars at once. Boom! Shawn's suggestion struck Smoker's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, why hadn't he thought of smoking 2 cigars at the same time? Not only would it be unique, but it would also allow him to stockpile more tobacco. Instinctively, he pulled another cigar from his left arm and placed it in his mouth, lighting it up after taking a deep drag. Nice, double the tobacco. Moreover, it set him apart from others, giving him a distinct flair. This would undoubtedly enhance his image. Smoker was thoroughly satisfied, even forgetting about Shawn standing before him. Ahem, Brother Smoker, I entrust this person to you. But please remember to convey a message to Marshal Sengoku when you arrive at headquarters. Oh, what message? I will certainly deliver it, Smoker responded, patting his chest in assurance. After the earlier exchange, Smoker's fondness for Shawn had skyrocketed. Just tell him I've already interrogated the mouse, and hope that the results from headquarters do not significantly diverge from my findings. Just relay it directly, Brother Smoker. All right, I understand. 5 minutes later, the mouse and all the sailors from the 16th Division were loaded onto the warship. Meanwhile, Shawn and On had to trouble 3 villagers from Coco village again, asking them to take them to the training camp located on the deserted island. 2 days later, nightfall, the 2 returned to the deserted island. However, upon disembarking, they were left utterly astonished. Dozens of trainees were present, each wrapped in varying amounts of bandages. Well, that wasn't the critical issue, given the strength of these trainees. It was impossible for them to escape from the Black. Their survival was solely due to Shawn having previously informed the Black not to kill these trainees. The real problem was that they were currently hosting a bonfire party, and the Black was in attendance as well. In fact, many trainees had even climbed onto the Black's back to drink and feast. This was simply absurd. What on earth had transpired in the 5 days since he and On had left? Shawn, is everything taken care of? Yes, it has been handled. Please allow me to summarize the events. Very well, proceed. 3 days ago. Swiftly, Shawn recounted the events, even presenting the list On had compiled for Zephyr's review, upon seeing the names of those from the headquarters and various divisions on the list. Zephyr's face turned crimson with rage. Bastards, a bunch of Navy parasites. Shawn, you did well. I also want to see how much the results Sengoku arrives at after interrogating the mouse differ from this list. How much difference? I fear you might explode with anger. Shawn could easily anticipate that most of the individuals within the world government would face no consequences, and those within the Navy headquarters would likely only purge those below the rank of admiral. As for the rear admirals, commanders, and vice admirals, there were as many as 12 individuals on the list. Would Sengoku truly have the heart to clean house? Unlikely. At most, he would only enact slight punishments. After all, for Sengoku, these individuals represented crucial fighting strength for the Navy, and as long as they did not defect to become pirates, they could likely be selectively spared. Did Sengoku truly lack a sense of justice? No, it is undoubtedly the case. However, since he ascended to the rank of marshal, the interests of the faction have overshadowed that sense of justice. Under circumstances that do not impede the faction's interests, he indeed adheres to the principles of justice. Yet, should it conflict with the faction's benefits, even justice must yield. This is fundamentally why he removed the plaque inscribed with "Justice reigns supreme" from his office, replacing it with one that declares absolute justice. In truth, the majority of individuals operate in this manner. Prior to attaining power, they are filled with passion and a sense of justice, but once in a position of authority, that conviction swiftly deteriorates. You might label Jean Gua as a villain? That would be a gross mischaracterization. Yet to say he is a paragon of justice is similarly misleading. As for Zefa, let us set that aside for now. What is happening over there? Shawn inquired, pointing towards the students who were frolicking with the hey da. It seems it has been like this since the third day. Nowadays, during the day, they engage in a life-and-death struggle within the woods, but come nightfall, it transforms into this. The root of this situation lies primarily in the events of the third day of testing. At that time, several students were besieging Dahei, but due to Dahei's excessive movement, he crashed into a large tree. Coincidentally, when the tree fell, it landed squarely on one of the students, pinning him beneath. In an instant, Dahei was thrown into a panic that he recalled Shawn's admonition. He was not to harm these students. Therefore, having knocked down the tree, which subsequently crushed the student, was tantamount to him having caused the student's demise. Such reasoning is undeniably sound that, in his moment of distress, Dahei swiftly moved the fallen uncle aside, seized the injured student, and hurried towards the beach, ultimately delivering him before Zefa. Once this incident spread, the relationship between the students and Dahei evolved into its current state. Even Zefa found himself at a loss for words. Goodness, amidst all this, emotions have developed. After hearing this, Shawn also found himself at a loss for words. You two didn't even call for me. In the final 2 days, Shawn and Ian resumed their original duties as special examiners. These 2 days made him acutely aware of a grave issue, the dire state of the Navy succession. As the cradle of naval officers, the current caliber of students here is woefully inadequate. Those familiar with the original narrative understand that apart from the admirals and a few vice-admirals, the Navy has truly struggled to present formidable combatants. To put it bluntly, the upper echelon is saturated with power, the middle tier is barely adequate, and the lower ranks are alarmingly weak. This is the current state of the Navy. It is as if, following the 3 admirals, the Navy's fortune has been severed, and no extraordinary talents have emerged since. Moreover, the 3 admirals are not getting any younger. If this situation remains unresolved, the Navy's future appears exceedingly grim. It seems that the only recourse may be to continuously recruit from around the world, disregarding merit, and bestowing ranks solely based on strength. Such an approach has its merits and drawbacks. The advantage lies in the ability to amass a considerable number of capable individuals to remedy the Navy's succession woes, thereby maintaining combat effectiveness. However, what will those below think? A cadre of individuals with no military accomplishments suddenly ascends to positions above them. How is that different from the arbitrary appointments made by the world government? Not to mention, it is highly probable that many among them are not driven by justice, and there is a significant chance of encountering malefactors that, in the short term, the benefits may outweigh the drawbacks. But in the long term, only disadvantages loom. This is precisely why the Navy has refrained from such actions until now. Only after the Summit War, with substantial casualties among the mid-tier officers, and with 2 vacancies among the admirals, was there no choice but to resort to this. What are you thinking so deeply about? I was just contemplating the Navy's precarious future, Shawn replied upon hearing Ian's voice. Regarding this matter, Ian could not help but resonate deeply. For the Navy's succession crisis is evident to any discerning observer. It is an unfortunate circumstance. The Navy has simply been plagued by bad luck over the years, failing to produce individuals of the caliber of the 3 admirals. Bad luck? If it were merely a matter of misfortune, that would be a relief. What do you mean? Never mind, let's not dwell on that. The examination is about to conclude. Allow me to treat you to something delightful. Something delightful? Observing the slight upturn of Shawn's lips, Ian inexplicably felt a surge of compassion. Yet, why this feeling of empathy arose, even Ian could not comprehend. But after the examination concluded, and he witnessed Shawn delivering a swift kick that rendered Dahei unconscious, Ian seemed to grasp the source of his previous sentiment of compassion. The next day, all personnel boarded the ship, preparing to return to the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Dahei arrived at the beach to bid farewell, with all the students waving their goodbyes. However, when Dahei glanced at Shawn, a distinctly human-like expression of resentment flickered in his eyes. Shawn, it appears Dahei's hind leg is injured. Could it be you? Last night, I took Ian out for a sumptuous meal. Upon hearing this, Zefa fell into speechlessness, taking a considerable moment before speaking again. You two didn't even call for me? Half a month later. Navy headquarters. Due to Smoker's early arrival at the elite training camp, the Brat and a cadre of soldiers from the 16th Division have been detained and interrogated. Unlike the previous encounter with Shawn, The rat now vehemently denies all accusations. His defiance is uncharacteristic of a rat. He is acutely aware that a certain individual will undoubtedly protect him, and at Navy headquarters, he need not fear Shawn. The madman, as long as he remains tight-lipped, that individual will surely devise a means to safeguard him. There's even a possibility that, under that individual's intervention, he might continue to serve as the division leader, albeit with a minuscule chance. Thus, after 2 days of relentless questioning, the Navy has been unable to extract a confession from the rat. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, a special guest has arrived. Rob Lucci, is it? I'm aware of you. It is said you are regarded as the strongest of CP9 in a millennium. I wonder what brings you to the Navy today. Gazing at the young man in his 20s clad in a black suit, Sengoku inquired, feeling somewhat nostalgic. The mere fact that CP9 could produce such a young powerhouse, barely in his 20s, yet nearing the strength of a vice admiral, makes one reflect on the Navy's current state. It is indeed a lamentable situation. But I digress. The Navy still has Shawn, who at merely 15 years old is not far behind Lucci in prowess. Therefore, there remains hope for the Navy. Reflecting on Shawn brought a slight comfort to Sengoku's heart. Little did he know, if Shawn truly exerted himself in battle, he might even surpass Lucci. After all, be it the release of the Soul Reaper's blade or the techniques of Kido, Shawn had yet to reveal those capabilities in front of Sengoku. In fact, not even Zefa had witnessed them. Admiral Sengoku, I have been dispatched to the Navy headquarters to retrieve the rat and the other soldiers from the 16th Division. What? You CP9 wish to interfere in our Navy's internal affairs by taking the rat and those soldiers. I've stated I am under orders. As for the reasons, I am unaware. If Admiral Sengoku has inquiries, you may contact our CP9 commander for clarification. Spandam, you say? No, Commander Spandam has recently been reassigned to CP5. The new commander of CP9 is Spandam. Spandam. That incompetent has been made the commander of CP9. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Spandam once visited the Navy headquarters with his son, leaving a lasting impression on Sengoku. His son was utterly useless. To think that such a person would ascend to a position of command in CP9 is simply absurd. I cannot comment on the commander's matters, but if Admiral Sengoku intends to obstruct my mission, I hope you will reach out to Commander Spandam to issue a change of orders. Regarding the matter of Sengoku deeming Spandam to be worthless, Lucci expressed his strong agreement. However, he held an unwavering loyalty to the world government. Since Spandam had been appointed by the world government, his commands symbolized the will of the world government, a will that Lucci believed he must adhere to. That was the logic that governed Lucci's mind. Thus, I will have someone escort you to rest. We shall discuss this matter further after I have spoken with Spandam. Very well. Nodding, Lucci departed the office. Meanwhile, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. In terms of strength, CP9 scarcely qualified to shine the Navy's shoes. Yet this organization was directly affiliated with the world government, often enjoying a higher priority in certain matters than even the Navy. In short, it was utterly absurd. Could it be that the rat was indeed Spandam's doing? This posed quite the dilemma. Within the confines of the office, Sengoku began to mutter to himself, "As for Spandam, he hadn't given him much thought, for that fool lacked the capability to weave such an extensive web of interests." Leaving the Navy in the dark all these years, after a moment's contemplation, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail and dialed out. However, he did not reach out to Spandam on Judicial Island, but rather. The following day, the warship carrying the elite training camp arrived at Navy headquarters. Why are there so few people at the port? Upon docking, Zefa furrowed his brow. It was not that there were no Marines on duty, but their numbers seemed to be less than half of the usual. This was rather unusual. Commander Zefa, welcome back to headquarters. May I ask why there are so few Marines in the military harbor today? Well, what's the matter, can't you say? No, it's because CP9 has come to challenge us. Aside from essential personnel, everyone else has gone to the training grounds to spectate. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered across the Marine's face. If possible, he too would have liked to watch. After all, it was not often that an intelligence organization dared to challenge the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the one leading the charge was rumored to be the strongest of CP9 in 800 years. How exciting! How he longed to see it! Upon learning the reason, Zefa was momentarily taken aback. Since when did CP9 dare to confront the Navy on their own territory? Do you know who the challenger is? At that moment, Shawn approached. I heard it's Rob Lucci. If it's him, then I fear no one from this generation of the Navy can rival him. Nodding, Shawn continued. Those words caused the Marines present to change their expressions drastically. Surely that cannot be true. No matter how strong he is merely an intelligence operative. How could there be no one from this generation of the Navy who could contend with him? Nonetheless, Zefa wholeheartedly agreed with Shawn's assessment. Unless the Navy shamelessly sent out a vice admiral or even an admiral, it was unlikely that even the commodores or majors would stand a chance. After all, there had been rumors circulating that Lucci's combat prowess had already surpassed 2,500, having mastered the Navy's 6 powers to a profound degree. He had even completely grasped the essence of the 6 powers. There truly was no one of such capability in the Navy headquarters at such a young age. Shawn, let us go and observe. Should the need arise, you will uphold the dignity of the Navy. Of course, soon, Zefa and Shawn made their way to the training grounds, with Ein and the other instructors and students hastily following suit. Only after they had all departed did the Marines on duty at the port regain their senses. Commander Zefa just mentioned that if something were to happen, that young lad would maintain the Navy's dignity. He looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old. What a disaster! Why did I have to be on duty today? I really want to go watch. At the Navy headquarters, the training ground were now surrounded by over 10,000 Marines. In the midst of the crowd, a large space had been cleared. Lucci stood there expressionless, facing a Marine Rear Admiral who appeared to be nearly 30 years old, lying unconscious on the ground. After Sengoku contacted Spandam yesterday, the latter had dismissed his concerns, asserting that the CP organization could, based on its mission requirements, draw personnel below the rank of Rear Admiral from the Navy without Sengoku's consent. He claimed this was a privilege granted to the CP organization by the 5 elders. As long as the number of personnel drawn did not exceed a certain limit, Sengoku had no authority to obstruct them. However, Sengoku knew all too well that once the rat was taken away, it would likely be silenced immediately to AS for any explanations. A mere mention of death during the mission would suffice. Furthermore, even Sengoku had no right to inquire into the mission's particulars. Nevertheless, Sengoku did not acquiesce to Spandam's demands, subtly hinting that Spandam should not overstep his bounds. Neither party was willing to yield, and ultimately, Spandam proposed a wager. Lucci would spar with the younger generation of the Navy, specifically those under 30 years of age. Should no one from the Navy be able to defeat Lucci, then the Rat and the personnel from the 16th Division will be taken by Lucci. Conversely, if Lucci were to fail, then Spandam would revoke his orders. Sengoku was quite hesitant about this suggestion, as he had heard tales of Lucci's prowess, and it was indeed challenging to find anyone under 30 in the Navy who could match him. Is this truly the extent of the Navy's strength? Are we truly so inferior to your intelligence department? If that is the case, I believe it necessary to inform the 5 elders that allocating such substantial funds to a worthless organization would be better spent on us. Thus, the current situation on the training grounds came to be. Sengoku's face was clouded with frustration. This was the 7th match, and not a single Marine had managed to best Lucci. In fact, most had been easily defeated. Barely putting up a fight. Is the younger generation of the Navy truly this weak? Commander, let me take this one. At this moment, Smoker approached Sengoku. Instantly, Sengoku's eyes brightened. Of course, there was still Smoker, who was now 29 years old, perfectly fitting within the age limit, and a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. His strength was commendable, if not for his overly straightforward nature. Sengoku would have never exiled him to the East Blue for training, but rather would have nurtured him as a future pillar of the Navy. Moreover, Lucci likely had yet to awaken his haki, so, I agree, go on. Yes, Commander, as Smoker made his way to the training grounds. Zefa and Shawn also arrived. Sengoku, Zefa, Shawn, you've returned? What's the situation now? CP is demanding to transfer the Rat and the personnel from the 16th Division under the guise of special mission. Damn it, what special mission? I suspect they have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zefa understood perfectly what CP was scheming. He was immediately incensed. I am aware, but CP does indeed hold this authority, and I cannot obstruct them. Hence, I wagered with Spandam that Lucci would spar with the younger generation of the Navy, that if no one could defeat Lucci, then he may take the Rat and his companions. However, if the Navy wins, they shall remain. Zefa nodded, finally grasping the situation at hand. Although it was quite frustrating, there seemed to be no better alternative. After all, CP did possess such authority, regardless of how unreasonable the entire affair appeared. However, with Smoker stepping up, the issue should not be insurmountable. Lucci had yet to master hockey. Indeed, as long as Smoker triumphs, we can preserve both the honor of the Navy and the Rat. Sengoku wholeheartedly concurred with Zefa's words. After all, Smoker was a Logia-type user. As long as the opponent lacked hockey, he would naturally hold the advantage. Yet Shawn had a differing opinion that I must say, old Sengoku and old Zefa, you are far too optimistic. From what I know, Smoker's martial arts are not particularly strong. If he is unable to utilize his elemental form, he may very well be defeated in an instant. After all, it's not just hockey that counters elemental forms. Do you think CP lacks Sea Prism Stones? Upon hearing this, the expressions of both men changed drastically. CP does not possess Sea Prism Stones. This is undoubtedly impossible. As for Smoker's martial arts, well, in Zefa's mind, he and Kazu are evenly matched, both excessively emphasizing their devil fruit abilities while neglecting their physical prowess and martial skills. Now, one can only hope that the opponent is not carrying any Sea Prism Stone weapons. However, not long after. Is it Smoker, the user of the Smokesmock fruit? If it is you. As he spoke, Rob Lucci pulled out a pair of items resembling gloves from his pocket and donned them. There's almost no need for confirmation. Just from Lucci's words, Sengoku and Zefa could already surmise the nature of those gloves, that Sea Prism Stone gloves. Do you mind having another round? The gloves, dark as armor, were entirely forged from Sea Prism Stone. Upon witnessing Lucci don these gloves, Smoker's expression shifted dramatically to a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. He fears three things. First, water, specifically a large volume capable of submerging him halfway. Second, Sea Prism Stone. Third, Busashoku Haki. These three elements are practically the natural enemy of Logia users. Of course, merely possessing a Sea Prism Stone weapon is contingent upon one's strength. If one is too weak, it would be of little use. However, it was evident that after the previous 7 bouts, Smoker was acutely aware that his opponent's martial arts and combat experience far surpassed his own. The reason he eagerly volunteered was that, as a Logia user, he was naturally in a position of invulnerability. Yet, the moment the Sea Prism Stone gloves appeared, that invulnerability ceased to exist. Shaking his head, Smoker forced himself to regain composure. And then, White Fist, since his original advantage was gone, he would strike first and seize every opportunity. Surely he would find a way. In the next instant, Smoker executed his not-so-refined Navy 6 styles, maneuvering around Lucci's back. He then unleashed his most proficient technique, success. Observing Lucci seemingly unresponsive before him, Smoker felt a surge of joy. Had he perhaps grown complacent? Regardless, if he had yet to react by now, this match was his to win. However, just as Smoker thought Lucci could not evade, Lucci suddenly vanished from Smoker's sight. He disappeared so abruptly that even several rear admirals present could hardly comprehend it, let alone the others, in the next moment. Smoker's white fist struck nothing but air, and at that same instant he felt a hand clasped upon his shoulder. Instantly, a wave of weakness began to spread throughout his body, Arashiashi, like a sword-wielding battleship. As Lucci unleashed a whip kick, the cutting wave created by Arashiashi took form in an instant. Due to Smoker being grasped by Lucci's Sea Prism Stone gloves, he could not elementalize. His entire being was sent flying by the cutting wave, landing 100 meters away before crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The 6 styles originated from the Navy, yet it is truly lamentable that not a single person in the Navy could wield them with finesse. Regardless of what he said, Lucci always maintained a stoic expression. It was precisely this demeanor that rendered his previous words even more insulting. Nevertheless, while others wore grim faces, they could not retort. After all, this was already the 8th opponent, and whether they were a colonel or a rear admiral, none under the age of 30 could stand against Lucci. It is worth noting that Lucci is merely 23 years old. The most critical aspect is that even if they could not win, The longest any of the 8 had lasted was less than 2 minutes. This was truly humiliating that if things were to end this way, it would likely be a long time before the Navy could hold its head high before the CP organization. Admiral Sengoku, do you or any others wish to challenge? If not, I will proceed to take them away, as per orders. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Yet before he could respond, wait, who gave you permission to end it like this? I have not lost yet. Looking towards the source of the voice, everyone then noticed that Smoker had already risen. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his right hand while his left hand pressed firmly against his mouth, stained with blood. You are not my opponent. Whether or not one is an opponent can only be determined after the battle concludes. White Gale! Boom! His entire body transformed into smoke and erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire combat area within 3 seconds, obscuring the sight of all. Clever! Although Lucci could utilize the Sea Prism Stone gloves to compensate for his lack of awakened Busashoka Haki and attack Smoker's physical form. At this moment, Smoker covered the entire area with his ability, completely blocking visibility. He could even manipulate the smoke to a degree, causing interference with Lucci's observation haki, making it difficult for Lucci to accurately perceive Smoker's location and movements. Upon witnessing Smoker's actions, Sengoku's eyes lit up. His analysis was entirely correct. Smoker had indeed come with this intention. Although Lucci could not see, his observation haki was still formidable and could perceive Smoker's presence and specific movements. However, the principle of observation haki relies on the changes in air currents generated by the opponent's movements. The key is the alteration of air currents, but Smoker had enveloped the entire area in smoke. While the smoke may not completely obstruct the air currents, it could certainly cause interference to a certain extent, thereby rendering Lucci's observation haki ineffective. Moreover, since the smoke was originally created from Smoker's own body, he would know precisely Lucci's position. This was a very astute strategy. Bang, 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 boom. Although the combat process within the smoke was invisible, the observing Marines could still hear the sounds of battle emanating from within, seemingly quite intense. However, they did not notice that among the high-ranking Navy officials, Sengoku and several rear admirals wore grim expressions. They could perceive the ongoing battle within the smoke through their observation haki, which was certainly not as the other Marines imagined, both sides engaging in fierce combat. The reality was, after the initial strike Smoker landed on Lucci, he had been on the receiving end ever since. As for why, that first hit was deliberately taken by Lucci, who, seizing that fleeting moment, firmly grasped Smoker's punching arm with the advantage of his Sea Prism stone gloves. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows. Lucci even unleashed multiple finger pistol shots at close range, creating several bloody holes in Smoker's body that in the next instant, boom, with a resounding explosion, the smoke enveloping the area suddenly detonated, revealing the scene within. At this moment, Lucci had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but before the Marines could cheer, they discovered Smoker lying on the ground, unconscious. Admiral Sengoku, I have already shown restraint. Can this farce come to an end? At this moment, Sengoku was truly at a loss for words. Even if he arranged for a few more to step up, the outcome would not change. It would only further embarrass the Navy. After all, the previous 8 were already the strongest among those present at the headquarters, all under 30. If even the Logia-type Smoker could not contend, sending anyone else would yield the same result. Regardless, having already fought 8, do you mind taking a little more time for a 9th? Just as Sengoku was about to concede, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Following that, a boy who appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, lacking even a military rank, began to walk steadily toward Lucci. This individual was none other than Shawn. Who else could it be? A lightning-type devil fruit. Shawn, come back. You are not his opponent yet. Upon witnessing Shawn's actions, Sengoku immediately grew anxious. In 2 or 3 years, Sengoku could confidently assert that Shawn could defeat Lucci with ease, even without exerting full strength. But now, it was not the right time. Allowing Shawn to suffer a blow to his confidence here would be quite detrimental. Comparatively, Sengoku would prefer to send the rat into the fray. However, Sengoku, let Shawn go, you bastard Zefa. Are you trying to ruin Shawn? Rest assured, Shawn is far stronger than you think. Zefa paid no heed to the furious Sengoku. Instead, he spoke with an air of confidence. that moment. Shawn had already approached Lucci, while several naval volunteers were transferring Smoker onto a stretcher. Without any rank, was he merely a trainee from the Naval Academy, yet to graduate? Lucci furrowed his brow at that moment. Shawn donned only a standard Marine uniform, lacking any insignia. Thus, Lucci arrived at this conclusion that, to be precise, Lucci's assessment was not incorrect. Shawn was indeed an elite trainee who had yet to graduate. "You little brat, leave. This is not a place for you." Boom! Before Lucci could finish his sentence, an immense pressure descended. Even he felt a certain heaviness in his body. Gravity? No, it did not seem quite like that. Could it be Conqueror's Haki? It felt entirely different from mere intimidation. What on earth was it? "Shawn, you need to rein it in." At that moment, Zefa bellowed from outside the field. The next instant, Shawn noticed that the range of his spiritual pressure seemed to have expanded. Indeed, the majority of the nearby Marines found themselves pressed to the ground. Shawn sheepishly glanced around, having momentarily forgotten about the ordinary Marines. He quickly reined in his spiritual pressure, confining it within the arena. This caused everyone outside to feel a sudden lightness, and as they picked themselves up, they all retreated a considerable distance. Only the high-ranking naval officers and those of the vice admiral rank remained in their previous positions. The ordinary Marines were genuinely terrified. After all, spiritual pressure is a form of soul oppression. Those lacking strength and fortitude in their souls would experience greater fear than when facing Conqueror's Haki. "Zefa, what exactly is that, Shawn? It doesn't appear to be Conqueror's Haki, does it? What else could it be? Is there something else capable of producing such an effect?" Zefa replied tersely, though Sengoku felt somewhat puzzled. He merely nodded without delving further into thought, as for the fact that Shawn possessed a unique energy not belonging to any known power system. Zefa would not disclose this to Sengoku. Meanwhile, Lucci had also grown serious. Shawn's earlier display had made it abundantly clear that one could not judge his strength merely by his youthful age. Perhaps he was stronger than those previous Marines, even surpassing Lucci himself, at least in comparison to his 15-year-old self. "However, now, you are still no match for me." Shave, finger pistol, yellow lotus. This was one of the advanced techniques of the Navy's 6 powers. Marking Lucci's first use of an advanced move today, the IT was evident how much he valued Shawn. Thunderclap. Thunderwall. Boom. The thunderclap erupted as if lightning had been compressed to its utmost limit, released in a single breath. In an instant, electric lights surged forth. The next moment, a barrier composed purely of thunder stood before Shawn. At the same time, Lucci's hundreds of finger pistols, transformed into afterimages, surged forth almost simultaneously. However, with the thunder wall in place. Each of Lucci's strikes found purchase in the thunder, leaving him momentarily numb. Reluctantly, he had to withdraw his attack, his form abruptly retreating. After unleashing over 100 finger pistols, his fingers had become quite numb, nearly losing sensation. Since close combat was not an option, then, Storm Leg. Kairyu. Unlike the ordinary Storm Leg, this was also an advanced technique of the 6 powers. The slashing wave transformed into a massive azure bird, charging toward Shawn. This move far surpassed the ordinary Storm Leg in both speed and power. Even some vice admirals watching could not help but express admiration. No wonder Lucci was considered the strongest in CP9 in 8 centuries. When it came to the application of the 6 powers, even they, as vice admirals, could not match Lucci's proficiency. Yet, facing the oncoming azure bird, Shawn did not raise his sword to block or attempt to evade. Instead, he lifted a finger. Although his Kido rank was only LV3, he could still forego the lower-tier spells and unleash at least 80% of their power. Destruction of the Way. White Lightning. White lightning erupted from Shawn's fingertip, surging forward with tremendous force. Boom! The next moment, the azure bird collided with the white lightning, resulting in a colossal explosion. Even the ground at the point of impact was left with a crater. From the moment Lucci launched his attack until now, roughly 3 seconds had passed. Within those 3 seconds, both parties had engaged in 2 rounds of intense offense and defense, leaving most spectators in a state of bewilderment. Sengoku, in particular, was utterly confounded. Did Shawn consume a devil fruit? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen it. Zefa shook his head. He truly had no idea. Could it be a thunder type? It couldn't be, since if that were the case, Shawn could have elementalized during Lucci's 2 attacks without needing to block at all. True, yet even if it is not a thunder type, it is undoubtedly not an ordinary devil fruit. Especially considering that Shawn's lightning was white. At this moment, Sengoku was fervently trying to recall and verify which devil fruit Shawn's abilities might correspond to in the devil fruit compendium. Unfortunately, none seemed to match. After all, the Navy's devil fruit compendium was incomplete, with many formidable fruits long hidden away by the world government, never appearing in the compendium provided to the Navy. Moreover, to Sengoku's knowledge, even the devil fruit compendium in possession of the world government was not comprehensive. Many powerful fruits had seemingly evaded the world government for 800 years, and they had never managed to acquire them. Even when they briefly obtained them, circumstances would soon cause them to lose possession. The fruit that Luffy consumed was a prime example. Thus, he merely assumed that Shawn had ingested an undocumented devil fruit and did not consider other possibilities. However, he was unaware that white lightning was merely the most basic and perhaps one of the simplest techniques among the destruction of the way. In the realm of Soul Reapers, it was a technique all students were required to learn during their foundational studies in Kido. The reason Shawn opted for this was simply that he believed it would make subsequent explanations easier. After all, if it was a lightning-type devil fruit ability, then white lightning could certainly fall under that category, couldn't it? As for what kind of fruit it was, if Sengoku didn't know, how could he? After all, no one seemed to know, and maintaining an air of mystery was preferable, right? Otherwise, Shawn would have directly employed a higher-tier Kido. It should be noted that while he could not use advanced Kido at present, he had mastered all spells below level 40 on the battlefield. Shawn had now withdrawn the thunderclap and subsequently placed his right hand on the ground, reminiscent of Akiji unleashing the Ice Age. Even someone several hundred meters away, in a room filled with training equipment, lifted their blindfold to take a look. Destruction of the way. Stitch lightning, crackle, countless golden yellow bolts of lightning surged from his palm, using the ground as a conductor to spread rapidly in all directions that, in the blink of an eye, the entire combat zone was enveloped. Join the Navy instead. In mid-air, Lucci, stepping lightly on the moonwalk, felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Had he not reacted swiftly and leaped into the air, he would have surely been caught in the onslaught. His expression grew considerably more solemn. The lightning on the ground did not last long. After about 10 seconds, it dissipated to that point. Lucci descended once more. After all, continuously using moonwalk to hover in mid-air was quite taxing. Although this exertion was not particularly taxing for Lucci, the young man before him instilled a formidable sense of danger within him. Therefore, conserving energy was paramount. Furthermore, while briefly hovering with moonwalk was feasible, it was clearly unsuitable for high-intensity combat. It should be noted that using moonwalk was neither convenient nor precise, that I hadn't intended to wield this power. After all, I only recently acquired it, but now, with his gaze fixed on Shawn, Lucci's body began to undergo a transformation. His form enlarged, and leopard-like patterns emerged upon his skin. Eventually, even his head transformed into that of a leopard, with only the portion below his nose retaining a human semblance. Animal type, cat fruit. Leopard formed, human beast form. When it comes to the matter at hand, Lucci's devil fruit is neither extraordinary nor particularly powerful. Yet, this ability is remarkably well suited to him. After all, Lucci has mastered the 6 powers of the Navy, and this fruit significantly enhances his physique, strength, and speed, amplifying the might of his techniques, particularly in terms of speed. This fruit undoubtedly provides Lucci with more augmentation than most others. Now, having achieved his hybrid form, he exudes an overwhelming sense of power. Finger pistol. Discharge. Although there remains a considerable distance between him and Shawn, Lucci launched his finger pistol from a stationary position. This bewildered many onlookers, as a finger pistol is typically a close-range technique. How could it be utilized as a long-range attack? Sengoku, too, was taken aback. Compared to others, he possessed a deeper understanding of the 6 powers, as they were originally conceived by Garp. Indeed, a finger pistol can be executed at a distance, but it requires immense physical prowess and exceptional skill to accomplish. Even among the Navy's elite, aside from Garp, no one else could achieve such a feat. It was astonishing to realize that the mere 23-year-old Lucci had already accomplished this. In other words, Lucci's mastery of the six powers had reached a truly terrifying level. As he unleashed three finger pistols, Lucci did not pause to await the outcome. He immediately took action. Shave. His speed had markedly increased, to the point where some of the vice admirals struggled to keep up with his movements. As the three-finger pistols raced toward him, Shawn deftly dodged to the side, evading them with ease. Yet unexpectedly, a shadow appeared behind him. "I've got you." Gale foot. Leopard tail. A spiraling vacuum slash was instantaneously unleashed. Mere meters from Shawn, to anyone observing, it was clear that evasion was impossible. However, Lucci's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed Shawn, with his back turned, utilizing a peculiar grip and angle to position his sword. Thunderclap behind him, effectively blocking the Gale foot strike. Though he managed to block it, the immense impact sent Shawn flying several meters away. Nonetheless, he sustained no injury. This was a deliberate maneuver to dissipate the force. Without granting Shawn any opportunity to recover, Lucci activated Shave once more, aiming to pursue him relentlessly. Finger pistol. Spotted. His hands moved like shadows, unleashing a flurry of finger pistols, akin to a machine gun's barrage. Relentlessly pressing the advantage, he sought to subdue Shawn entirely with this relentless assault. Yet, just as he was about to close in on Shawn's retreating figure, he stumbled unexpectedly and fell to the ground. Just when victory seemed within reach, the onlooking sailors were left bewildered. Although Shawn had narrowly escaped defeat, their joy was tempered by confusion over the unfolding events. Amidst the sailors' perplexity, Shawn spoke up. "Binding path, no." 4. The rope. At that moment, all attention shifted to the golden energy that entwined Lucci's legs like a binding rope. It was no wonder he had fallen unexpectedly during his high-speed pursuit. This was also a manifestation of Thunderclap's power, capable of transforming into a tangible force to ensnare opponents. Sengoku expressed his astonishment that it was easy to mistake this golden rope for an electrical phenomenon due to its appearance. Regrettably, Shawn was unable to cast Binding Path spells beyond the 20th incantation. Otherwise, the 30-point mouthful flash would have been an impeccable follow-dash-up AS for casting incantations in the heat of battle. Alas, in real combat, there is seldom time to recite lengthy spells. While there might be opportunities during distractions or sneak attacks, one-on-one encounters rarely allow for such luxury. Reflecting on his own Kido practice, which had been neglected for half a year, he resolved to train diligently moving forward. Merely relying on incantationless spells below the 20th level proved insufficient against formidable opponents. With a resounding thud, the golden energy rope binding Lucci's legs shattered, scattering like starlight. Indeed, this rope alone cannot contain you. Then, justice upon you. Thunderclap. With a mighty crash, a bolt of cerulean lightning, over a meter in diameter, descended from the sky. It struck without warning, lacking any forewarning or build-up. Reminiscent of Enel's divine punishment from the original narrative. Iron block, steel, iron block. Lucci, are you serious? While there was still a chance to evade, choosing to confront the lightning with an iron block was rather presumptuous. According to Enel's calculations, this bolt of lightning certainly surged beyond the voltage threshold. Did he truly believe an iron block could withstand it? Moreover, isn't iron meant to withstand physical attacks? This is not a physical attack. Clearly, in the next instant, the lightning engulfed Lucci, and it took several seconds before it finally dissipated, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Just when everyone assumed the outcome was decided, a sudden sound pierced the air. A leopard tail ensnared Shawn's waist, lifting him off the ground. 0.6 powers ultimate. Maximum wheel. 6 King's gun. With his fists thrust forward, he prepared to unleash an overwhelming shockwave aimed squarely at Shawn's back. Should this attack connect, even Shawn would likely suffer severe injury, as he lacked the protagonist template of growing stronger with greater wounds. However, while Lucci's actions had deceived the majority of the Navy, they certainly did not fool the higher echelons, nor did they escape Shawn's keen perception. Thunderclap. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted from beneath Lucci's feet, consuming him instantly. Moments later, the leopard tail that had ensnared Shawn released its grip, revealing a sight that met Shawn's eyes. Lucci, his eyes glazed and emitting wisps of black smoke. Utilizing the commotion caused by the descending lightning, Lucci had evaded at the last moment, masking his actions. He had even initially feigned the iron block stance to confuse his opponent. Then, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the crater left by the lightning strike, he moved at blinding speed to launch a thunderous attack from behind. Impressive work. It truly felt unfortunate to be serving under Standam. Observing Lucci, who remained in the Six Kings gun position yet devoid of consciousness, Shawn remarked, 032, trading 3 vice admirals for Lucci. Indeed, although Shawn lacked kin bunchaku, he could still sense his surroundings to a certain extent through spiritual pressure. Thus, Lucci's previous actions were evidently registered. Consequently, after the thunder struck, Shawn had seized control of Lucci and maneuvered to his rear, awaiting the perfect moment for an assault. Even when Lucci himself reached this position and unleashed his final strike, there was no chance for him to evade once he realized what was happening. In this scenario, it was more about cunning than sheer strength. Otherwise, even if Shawn could defeat Lucci, it would have taken an extended period of time, unless one were to disregard all caution and reveal every tactic at their disposal, such as employing Kido techniques that could not be explained by lightning. Outside the battlefield, thousands of sailors exchanged glances, each face reflecting a mixture of excitement and trepidation, uncertainty looming in the air. It was not until over 10 seconds had passed that someone broke the silence with a cheer, which soon erupted into a chorus of jubilant voices throughout the entire training ground. A mere 15-year-old child, still an elite training camp student, had emerged victorious. Initially, no one had noticed Shawn, presuming him to be just another passionate young sailor. Yet, he had triumphed. What's more, his prowess at this age likely surpassed that of the 3 admirals when they were young. Shawn, well done. Sengoku approached, clapping Shawn on the shoulder, his smile no longer concealed. After all, the Navy had been destined for humiliation, but with Shawn's intervention, the tide had turned completely. Sengoku was elated. Old man Sengoku, Lucci is impressive. But is there no way to recruit him into our Navy? I fear that is unlikely. Zhang Guo was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. It was undeniable that Lucci was indeed quite remarkable. And Zhang Guo was well aware of this, especially in the current transitional phase of the Navy, that if he could somehow bring Lucci into the Navy, he would certainly welcome him with open arms. However, that was simply not feasible. After all, Lucci was affiliated with CP9, an intelligence agency directly under the world government. Even though Zhang Guo held the position of admiral, he lacked the authority to requisition personnel from there. Old man, can't you think outside the box? What do you mean? A trade swap. Don't tell me you Haven team managed to extract the list from the mouse after all these days. The moment this topic arose, Zhang Guo found himself in an awkward position. He genuinely had not been able to procure the list. The mouse had been obstinately uncooperative. Then I shall provide you with 3 names. Discuss it with Spandane. The Navy will exchange 3 for 1. Wait, let us talk about this matter in my office later. Half an hour later, having arranged matters of the Major's Assembly, Shawn followed Zhang Guo into the Admiral's office. Shawn, you may speak now. Vice Admiral Lofi, Vice Admiral Single, and Vice Admiral Sanders. So, it was indeed those 3. Zhang Guo, it seems you had your suspicions all along. Shawn was somewhat taken aback. The strength of these 3 has not even reached the level of Vice Admiral. They barely qualify as Rear Admirals. What? They barely qualify as Rear Admirals, and yet you want them promoted to Vice Admiral. Because their military achievements are simply too numerous. With this revelation, Shawn understood. Initially, it was straightforward for Spandane to leverage CP's organization to garner more military accomplishments. If they needed intelligence, it was readily available, and if they needed combat prowess, Spandane could arrange for covert assistance or even eliminate targets directly, allowing these 3 to return with trophies without lifting a finger. After all, assassination was CP's specialty. Thus, with their ascension to the rank of Vice Admiral, the trio could exploit their positions to secure greater benefits for Spandane, particularly Vice Admiral Sanders, who was responsible for managing intelligence across the 4 seas, had an abundance of opportunities at his disposal. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the mouse to have wreaked havoc in the East Blue for so many years without the higher-ups being aware. Clearly, Sanders had suppressed much of the relevant intelligence, ultimately leading to this outcome. If it were any other Vice Admiral, Zhang Guo would surely hesitate, even for a remarkably talented and youthful genius. But with these 3, Zhang showed no signs of hesitation. Their capabilities were inadequate, barely qualifying as rear admirals, and they were nothing more than parasites within the Navy. To exchange them for Lu Chi, it was an exceedingly advantageous deal. Most crucially, with their ranks, they undoubtedly knew quite a bit about Spandane. Should those secrets be exposed, even if Spandane managed to shift blame in front of the elders, he would still suffer severe consequences. Thus, this exchange, Spandane would have no choice but to comply. However, Xian, are you willing to trade Lu Chi for these 3 individuals? Zhang Guo was well aware of Xian's earlier instructions regarding Smoker, and he understood that all implicated Navy personnel must be eliminated. This was Xian's bottom line. But if they exchange personnel, then, for the greater good, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo regarded Xian with renewed respect. He had not anticipated that Xian possessed such a sense of the bigger picture. He was indeed a talent worth nurturing. However, Zhang Guo failed to grasp Xian's true thoughts. They must be able to survive long enough to reach Spandane. Indeed, this was Xian's genuine intent. Personnel must be exchanged. But the Navy's parasites must also be eradicated. None could escape. After Xian departed, Zhang Guo picked up the Din Mushi and dialed Spandane. How is it, Admiral Zhang Guo? Can we have Lu Chi brought over? I'm afraid not. Lu Chi lost, so it isn't possible. That's impossible. No one from the same era in the Navy could ever defeat Lu Chi. You can ask Lu Chi yourself. We in the Navy are not as shameless as you. What? Lu Chi actually lost. And to someone from the same era in the Navy, Spandane was utterly flabbergasted. Rest assured, the Mouse 1T have a chance to speak again before he dies, just as we agreed last time. I hope Admiral Zhang Guo keeps his word. Although Lu Chi's defeat surprised Spandane, the ultimate outcome was still acceptable, as long as Zhang Guo fulfilled his promise and ensured the Mouse remained silent. Even eliminating him directly, it was manageable. By the way, I want someone from your CP9. Who? Rob Lu Chi. I firmly believe he is quite suitable for the Navy. Impossible. You want Rob Lu Chi? Have you been drinking? Zhang Guo, what if I offer 3 Navy Vice Admirals in exchange? Vice Admiral Lofi, Vice Admiral Single, and Vice Admiral Sanders. As Zhang Guo's words fell, Spandane's eyes widened in shock. More than 10 minutes later, having ended the call with Spandane, Zhang Guo wore a satisfied expression, even humming a little tune. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, in a clandestine base, Spandane was in his room, furiously smashing things. The next day, at the Navy Headquarters Hospital, Lu Chi lay in bed, somewhat questioning his life. That it was not because he had lost to Xian. He was not one to shy away from defeat, but just half an hour ago, he had awakened to find Admiral Zhang Guo beaming at his side, announcing, Lu Chi, from today onward, you are a member of the Navy. Here is your transfer order. As for the rank, well, let us start you as a colonel. After all, you have no military merits yet, but with your abilities, I believe you will soon ascend to Rear Admiral, then Major General, and even Vice Admiral. Zhang Guo provided Lu Chi with no opportunity to pose any questions. After speaking, he swiftly departed. That moment, Lu Chi was utterly bewildered. He had adhered to the path of dark justice. How could he be thrust into the light? This was utterly absurd. In Mariehua, amidst the corridors of power, you mean CP9's Rob Lu Chi has been transferred to the Navy? Indeed, the man dressed in a white suit and mask nodded. He was the second in command of CP0. And Rob Lu Chi was one of the candidates he had earmarked for CP0 if all went according to plan. Once Lu Chi reached his 30s and met CP0 standards, he would be transferred to serve in CP0. However, this morning, his subordinate had informed him that Lu Chi was transferred to the Navy. What on earth was happening? Thus, he hurried to meet with the elders. The reason? According to reports from the Navy headquarters, it seems that Zhang Guo has uncovered some of Spandane's underhanded dealings and has traded 3 Vice Admirals for Lu Chi, forcing Spandane to agree. 3 Vice Admirals. Zhang Guo holds Rob Lu Chi in such high regard. Upon hearing this, the elders were taken aback. To trade 3 Vice Admirals for Lu Chi is indeed a significant move by Zhang Jiu. According to my investigation, these 3 Vice Admirals are all colluding with Spandane, exploiting their positions within the Navy to amass wealth for him. Now the elders understood, and oh wonder Zhang Guo was so generous. Even if Liu Qi is quite talented, he isn't worth 3 vice admirals. It seems he is clearing out the parasites within the Navy, while simultaneously securing Liu Qi from CP9. He certainly plays his cards well. What do you think? Should we veto this transfer order? No, there's no need to veto it. Let Liu Qi join the Navy. Is that so? You must view this matter from a different perspective. The Navy is currently facing a severe generational gap. Once the 3 admirals of this generation retire, there will be no one to fill their positions at AS for Liu Qi. Although he still has a long way to go, I believe he can reach the standards of an admiral within 10 years. And his loyalty to the world government is something we can trust. Indeed, allowing Liu Qi to join the Navy, with the potential to become an admiral or even an admiral of the fleet in the future, would make the Navy much more compliant. Agreed. Soon, the 5 elders reached a consensus. Seizing upon the Navy's momentary disarray, they facilitated Liu Qi's ascent to a prominent position. However, the CP0 operative found himself utterly bewildered. He had come to thwart your orders, yet, had he known this would transpire, he would have directly approached the Navy headquarters to negotiate with Sengoku instead. Now that you have made this decision, how can he negotiate? He could hardly suppress his frustration, wishing to slap himself in exasperation. A month later, in the elite training camp, 2 figures danced amidst the clash of swords, their movements intertwining incessantly. This spectacle had long ceased to astonish the instructors and trainees within the camp. Since half a month prior, Tato had returned from a covert mission and had been diligently instructing Shawn in the art of swordsmanship. However, over the past fortnight, Tato found herself at a loss. And no matter how one looked at it, Shawn's swordsmanship far surpassed that of an ordinary swordsman. Techniques such as steel cutting were child's play for him. In terms of combat capability, he even exceeded many renowned swordsmen. Yet perplexingly, he could not execute the flying slash. Tato remained clueless as to where the issue lay. In recent days, she could only engage in repeated sparring with him, hoping he would naturally grasp the flying slash through their encounters. She had emphasized, concentrate your sword energy into a point, then release it instantaneously as you swing. After forcing Shawn back several meters with strike, Tato reiterated her instruction. Shawn merely shrugged, thinking to himself, sword energy, but what if I have none? After all, the swordsmanship of the Shinigami relies not only on technique, but also on spiritual pressure, rather than sword energy. He had tried repeatedly in the past few days, but could not manifest even a trace of sword energy. Was he destined to fight up close like a Shinigami? This thought led Shawn into a spiral of existential doubt. Suddenly, he recalled that not all techniques in the world of Shinigami were limited to close combat. Some Zanpakuto could launch ranged attacks after their Shurikai or Bankai, akin to the flying slash in the pirate world. For instance, Ichigo Kurosuke's Zangetsu, both in its Shurikai form with Getsuga Tensho and in its Bankai form with Black Getsuga Tensho. The distinction lay in the use of spiritual pressure instead of sword energy. Thus, it was conceivable that one could substitute sword energy with a concentrated form of spiritual pressure to execute ranged slashes. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shawn instinctively raised his sword. Raimei, as the azure-hued, high-density spiritual pressure began to coalesce at its tip. Slash! As Raimei descended, a crescent-shaped azure slash was instantaneously unleashed. The terrifying force even caused Tautu's heart to tremble, prompting her to evade without any intention of receiving the blow. Boom! At that moment, the other trainees in the camp halted, staring blankly at Shawn and Tautu. They beheld a chasm several meters deep carved into the ground. Most astonishingly, this chasm stretched all the way to a training equipment room over 1,000 meters away. That equipment room had been cleaved in two and was currently collapsing. Shawn, what on earth are you doing? In a flash, Zephyr arrived beside Shawn, that he had intended to observe the sparring session between Shawn and Tautu, curious if there had been any progress today. However, upon reaching the edge of the training ground, he was met with a terrifying onslaught. Fortunately, Zephyr reacted swiftly and dodged. But when he turned back, he found the training equipment room behind him had been split in half and was in the throes of collapse. Anger surged through him. Who was responsible for this? It was known that the elite training camp was already financially strained, and the destruction of the equipment room meant that numerous devices within had been rendered utterly unusable due to the collapse. The loss was monumental. It would surely amount to at least 100 million berries. Following the trail of the chasm, he pursued it and discovered that the source was Shawn. Unbelievable. I had no idea. I merely followed the instructions given by Rear Admiral Tsuru and swung my sword. Who could have foreseen such a result? The not yet 16-year-old Shawn wore an expression of innocence. Anyone could see that Shawn genuinely appeared to be innocent. And the issue lay with Tsuru. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback before turning to glare at Tsuru. The moment Zephyr shot her a glare, Tsuru nearly lost her temper. Pitiful. Can't you see this guy is just acting? How outrageous. Throwing the blame onto me. At that moment, a vivid image formed in Tsuru's mind, depicting Shawn suspended naked and herself wielding a whip, striking down repeatedly. Due to the tremendous commotion, it wasn't long before Sengoku arrived. After understanding the situation, Sengoku did not erupt in his usual fashion. Instead, he cast a contemplative glance at the chasm stretching over 1,000 meters. Zephyr, submit a report on the damages. I will allocate a special budget for you. With that, Sengoku departed, leaving Zephyr in a state of bewilderment. Had Sengoku truly changed his demeanor? He hadn't even voiced his concerns, and Sengoku had already decided to reimburse him. 030 for the T-Pig's home was burgled regarding the current state of Shawn. It was far from favorable. Despite his spiritual power having reached over 3,200, that last strike had consumed 1,800 points in an instant. This meant that for Shawn at present, it was merely a one-time move. Although its power was immense, he could not unleash it repeatedly like skilled swordsmen or great swordsmen. Indeed, the saying held true. The essence of combat for the Shinigami lies in spiritual pressure. Whether wielding a Zanpakuto or executing a Shumpa, the foundation is always spiritual pressure. Therefore, the cultivation of spiritual power must never be neglected. Even during the upcoming months dedicated solely to swordsmanship, he must allocate at least 2 days each week to hone his spiritual pressure, striving to reach a total of 10,000 points, which is what the system refers to as the standard captain level. Moreover, he needed to devote extra effort to the aspect of spiritual pressure slashes. On one hand, he aimed to reduce spiritual power consumption through more refined control of spiritual pressure while maintaining equivalent power. On the other hand, he sought to devise several less potent slashes that could be employed in ordinary combat. Otherwise, if he continued relying on such high-powered techniques, even a standard captain's spiritual power would not sustain him for long. Ideally, he aspired to achieve a level similar to that of Hawkeye, where every strike was a basic attack, with the flying slash executed seamlessly. Before long, Shawn had formulated a plan for his future training, but in the next moment he suddenly sensed a chilling aura behind him, locking onto him. Damn it, he had forgotten about Tao too. He needed to make a hasty exit. Who knew what she might do to him after he had just thrown such a huge responsibility on her? Rear Admiral Tsuru, thank you for your guidance in swordsmanship today. I have gained considerable insights, so I shall take my leave to enter seclusion. No need, I have a dedicated training room for swordsmanship. Come with me. Just as Shawn thought to escape, Tsuru swiftly appeared before him, placing her right hand on him. While to the eyes of others it seemed a mere light touch, in reality, Shawn winced in pain, baring his teeth. In the next moment, he found himself being dragged away by Tsuru. Oh no, he was being taken away. At the Navy headquarters, in the officers' villa district, within Tsuru's detached villa. Speak, what was that strike of yours earlier about? Sitting on the sofa, Tsuru regarded Shawn, standing before her, exuding the aura of a superior interrogating a subordinate. Isn't this what you taught me? Concentrate the sword energy into a point, then unleash it at the moment of the strike. Shawn, have you forgotten my identity? Identity? Rear Admiral? No. Soon-to-be Vice Admiral. I am aware. Is that what I meant? All right, Rear Admiral Tsuru, you are the only great swordsman in the Navy. With a slight sigh, Shawn replied, Indeed, a great swordsman, although I have not held the title for long. It signifies that my understanding of swordsmanship surpasses that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku or Chief Instructor Zephyr. Thus, while you may deceive them, you cannot deceive me. That strike earlier was not sword energy at all, but rather the ability of her devil fruit, was it? What? Shawn thought Tsuru had seen through his secret. Did it turn out to be this? Suddenly, Shawn felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloping him. At that moment, Tao Tu continued her discourse. Do you think that I would look down upon you simply because you do not solely rely on swordsmanship to unleash your flying slashes? I'm not so narrow-minded. Strength is strength, regardless of its source. Even if it arises from a combination of the devil fruit and sword techniques, being able to execute such formidable slashes is truly commendable. Goodness, there was no need for him to clarify anything. This woman had already concocted her own narrative. All right, I admit it was my fault. I did indeed utilize external forces to unleash that slash. You see, it would have sufficed to say this outright. It's not as if I committed a wrongdoing. So what is there to conceal? You're absolutely right indeed. He found himself at a loss for words. However, this is still an external force. If you aspire to become a grand swordsman, you must learn to project your sword energy externally. Therefore, starting today, you shall reside with me. I will subject you to a rigorous 3-month training regimen to ensure you can master the externalization of sword energy. Tao Tu, what has happened to your countenance? Just moments ago, you claimed that employing the abilities of the devil fruit to unleash flying slashes was not disgraceful. How quickly you demand that I master the externalization of sword energy. I do not even possess any sword energy within me. Furthermore, you expect me to stay with you for 3 months? Are you simply lusting after my body, finding excuses to coerce me into cohabitation? Alas, it seems that a boy who traverses into another world must learn how to protect himself. Although Shawn's mind was racing with these absurd thoughts, his body proved to be quite honest. Merely a few minutes later, he had already moved 2 large bags of belongings from the training camp dormitory into Tao Tu's villa. In pursuit of efficiency, he even employed a flash step to hasten his journey, leaving Tao Tu utterly astonished upon his swift arrival with his 2 large bags. Oh soon. Could it be that I have invited a wolf into my home? New World, Marine G1 branch. BRR. I am Chatu, Vice Admiral Chatu. This is Eric from headquarters. Oh, Eric, what brings you here? Eric, a lieutenant from the Marine headquarters, was one of Chatu's loyal subordinates. Vice Admiral Chatu, you have been robbed of your home. Robbed of my home? What do you mean? Chatu was utterly bewildered by the voice emanating from the Den Mushi. How could he have been robbed of his home? You may not be aware of recent events at headquarters while stationed at G1. But Vice Admiral Tao Tu has become quite close with a new recruit from the training camp. In fact, that recruit has moved in with Vice Admiral Tao Tu, and they are officially cohabitating. Say that again. Who is cohabitating with whom? Chata thought he must have misheard. This situation was utterly absurd. Yet, it is indeed Vice Admiral Tao Tu and that recruit named Shawn Campbell from the training camp. They are now living together. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Vice Admiral Chatu, why do you doubt me? Many people at headquarters have witnessed this, and even the lower-ranking sailors are discussing their cohabitation. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Chatu was nearly driven to madness. Here he was, battling on the front lines of the new world, only to find his own home compromised. No, he must return to headquarters immediately. He could not afford to delay even a moment. Hanging up the Den Mushi, Chatu rushed towards Akinu's office. Marine headquarters, Marshal's office. Crane, you ought to speak with Tao Tu. After all, the situation is not favorable. And even the lower-ranking sailors are discussing her and Shawn's affair. That child is quite resolute. It would be futile. Crane shook her head. Moreover, they have not engaged in anything improper. It is merely Tao Tu instructing Shawn in swordsmanship. Just then, the Den Mushi on the desk rang out. I am Sengoku. Sengoku. This is Akinu. Akinu. Has something gone awry at G1? No, G1 is fine, but just now, Chata contacted me, claiming to have encountered some health issues and wishes to return to headquarters for recuperation. I am here to inform you of this. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened. What health issues? He must have heard the rumors circulating within headquarters and can no longer remain calm. No, I refuse Chata's request. He must stay at G1. That may be too late. I have yet to consent, and he has already departed. His ship has left G1. Then contact him via Den Mushi and instruct him to return to G1. Actually, I noticed something was amiss earlier, but when I attempted to reach out, I found I could not get through to him. Not only him, but his subordinates and several of his men are also unreachable. Forget it. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters. I shall handle them. Understood, Marshal Sengoku. That will be all. Hanging up the din mushi, Sengoku felt a throbbing headache coming on. 035 the devoted. Left with nothing in the end. For a full 10 days, Tao endeavored to teach Shawn swordsmanship through various methods. She taught with an earnestness she had never before exhibited in her life. However, the outcome, Tao ultimately found herself at a loss. She had finally realized that Shawn was not incapable of controlling sword energy. Rather, the truth was that he simply possessed no sword energy whatsoever. It was utterly absurd, yet unbeknownst to her. During these 10 days, Shawn had indeed made progress. He discovered that while he could not cultivate sword energy through Tao's teachings, his spiritual power had been steadily increasing. He even began to suspect that the reason he could not cultivate sword energy was that it was automatically being converted into spiritual power, a result, after these 10 days when Shawn examined his attributes. Shawn Campbell / LV.4, 1752,000 punch, LV.3, 750-1000 movement, LV.4, 880-2000 ghost, LV.3, 150-1000 spiritual power, 5980 physique, 1247 Zanpakuto, thunderous roar, Shirkai released. Although these gains were facilitated by 2 instances of significant boosts. If this trend continued, he would reach a spiritual power of at least 10,000 within a month. Spiritual power is not solely utilized for unleashing the ultimate moves of a Zanpakuto. Even the fundamental 4 skills of the Soul Reaper, / punch, movement, and ghost, rely on spiritual power for their activation. Under comparable levels of proficiency, the amount of spiritual power and the intensity of spiritual pressure dictate the potency of these fundamental skills. Most crucially, once the Zanpakuto has been released, it can amplify a Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure by 2 to 3 times, depending on the Zanpakuto's unique attributes in other words, during combat. Once Shawn achieves the Shirkai of his Zanpakuto, the potency of his slash, punch, movement, and ghost skills will see further enhancement in the future. Should he succeed in achieving Bankai, he could potentially augment his spiritual pressure by at least tenfold. Therefore, the power system of the Soul Reaper is anchored upon 2 major pillars. One is the foundation, comprising slash, punch, movement, and ghost. The other is the release of the Zanpakuto, significantly amplifying the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure through Shirkai and Bankai. Of course, upon the release of the Zanpakuto, it not only enhances the spiritual pressure of the Soul Reaper, but also bestows a variety of abilities. This bears a resemblance to the devil fruits in the world of pirates. In their ordinary state, devil fruits are akin to the Shirkai of a Zanpakuto, while in their awakened state, they are comparable to Bankai. If I were to consume the thunder fruit, what would the result be? Would it be that 1 + 1 surpasses 2, or would it still equal 1? Shawn was uncertain of the answer. However, pondering these matters now seemed a tad too late. After all, by the timeline, Enel had consumed the thunder fruit for nearly 2 years. Even if you were to hunt him down, the probability of acquiring the thunder fruit remained exceedingly slim. Alas, had he not lingered on that deserted island for 3 years, he could have considered intercepting Enel. Alternatively, perhaps he could devise a method to extract the fruit from Blackbeard in the future. Resting his chin on his hand, Shawn pondered earnestly. What are you thinking about? Stand up and continue. I say, Vice Admiral Tao, why don't we abandon the pursuit of sword energy? I feel that I shall never cultivate sword energy in this lifetime. Do you think this is a matter of honor? Certainly not. I was merely pondering. After all, I can unleash the same soaring slash without relying on sword energy that's really unnecessary. Never mind, do as you wish. You can move back to the training camp dormitory today. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Tao found herself at a loss for words. This fellow was simply too peculiar. She felt utterly helpless. Wait, move back. The conditions over there are rudimentary, and where could it possibly compare to here, where I wake up each day to the delightful sight of Tao? Absolutely not. That will never happen, General Tao. I believe that as a swordsman, lacking sword energy is simply unacceptable. I humbly request your continued guidance. Tao let out a cold chuckle. What was this guy thinking? Did he really not know? Over the past 10 days. Had it not been for her vigilance, she would have lost count of the times Sheehan had barged into the bathroom or bedroom due to those unforeseen accidents T.O. continue to linger here. He might as well forget it. Are you moving or not? Not moving, not even if it kills me. Then you might as well die. Clash. Hiss. This woman actually drew her sword. How ruthless. Xian's eyes widened in shock. Just then, Shiguan, what are you all doing? Sister Tsuru. X2 upon hearing the voice, Taodu immediately sheathed her sword. Xian also stepped forward a couple paces. After all, Tsuru visited every 2 or 3 days, and Xian was quite familiar with her. Even daring to call her sister Tsuru alongside Taodu, they asked for why he called her that. He had explained, how could one address a young and beautiful woman as old lady? Taodu found it difficult to refute this. It wouldn't be appropriate to say, Tsuru is quite old, and her beauty is faded, would it? Thus, over these days, Xian had gotten quite used to it. You little rascal, you're the sweetest-tongued one in the headquarters. Hee, I'm just an honest person, speaking nothing but the truth. Huh. If you're honest, then there's no one in this world who isn't. Hearing Xian's words, Taodu shot him a glare. All right, you two stop bickering. Shiguan, there's something I didn't inform you about earlier. Sister Tsuru, what is it? Recently, you two have stirred quite a few rumors here at the naval headquarters. You should be aware of this. Right? Let them say what they want. It doesn't affect me at all. Taodu replied nonchalantly. Fine, I knew you would say that. But it seems someone informed Vice Admiral Chibuta at G1 branch, and he didn't even wait for Akinu's approval before heading over, refusing to answer any calls. However, just now, we received news that Vice Admiral Chibuta's warship has been confirmed at G8 branch. According to the distance, it should arrive at headquarters in about 7 or 8 days. As she spoke, Tsuru glanced at Xian. Xian, while Chibuta's return may not affect Shiguan, it does concern you. Vice Admiral Chibuta, the infamous sycophant in the Navy, the one who follows General Taodu around like a lost puppy. The room fell into a profound silence, lasting for a good 10 seconds. Taodu could guarantee that had she been drinking water just then, she would have sprayed it all over Xian. Sycophant. And to describe Chibuta with such a term? You really are something. However, I quite like this description. After all, that guy's indeed rather nauseating. Xian, Chibuta is still a vice admiral in the Navy, and like Shiguan, he's a candidate for admiral. Your words. Sister Tsuru, he will never become an admiral. Oh, why do you say that? Because you see, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Puff. Just as Tsuru was taken aback by Xian's words, Taodu burst out laughing. It was her first time hearing such a remark. Speaking of which, Xian is indeed quite peculiar. He often utters things she has never heard before. Although these statements are strange, upon reflection, they are rather apartment. Or perhaps, Xian, you can stay here a little longer until that sycophant leaves. All right. Hiss, this truly feels like a new dawn. Vice Admiral Chibuta, thank you. Never mind. Do as you please. Tsuru shook her head, feeling somewhat speechless. However, this seemed rather good. After all, she was aware of how much Taodu was troubled by Chibuta. If through Xian, she could completely extinguish Chibuta's interest in Taodu, it might indeed be a worthwhile method. 7 days later, the main entrance of the elite training camp, a lecherous man draped in a vice admiral's coat, clopping along on wooden sandals, strolled in with his hands shoved in his pockets, moving in an equally lecherous manner. Upon seeing this man, the Marine on guard immediately saluted with military precision. Vice Admiral Chibuta, is Xian Campbell inside? Yes, Admiral. You all continue your post. I'll go in by myself. Yes. Once Chibuta entered the training camp, the expressions of the two Marines gradually turned peculiar. But you think Vice Admiral Chibuta has come for Xian and Taodu's matter? Most likely, but he returned rather quickly. I heard he was supposed to be at G1 branch. Don't think about it. Someone from headquarters must have relayed the news. Too bad we still have to stand guard. The scene in a while is likely to be quite explosive. No rush. I have a plan. The Marine beside him rolled his eyes and then spoke. He pulled out a din mushy. Brew. Captain, this is Isaac. Aren't you on guard? Is something wrong at the training camp? No, the camp is fine, but I seem to have an upset stomach. Could you send someone to replace me for an hour? All right, I'll arrange someone to come over. Wait for them to arrive before you leave. Wait, Captain, is there anything else? Could you send over 2 people? Leon is also feeling unwell. We must have eaten something bad for breakfast together. Leon too? Fine, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. hanging up the den mushy. The Marine wore a smug expression. See, all sorted. You really are something? Ian, you can't do this. Don't think that pursuing speed and power in your steps is enough. You must master the rhythm of each step. This feels much better. Improving technique can enhance effectiveness while reducing your energy expenditure. Now, you should practice like this. It shouldn't take long before your Soru shows noticeable improvement on the training ground. Shawn kept his promise, visiting every few days to guide Ian. Sometimes the content Shawn provided astonished even Zefa, because to a large extent, Shawn's understanding of the Navy's 6 styles differed significantly from the conventional wisdom of most. Take Soru, for example. While the Navy focuses solely on speed and power in their steps, no one ever considers the importance of rhythm. Just then, a loud yet somewhat lecherous voice suddenly echoed within the training camp. Who is Shawn Campbell? Upon seeing it was Chibuta, all the instructors and students fell silent. They all turned their gaze to Shawn. Recently, the rumors surrounding Shawn and Tsuru had spread throughout the headquarters, and everyone could guess what Chibuta was here for. I am Shawn Campbell, and you are Vice Admiral Chibuta of the headquarters. You're the puppy sister Tsuru mentioned a few days ago, Shawn blurted out without thinking. Of course, Tsuru never used the term puppy, but that didn't stop Shawn from adding it, as he was indeed on a mission. Sister Tsuru? Puppy! In that moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and one had anticipated that Shawn would open with such a bombshell. And the sister Baru he referred to was likely Vice Admiral Tsuru, as Tsuru addressed her as Sister Tsuru. So it was no surprise that Shawn, who had rumors with Tsuru, followed suit. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, the next statement was somewhat. Did Sister Tsuru say that Vice Admiral Chibuta is a puppy? It must be said that the resemblance between Rear Admiral Chachuan and Rear Admiral Tsuru is indeed striking. However, is it truly appropriate to voice such sentiments openly? As expected, the very next moment, Chachuan's expression shifted, and no longer did he bear the lewd demeanor of yesteryears. Instead, a shadow of gloom overtook his countenance. Although he had not previously encountered the term, upon reflection, he could surmise its meaning. Regardless of whether it was Rear Admiral he who uttered it, the audacity of this young rascal to employ such terminology in front of so many was utterly outrageous. It was akin to defecating on one's head, was it not? Chachuan, what on earth are you doing? In an instant, 2 figures appeared in the training grounds, Zefa and Tsuru. The shout that had just echoed was indeed from Tsuru. Ji-Yuan, this rascal is saying that I am I a? Yes, indeed, Chachuan stammered, momentarily stunned, wishing he could slap himself. Was he truly acknowledging himself as a? Setting aside everything else, the entire Navy was abuzz with rumors of his cohabitation with that rascal. He had to ensure the scoundrel moved out, or his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Shawn is currently residing in my home. If cohabitation is defined by a man and woman living under the same roof, then I must admit we are indeed cohabiting. Boom! The training camp erupted in chaos. Although whispers of their cohabitation had circulated previously, most in the camp were aware that Rear Admiral Tsuru had brought Shawn back to teach him swordsmanship. Thus, they had merely assumed it was a misunderstanding. Yet now, with Tsuru himself declaring the term cohabitation, the implications shifted dramatically. In an instant, numerous male sailors cast envious and resentful glances at Shawn. Meanwhile, Chachuan was left utterly flabbergasted. Ji-Yuan, you must be speaking in jest, surely? I can't be bothered to waste breath on you. Shawn, let us return. Completely disregarding Chachuan, Tsuru beckoned to Shawn. And so, the two of them, in full view of all, walked side by side out of the training camp, leaving behind a thoroughly stunned Chachuan. Yet, no one noticed Shawn's subtle movements or the hushed words he spoke. I think I performed quite well, did I not? Do not speak. Be quiet. That fellow possesses quite the perceptive observation haki. Oh, understood. At the same time, in the training camp's grounds, Zefa approached the dazed Chachuan. Chachuan, rather than concerning yourself with Tsuru, you ought to consider how you will explain your retreat from the front lines to Admiral Sengoku. Understand that your actions can be classified as desertion. This matter is no trivial affair. What? Retreat. I merely took a leave of absence from Admiral Akinu. It seems perhaps that in my eagerness, I mentioned my departure to Admiral Akinu without awaiting his approval. Hiss, so, now, I am deemed a deserter? Chachuan was left utterly bewildered. Just then, a squad of sailors, led by the Weasel, entered the training room. These were not ordinary sailors, but those tasked with enforcing battlefield discipline, as indicated by the armbands they wore. Rear Admiral Chachuan, by order of Admiral Sengoku, you are to be detained. Do you have anything to say? I will accompany you, but please spare me the handcuffs of sea prism stone. After all, there are so many people in the headquarters. Admiral Sengoku insists that you must wear them. Otherwise, you will not come to terms with your error. Countless sailors responded with utmost seriousness. Very well. Though this farce did not last too long, the detailed account had already spread among many sailors. Naturally, as it circulated, it grew increasingly exaggerated. Point one version even claimed that the two had engaged in a fierce battle over Taoru, resulting in Shien being grievously injured by Chachuan, who was subsequently ordered to be detained by Admiral Sengoku for assaulting a fellow officer. As for Rear Admiral Taoru, he publicly declared that should Shien perish, he too would embrace death. The absurdity of these narratives made Admiral Sengoku's lips twitch uncontrollably. Ultimately, he had no choice but to issue a gag order, forbidding any discussion of Shien, Taoru, or Chachuan among the sailors. At last, peace returned to the headquarters. Chachuan's suffering was palpable, but he was confined for 3 entire days before Sengoku finally released him. Of course, Sengoku had no intention of treating him as a deserter. After all, Chachuan was an important asset to the Navy, and the goal was merely to instill a lesson, steering his thoughts away from Taoru. Moreover, upon his release, Sengoku commanded him to return immediately to the G1 branch, forbidding him from lingering in the headquarters, even seeing him off onto the warship himself. Time spent in training always seems to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Shien had been at the Navy headquarters for a year, and he had resided at Taoru's villa for over 3 months. Furthermore, due to Shien's prowess far exceeding that of his fellow trainees, even the instructors, save for Zefa, were no match for him. Consequently, he decided to graduate early. Yet, Sengoku had arranged a special assessment for him that on one hand, it was not yet time for the graduation assessment, and on the other, the training camp's graduation evaluation held no significance for Shien. Did I say, old Sengoku, why even bother with assessments? Just grant me the rank of colonel outright. You fool, can one simply be awarded a rank without an assessment? TCH, even if I defeat a rear admiral, you can only grant me the rank of colonel. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to skip the formalities? Enough of your prattle. I've already arranged your opponent. Win, and you graduate. Lose, and you will return to the training camp and wait 2 years to graduate with the other trainees. As Sengoku spoke, he waved his hand, and a rear admiral approached, the elite rear admiral. Weasel, I say, old man, you really have assigned me a rear admiral as my opponent. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you can defeat Weasel, I will make an exception and grant you the rank of rear admiral. Well, now you've piqued my interest. Beside them, Weasel felt somewhat displeased upon seeing Shien's demeanor. Is this what you call underestimating me? I am an elite rear admiral, not one of those ordinary rear admirals. Shien, although you're my junior, I will not go easy on you in this assessment. Wait. What? Are you afraid? No. I just have a question for old Sengoku. Standing before Weasel, Shien turned to Sengoku outside the arena. What is it? If I cause too much destruction here, you one team make me pay for damages, right? Take it easy. That kind of move is strictly prohibited. Old Sengoku. That is a bit excessive, don't you think? Why must you ask me to control my strength? Shien exclaimed in exasperation. Meanwhile, Weasel's expression darkened. What did the Admiral mean by this? Did he think I would lose if Shien weren't restricted from using certain techniques? Never mind. No matter how much you destroy, I will cover the repair costs. Outside, Sengoku sighed softly. Weasel, you have no idea what Shien is capable of. You should have seen the slashes he unleashed in the training camp. After several months, who knows how much stronger that technique has become. If you take a direct hit, you might be bettered for months. Nevertheless, it seems Sengoku had no further objections to Weasel's statement. Very well, let us begin. Sighing once more, Sengoku issued the command to commence. The next moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire training ground. Even Weasel found his knees bending slightly, if only imperceptibly. Little Shien is truly formidable. Has his conqueror's haki grown this powerful? Unbeknownst to them, Kazura had arrived at the training ground, commenting in his characteristic nonchalance. Yet, Admiral Sengoku, doesn't something seem amiss? Indeed, something is off. I previously inquired of Taodu, and he claimed that Shien had not awakened Conqueror's haki, but rather, this pressure is an application of sword aura, something akin to sword pressure. Sigh, I had heard that little Shien was unable to utilize sword aura. Taodu mentioned that while he cannot project sword aura outward, he can convert it into sword pressure for release, resulting in an effect strikingly similar to Conqueror's haki. With the explanation of Peach Rabbit, the only great swordsman in the Navy, Sengoku naturally harbored no doubts. The application of the swordsmanship system in such a manner is truly terrifying. Now, let us settle down and observe the assessment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this duel will conclude swiftly, and Shawn will become the youngest brigadier general in Navy history. The eyes of the flying squirrel were grave. What is this? It hardly resembles the Conqueror's haki. It feels more like an oppression emanating from the very depths of the soul. If Shawn were to know what Kazar was contemplating at this moment, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Congratulations, you are correct." After all, the essence of spiritual pressure is indeed the oppression of the soul. The flying squirrel understood that he could no longer afford to wait idly. Decisive action was imperative, in the next moment. His blade was raised, gripping it firmly with both hands, demonstrating his seriousness toward Shawn. Shave, one sword style horizontal cut, utilizing the shave to close the distance. Then he swung his blade, Bakudo number 8 Seiki, a cerulean orb of light, appeared to the right of Shawn, precisely in the path of the flying squirrel's strike. The next moment, the force of the slash was halted, the blade unable to penetrate even a fraction. Although Seiki is merely a foundational Bakudo and not particularly formidable, it is exceptionally effective against purely physical attacks. Stunned by the ease with which his attack was thwarted, the flying squirrel immediately retreated, creating a distance of over 20 meters. Subsequently, he gripped his large blade tightly, assuming a stance for a cut. Slash. As the large blade descended, a streak of azure energy was instantly unleashed. This is an attack that can be employed after reaching the level of swordsman and mastering the release of sword energy. In the world of pirates, it is referred to by several different names, such as flying slash or wave slash. Thunderous roar, boom. With the initial release, he charged forward. The thunderous roar, enveloped in lightning, was now directly struck by the flying squirrel slash. In the next moment, the flying squirrel's eyes nearly popped out, because when the wave slash collided with the thunderous roar, there was no stalemate. It shattered like glass. Although this was merely a standard flying slash, to have it obliterated so effortlessly seems rather beyond the norm. However, Shawn's intention was not merely to block the attack. Rather, leveraging the slashing motion created by the wave slash, he returned with a crescent-shaped cerulean slash. The flying squirrel, feeling somewhat indignant, tightened his grip on the blade, emulating Shawn's previous action, and slashed towards the wave. While he could not shatter the wave as Shawn did, he was confident that he could block this strike as long as Shawn was not a great swordsman. But just then, Sengoku's thunderous voice echoed across the training ground. Flying squirrel, dodge. Upon hearing this command, the flying squirrel's heart raced. Was there something different about this strike? Yet it was now too late to withdraw his blade. Reluctantly, he braced himself and moved forward as the two sides made contact. The flying squirrel's expression changed drastically in an instant. What is this overwhelming sensation? No, it cannot be this powerful. In the next moment, the flying squirrel's entire body was sent flying, leaving a long trail of blood in the air. 038 assassination of 3 vice admirals. Shawn, you rascal. Didn't I tell you not to use that move? I didn't use that move. That was just a standard flying slash. You didn't use it? Yeah, the power of this move is only about 30% of that technique. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel possesses dual-color haki. This outcome shouldn't have happened. With this realization, Sengoku understood. Indeed, throughout the fight, the flying squirrel had not employed haki. Perhaps it was due to his pride. Regardless, Shawn is only 16 and hasn't learned haki yet. This was likely the reason the flying squirrel refrained from using it, that if it were him, he would probably feel too embarrassed to use haki. Otherwise, it would be quite bullying. But this result, how is the flying squirrel faring? Sengoku turned to the two medics and inquired. Aside from external injuries, there is some internal damage. While it won't leave any lasting effects, he will need to stay in a Navy hospital for at least a month. Nodding, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. As long as there are no lingering issues, a month of rest is acceptable. After all, the Navy is a high-risk profession. 1 month of recovery is hardly unusual. 2 or 3 months would be commonplace. The next day, with the release of the latest issue of the World Economic News, a piece of news spread across the globe. The new generation genius of the Navy, having graduated early from the training camp at the tender age of 16, defeated a vice admiral during the graduation assessment. Due to his outstanding talent and strength, he was immediately promoted to the rank of brigadier general by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Thus, the youngest brigadier general in the Navy's 8-year history has emerged. This news sent shockwaves throughout the world. Although the report did not specify which Vice Admiral Shawn had defeated, even defeating an ordinary vice admiral is an extraordinary feat. After all, Shawn is only 16. However, all this fervor has nothing to do with Shawn at this moment. He is in Sengoku's office. Sengoku, you say you want Rob Lucci to serve as my aide? Indeed. Is there a problem? No problem. But is he willing? He was the one who proposed it. All right. While I don't understand why Lucci made this decision, I certainly won't refuse. Having someone with the potential of an admiral as my aide is something to be grateful for. As for loyalty, that's never been a concern of mine. As long as I remain significantly stronger than him, that suffices. Only the weak ponder whether others are loyal. The strong subdue all with their might. If you have no objections, then it is settled. Now, I have a task for you. What task? Escort Vice Admirals Rofi, Single, and Sanders to Judicial Island, where Commander Spandam of CP9 will receive them. Oh, Spandam is finally willing to take them away? Shawn's expression turned peculiar. Originally, these 3 should have been taken away months ago. However, the agreement reached between Spandam and Sengoku was for them to remain in the headquarters for a few more months until he could arrange their transport. Although Sengoku agreed, he had kept people monitoring the 3. Essentially, the trio had been busy transferring some of their previous interests over the past few months. Well, they have completed their affairs, and since we have poached Lucci, Spandam intends to assign these 3 to CP9, making them subordinates to his son, Spandam. All right, I'll take on this task. With that, Shawn turned to leave, just as he was about to step out the door. Shawn, whatever you do, make sure to leave no evidence. Otherwise, not even I will be able to help you. What could Shawn say to that? He could only respond, truly, Sengoku is impressive. Without looking back, Shawn merely raised his right hand in a wave and stepped out of Sengoku's office. Brigadier General, the warship has been arranged. At the port, Lucci saluted with perfect military decorum, addressing Shawn. Honestly, this scene felt rather awkward. Yet, Shawn admired Lucci. This fellow excels at his duties no matter where he is. He is truly born for the mission. Thus, while feeling admiration, Shawn also felt a twinge of pity for him. Lucci, you needn't go this time. But, since you're now my aide, take this time to select some quality subordinates for me. If necessary, feel free to choose from the elite training camp. Zefa will surely accommodate me. Understood. Nodding slightly, Lucci fell silent. The distance from the headquarters to Judicial Island was, in fact, quite short. It would take just over an hour to arrive. In the original text, when Spandam pressed the demon slaughter order, it was evident how near the fleet was, as it arrived shortly thereafter. Throughout the journey, nothing occurred. Everything remained exceedingly stable. Even the subsequent transfer of the 3 individuals transpired without incident. The warship simply departed from Judicial Island. I will retire to my cabin for a brief rest. Call for me once we reach headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral. A minute later, Shawn had left the warship, traversing the air with his spiritual energy, swiftly making his way towards Judicial Island. Present. His spiritual energy had surpassed 15,000, allowing him to sustain his journey from Judicial Island to the Navy headquarters without difficulty. How did he manage to evade everyone's notice and leave the warship? Binding Path, number 26, Curved Light. While curved light possessed neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, it could render specified targets invisible through the refraction of light. Thus, as long as no one with observation haki was present, he had no fear of being seen at AS for whether anyone on Judicial Island had awakened observation haki. The answer was naturally no. This was also the reason Shawn did not allow Lucci to accompany him. After these months, Lucci seemed to exhibit signs of awakening observation haki. If he brought him along, it could potentially disrupt his plans that a few minutes later, Shawn's figure landed on the rooftop of the tribunal. Ahead lay a suspension bridge, and beyond it was the Judicial Tower. At this moment, Shawn could see 3 vice admirals in a room of the Judicial Tower, fawning over Spandam. Sovereign, a mask of flesh and blood. Myriad forms, soaring aloft, crowned with the name of humanity, scorching heat and chaos, rolling southward across the sea, moving forward. Destruction path, number 31, red fire cannon. To ensure success, Shawn recited all the incantations in full, channeling half of his spiritual energy into the spell. This was to guarantee that the red fire cannon possessed sufficient power. Simultaneously, the angle of the attack was meticulously calculated. Perhaps this power would fall short against the true vice admirals at headquarters. But it was more than adequate for these 3 individuals, who barely possessed rear admiral strength. A massive fireball, imbued with devastating momentum, hurtled towards a room within the Judicial Tower, in the next instant. Boom! The tremendous force not only obliterated the room, but also blasted away several upper floors of Judicial Island. Having completed this, Shawn turned and departed. Less than 10 minutes later, he had caught up with the warship and returned to his cabin, as if nothing had transpired. The reason he employed the red fire cannon was that the Navy was well aware Shawn was a Thunder-type user, entirely unrelated to fire. Thus, no one would suspect him. After all, given his strength, it was not yet time to reveal himself. As Shawn returned to headquarters aboard the warship, a multitude of sailors surged into the Judicial Tower to commence rescue operations. Due to Shawn's precise control over his power, although the force was considerable, it inflicted minimal damage outside the intended target zone. Even a few affected sailors only sustained injuries, with no fatalities reported. After all, the lower levels were primarily occupied by CP9 personnel and Spandam. Most sailors were concentrated on the lower floors. When the sailors finally cleared a path to Spandam's office, they discovered that the 3 former vice admirals were beyond saving. But where was Commander Spandam? Surely he hadn't been obliterated as well. However, a keen-eyed sailor soon noticed something amiss. Over there, look over there! In the corner, a pile of rubble was trembling slightly. The crowd rushed over to clear the debris. Indeed, Spandam was trapped beneath. The accumulation of rubble had fortuitously formed a hollow space, just large enough to accommodate one person. Thus, Spandam had narrowly escaped death. Perhaps Shawn had not anticipated that this fellow would survive. Quick, medics, come here. 039 Karp. I feel like I've been duped. Navy headquarters, Marine Ford at Marshal's office, I said. Sengoku, are you not concerned that Shawn might simply eliminate those 3 after sending them over? Karp shouted angrily at Sengoku. He was all too aware of the kind of person Shawn was. This was someone who once stood before him and proclaimed justice reigning supreme. Would such a person willingly hand over those 3 worthless individuals to CP9? It wasn't that Karp believed those 3 should live. Rather, if Shawn were to act thus, he would likely be immediately expelled from the Navy by the Celestial Dragons, or even placed on a wanted list. Ultimately, this could force a future powerhouse into opposition against the Navy. This was why he was so irate. Sengoku, renowned as a strategist, should have understood this, that if he comprehended it, why would he still send Shawn on this task? Karp, be quiet. I have my reasons for sending Shawn. If we simply act recklessly in pursuit of our own sense of justice, it would be unacceptable. Often, we must make certain compromises to maximize our assurance of justice. This applies to both you and me without exception. Thus, this is also a test I am giving Shawn, and he will face 3 choices. First, to refrain from taking action and continue to build his strength. Second, to act, yet leave no trace behind. Third, to act recklessly, disregarding any consequences. Whether he chooses the first or second option, he would pass my final assessment of him. However, should he truly opt for the third, it would indicate that he is unworthy of the responsibility. Even if he harbors a sense of justice, he would not be deserving of significant trust. You should understand this, right? Of course, Karp understood all too well. In other words, as long as the Navy continues to serve as the lapdog of the world government, the latter will permit the Navy to engage in a semblance of justice within certain bounds. Yet, should this notion of justice overstep its limits, the world government would not hesitate to eliminate the Navy or even establish a new, more obedient one. By that time, it is likely that even the limited sense of justice would cease to exist. It is for this reason that, even when Karp witnesses celestial dragons freely committing murder before him, he forces himself to endure it. He is acutely aware of this truth. Sengoku is no different. He has removed the plaque inscribed with the words "Justice reigns supreme" and replaced it with one declaring absolute justice. This is the underlying rationale. Essentially, Sengoku and Karp do not possess the metallic resolve nor the strength to sway the entire world as Shawn does. If judged against this foundation, it cannot be claimed that they are entirely in the wrong. At the very least, they have preserved a semblance of justice in this world, albeit a severely limited one. That I understand. I certainly do, but this matter can be approached gradually. There is no need for you to pressure Shawn right now. Enough. Do not wear that expression. News has already returned that the transfer has been successfully completed, and Shawn is on his way back, with nothing amiss. Upon hearing this, Karp felt somewhat reassured, as you see. Shawn can indeed discern priorities. With this in mind, I can rest assured in nurturing him as a future admiral, or even a marshal. Sengoku was in excellent spirits, but just then, brew. This is Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. This is Rear Admiral Hylon stationed at Judicial Island. There's been an incident. Hearing Halen's panicked voice through the transponder snail, Sengoku's heart sank. Not just him. Karp beside him felt the same. Both were thinking the same thing. That rascal Shawn, could it be that he secretly returned to Judicial Island to take action on his way back? Report, Marshal. Approximately 10 minutes ago, a mysterious individual attacked Judicial Island, resulting in the deaths of over 100 ordinary CP9 agents, and Commander Spandam has sustained severe injuries. Moreover, the 3 newly arrived vice admirals at Judicial Island also perished in this assault. As for our forces stationed at Judicial Island, due to the sparse number of personnel within the Judicial Tower, most of whom were on the lower floors, only a few suffered minor injuries from the violent tremors. Upon hearing this, both Sengoku and Garp's expressions shifted dramatically. Did that rascal Shawn truly take action? The demise of 3 vice admirals. Who else could be responsible, if not Shawn? As for the ordinary CP9 agents and Spandam, they were merely collateral damage, weren't they? Who was the assailant? Unknown. No one caught a glimpse of the attacker, but what? Someone witnessed the method of attack, and based on the descriptions, it can essentially be inferred that it was the ability of the Mara Nami. A Logia-type fruit. What? The Mara Nami? Are you certain? According to several eyewitness accounts, there is over a 90% certainty. At this revelation, Sengoku and Garp were rendered speechless. After all, the entire Navy was aware that Shawn's powers were of the Thunder type. Thus, the emergence of this fire ability, which could be conclusively linked to the Mara Nami, seemed entirely disconnected from Shawn. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku and Garp exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. However, Sengoku swiftly picked up the transponder snail and dialed out. Moments later, the call connected to a major aboard Shawn's warship. Sengoku directly inquired about the events following the handover at Judicial Island. The major reported truthfully, "So, you mean to say that after the handover, you all departed immediately, and Shawn went back to his quarters to rest, without emerging thereafter?" "Yes, Marshal, as I stationed a messenger outside the Major's quarters to relay commands. I can confirm that Major Shawn did not leave at all. I see. Then that is settled. Make haste back to headquarters." "Understood, Marshal." After disconnecting the transponder snail, Sengoku turned to Garp. "What are your thoughts? What else is there to consider? No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with that rascal Shawn, right? It's just what? I have a peculiar feeling of being set up, though I cannot quite pinpoint why." "What nonsense. You feel set up? What does this have to do with you?" Sengoku looked utterly bemused. Yet if Shawn were here, he would undoubtedly grasp the reason behind Garp's sentiment. After all, in less than a year, Ace would set sail. However, once Ace utilized the powers of the Mara Nami on the high seas, Tsuke, That scene. By then, Ace would likely find himself at the bounty of several 100 million berries before he had even done anything, becoming a target of relentless pursuit. Wouldn't that mean Garp had indeed been set up? In Sengoku's office, Shawn, did you truly have no part in the incident at Judicial Island? I say, old man Sengoku, do not slander me. I might just sue you for defamation. At this remark, Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Sue me for defamation? Who would you sue? The five elders? Enough of this. Let us set that matter aside for now. Regarding your upcoming arrangements, I have two options for you. What are the two? One is to serve as a branch chief in the Four Seas for 2 or 3 years, honing your skills and accumulating military merit before returning to headquarters. And the other option is to take a position in the Sabati archipelago. Consider it well. No need for consideration. I'll go to the Four Seas. I'll head to the Sabati archipelago once my strength is greater. With your current abilities, dealing with those supernovas should pose little challenge. No need for such caution, right? It's not about the supernovas. It's primarily about the celestial dragons that I fear that if provoked, I might be unable to restrain myself and end up throwing a punch, only to find myself unable to contend with the admirals rushing to apprehend me afterward. So, it's best to hone my skills in the Four Seas first. This Sengoku was instantly taken aback. So, it's not the supernovas you fear, but rather the celestial dragons and the subsequent arrival of the admirals? Very well. Let us proceed with your original intent and send you to the Four Seas for training. Otherwise, you might indeed get yourself into trouble. After 2 or 3 years, once you've matured a bit, we can call you back soon. Sengoku arrived at a decision in his mind. Then you shall go to the East Blue. No problem. Which branch in the East Blue? The 16th branch. Ever since the incident with the mouse, the 16th branch has been in a state of semi-abandonment that I can allow you to select 100 sailors from the headquarters. And you'll also be assigned a medium-sized warship. I have no objections. I'll depart tomorrow. Very well. You may leave now. Boom. Haha, Shawn. I heard from Sengoku that you've been assigned to the East Blue 16th branch. That evening, Garp barged into the villa of Tontata. Fortunately, Tontata was away on a mission. Otherwise, she would have surely dealt Garp a few blows that I say. Old man Garp, could you refrain from kicking down the door every time you enter? Apologies, it's a habit. Well, speaking of, what brings you here? Alright, I almost forgot the main matter. Once you're in the East Blue, could you keep an eye on my grandsons? What? You want me to babysit your grandsons? Now that you mention it, your grandsons are about my age, right? Shawn's eyes widened in disbelief. He is 1 year younger than Ace and 2 years older than Luffy. How do you expect me to babysit your grandsons? Should I just knock them out and stick bottles in their mouths? That is utterly ridiculous. Sigh, to be honest, those 2 grandsons of mine are quite the headache. They're always yelling about wanting to become pirates. I've scolded them. I've beaten them. There is truly no other way. So you want me to find a way to turn them back to the right path and become sailors? Yes, precisely that. After all, you're of similar age. Perhaps they might listen to you. Shawn was left speechless. Oh, you really think your grandsons are that easy to persuade? Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Shawn, if you can accomplish this task, I promise you one favor in the future. As long as it doesn't violate justice, anything is possible. Anything? Yes, anything, as long as it doesn't breach justice. All right, I'll take on this task. But I must warn you not to hold your hopes too high. Rest assured, I understand. After Garp left, Shawn began to ponder earnestly. Is it even possible to persuade Luffy and Ace not to become pirates? It is indeed a possibility, for nothing is absolute. Is it? However, the likelihood of success might be less than 1%. Yet, the promise Garp provided is exceedingly significant. Shawn could potentially leverage this promise to garner Garp's support during critical moments in the future. Therefore, no matter how challenging this task may be, he must devise a strategy. The assault on Judicial Island stirred a tremendous uproar across the world. Particularly, the deaths of 3 vice admirals during this attack captured immense attention. Yet, paradoxically, the Navy exhibited not a shred of reaction, as if those 3 vice admirals were not part of their ranks. Nonetheless, at the behest of the world government, the Navy ultimately produced a bounty notice. Name: unknown alias. Fire demon description: possessor of the Logia-type Mera Mera Anomi ability, exhibiting extreme ruthlessness. Photo: unavailable bounty. 550 million berries, life or death irrelevant. Whether this is a historical inevitability remains uncertain. In the original narrative, Ace's bounty was indeed 550 million berries. However, none of this bears any relevance to Shawn at this moment. He, accompanied by Lucci and 100 sailors selected by Lucci, was aboard a warship traversing the calm belt. Lucci, have someone dismantle the sea stone beneath the ship, but, Major, if we remove the sea stone, we will be unable to evade Sea Kings. Precisely because we need to evade the Sea Kings, I want it dismantled. With this thing in place, how can we improve our provisions? Observing the tranquil sea around him, Shawn expressed his exasperation. Damn it, we've been stuck in the calm belt for nearly a day. Yet, not a single shadow of a Sea King has appeared. Is the Sea Stone's effect truly that profound? All right, I'll make the arrangements now. Without much contemplation, Lucci proceeded directly to attend to the matter at hand. Perhaps, to the average seaman, the Sea Kings represent a terrifying force. However, for Lucci, unless it was one of those deep-sea leviathans lurking at depths of 10,000 meters, they were merely akin to pets. Colonel, are we truly going to dismantle it? This is, after all, the doldrums. Indeed, if we remove it, we may very well face an onslaught of Sea Kings. The two sailors, who had already secured ropes around their waists in preparation for underwater operations, still hesitated. Sea Kings, they are indeed fearsome creatures. Execute the orders. The Brigadier General has commanded the hunting of a Sea King to enhance our rations. Hiss. The reason for dismantling the seabed sea stone is because the Brigadier General intends to hunt a Sea King, and the objective is to improve our meals. Hiss. Such matters were only previously mentioned by those sailors serving on Admiral Karp's dog-headed battleship. It is said that the flesh of Sea Kings is rich in nutrients and greatly beneficial to the body. Could it be that we too will experience the same treatment as those aboard Admiral Karp's vessel? After all, Brigadier General Shawn is a man capable of defeating Admiral Weasel. Slaying a Sea King should not pose much difficulty. Instantly, all the sailors perked up, with even a few tasked with holding the ropes, urging the others to hasten their work. Speaking of which, a medium-sized warship's seabed sea stone consists of only 2 pieces. And they're not particularly large. In less than a few minutes, it was dismantled by the 2 sailors. Subsequently, the others aboard joined in pulling the ropes, hoisting both the sailors and the sea stone together. Brigadier General, the sea stone has been removed. Understood. Nodding, Shawn gently pressed down with his foot and landed on the ship's prow. The sea was tranquil, devoid of any waves. This was to be expected, as this was indeed the doldrums. Shawn stood motionless for half an hour. Suddenly, the surface of the ocean erupted, a colossal creature leaping from the depths, towering at least 10 stories high. It was a 100-meter Sea King, and based on the portion visible above the water, its full length could be estimated at around 300 meters. Good heavens, it was even longer than this warship. In the next instant, the beast bared its teeth, opening its gaping maw, and lunged toward Shawn. 041 Physical Test, Dummy, TSK. Though it is indeed a Sea King, why does it resemble a goat? Surely, when consumed, it 1T carry the distinct odor of mutton. Observing the ferocious visage of the Sea King barreling towards him, Shawn couldn't help but voice his disdain. Speaking of the Sea King species, they truly are peculiar. Each one seems to belong to a different species entirely. In any case, from an external perspective, one could hardly classify these Sea Kings as belonging to the same species. Slowly drawing thunder from his waist, Shawn couldn't even be bothered to unsheath it properly. With a casual flick, several blue streaks shot forth. In the next moment, the massive form of the charging Sea King abruptly halted, and the vitality in its eyes began to fade. Mere seconds later, the previously towering 100-meter body plummeted back into the sea, creating a spray that soared several dozen meters high. He's grown even stronger. This was Lucci's immediate impression after witnessing the recent spectacle. Although he too could effortlessly dispatch such a Sea King, he could not replicate the ease with which Shawn executed the task. Lucci instructed the navigator to shut down the auxiliary power of the warship, and at the same time, sent a team to reinstall the sea stone. Hurry, or we may soon find ourselves besieged by more Sea Kings. And that would be troublesome. Nodding, Lucci immediately set the sailors to work. However, he was somewhat perplexed. Brigadier General, Even if more Sea Kings were to surround us, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. You believe you can handle it effortlessly? Upon hearing this, Lucci nodded. Observing Shawn's urgency, he found himself somewhat baffled. Even if several more Sea Kings appeared, even without Shawn's intervention, he could easily eliminate them without allowing them the opportunity to harm the warship or its crew. Lucci, you indeed can resolve the situation with ease, but once they are defeated, we cannot transport the flesh of these Sea Kings. Even with this one, we can only carry away a portion. So, an intriguing question arises. What will become of those we cannot take? This question was one Lucci had never considered. Yet the answer was not difficult to surmise. They would likely be consumed by other Sea Kings, wouldn't they? Thus, the population of Sea Kings is not infinite. And I plan to frequently hunt some Sea Kings in the future to bring back to the base for all the sailors to enhance their meals, as the meat of these creatures is highly nutritious. Especially for those in training, it is undoubtedly a significant boon. The Brigadier General's intent is to avoid waste? Precisely, while slaying several Sea Kings is not challenging, if we cannot transport the spoils, ultimately benefiting other Sea Kings. Then why would we bother hunting them in the first place? Upon such reflection, it seemed to hold some merit. Lucci nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Shawn's perspective. Meanwhile, Shawn's attention shifted back to the Sea King floating not far from the warship. System, initiate today's settlement. The target is the Sea King I just defeated. Select quality for the multiplier project. Commence. Settlement project confirmed. Determining random settlement multiplier. Ping. Multiplier is 68. Settlement complete. While it may not be an exceptionally high multiplier, it is certainly not LOW. It appears that the meat of this Sea King will yield quite remarkable effects. Report. The seabed sea stone has been successfully reinstalled, just as Shawn completed the settlement using the system. A young lieutenant hurried onto the foredeck to report, let everyone come over to assist in dismembering the Sea King. Take as much as we can carry, and be sure not to waste any. Yes, Brigadier General. The lieutenant replied excitedly, at last. They could feast upon the Sea King. When they eventually returned to the base, he could boast about it for years to come. Speaking of which, dismembering a 300-meter-long Sea King would undoubtedly require significant physical effort. Even for denizens of the pirate world. Over 100 sailors jumped onto the Sea King, laboring tirelessly for 3 hours before finally pausing. This halt was not due to the completion of dismemberment, but rather because the warship had reached its capacity. Even the deck was piled high. It was simply absurd. At this moment, if any other vessels were passed by, their first impression would undoubtedly be that this was a cargo ship, not a warship. Yet, Shawn's heart ached for the remaining excess. He could only wonder which Sea King would benefit from the leftovers of tea present. He was unaware that by leaving behind these remnants, a dominant Sea King would emerge in the doldrums in the future. Of course, such matters were for another time. This moment aboard the warship. Laughter and joy filled the air. Under Shawn's command, 2 cooks exerted their utmost efforts, preparing various sashimi and appetizers. Following that, there were numerous Sea King dishes, one after another. Although the variety was considerable, the taste was somewhat ordinary. Fortunately, the meat of the Sea King was exceptionally delectable. Compensating for some of the culinary shortcomings, it seemed that finding a skilled chef needed to be prioritized swiftly. Nevertheless, everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. However, after dining, Lucci noticed a peculiar issue. Brigadier General, it seems there is something amiss with the meat of this Sea King. What issue? After this meal, I feel my physical strength has increased by at least 10 points. Are you certain? Yes, I am very sensitive to my physical strength. Hiss. Although Shawn knew that after the quality was enhanced by a multiplier of 68, the nutritional value of the meat would undoubtedly be extraordinary. This degree of increase seemed rather exaggerated. 10 points of strength from a single meal? Lucci, you should know the 6 forms of skill. Should it you remember how to perform it. While I may not be as adept as a former colleague, as it is not a combat skill, I do indeed know how to execute it, albeit with a potential margin of error of 1 point. Very well. You and your companions, please come over. Nodding, Shawn then called out to a few sailors lounging lazily on the deck, their bellies round. Yes, Brigadier General, please tell me, prior to leaving the base, what was the last measurement of your physical strength? In a swift manner, the 5 individuals promptly delivered their reports. Shawn nodded in acknowledgement. Generally speaking, the average combat prowess of a regular naval soldier hovers around a value of 10, while the elite soldiers of this unit range between 10 and 20 to AS for the individual with a value of 49. He was one of the recruits that Lucci had obtained from the elite training camp at Zefa's request. Lucci, the floor is yours. Understood. Shawn was quite clear about his intentions. Point 6 styles technique, hand to hand. Instantly assuming a stance, Lucci transformed into a tool for measuring combat prowess. You may regard Lucci as a combat prowess testing device. Take turns to assess your current capabilities. Wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Lucci is employing a unique technique from the Navy's 6 styles, specifically designed for measuring combat prowess. In the days before the Navy had testing devices, this was a standard method. Yes, Brigadier General. Soon, the 5 took turns stepping forward, and the eventual results astonished Shawn greatly. Although not as significant as Lucci's increase, each individual's combat prowess had indeed improved, with some experiencing an increase of 2 to 3 points, while others gained 5 to 6 points. And this occurred merely after a single meal. How absurd! Lucci, I am assigning you a crucial task. What task? Upon hearing the mention of an important assignment, Lucci immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He placed immense importance on the concept of duty. Upon reaching the 16th branch, I will request a combat prowess testing device from Admiral Sengoku. However, until that time, you are responsible for testing the combat prowess of all soldiers and maintaining accurate records. Remember, testing must occur after every meal. I need to ascertain whether the initial effects are exceptional or if they can be sustained. Furthermore, the quantity of meat we have is sufficient to sustain the 16th branch for 2 months. But due to storage issues, most of it must be processed into jerky. Thus, you must also record the effects of consuming jerky and determine whether there is any distinction compared to fresh meat. Do you comprehend? Although the role of a combat prowess testing tool and data recorder surprised Lucci, he understood that a task is a task, and regardless of its nature, it must be executed to the best of his abilities. Yes, Brigadier General. 1 week later, from the doldrums to the 16th branch, approximately 8 days had elapsed. During this time, the 100 sailors aboard the warship were quite occupied, for they were diligently collaborating with the cooks to prepare Sea King jerky. Otherwise, much of the meat would spoil before they even reached the 16th branch. Concurrently, adhering to Shawn's directives, Lucci executed his responsibilities with utmost diligence and confirmed several findings. First, the effects of this special Sea King meat were particularly pronounced only during the initial consumption. Subsequent meals provided sustained benefits, albeit not as pronounced as the first. According to the records from the past 8 days, from the second consumption onward, the growth per meal was roughly 10 to 20 of the initial effect, varying according to individual constitutions. Nevertheless, due to its sustainable growth characteristic, it retained considerable strategic value to AS for whether additional specimens of this unique Sea King existed within the doldrums. Lucci's report indicated a slim probability. After all, there were not a few who had slain and consumed Sea Kings in this world, yet none had reported such findings. However, he overlooked one significant detail. This particular Sea King was not a product of natural birth. Second, consuming multiple meals in a single day did not yield additional benefits. It appeared that the energy that could be digested and absorbed daily was limited. Typically, the first meal was sufficient to meet an individual's maximum digestive capacity for the day. It was not the case that eating 100 meals would result in 100 enhancements. Therefore, in his report, Lucci recommended that sailors be allotted only 1 meal of the Sea King meat per day, while the remaining 2 meals should consist of regular rations. This approach would prevent waste of these precious ingredients, and the existing stock of Sea King jerky would suffice to feed the sailors of the 16th branch for half a year. Finally, Lucci made an estimation. Based on his calculations, with the aid of the Sea King jerky, all sailors in the 16th branch would surpass a combat prowess of 100 within 6 months. Moreover, those with inherently higher combat prowess and superior physical attributes might even surpass 200.1. Should not underestimate a combat prowess of 200, as it essentially equated to the strength of a major within the branch. In other words, in 6 months, all 100 sailors under Lucci's command could potentially achieve the rank of ensign, with several even reaching the capabilities of lieutenants. Most importantly, This report merely detailed the effects of this batch of Sea King flesh and did not account for the sailors' training outcomes over the 6 months. This implies that the overall effects would likely exceed those presented in the report, as for whether this would enhance natural physical attributes, thereby facilitating future training and combat techniques. That aspect necessitated further observation. Thus concluded Lucci's report. Good gracious, this is truly remarkable. After perusing the document, Shawn could not help but express his astonishment. Currently, within the entirety of the 16th branch, aside from a small contingent of sailors dispatched by Smoker, no one else remained. After all, both the branch commander and the subordinate sailors have been sent to the headquarters for investigation and trial. Once Shawn completed the handover with the station sailors, he instructed everyone to commence their tasks. Although a small team was stationed there, it was insufficient to conduct a thorough cleaning of the entire branch on a daily basis. Consequently, over the past 6 months, most areas of the 16th branch had become ensnared in cobwebs. In such a state, it would be challenging to restore cleanliness without dedicating several days to rigorous cleaning. Naturally, the top priority was to clear out a suitable warehouse for storing the Sea King jerky. Every sailor felt quite disheartened by this matter and rolled up their sleeves to begin the work. Lucci directed these efforts, while Shawn was preoccupied with another concern. Sengoku, there's not even a single belly in the 16th branch, let alone any provisions. Are you trying to starve us? You impudent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I've already arranged for the supply of resources. It should arrive tomorrow. The supplies on your warship should last for a few more days. As for funding, you'll have to figure that out for yourself. What? You won't even provide a single belly and expect me to manage it myself? Shawn's eyes widened in disbelief. Sengoku, this is outrageous. Shawn, let me share something with you. The annual allocation from the world government covers only about 30 of the Navy's expenses. So, how do you suppose the remaining 70 is filled? Upon hearing this, Shawn was momentarily taken aback. The annual funding from the world government for the Navy only accounted for 30 of its expenditures. This notion had seemingly not been mentioned in the original narrative. Yet, Sengoku did not appear to be lying. Thus, what was the source of this substantial shortfall? The answer appeared to be singular: pirates. Indeed, the Navy was tasked with eradicating numerous pirate crews each year, and with each crew defeated, they could seize considerable wealth from their ships or bases, especially among the pirate crews on the Grand Line. The bounty could range from several million to hundreds of millions or even more. Therefore, throughout the year, the wealth acquired solely from these seizures would constitute a considerable fortune. However, Shawn contemplated another issue. What if the Navy's relentless pursuit of pirates led to a drastic reduction in their numbers, or if the current era of piracy were to be curtailed entirely? Would the Navy then face a financial collapse due to insufficient funds? After all, if the world government failed to provide adequate financing and the decrease in pirates resulted in a lack of supplemental income for the Navy, it could lead to dire consequences. Even if the Navy did not collapse outright, it would likely need to downsize by half in terms of personnel, ships, and bases to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. This situation seemed to have been orchestrated by the world government from the very beginning. Just as the 5 elders had stated in the original narrative, the balance among the 3 great powers served as the cornerstone for the world government's dominion. Through its control over military funding, the world government could not only prevent the Navy from expanding, but also ensure that the Navy would not harm itself when pirate strength diminished. On one hand, this preserved the existence of pirates, compelling various nations to align with the world government. On the other hand, it effectively restrained the Navy's power. This was indeed a masterstroke. To unravel this predicament, there are indeed feasible solutions. The simplest course of action would be to venture directly to the Sky Island and seize the treasure of Gold City, Sandora, where the gold reserves could sustain the Navy for several decades, if not centuries. Have you not noticed in the original work that Luffy and his crew casually picked up a few trivial items and sold them for 300 million berries? Moreover, a single pillar from that colossal golden bell, as depicted in the original narrative, must surely be worth several hundred billion berries. As for the entirety of Sandora's gold, one might consider it to be valued in trillions of berries as a fundamental unit. After terminating the call with the snail, Shawn summoned Lucci. Lucci, please make arrangements. Leave half of the crew at the base for a thorough cleanup and some necessary repairs. The remaining personnel will set sail with me tomorrow morning. Commodore, are you suggesting, as members of the Navy, our duty is to combat pirates? What else will we possibly do? Yes, I understand. Lucci nodded, accepting the orders without suspicion. Meanwhile, Shawn was contemplating which affluent pirates resided in the East Blue. Additionally, he wondered if it was time for him to pay a visit to the kingdom of Jamaica. Although the Campbell family was, strictly speaking, unrelated to him, considering he was a transmigrant, he could not allow his vast assets to fall into the hands of those worthless individuals. Even if this matter attracted the attention of the Gorosei, Shawn felt little concern. After all, his current identity was quite apparent, was it not? In the Navy's branch system, there are 5 tiers in total. Among them, 3 tiers constitute the conventional branches, specifically the 1st to 3rd tiers. Beyond these regular ranks, there exist 2 exceptional categories. Point 1 type is the outpost, typically manned by a small squad of 12 sailors. And while it is technically not a branch, it resembles a mere lookout station. The other type comprises military stronghold branches known as the G-Series. These G-Series branches are commonly established along the first half of the Grand Line or within the New World, strategically positioned at critical locations. For instance, the G8 branch commanded by Vice Admiral Jonathan, or the G1 and G5 branches in the New World. Each of these is fortified like a bastion. Distinctly different from ordinary Navy branches, some significant G-Series branches even house thousands of naval personnel year-round. Furthermore, aside from the G1 branch, which is unique due to its frontline engagement with the Yonko, the commanders of the remaining G-Series branches are invariably of Rear Admiral rank or higher, possessing exceptional capabilities. Thus, it is fair to assert that these G-Series branches serve as the backbone of the Navy's strength. However, the current 16th branch, as the warship gradually departed the harbor, Shawn cast a glance back at the branch and sighed softly. The 3rd-tier branch, the lowest echelon of naval branches, well, there's an outpost beneath it. So the 3rd-tier branch is not the absolute lowest. That was somewhat comforting. Nonetheless, Shawn had his own ambitions, and to realize them, he required a platform that would enable him to fully unleash his potential. The East Blue would not suffice, nor would the headquarters. The optimal solution would be to capture or establish a G-Series branch, preferably situated in the New World. However, this objective was currently unattainable. On one hand, Shawn lacked military achievements in the Navy, and, on the other, he did not possess the requisite qualifications to attain such goals. He had yet to establish his own foundation. Furthermore, his current strength was insufficient to confront the challenges of the New World. Therefore, Shawn needed time, as well as a stepping stone as a potential stepping stone. It was evident that the branch located in Sabeti Archipelago was not suitable for him, although the opportunities for merit there were relatively straightforward. Rendering it a prime location for naval promotions, it was not a fit for Shawn to survive in Sabeti. One must first learn to play the role of a dog. This was something Shawn could not abide. In contrast, remaining in the East Blue was far more suitable. While it is true that the East Blue harbors fewer pirates and even fewer formidable ones, resulting in limited opportunities for merit, Shawn was untroubled by this. He believed that by occasionally leading his troops on excursions for training, he might inadvertently traverse a calm belt or something of the sort. Surely, the old man Sengoku would not hold it against him too harshly. Moreover, the East Blue is home to a legendary pirate whose significance, from certain perspectives, rivals that of the Yonko. Thus, these considerations were pivotal in Shawn's decision to choose the East Blue branch. Commodore, we expect to arrive at our target location in approximately half a day's time. On the deck of the warship, Lucci approached Shawn with a report. They had been at sea for 2 days, and apart from a newly emerged pirate crew, they had encountered no other pirates. The density of pirates in the East Blue is, even among the 4 seas, the lowest of all. Nevertheless, Shawn's purpose for this voyage was distinctly defined, the target being none other than the wealthiest pirate crew in the East Blue. The Krieg pirates, why refer to them as the wealthiest? Just consider the original work, which depicts Krieg commanding 50 large pirate ships. One can only imagine the vast wealth he possesses. Simply the equipment he wears would likely cost upwards of 100 million berries to fabricate. And those 50 large pirate ships, it is unrealistic to acquire such vessels without at least several billion berries. Not to mention the size of his flagship, which dwarfed the Marigot, resembling an ant in comparison. and was undoubtedly a naval super warship. Shawn even suspected that this individual might hold assets amounting to over 100 billion berries. After all, how else could he maintain such a massive fleet and support thousands of subordinates? Relying solely on plunder to amass such wealth would require an extraordinary number of sensational exploits, and if that were the case, the headquarters would have long since dispatched formidable forces to eradicate him. Clearly, there would have been no subsequent emergence of 50 pirate ships entering the Grand Line that I recall someone from my past life mentioning that, in terms of wealth, Krieg could potentially rival the Yonko of the New World. After all, the Yonko have vast territories from which to collect taxes, but what does Krieg have? The source of such immense wealth remains a mystery. Of course, the most plausible explanation is that Oda did not initially consider these issues when designing the Krieg pirates. At this moment, there are still over 3 years until the original narrative begins, and Krieg has not yet assembled his formidable fleet. According to naval intelligence, Krieg's current bounty stands at 12 million berries. With 5 pirate ships and approximately 600 crew members. This starkly contrasts with the original storyline. Interestingly, the intelligence reports indicate that Krieg has already attacked 2 villages and plundered several merchant vessels. However, upon closer examination of the intelligence, one would find that the total losses from these 2 villages and those merchant ships amount to merely 80 million berries. Moreover, it is worth noting that Krieg initially appeared with a fleet of 5 pirate ships. So where do these berries come from? Either he possessed considerable wealth before becoming a pirate, or he has stumbled upon some treasure worth tens or even hundreds of billions of berries. Regardless, upon receiving the intel from the naval headquarters yesterday, Shawn became certain of one thing. Krieg is already affluent, and quite significantly so. Commodore, at the 1 o'clock position, 7 nautical miles away, we have spotted a naval warship engaged in combat with pirates. Just then, a sailor from the lookout tower shouted towards Shawn on the deck. "Can you confirm which branch it belongs to?" Currently verifying. The lookout, peering through a telescope, took a moment before reporting, "Commodore, it is the 153rd branch from Shellstown. The pirates appear to be the Black Cat Pirates." The Black Cat Pirates? Shawn was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lucci immediately chimed in. The Black Cat Pirates are led by Captain Kuro, known for his cunning. It is said that he possesses an exceptionally high IQ, and his current bounty stands at 16 million berries, making him one of the highest bounties in the East Blue. Truly commendable, Lucci. It seems you are quite diligent. You must have memorized all the pirate profiles in the East Blue. Lucci, instruct the navigator to steer us closer. Since we've encountered them, we cannot simply stand by. Yes, Commodore. 7 nautical miles away, a pirate ship has locked horns with a naval vessel. Their fates intertwined. The air is thick with the cacophony of battle cries and the occasional piercing scream, an incessant assault on the nerves of all present. At a glance, the Navy appears to be teetering on the brink of annihilation. Over 80% of the sailors lie lifeless in pools of blood, while the scant remaining few, led by a major, huddle in a corner, desperately resisting. The number of pirates far exceeds theirs, by a staggering 7 or 8-fold. Yet, the terrifying figure behind it all has yet to engage, merely observing with a look of dissatisfaction at his subordinate's efficiency. This is the source of the Major's deepest dread. "Captain, there's a naval ship approaching." Is it reinforcements from Division 153? No, judging by the flag, it appears to be from Division 16. Division 16. How fortuitous! Zilabu village is in close proximity to that division that it would be prudent to leave an additional spy behind. Are you suggesting we handle in the same manner as with Division 153? Understood. The words hung in the air as Zhang Yao nodded in affirmation that a distance of 7 nautical miles roughly equates to 13 kilometers. In Xian's previous life, that distance would hardly be considered far, even for a ship, which would traverse it in no time. However, in the current context, it presented a different challenge. Fortunately, Xian's vessel had been dispatched from headquarters, equipped not only with sail power but also an auxiliary wheel system. This mechanism, designed for navigation in windless zones, could serve to complement the sails when necessary, achieving greater speed. Even so, it took nearly half an hour before they finally closed the distance. On both vessels, blood flowed freely, a gruesome tableau of carnage. Over 200 bodies, a grim amalgamation of sailors and pirates, lay scattered across the decks. Amidst this horror stood a lone naval major, propped up by a knife, his strength waning. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save him. Upon witnessing this scene, the captain of Xian's first squadron's eyes blazed with urgency, and he barked orders to his men. Yet, as he turned to lead the charge, Xian's hand barred his path. Brigadier, everyone, form a battle line. Fire at the vital points of the pirates and advance steadily. Is such caution truly necessary? This thought crossed the minds of the sailors. Their second thought was that the major appeared on the verge of collapse and required immediate medical attention. Any delay could prove disastrous. Did you not hear my command? Boom! Seeing hesitation among his men, Xian unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure, sending a shiver down the spines of all present. Yes, Brigadier, dozens of sailors swiftly formed a combat line. Cautiously advancing step by step, as they neared the first pirate's corpse, two sailors raised their rifles, aiming for the head and heart. Bang, bang! The sounds of gunfire erupted, but rather than the anticipated spray of blood, the pirate's body rolled aside, evading the shots, leaving the sailors astounded. Though taken aback, these elite sailors were far from the rabble of the Four Seas divisions. Several sailors in the formation raised their rifles in response. Bang, 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 bang! A volley of shots rang out, and the previously fortunate pirate was ultimately riddled with bullets. It became clear to the sailors why the brigadier had given such orders. It was evident that these pirates had been feigning death. Had they charged in blindly, the consequences would have been dire. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, those pirates who had been lying on the ground rose to their feet. Behind them, a round of applause erupted. The next moment, the pirates parted, revealing the source of the applause, a slender man clad in a well-fitted black suit, who bore no resemblance to a ruthless pirate. Indeed, it is remarkable that such a figure exists within the East Sea Navy, capable of so effortlessly discerning my ploy. Yet, I am curious, how did you uncover it? After all, during the half hour it took for your ship to approach, my men were diligently performing their act, and logically, you should not have suspected them of feigning death. Cease your applause and lower your hands. Kuro stepped forward, his demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. A flicker of admiration crossed his features. Your performance was commendable. Indeed, your subordinates could easily claim the mantle of leading actors. Well, it's quite simple. When I first spotted you, I noted only a handful of casualties, and yet you managed to reduce Division 153 to a mere 10 men. Only for you to tell me that these 10 injured sailors turned the tables on nearly 100 of your crew. Was that an attempt to insult my intelligence? So, it was. I see now that I was mistaken. Kuro nodded, appearing enlightened, but the calm facade quickly shattered, replaced by a brutal and malevolent expression. However, the outcome will remain unchanged. It will merely be a tad more troublesome. As he spoke, Kuro raised his hand, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the sailors, Lucci, keep an eye on the other sailors. Kuro is mine. Understood, Brigadier. To oversee the sailors, what an inefficient way to engage in battle. Furthermore, what does it matter if a few sailors fall in combat? Weakness is an inherent sin. In the past, Lucci might have thought along these lines. However now, as Xian's aide and having spent some time in the Navy, such notions seem to have faded significantly. Character is not predetermined at birth, but is shaped by one's environment. Though Lucci's transformation is gradual, Xian remains confident that, in time, he will completely abandon the philosophy of dark justice. In the name of justice, we shall eradicate pirates, annihilate the Navy. In the next moment, both sides erupted into a frenzied chorus of battle cries. Bang! 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 The clash of gunfire and clashing steel rang out, as both sides engaged fiercely. Numerically, the Black Cat pirates boasted nearly 100 members, while Xian commanded only about 50, having brought merely half his crew. Thus, including Kuro, all the pirates believed they would swiftly overpower the Navy. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. The pirates found themselves at a disadvantage. The sailors were simply too formidable. Some among them possessed strength that rivaled even the top officers of the Black Cat pirates. It is worth noting that Xian's crew included several individuals from the elite training camp, and after consuming special Sea King meat for 10 consecutive days, their strength had significantly increased. In fact, 2 of them had even surpassed a combat power of 100. Even the weakest of the sailors now boasted a combat power of around 20. How could they be compared to the naval forces of the Four Seas? Perhaps the ordinary pirates of the Black Cat Pirates are somewhat stronger than the Navy soldiers of the Four Seas branch, but when it comes to the elite soldiers of the headquarters, they are merely on par. Not to mention, these elite soldiers have been enhanced with the flesh and blood of special sea kings for 10 days that IT creates a rather vivid image of wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep. Outside the battlefield, there are two individuals who have yet to engage in combat. Shawn and Kuro at this moment. Kuro's expression is rather grim. Despite having meticulously orchestrated everything, just as he was on the cusp of success and liberation from the constant pursuit of the Navy, an unexpected turn of events has emerged. This leaves him feeling as though his intelligence has been insulted. However, he is acutely aware that this is by no means the Navy of the East Sea. Moreover, this situation does not permit him to remain a mere spectator any longer. In the next instant, the 10 blades cat claw is donned, and immediately, with a whoosh, he vanishes from sight. There stands a Navy soldier engaged in a duel with a pirate, utterly oblivious to the presence of a dark figure, brimming with murderous intent, having appeared behind him. This scene even catches Lucci off guard, as he had never anticipated that Kuro's speed could reach such levels. After all, Oda himself has stated that Kuro's Shakusher speed is comparable to Tsuru. Furthermore, at this moment, Lucci is not the Lucci of 3 years hence, and he is also preoccupied with overseeing all the Navy soldiers, making his delayed reaction entirely understandable. Yet, while Lucci may not have reacted in time, another individual did. Ding. A white figure has directly appeared behind the Navy soldier, using a blade to intercept Kuro's 10 blades. 4 years ago, ding ding ding. Utilizing the silent steps, Kuro transforms into a fleeting shadow, launching attacks from various angles. If the Navy's Soru exemplifies a burst of instantaneous power, then Kuro's silent steps leans more towards technique. To illustrate, consider the distance between points A and B, approximately 20 meters apart. Employing Soru and silent steps yields entirely different results. Soru resembles a forceful propulsion from point A to point B, during which one cannot change direction, halt, and most crucially, must proceed in a straight line. In contrast, silent steps allow for nuanced maneuverability. It can traverse in a straight line, create arcs, or even change course midway, or simply come to a stop. In terms of versatility, silent steps undoubtedly surpass Soru, though the speed of silent steps cannot match that of Soru. Each possesses its own merits. Of course, this discussion pertains solely to silent steps. Regarding Kuro's advanced application of it, the Shakusher, that is an entirely different matter. Retaining the diversity of silent steps while elevating speed to match that of Soru is indeed a formidable feat. However, Shakusher also harbors its drawbacks, as the extreme speed combined with its unpredictable movements can lead to a lack of precise control. The ultimate outcome is, after executing Shakusher, he can only engage in indiscriminate attacks without distinguishing friend from foe. After several futile attempts, Kuro retreats explosively. To be frank, from the outset, he did not regard the youth before him, despite bearing the title of Brigadier General, as anything more than a mere lad of 15 or 16. Conversely, it was his Colonel aide-de-camp who posed a significant threat. To have such a formidable individual as an aide suggests that this youth is likely the scion of some notable figure. Dispatched to the East Sea for gilding, perhaps? Yet at this moment, Kuro has come to realize that his earlier assessment was utterly erroneous. At such a young age, and with such prowess, this boy is certainly no insignificant pawn sent to adorn himself with false nobility. Who are you exactly? I am Shawn Campbell, the newly appointed branch chief of the East Sea's 16th branch. Campbell? So it's you. At this revelation, Kuro's eyes widen in astonishment. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had felt an inexplicable familiarity with Shawn's face. Yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. However, considering Shawn's youth, he dismissed it as a mere misperception. Now, he understands why that visage seemed so recognizable. It is the very boy from 4 years ago. At this moment, memories of that day, 4 years ago, resurface in Kuro's mind. 4 years ago, the Black Cat Pirates encountered a luxurious yacht approximately 300 nautical miles east of the Jamaica Islands. This vessel reeked of aristocracy, and its opulence suggested it belonged to no ordinary noble tea that moment. Kuro experienced a flash of inspiration, conjuring a brilliant scheme. In truth, this was the first version of his whitewashing plan, while the one in the original narrative was the second version. However, before Kuro could set his plan into motion, the yacht unexpectedly opened fire on the Black Cat pirates. This sudden twist left everyone momentarily stunned. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. The entire yacht, save for the Campbell family, was ruthlessly decimated by the Black Cat pirates. Those guards, who prided themselves on their bravado, yet were nothing but cowardly bullies, stood no chance against these ruthless pirates. This was also Kuro's first encounter with Shawn, who, despite being merely 12 years old, exuded a haughty arrogance that surpassed all the nobles Kuro had ever encountered, rivaling even the celestial dragons. Notably, it was this young lad who had ordered the yacht to fire upon them, ostensibly because the Black Cat pirate ship appeared too unkempt. What a brazen display of entitlement. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was Kuro's intention to exploit this family for his own redemption. The process was straightforward. He would have Zengo perform hypnosis, rewriting the memory of the then 25-year-old Kuro in the mind of the 42-year-old Ross Campbell to that of an illegitimate son, while erasing all memory of the Black Cat pirates from the minds of the three individuals. Finally, after disposing of all corpses and traces of battle aboard the yacht, Kuro even had Ross Campbell contact the 16th branch of the Navy, claiming to have encountered a shipwreck and requesting immediate assistance. Thereafter, Kuro merely had to await Ross Campbell's arrival in accordance with the plan. After all, during the hypnosis, Zengo had implanted the notion of the so-called illegitimate son's residence. Should this plan succeed, Kuro would shed his identity as a pirate and step directly into the ranks of true nobility, becoming a first-rate aristocrat. However, unforeseen complications arose after residing in a village for several months. Kuro saw no sign of Ross Campbell's arrival. Logically, this should have been impossible, for during the hypnosis, Zengo had suggested that Ross was quite fond of his illegitimate son, even desiring to elevate his status to replace the original Shawn Campbell. Reluctantly, Kuro had to send Zengo and the others to investigate. The results of the inquiry reached Kuro swiftly. The 16th branch indeed made their way there. However, upon their arrival in the relevant waters, they found only remnants of the yacht, with no trace of the Campbell family. It seemed they had all been consumed by the ocean's denizens. This is absurd. After painstakingly orchestrating everything, was it all for naught? What infuriated him further was that subsequent, more detailed investigations revealed that even the 16th branch's accounts were likely fabricated. The Campbell family's assets had ultimately been divided among various nobles and other factions. In other words, all of Kuro's meticulous planning had inadvertently benefited a collection of lowly scoundrels. Kuro gazed intently at Shawn before him. So, what is the story behind this individual? The once feeble child, brimming with arrogance, is truly him. How did you survive back then? Could it be that the incident 4 years ago is somehow connected to you? This fellow does not recall me. That suggests Zengo's hypnosis remains effective. Observing Shawn's reactions, Kuro silently nodded. Little did he know, the person before him, while bearing the name Shawn Campbell, is not the same Shawn Campbell he encountered years ago. At this moment, Shawn's eyes narrowed slightly. According to naval intelligence, Kuro had claimed the lives of hundreds of Marines over the years. Initially, Shawn intended to eliminate him on the spot, but he reconsidered. After all, this fellow seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Navy, 2 officers from the Black Cat pirates, Budgie and Sam, stealthily approached Lucci from behind and launched a surprise attack. However, the outcome was all too predictable. With the aid of his paper drawing technique, Lucci merely sidestepped, evading their assault with minimal movement. Their strikes missed entirely, and in the confusion, they found themselves directly in front of Lucci. Finger pistol. In unison, both hands shot forward, piercing through the hearts of his assailants. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and it was evident they were beyond salvation. Lucci then surveyed the surroundings. Most of the pirates had already fallen, and the remaining 20 or so were gradually succumbing to the onslaught of the Marines. After all, if they couldn't win a 2-on-1 fight before, a 1-on-2 scenario was even more hopeless. The only troublesome factor was the vice-captain of the Black Cat pirates, Zhang Yao, who was still holding his ground against 5 Marines. Just as Lucci prepared to intervene, He heard Shawn's command. Lucci, leave Zhang Yao alive. Understood. Upon hearing Shawn's orders, Lucci slowly lowered his raised leg. Initially, he had intended to dispatch Zhang Yao with a swift kick, but since Shawn indicated that the fellow was of use, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Nonetheless, it would not require much effort on Lucci's part. Soru. Finger pistol. Yellow lotus. In an instant, Lucci appeared before Zhang Yao, unleashing a barrage of finger pistols without affording him a moment to react. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Yao's shoulders, arms, and legs were riddled with bloody holes. Stop the bleeding. Don't let him die. We need him for interrogation later. Yes, Colonel Lucci. Two Marines rushed forward with handcuffs, while Medic hurried over with a medical kit. Observing the complete annihilation of his subordinates, Kuro furrowed his brow deeply. It had only been 3 or 4 minutes, yet nearly 100 of his men, including the vice captain, had been wiped out. Were these Marines truly stronger than those in Road Town? However, with all his men down, it conveniently spared him some trouble. Tsuru. His body swayed slightly. In the next moment, Kuro vanished without making a sound. Only 2 individuals in the entire area could perceive his movements, Shawn and Lucci. Even Lucci had to concede that while he could move faster than Kuro using Soru, he lacked the latter's agility. After all, Soru's movement was straightforward, whereas Kuro's was unpredictable, alternating between linear and curved paths, occasionally changing direction abruptly. Of course, if Lucci truly desired to apprehend Kuro, it would not require much effort. However, since Shawn had stated he would handle Kuro, Lucci refrained from intervening. He would simply follow Shawn's orders and protect the Marines. Thunderclap. Thunder chessboard. Boom! A torrent of lightning erupted from the blade of Thunderclap, spreading outward. Soon, a chessboard of lightning, approximately half a meter above the ground, manifested before everyone. Comprising 38 intersecting bolts of lightning, it resembled a go board. Each square measured 1 meter in length and width, covering a vast area. This technique was an unintentional development by Shawn, focusing not on power, as maintaining a large area of effect for an extended period would be unsustainable. Yet, despite its low output, it had other benefits, particularly against opponents of great speed. And no matter how one moved, it was impossible to avoid contact with the bolts forming the chessboard. Perhaps the individual bolts lacked the strength to inflict serious harm, but each touch induced a numbing sensation, which intensified with repeated contact. The only drawback was that it couldn't affect aerial targets. Nevertheless, it remained highly effective against Kuro, as his Soru could only be executed on solid ground. As the lightning lines on the chessboard twisted and stretched, it was clear that Kuro's rapid movements had caused him to come into contact with the bolts. Before long, his speed began to wane, and even some Marines could barely keep up with him visually. This was partly due to Kuro's legs having made too many contacts with the lightning, leaving him somewhat numb, and partly because the lightning exerted a slight pulling effect. Each time Kuro traversed a lightning line on the board, he was tugged back, slowing his pace. At this moment, Shawn raised his right hand, pointing at the significantly slowed Kuro. Binding art number 4. The rope. Thud! Kuro's legs were suddenly ensnared mid-movement, resulting in him crashing to the ground. But that was not the end. Binding art number 30. 3 flashing beaks, 3 pointed beams of light shot forth in the direction of Shawn's finger, striking Kuro's waist and arms, pinning him firmly against the deck. Secure him. Waving his hand to dispel the lightning chessboard, Shawn called out to the nearby Marines. Yes, Brigadier General. Kuro's speed was indeed impressive, even surpassing that of many New World pirates. However, once his speed was curtailed, he had virtually no means of escape. Several Marines rushed over, restraining Kuro with handcuffs and shackling his feet. Once the Marines had secured him, Shawn also released the bindings and the flashing beaks. Lucci, check how many survivors are left among the 153 RD Division. Understood. Soon the results were in. Among the 105 personnel on the warship of the 153 RD Division, only 2 remain alive. Point 1 was the Major Kuro had previously used as bait, who was now severely injured and unconscious, receiving medical attention. The other was an ordinary Marine, nearly unscathed but visibly shaken, cowering in a corner and trembling. Looking at the face of this individual, Shawn found it somewhat familiar. Could it be Monka? Did he coincidentally encounter Kuro during the execution of that plan? Over 3 years since the start of the original story. Well, Isn't this a stroke of luck? Navigator. Yes, Brigadier General. How far is the 153rd Division from here? Approximately 32 nautical miles. Do we have enough personnel to simultaneously operate 3 ships? At most, we can manage 2. Brigadier General. Very well. We shall take 2. The third will be towed, that we will head to the 153rd Division first and return our comrades. Yes, Brigadier General. Ultimately, after gathering all the Marine corpses and dealing with the pirates, Shawn assigned some personnel to the warship of the 153rd Division and arranged for cables to tow the Black Cat pirate ship. Setting sail for the 153 RD Division. Pirate ships were a valuable asset and should not be carelessly discarded. After all, they were a source of funding for the Navy, though they could not be utilized as warships. They could be sold to the public. In the world of pirates, ships were akin to hard currency. Moreover, the Navy's prices for selling pirate ships were generally quite low, making them highly sought after. A medium-sized pirate ship like the Black Cat Pirates could easily fetch over 20 million berries. That was hardly an issue at all. 047 EC Rolling Company looking at Kuro confined within a cage. Shawn felt a twinge of confusion. He had yet to commence the interrogation. Yet this fellow had divulged everything in great detail. Was Kuro truly so loose-lipped? It is evident that such a scenario is implausible. After listening to what Klo had to say, Shawn began to comprehend why this individual had so readily confessed. So, on one hand, you harbor resentment due to your plans being thwarted by them, while on the other, you wish for me to confront them head-on, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, correct? It must be said, Klo truly lives up to his reputation as a master strategist. Even when captured, he still seeks to employ cunning schemes, even if you have discerned the truth. What of it? If you are fearful, you could simply pretend you did not hear. A tedious provocation, indeed. Provide him with paper and pen, and let him inscribe all that he knows. Yes, Commander. The Marine at the side promptly complied with the order, delivering the items into the iron cage. Moments later, 3 large sheets of paper, filled with writing, were handed to Shawn. It was indeed him. Although the names inscribed were largely unfamiliar to Shawn, as they pertained to individuals not mentioned in the original text, there was one name he was exceedingly well acquainted with: Spandane. Lucci, when you were with CP9, you must have had connections to Morgan's, correct? I do, but that channel is also known within the Navy. No. Let's not involve Admiral Sengoku in this just yet. Utilize your connections to reach out to Morgan's and inform him that I have explosive news to share. Commander, are you suggesting? For the world government, the nobility is the very foundation of everything. Any act of rebellion against the aristocracy is deemed unacceptable. This principle applies not only to the celestial dragons, but also to the other tiers of nobility beneath them. So, when a high-ranking official of the world government conspires with others to murder a noble and seize their wealth, if pursued through official channels, it is likely that the matter would be suppressed for the sake of maintaining appearances. However, if this were to be exposed through the World Economic Journal, Shawn found himself curious about how the world government would respond. Thus, Morgan's was indeed the optimal channel for addressing this matter. Yes, Commander, I shall contact him at once. Report. Just then, a Marine's voice echoed from outside the door. Enter. Commander, we have spotted a merchant vessel approaching us in a straight line. A merchant vessel? Indeed. Let us go take a look. Soon. Shawn and Lucci arrived on deck. True enough, a merchant ship was sailing towards their temporary fleet. Can you identify its origin? According to the flag, it should belong to the East Blue Rolling Company. They're the largest freight company in the East Blue. Before the Marine could finish speaking, Lucci had already provided the answer. Shawn could only marvel once again at Lucci's dedication to his duties. Since becoming Shawn's aide and serving in the East Blue branch, he had diligently memorized all pertinent intelligence before departing from headquarters. Nowadays, Lucci was akin to an encyclopedia of the East Blue. With such an attitude towards his assignments, it must be said that few in the Navy could rival him. Order the fleet to lower their sails and wait for their approach. Yes, Commander. Approximately 20 minutes later, a man in his 30s boarded Shawn's warship. Upon seeing Shawn for the first time, his eyes widened slightly. Commander, one would expect to see no more than a colonel in these waters. Yet here stood a commander, accompanied by a colonel aide. Surely, he must be from headquarters? This commander, I am Kalen, affiliated with the East Blue Rolling Company, serving as the shipping manager. May I inquire as to your identity? I am Shawn Campbell, the newly appointed branch chief of the 16th Division in the East Blue. What brings you to me, Commander Shawn? It is as follows. I noticed you were towing a pirate ship and would like to inquire if you were considering its sale. Now, Shawn understood the purpose of this man's visit. Typically, as a shipping company, the most vital asset would be their vessels. However, ships in the world of pirates do not come cheap. A medium-sized sailing ship, akin to that of the Black Cat pirates, would cost tens of millions of berries even if constructed from ordinary materials. Should superior materials be utilized, the price could soar to hundreds of millions, or even over $1 billion. Hence, relying solely on the purchase of new vessels would be untenable, even for a shipping giant like Rolling Company. It was not just Rolling Company. Nearly all firms opted for second-hand vessels, particularly ex-pirate ships, as they offered a more economical solution. Those who purchased brand-new ships were typically either wealthy nobles or the Navy itself. After all, naval vessels are standardized and cannot be modified by acquiring other second-hand ships. 30 million berries. Isn't that a bit steep? Typically, the highest price for ships of this caliber is around 25 million berries. In the future, all pirate ships captured by my 16th Division will be sold to you at market price as a priority. How does that sound? Is this the ship of the Black Cat pirates? Upon closer inspection, Kalen realized it indeed belonged to that notorious crew. Indeed, it is the Black Cat pirates, and we are en route to Lava Island. Lava Island? Kalen's eyes widened in astonishment. The shipping manager of Roland. He certainly knew of Lava Island. It was the stronghold of the Krieg pirates, boasting not only 5 medium-sized pirate ships, but also a massive vessel rivaling a Navy super battleship. With nearly 1,000 pirates and countless cannons under its command, such power could easily annihilate any Navy branch in the East Blue, barring Lowtown. However, if this commander could effortlessly subdue the Black Cat pirates, then what do you think? My earlier offer still stands. On behalf of Roland Company, accept. Nodding, Kalen acknowledged that although the pirate ship would cost 5 million berries above market price, this investment was worthwhile. After all, in the East Blue, pirates are not abundant. Thus, the Navy seizes only a limited number of pirate vessels each year, and most of those captured are weak, often substandard ships barely capable of sailing. Rarely does a decent pirate ship surface, and branches would typically contact several companies to auction them off. Therefore, establishing a private agreement with a branch capable of eradicating formidable pirate crews to acquire a ship directly would undoubtedly be advantageous for Roland Company, as it would provide a steady stream of second-hand pirate vessels. Most crucially, if these Marines were to successfully eliminate the Krieg pirates, 5 medium-sized ships and 1 oversized vessel, if these were to come into Roland Company's possession, their shipping business would undoubtedly expand rapidly. Furthermore, Commander Shawn, might I inquire if you have any pirate loot that requires disposal? Oh, does your company also handle that? Naturally, as our shipping business spans the entirety of the East Blue, we have access to various underground channels. Should you wish to dispose of some loot, I can assure you that my valuation will be exceedingly reasonable, charging only a 3-service fee. Indeed, pirate ships are not solely laden with berries. They may also carry gold, silver, weapons, and various other implements. These items must be processed through specialized channels before they can be converted into berries for use. Correct. All right, Lucci, take him to assess the items from the Black Cat pirates and provide an estimate. If it seems suitable, let them handle it right away. Yes, Commander. Nodding, Lucci promptly escorted Kalen away. Meanwhile, Shawn began to ponder a question. His system is a multiplication system. Any item of profit to himself could be deemed a target for multiplication. Thus, would selling the pirate ship and its treasures count as profit, and could this also be subject to multiplication? In a short while, let us try it out. After the fleet of cliques subdued the Black Cat pirates, the Marines discovered 18.37 million berries in cash aboard their pirate ship, along with various other items. Ultimately, these items were acquired by Kaido for a sum of 4.75 million berries. Adding to this, the pirate ship was sold for 30 million berries. In total, Shawn amassed 53.12 million berries, a considerable bounty. However, upon attempting to double this amount, Shawn realized he was unable to do so, as it was not his personal gain, but rather the collective earnings from the actions of all members of the 16th Division, essentially a public revenue. There was a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, They were finally in possession of wealth. Otherwise, the dilapidated areas within the 16th Division would remain unrepaired. Not to mention the procurement of training equipment for the Marines would be utterly embarrassing. With the pirate ship taken away, the sailing speed of the two warships had also significantly increased, as they were no longer burdened by such a cumbersome load point 2 hours later, after delivering the two surviving Marines and the warships to the 153rd Division. Shawn, accompanied by the Marines of the 16th Division, set out once again. Their destination was Lava Island, the very stronghold of Clique. In truth, the knowledge that Clique's lair resided on Lava Island was no secret. However, the Navy in the East Sea had never initiated an attack against him. One reason was that Clique commanded a vast number of followers, with several hundred subordinates, and it was said that their numbers were nearing 1,000. Another reason was that Clique was a notorious coward, suffering from a dual phobia of insufficient firepower and inadequate defenses. He had invested a fortune in both cannons and his own defensive equipment. In terms of firepower, except for Roadtown, even if all the personnel from other EC divisions were to mobilize, they would stand no chance against him. Not to mention, several divisions had clandestine ties with Clique. That rat was not the only parasite within the East Sea Navy. A few hours later, on an island located west of Shellstown, near the Red Line, 9 warships were docked at the port, with the smallest among them being of medium-sized warship specifications. This represented Clique's entire current fleet. The crucial detail was that this force exceeded the Navy's intelligence by 3 ships, according to the Navy's reports. Clique was supposed to possess 1 flagship alongside 5 medium-sized warships. Yet the number of medium-sized warships had now risen to 8. In terms of fleet strength, Clique's fleet undoubtedly ranked as the strongest in the EC, even surpassing Roadtown. However, it was not enough. Far from it. At the very least, a fleet of 50 warships was necessary to form a formidable armada. Inform them to expedite the process. I desire that within no more than 3 years, they deliver all the ships I require. Gazing at the 3 newly delivered warships, Clique remained dissatisfied. Having not yet reached 10 vessels, he was still far from achieving his desired combat capability. Chief, each of these warships, along with the accompanying cannons and ammunition, costs 100 million berries. For 50 warships, do not worry about the berries. Before his subordinate could finish, Clique waved his hand dismissively like a tea that moment. A pirate rushed over. Chief, a Navy vessel approaches. How many warships? 1 medium-sized warship. What? A single warship dares to come here. Let us go take a look. Yes, Chief. Soon, Clique arrived at the island's sole, somewhat dilapidated port. He lifted his telescope to observe. Indeed, seeing that it was 1 ship, he immediately devised a plan. All hands aboard. Let these oblivious Marines experience what true firepower suppression means. Yes, Chief. On the deck of the warship, Shawn and Lucci were also observing the port of Lava Island, which lay over 10 kilometers away, through their telescopes. Admiral, Clique has more warships than reported in the intelligence. That IT matters not. Quantity holds little significance. Even if it is just you, I believe you can manage it. Yes? Should I intervene? No. Let us maintain our focus on training the Marines. Understood. As Lucci stated, he alone could easily handle the entire Clique pirate crew. Of course, Shawn felt the same way. However, if he did so, his Marines would gain no experience whatsoever. Admiral, it appears Clique intends to set sail and engage us in naval combat. 2 minutes later, Lucci, still holding the telescope, furrowed his brow slightly. That it was no surprise. Clique was an extreme proponent of weaponry. Compared to his own strength, the naval combat capability of this fleet was significantly greater. But Admiral, our warship has only 4 cannons. This, while training the Marines, is indeed important. If we look at Clique's warships, they are all brimming with cannons. With only 4 on our side, the disparity is too vast to provide any meaningful training, and no matter. Let them bring their cannons forward. We shall intercept their cannonballs. Consider it a practice in accuracy for the Marines. Understood. More than 10 minutes later, Clique's flagship stationed at the rear, while the 8 medium-sized warships formed a fan shape. Closing in, this was undoubtedly an exceedingly unfair naval battle, both in terms of the number and quality of the warships. However, in the world of pirates, naval battles were not solely determined by the number of ships or the quantity of cannons. Otherwise, the protagonist crew from the original story would have been sunk countless times already. This Remain a world where strength prevailed 0.1 kilometer apart. A pirate aboard Kleek's flagship began signaling with flags in the next moment. The 8 warships opened fire. Boom, 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 boom. Each of these medium-sized warships was equipped with over 10 cannons, although they did not possess the specialized large-caliber naval guns found on the Navy's larger warships. Their firepower was nonetheless commendable. Moreover, these pirates demonstrated a commendable proficiency in using their cannons. Perhaps they could not match the elite Marines of the headquarters in training, but they were certainly no worse than ordinary EC Marines. After the first wave of probing attacks, Shawn and Lucci quickly assessed that 2 cannonballs posed a threat to their warship. Without any communication, both men sprang into action. Shawn leaped to the side of the ship, using his ankle to hook one of the incoming cannonballs, dissipating its impact before sending it flying back with a whip-like kick. Meanwhile, Lucci executed a swift kick, shattering another cannonball mid-air. Do not worry about the pirates' bombardment. Return fire, yes, Admiral. Upon witnessing Shawn and Lucci effortlessly intercept the cannonballs, cheers erupted from the warship. Subsequently, the gunners began their counterattack. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sounds of cannonballs whizzing through the air filled the atmosphere, while the sea erupted with massive splashes as cannonballs struck the water. After several minutes, their warship remained unscathed. In contrast, 3 of Kleek's warships had sustained hits, although the damage was not severe. Navigator, charge forward. Target Kleek's flagship. Admiral, there are pirate vessels obstructing our path. We cannot advance directly. Leave those obstructing ships to me. You just focus on charging ahead. Yes, Admiral. Arriving at the bow of the ship, Shawn drew thunderclap, assuming a stance for a strike. 049 severing the warship captain. The Navy is charging straight at us. What is there to fear? We are all medium-sized warships, and besides, our ship is equipped with a ram. If they wish to collide, let them. Yes, Captain. Nodding, the pirate captain rallied the others, steering the warship to face the Navy vessel head-on. Just as the pirate captain had stated, their ship was outfitted with a fearsome ram, which, if it made contact, would surely incapacitate the Navy vessel in one blow. You can intercept cannonballs? Let SEU try to withstand the impact of a warship. Wait a moment, Captain, just as the pirate captain was filled with bravado. A nearby pirate, peering through his telescope, shouted, "What is amiss? Captain, on the bow of the naval vessel, there stands an individual brandishing a knife. Wait, is he actually swinging the knife at us? What on earth? There's a distance of 700 or 800 meters between us, and he's threatening us with a blade? Either that naval officer has lost his mind, or you have. After all, this is nothing short of a farce. Is he truly capable of striking me from such a distance?" The pirate captain scoffed. However, when he turned his gaze toward the naval warship, he was momentarily dumbfounded. An exaggerated azure crescent slash sliced through the air, skimming the ocean's surface, racing toward him with astonishing speed. The path of the slash cleaved the sea apart as it advanced. The pirates had no time to react before the azure crescent was upon them, slicing right between the pirate captain and his subordinate, who was peering through a telescope. The colossal warship offered no resistance. As if it were mere tofu, cleaved effortlessly in two in the following instant. The pirate captain felt his subordinate leaning dangerously to one side. Not only was the subordinate tilting, but he found himself swaying as well. For the pirate captain suddenly realized he could no longer maintain his balance. When he looked down, he discovered a smooth fissure had appeared between him and his subordinate, extending from the ship's bow to the stern. The entire warship had been bisected. Navy, you have forsaken the rules of combat. As the portion of the ship where the pirate captain stood tilted increasingly, he found it impossible to steady himself. He could only muster a final, defiant shout before plummeting into the sea. Weren't we supposed to engage in close combat with blades? Hadn't we agreed to rely solely on physical weaponry? Yet, you suddenly resort to energy weapons. If that isn't a breach of combat ethics, then what is? Meanwhile, 700 or 800 meters away aboard the warship, the path had been cleared, moving closer to Captain Krieg's flagship. Yes, Brigadier General, once we close in, Krieg's other ships will no longer dare to fire upon us. After all, the world of pirates still adheres to the era of muzzle-loading cannons, utilizing spherical projectiles, with limited range and accuracy. As long as our warship approaches Krieg's vessel directly, the other ships will be unable to fire. Otherwise, who knows if a cannon shot would strike the Navy or Krieg. Brigadier General, if such a situation arises again, I can handle it myself, eliminating the pirates above and redirecting the warship. The effect would be the same. No need for this. Meanwhile, Lucci pondered for a moment before finally speaking that it's all right. A single slash doesn't consume much energy. This isn't about energy consumption. What then? Brigadier General, the warship you just cleaved is relatively new, and its material should be of high quality, that if sold to the rolling company, it could fetch around 40 to 50 million berry. In an instant, Shawn was left speechless. He was genuinely taken aback. He had put on a show, and just like that, lost several million berry. His heart bled. Lucci, why didn't you remind me earlier? You acted too quickly. And I thought you merely intended for the slash to graze the side of that warship, using the resulting wave to push it away. Very well. What more could Shawn say at that moment? He truly wished to slap himself. This is impossible. Even the most formidable weapon could not cause such an effect. Watching the warship being cleaved in half, Krieg was momentarily stunned. Krieg revered strength, but his understanding of it differed significantly from others that, in Krieg's perspective, human power is finite. Thus, only when one wields the strongest weapon does one become a true powerhouse. It was precisely this mindset that left him unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Ultimately, it stemmed from his seclusion in the East Blue, resulting in a severely limited worldview. Captain, what should we do? One of the pirates trembled slightly. After all, witnessing Shawn severing a medium-sized warship in one stroke was utterly beyond their expectations. Do not panic, since they seek close combat. Let us engage in close combat. Raise the flag and summon the other warships to converge. They have only a handful of men, while we number in the hundreds. A few dozen against one. We shall not falter. Upon hearing this, the pirates quieted down somewhat. Indeed, the Navy has only a few dozen personnel, while we total around 700 to 800. How could we possibly lose? Moreover, our crew in the Krieg pirates is no weaklings. More than 10 minutes later, although the remaining Krieg warships continued to bombard, they could not pose any threat to Shawn's vessel. The distance between them closed to 200 or 300 meters. All cannon fire ceased. After all, at this era's cannon technology, this was a perilous range, and avoiding friendly fire was imperative, wasn't it? Finally, with a resounding crash, the warship collided forcefully against Krieg's flagship. However, looking upwards, Shawn slightly furrowed his brow. Goodness, is Krieg's ship excessively massive? Though he had previously seen the Going Merry alongside it, and thought it appeared like an ant, Shawn had always assumed this was merely Oda's exaggeration, that it was only at this moment, with the two vessels side by side, that he realized it truly is enormous. Just in terms of height, the Navy's medium-class warship barely reached half the height of Krieg's flagship. Board his ship. One would have to climb upwards. This is outrageous. And in the next moment, a series of thunderous booms erupted, causing the entire warship to shudder violently. Several other Krieg pirate ships converged, pinning Shawn's vessel in place. Each warship was now brimming with pirates wielding an assortment of weapons, with a numerical disparity of approximately 1/17. This quantity was still excessively daunting for the soldiers under his command. After all, his subordinates had yet to reach the level of superhumans. Superhuman. This was a theory previously articulated by Lucci in the original work. The average soldier's combat power hovers around 10, while a person with a combat power of 500 is deemed a superhuman. Once one reaches this level, mere foot soldiers become inconsequential. If I can somewhat control the numbers, I should be able to deal with 70 to 80% of them, right? Contemplating this, Shawn's gaze sharpened. He began to release his spiritual pressure. This time, however, Shawn exercised meticulous control over the release, just enough to sap the will to fight from a portion, yet not eliminate them entirely. Ultimately, he would leave behind a fraction of pirates to hone his soldier skills. It must be said, managing to strike this delicate balance amidst a throng of pirate minions, ensuring a few remain, is indeed quite challenging. What was that phrase from Eisen again? Tread upon ants without slaying them. Such power is difficult to master. 050 The instantaneous demise of Akinu. Plop. 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 One by one, pirates suddenly collapsed to the ground. Some lay sprawled, desperately attempting to push themselves up with their arms, while others lost consciousness outright. This scene unfolded across every pirate vessel. Even Krieg, at this moment, found his knees slightly buckling, a hint of panic crossing his face. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable tremor emanating from the depths of his soul, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, as if his body were bearing several times its weight. What on earth is happening? He had no idea, yet he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. If the situation persisted, it was likely that before engaging in close combat with the Navy, all of his men would succumb. He could distinctly feel an unusual pressure steadily intensifying around him. With this escalation, an increasing number of his subordinates were unable to withstand the oppressive force and ultimately lost consciousness. However, in the very next moment, Crick suddenly felt a lightness enveloping him. Indeed, the suffocating pressure had vanished, dissipating so abruptly that it seemed as though it had never existed. He surveyed his surroundings. He noted that nearly half of the 200 crew members aboard the main ship had already collapsed onto the deck. That moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that even more pirates were falling on several other vessels. After all, the pirates aboard the main ship were the most elite of his ranks, and when Shawn unleashed his spiritual pressure, he had been deliberately controlling its gradual amplification. Essentially, it served as a form of selection, naturally toppling those of weaker strength first. This juncture, Shawn also commenced his assault. The first and second squads advanced towards the main ship, with Lucci assigned to provide cover, while the third and fourth squads set about clearing the surrounding ships of pirates. Action commenced. In the next instant, everyone sprang into motion. Lucci leapt over 10 meters into the air, landing directly on the deck of Crick's main ship, followed closely by the sailors from the two squads who began to ascend the side ropes. After all, the main ship was exceedingly massive. In terms of sheer size, Shawn even felt it surpassed Karp's dog-headed battleship. It is worth noting that Karp's ship was one of the Navy's super battleships, typically reserved for admirals. Karp was somewhat of an anomaly, possessing such a vessel despite holding the rank of vice admiral. The Navy initiated their offensive. All of you, advance and eliminate them. Yes, Captain Crick. Instantly, a throng of pirates brandished their firearms and blades, preparing to ambush the ascending sailors at the side. However, before they could reach the rail, a figure clad in a black suit with a white coat of justice suddenly sprang up from beneath the ship's railing, landing firmly on the deck and obstructing the pirate's path. That it's just one man, and he is unarmed. Take him down. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, no one even witnessed how Lucci launched his attack. The three pirates at the forefront were sent flying, hurtling out over the opposite side of the ship's railing. Don't be afraid. Use your guns and turn him into a porcupine. In the next moment, at least 20 pirates brandished their weapons, unleashing a hail of gunfire towards Lucci. Iron block. Clang, 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 clang. The pirates were left dumbfounded once again. What the hell? Could it be that this guy has hidden steel plates in his clothes? Otherwise, how could the bullets produce such metallic clashing sounds? Clear a path. Upon hearing the command, the pirates hastily parted to make way. Before them stood a seemingly frail man, brandishing an unusual pair of weapons. Two hooked canes connected to massive iron balls. Interesting. You must be the demon known as Akinu, as mentioned by the commander. Upon seeing the man before him, Lucci was suddenly reminded of Shawn's earlier words. This was before their departure from the 16th Division. Lucci, are you certain that these are the only bounty hunters in Crick's pirate crew? After Lucci detailed the main bounty targets of Crick's crew, Shawn expressed surprise. Aside from Crick himself, the highest bounty among the crew was merely one. 8 million. Of course, that was not the focal point. After all, there were still over 3 years until the original story commenced, and at this moment, even Crick had only a bounty of 12 million. The crux of the matter was that one notable figure was missing from the list of bountied individuals. That was the man whose bounty ranked just below Crick's in the original narrative, Demon. Akinu, or perhaps, because the time was too early, Akinu had yet to join Crick's crew, or he might have just joined and not yet made a name for himself. Lucci, if you happen to encounter a man wielding peculiar hooked canes while taking down Crick's pirate crew, make every effort to capture him alive. Commander, what is so special about this individual? His physical prowess is quite commendable, but if he's systematically trained in the Navy's 6 styles, he should not be inferior to your former colleagues in CP9. So the commander wishes to recruit him as a sailor? Lucci furrowed his brow. After all, he was still a pirate. While he entertained this notion, it was essential to ascertain whether he had already stained his hands with the blood of civilians or Navy personnel. If not, perhaps he could be given a chance for redemption. Such talent is rare. I understand. This was the conversation that transpired between Shawn and Lucci before their departure. Akinu, go. Eliminate him. Indeed, just yesterday, I took down anyone in my path. I have high hopes for you. Let those damned Navy officers witness the might of the Crick pirate crew. Upon sighting Akinu, all the pirates aboard the main ship erupted in excitement, their shouts echoing fervently. Although Akinu had only joined Crick's crew 3 days prior, he had already managed to topple 10 pirates upon his arrival, one of whom was even a corps officer under Crick, responsible for martial arts instruction. Named as it was then that Crick proclaimed that as long as Akinu continued to achieve remarkable feats, he could even be appointed as the captain of the Crick pirate crew, the Navy. It seems you are quite formidable. You ought to allow me to savor this moment a bit longer. Though aware of the strength of the man before him, the 23-year-old Akinu felt no trepidation whatsoever. He was confident in his own abilities. With a powerful push, he surged forward at incredible speed. Noticing that Lucci seemed unresponsive, he swung his hooked canes with determination. In the next instant, the 2 dark iron balls connected to the ends of his canes were hurtling towards Lucci's chest. It is worth mentioning that in the original story, Akinu had a peculiar penchant for striking people in the chest. Whether it was merely a strange quirk, one could only speculate. However, attempting to strike Lucci was a gross underestimation. Iron block, boom! It could only be said that he was still too inexperienced at this moment. There was simply no way for him to breach Lucci's iron block defense. Instead, the recoil left his hands with a tingling sensation. This made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Impressive strength and speed. Do you require my commentary? After stumbling back a couple of steps due to the recoil, Akinu steadied himself and charged forward once more, a manic expression adorning his face. Observing this, Lucci merely shook his head slightly. Although the commander had issued specific instructions, he was not inclined to engage in a prolonged battle. Soru, boom! The speed was so blindingly swift that Akinu could hardly react. The last thing he registered was a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and then there was nothing more. He was instantly vanquished. Maintaining a forward leap, his body began to tilt gradually before crashing violently onto the deck. The pirates who had been shouting just moments ago now fell into stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, the sailors trailing behind Lucci finally managed to ascend. Leave Crick to me. You handle the other pirates. Yes, Colonel Lucci. The sounds of battle cries, the wails of the fallen, echoed incessantly within Crick's main ship. However, overall, the Navy maintained absolute dominance. Despite the numerous members of the Crick pirate crew, a significant portion had initially been incapacitated by Shawn. Furthermore, while their numbers were vast, they lacked elite prowess. In terms of the ordinary pirates, they were even less formidable than the Black Cat pirate crew, with Lucci leading the charge and dealing with the officers. The sailors from the 16th Division found it relatively effortless to manage the situation that in less than a minute after Akinu's defeat, Fleet Advisor Eddie Mann and Fleet Martial Arts Instructor Haslu were also swiftly targeted and eliminated by Lucci without any hesitation. As for the other subordinate officers, whose strength fell short even of the elite training camp's mid-ranking officers, there was no need for Lucci to intervene. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Witnessing the scene before him, Crick trembled with fury. However, before he could act, a figure suddenly materialized before him. None other than Lucci, who had just dispatched 2 of his subordinates. Pointing gun, Lucci wasted no time in delivering a precise jab towards the heart of Cliquy. Yet, the scene froze in place. Lucci maintained a quintessential gunpoint stance, while Cliquy lowered his head, observing the finger that was poised on his armor. What are you doing, kid? My armor is forged from the finest steel. Are you jesting? Cliquy was genuinely incensed and amused at the same time. However, he failed to notice that beneath the surface of his armor, a hidden injury had already manifested, despite its outward appearance of invulnerability. The next moment unfolded with Lucci disregarding Cliquy's taunts, resolutely advancing with his attack. Finger gun. Yellow Lotus. A flurry of finger strikes erupted, bombarding Cliquy's entire chest. Futile. You're wasting your efforts, even if this armor were faced with gunfire. Before he could finish, an unsettling sensation washed over him, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. His chest plate was riddled with over 20 punctures, blood cascading forth from the gaping wounds. This is impossible. How could this be? Cough, cough. What weapon did you employ to ambush me? Weapon. Lucci found himself at a loss for words, yet he had no intention of explaining anything to Cliquy. Hurricane kick in a span of less than 2 meters. A vacuum slash was unleashed with Lucci's whipping leg, striking Cliquy squarely in the chest and sending him hurtling backward. The once mighty golden armor, now a mere sieve, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Splintering into countless fragments that scattered through the air, Cliquy's chest was not only marred by numerous blood-soaked holes, but also bore a ghastly wound that extended from his right shoulder to his waist. Exposing bone, he crashed heavily against the ship's railing over 10 meters away, and it was evident that without immediate medical attention, his survival was measured in mere minutes. This spectacle silenced the remaining pirates who had been resisting. It was absurd. Their cadre had been vanquished, and now even the leader Cliquy had been effortlessly dispatched. These Marines were monsters, and that naval commander was a veritable beast among beasts, fearful of death. Many pirates hastily discarded their weapons. Once the first threw down their arms, second and third soon followed. In no time, all the pirates had relinquished their weapons. Witnessing this, Lucci prepared to issue orders to detain the surviving pirates. Yet at that moment, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, striking Cliquy with an explosive force. It seared a charred hole into his back, penetrating his heart and bringing an end to his life of crime. Commander, Lucci was somewhat perplexed. Cliquy had already been defeated. Even if left unattended, he would not survive for long. There was no need for this final blow, was there? Lucci, you were careless. Look at Cliquy's left arm. Shawn, standing nearby, interjected. Upon hearing this, Lucci swiftly turned to observe, initially failing to discern any issue. Cliquy was still sprawled in a pool of blood. However, in the next moment, he noticed a hole had appeared at the center of Cliquy's shield. Lucci was certain that this hole had not been there before. Commander, what is this? Within Cliquy's shield lay not only a hidden blade, but also a gas grenade. He had intended to use his last ounce of strength to launch the gas grenade before succumbing. A gas grenade? Indeed, this grenade is highly toxic. Once released, anyone within the vicinity of the battlefield, even from a single breath, would surely meet a fatal end. Realizing the gravity of his oversight, Lucci was struck by a wave of guilt. Had Shawn not intervened, had Cliquy unleashed the gas grenade, he might have been able to evade its lethal grasp due to his reflexes and speed, but the other Marines, likely none would survive. After all, they were not equipped with gas masks. I apologize, Commander. This was my mistake. For the first time, a look of contrition crossed Lucci's face. In the eyes of this task-driven individual, it was indeed a monumental lapse. Were it not for Shawn's timely action, his mission would undoubtedly have ended in utter failure. Yet he was also curious as to how Shawn had come by this knowledge. After all, even the intelligence within Cliquy's pirate crew had required his report. How had Shawn suddenly become so well-informed about Cliquy? Nevertheless, Lucci refrained from asking. We do not have enough handcuffs to restrain all the surviving pirates. Gather them together for supervision. Lucci, contact Rowtown and inquire about the current location of the prison ship in East Blue. If possible, arrange for it to come and take custody of the pirates. He then directed Shawn to check with Kalen regarding whether the Rolling Company could handle the ships belonging to Cliquy's crew in one go. East Blue Rowtown, report. What is it? The office was shrouded in smoke. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, was exhaling clouds of smoke. Since receiving Shawn's suggestion, Smoker had grown increasingly fond of this cigar-smoking style. Unique, sophisticated, and double the smoke. Truly perfect. Colonel, the 16th Division is calling, inquiring about the location of our prison ship. The 16th Division. Isn't that the division Shawn just recently took command of? What do they need the prison ship for? According to them, they are currently at Lava Island, dealing with nearly 1,000 pirates, including the Cliquy pirates and the Black Cat pirates. What? The Cliquy pirates and the Black Cat pirates have both been eradicated? Smoker was taken aback. His junior disciple had just arrived in East Blue and managed to eliminate these 2 pirate crews. Yes. Where's our prison ship now? It is en route to various divisions to collect prisoners. As per the original plan, it was scheduled to arrive at Impel Down in 3 days. It should now be near the 117th Division, approximately 2 days' sail from Lava Island. Immediately relay orders to the prison ship to change course for Lava Island. Yes, Colonel, but the Major standing before Smoker suddenly remembered something. What is it? Colonel, our prison ship is merely a medium-sized vessel, capable of holding around 500 prisoners at most. Currently, it already contains nearly 100 pirates. So, good heavens, this meant there were too many pirates for the prison ship to accommodate. I will urgently request a larger prison ship from headquarters and simultaneously instruct the nearby divisions at Lava Island to dispatch warships and marines to assist the 16th Division in guarding the pirates. Understood, Colonel. 052 The News, shaking the world Lava Island. Commander, Road Town has dispatched a prison ship, expected to arrive in 2 days. However, according to them, this prison ship can only accommodate about 400 more pirates. Furthermore, Colonel Smoker has urgently requested that headquarters arrange for an additional prison ship for support. But it may take 20 days to arrive. Prevent any issues here. The nearby divisions are already dispatching warships and marines to assist us in guarding these pirates until the second prison ship arrives. Approaching Shawn, Lucci reported. All right, that will suffice. What about Kalen? They seem quite excited, stating that they will bring sufficient berries within 3 days and urging us not to engage other companies. Very well. Additionally, dispatch another team of Marines to thoroughly search Lava Island. Cliquey must have hidden assets here that we need to uncover. Understood. Just as Lucci departed, Shawn's transponder snail began to ring. This is Shawn. Commander Shawn, this is Morgan's. I've heard you possess explosive news. Indeed, it's certainly explosive. But do you dare to publish it? Upon hearing Shawn's words, Morgan's erupted into laughter. I am the king of world news. Even if the elders were cavorting with Big Mom nightly, I would still dare to publish it. So, do not worry about my willingness. The question lies in whether your news is explosive enough to warrant my coverage. As the king of news in the pirate world, Morgan's exuded an air of undeniable confidence. The revelation that high-ranking officials within the world government had ruthlessly slaughtered the first-tier nobility of the Merida Kingdom and seized their vast fortunes. Was it not explosive enough? Truly. Of course, it is true. Hurry, tell me, this is monumental news, absolutely sensational news. 4 years ago, Shawn took half an hour to recount everything to Morgan's, including the findings from Crow and all the names of key individuals he provided. Hiss, the prominent figure before the 5 elders had colluded with the Navy and various other nobles 4 years prior to orchestrate the murder of Roskimball and his wife, subsequently dividing up their assets worth over 100 billion berries. Every detail and every person involved. It was indeed big news. Within the transponder snail, Morgan's excited voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of writing. Clearly, he could no longer contain himself and had begun to pen his article. Morgan's, I hope to remain uninvolved in this matter. Do you comprehend? Rest assured, this is my area of expertise. Very well, I leave this matter in capable hands. I look forward to tomorrow's newspaper. After hanging up the transponder snail, Shawn felt exceptionally pleased. The 5 elders. How will you handle things once the truth comes to light? Within the secret headquarters of the World Economic Journal, Morgan's was fervently writing his article. Roskimball, Shawn Campbell. No wonder they didn't mention the reporting fees. It all makes sense now. The youngest brigadier general in Navy history, TSK, I suspect you will continually find yourself embroiled in even more explosive news in the future. Well, consider this an investment. I shall embellish this story further. After a peculiar chuckle, Morgan's immersed himself in his writing once more. The next day, the World Economic Journal exceptionally doubled its print run. Countless newsbirds took to the skies, carrying the latest edition of the newspaper to every corner of the world. Meanwhile, the incident that transpired over 4 years ago in the EC had stirred a whirlwind of reactions across the globe. The world government's wanton slaughter of noble allies to seize their wealth left the populace in a state of dread, threatening the very foundation of the world government itself. Was Spandam's madness a result of the 5 elders' indulgence? Or had they been complicit all along? The Navy's supernova, the youngest brigadier general in history, had such a past. Each exaggerated headline occupied the most prominent positions on the newspaper's pages to capture sufficient attention. Morgans even dared to write about the potential collapse of the world government. As the number of readers acquiring the newspaper swelled, the situation began to spiral out of control. Holy Land, Mary Geos. In the realm of power, damn it, that scoundrel Morgans has dared to fabricate such rumors. What does he intend to do? Does he seek to undermine our authority over the world government? Morgans can wait. The pressing concern now is how to address this matter, as numerous member nations have contacted us seeking confirmation of its veracity, fearful that we may act against them next, deny it outright. That is easy for you to say. Morgans has provided such detailed accounts in the newspaper, even naming all involved. Can a mere denial quell this? Then what should we do? Shall we simply stand by while Morgan spreads his slander without any action? At this moment, the five elders were seething with anger. Them. The entire affair was merely Morgan's fabrication. After all, that man had a reputation for sensationalized reporting. Just then, knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in a white suit, his face concealed by a mask. How is the investigation proceeding? Although not yet definitively confirmed, the current findings align closely with what Morgans has exposed. What? Are you saying this matter is indeed true? The golden-haired elder widened his eyes in disbelief. All along, we believed Morgans was the one spinning tales, and now you tell me it's real? Yes, and according to Morgan's article, the source of the information is a diary left behind by one of Spandam's former subordinates, which we have also verified. Shortly after that incident, Spandam's close aide indeed met a suspicious end. Most critically, we have discovered that Spandam was hoarding immense wealth, amounting to at least over 100 billion berries. Upon hearing this, the five elders fell silent. For a full minute. Number 3, apprehend him immediately, and likewise detain all those individuals revealed by Morgans. Understood. Nodding, the masked man exited the room. What shall we do now? The individuals must be dealt with, yet we cannot acknowledge this incident. Indeed, all member nations are governed by nobility. Should it be substantiated that high-ranking officials of the world government murdered nobles and seized their assets, it would undoubtedly incite severe upheaval among the member nations. In the worst-case scenario, some nations might even withdraw from the world government, a situation we cannot permit. And what of the sole heir of the Campbell family? How should we handle that? Primarily, we must placate him. We might consider returning a portion of the assets seized from Spandam and the others, provided he agrees to remain silent on the matter. Agreed. Also, At that moment, all five were momentarily taken aback, as a voice echoed in their minds. Come to see me immediately. Several minutes later, in the depths of Pangdu City, within a forbidden zone, the five elders entered a grand hall. Towering steps led up to a throne, upon which sat a figure shrouded in shadows, their features obscured by the dim light. The only discernible feature was a pair of strangely rippling eyes. Approaching the steps, the five elders knelt before the throne that if others in the pirate world were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. The five individuals, who wielded the highest authority within the world government, were kneeling before another, their bodies trembling slightly. Lord M. 053 M's command, how do you intend to handle the situation regarding the Campbell family in the EC? The voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Yet it was precisely this voice that instilled genuine fear within the five elders, for it belonged to the king of the celestial dragons, him, to preserve the world government's facade while suppressing this affair. We plan to eliminate Spandam and his associates on one hand, while simultaneously not acknowledging the matter publicly as for the sole heir of the Campbell family. A portion of the wealth seized from Spandam and others will be returned to him as a form of compensation, with the stipulation that he must remain silent on the issue. The curly-haired elder reported the conclusions they had reached during their deliberations in the realm of power. However, in the next instant, a wave of terrifying pressure descended upon them, causing the ground to creak under its weight. Was angry. As the five elders, they were acutely aware of this fact. Had they not possessed formidable strength, they might have been crushed to the ground. Thus, was it their handling of the situation that incited Lord M's wrath? The expressions of the five turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling. What is the estimated worth of the Campbell family's assets? According to Number 3's investigation, it should be between 18 to 20 billion berries. Then, how much wealth can be seized from Spandam and his associates? This remains uncertain, yet it should not be less than 20 billion. You five are quite something. Even at this point, you wish to withhold a portion of the wealth rather than returning it all to the Campbell family's sole heir. And a wonder individuals like Spandam subordinates exist. In an instant, the oppressive pressure intensified once more. This time, even the five elders struggled to withstand it, their heads bowing low, nearly touching the ground. Treat the Campbell family's assets as 20 billion berries. Return it in full, and then grant an additional 50% as compensation, totaling 30 billion berries. Furthermore, publicly disclose the entire truth, notifying all member nations of this resolution. Have you five understood clearly? The voice remained as cold and devoid of emotion as ever. Yet this command left the Gorosei utterly bewildered. Even if him harbored dissatisfaction with their handling of the situation, one would expect that they would only be required to return the Campbell family's assets in full. Why then must they additionally provide 100 billion? The most critical point is that this sum would likely have to be extracted from the coffers of the world government to make amends. Wouldn't it? Something feels amiss. Furthermore, the demand for complete transparency. Lord him, should this transpire, the world government's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Can one truly govern the world based on face value? It seems you have grown too comfortable in your positions, to the point where reason has begun to elude you. This is unacceptable. Lord him, withdraw. But remember, should you falter in this matter again, I would not hesitate to replace all five of you. The gravity of this statement struck the Gorosei with palpable fear. No one understood better than they what these five positions signified. Power? No, it transcended mere power, for within these roles lay something far more precious than authority. Once the five departed, Im let out a soft sigh. Number 1. I do not wish for such an occurrence to repeat itself. Yes, I understand. At that moment, a man clad in a white suit and mask emerged from the shadows, respectfully kneeling on one knee. He was the shield of the celestial dragons, the most unique individual within CP0. Even the Gorosei could not command him. Additionally, you are tasked with thoroughly investigating the entire affair once more, leaving no stone unturned. And if a celestial dragon is involved, I have stated, leave no one unexamined. Beneath the cold tone lay a palpable aura of menace. This was the first instance in which number 1 discerned emotion in Im's voice, causing his heart to tremble. Yes, I understand. In the next moment, number 1 retreated 2 steps, vanishing once more into the shadows. Unbeknownst to the Gorosei, these events transpired following their departure. They were utterly terrified, wary of any ulterior motives, and meticulously carried out Im's orders. Once the vast and intricate machinery of the world government commenced operation, the results were nothing short of astonishing. Within just a day, leveraging names from Morgan's report, they unearthed the details of an incident that had transpired over 4 years ago with remarkable clarity. They even uncovered numerous individuals omitted from Morgan's report, as the scope of what Kuro had been able to determine over the years was quite limited. Soon, a massive purge ensued within the world government. Over 300 individuals were apprehended, including several high-ranking officials, the most prominent among them being Spandam. Naturally, due to Spandam's actions, which nearly cost the Gorosei their positions. The furious elders vented their ire upon numerous others. The first to face the brunt was the newly appointed commander of CP9, Spandam. Although he had not participated in the events of 4 years prior, he bore the burden of being Spandam's son. Initially, this matter could have concluded here, leaving only the compensation of 30 billion berries to Shawn Campbell to finalize everything. However, another incident arose within the Holy Land, one that left the Gorosei utterly unsettled. Why had the Holy Land been attacked, resulting in the abduction of Herd Vito? What was the CP0 unit stationed in the Celestial Dragon District doing? This matter must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, we cannot bear the wrath of Lord M. Indeed, summon number 2 and number 3 at once. This matter takes precedence as for the handling of Spandane and the others that can be postponed for a few days. I believe Lord M will understand. Agreed. Yet in the very next moment, the door to power swung open. You insolent fool, who permitted you to enter without notice. The words remained unspoken, for when the Gorosei beheld the figure that entered and the patterns upon his mask, their words caught in their throats. Number 1. What brings you here? I am here to convey Lord M's orders. Heard veto has been discreetly dealt with due to his involvement in the Campbell affair. You need only be aware of this. Hiss. The Gora CEI had already surmised Heard Veto's connection to this matter. However, they had taken no action, for it was an established law that no harm should come to a celestial dragon. A decree set forth by Lord M himself. Even though Lord M had instructed that all involved in this affair must be dealt with accordingly, it should not supersede this ironclad rule. This was the Gora CEI's understanding. Yet, they had not anticipated that Lord M would indeed eliminate a celestial dragon over this incident. At this moment, astonishment was etched across the faces of the five. We understand. Does Lord M have any further instructions? Lord M stated that since the commander of CP9 has encountered issues, and his subordinates have been apprehended by you, those agents are no longer worthy of trust. Understood. We will address those agents as well. The curly-haired Gorosei nodded in affirmation. No. What Lord M means is that while they can no longer be fully trusted, they are still individuals of some capability. It would be wasteful to eliminate them outright. Send them to the Navy to combat the pirates instead. Regarding their specific destination, Lord M has decided they shall all be sent to the Navy's 16th Division. Upon hearing this, the five were left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? They were completely at a loss. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, they dared not voice them. Yes, we will arrange this immediately. 054 go to Windmill Village and abduct a few individuals. The next day, the World Economic Journal was once again published. Today's content was, as always, astonishing. Over 300 individuals within the world government have been apprehended, including several high-ranking officials. Shawn Campbell, the sole heir of the Campbell family and the youngest rear admiral in the Navy, was set to receive 30 billion berries in compensation. The Gora CI publicly apologized and stated that they would enhance oversight to ensure such events would not recur. The world government's behavior was unprecedented. The reason being, Shawn Campbell had ascended to the top 10 of the East Blue's wealth rankings, leaving Fleet Admiral Sengoku drooling. After reading today's World Economic Journal, everyone was left in a state of shock. The world government's response had taken everyone by surprise. They all exclaimed, "This is impossible. It cannot be true." Yet this seemingly impossible scenario unfolded before their eyes. Even Shawn felt somewhat dazed at this moment. The outcome was vastly different from what he had anticipated. Rear Admiral, the headquarters has relayed that 6 individuals will report to the 16th Division in a month, all of whom are of the rank of colonel. Sengoku has assigned 6 colonels to me. This is highly irregular, isn't it? It should be noted that apart from a few exceptional divisions in the East Blue, typically only one lieutenant colonel or colonel serves as the division commander. Even in the second-rate division of Rowtown, there is merely one colonel, one lieutenant colonel, and 2 majors. Yet here, with a rear admiral and a colonel, the configuration is already extraordinary, and now Sengoku intends to send 6 colonels. This is very peculiar. The most crucial point is, why does it seem that Lucci sounded a bit excited when he reported this? Lucci, has the headquarters provided the profiles of these 6 individuals? They have been faxed over. With that, Lucci handed over a document. This was just transmitted via the Din Mushi from headquarters that I must say, the Din Mushi is indeed a remarkable invention. Upon receiving the document, Shawn was instantly taken aback. Are you all under the impression that I have not read the original work? These are Navy officers. They are clearly CP9 agents. Just look at these 6 names. Lieutenant Colonel Kaku, Lieutenant Colonel Gabra, Major Khalifa, Major Stussy, Major Owl, Major Bruno. Lucci, why does your voice sound a bit excited? Lucci, are you certain these are Navy officers? Yes, they're no longer employed by CP9 due to their involvement in the Span Am incident, but the world government seems unwilling to waste this combat capability, thus allowing them to join the Navy. In other words, these individuals were once your colleagues? Yes, Rear Admiral, I can vouch for their strength. They are all superhuman level. Well, this situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. What on earth is the world government plotting? None of this aligns with the Gora CI's typical demeanor. Rear Admiral, there is one more thing. What is it? Earlier, did you not mention deploying a team of Marines to search the entirety of Lava Island? Ah, indeed, that was the case. Have there been any discoveries? Yes, just received word that they have located a remarkably concealed cave, within which lies a chamber forged from steel. although they are still in the process of inventorying the treasures inside. Initial assessments suggest that the valuables within the chamber will not amount to less than 10 billion berries. Good heavens, it seems that Creek truly possesses a grand treasure. In no wonder he was able to assemble a fleet of 50 ships and sustain thousands of pirates in the original narrative. Let us consider it 10 billion. The world government has also mentioned compensating me with 400 billion, and with the proceeds from selling the Black Cat pirates and the Creek pirate ships and treasures. I would then have over 400 billion berries, would I not? For my initial development, that is more than sufficient. He took out the din mushy and dialed directly. Buru. This is Sengoku. Old man Sengoku. It's me. Shawn, I'm aware of your activities in the East Blue. You are doing quite well. That is not the point. What matters is that I need to request some items from headquarters. Oh, what items? Well, various equipment of the same specifications as the elite training camp, along with 3 medium-sized warships and 1 large warship. Additionally, please send me 500 sets of the latest Navy standard equipment. You intend to establish a training camp at the 16th branch, and you demand 4 warships, including a large one. Do you have any idea how much these items will cost? Sengoku was immediately incensed. This brat has no idea how precious resources are. A large warship alone costs 200 million berries, not including the cannons and ammunition aboard, that if we account for everything, it could easily reach 300 million. Even the Navy headquarters possesses only a few dozen such vessels, as the core naval fleet is primarily composed of medium-sized warships. Well, Shawn indeed requested 3 medium-sized warships, while they are not as costly as large warships. A fully equipped medium-sized warship still costs over 100 million berries. Not to mention, Shawn also wants equipment of the same specifications as that of the elite training camp. Considering all these expenses, will 30 billion suffice? However, Shawn's response to Sengoku was merely 3 words, which left Sengoku utterly speechless. I have money. At that moment, Sengoku recalled that Shawn truly possesses significant wealth. In fact, he has more than the reserve funds available to the Navy headquarters. A staggering 300 billion berries. To him, parting with 30 billion for a little fun does not seem extravagant at all. Furthermore, old man Sengoku, I intend to allocate another 20 billion berries to completely renovate the 16th branch. You see, I am supporting the Navy so much that it seems inappropriate for the 16th branch to remain a third-rate branch. Does it not? I believe a second-rate branch would be more fitting. Dante, you think? A comprehensive training camp, a brigadier general, a colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 4 majors, in addition to 1 large warship and 4 medium-sized warships. Not to mention the 20 billion for renovating the 16th branch. It could potentially be transformed into a small fortress. Thus, Shawn's assertion that a third-rate branch is no longer appropriate appears to hold merit at all. These matters I have not yet agreed to. Sengoku quickly regained his composure, realizing he had almost been outmaneuvered by Shawn. Old man Sengoku, you must adopt a longer-term perspective. I cannot remain at the 16th branch indefinitely, can I? In the future, even if I leave the East Blue for the Grand Line, or even venture into the New World, the 16th branch cannot be uprooted along with me. Ultimately, all that I have built will still belong to you, will it not? What do you mean by belonging to me? That is the Navy's. All right, it is the Navy's. So you see, no matter how extravagant my plans may be, in the end, it is still a contribution to the Navy, is it not? This statement seems to possess some validity. After all, I never intended to keep Shawn in the East Blue for long. At most, just around 2 years. Although Sengoku was swayed by Shawn's words, he could not agree outright. Otherwise, where would that leave his dignity as Fleet Admiral? I cannot provide you with an immediate response. I must discuss this internally first. Very well, but please expedite the process. Perhaps in a few days, I might lose interest and decide against it. You little rascal. Just wait. After hanging up the din mushy, Shawn felt quite pleased. He was unperturbed by Sengoku's potential refusal, for regardless of the perspective, this matter would ultimately benefit the Navy. Additionally, the revamped 16th branch would serve as an excellent venue for cultivating talent before he steps onto a new stage. 3 days later, all matters concerning Lava Island had been settled. The remaining hundreds of pirates left behind by the prison ship were handed over to other branches for management. The warship set sail once more. Lucci, our current position should be near Windmill Village, correct? Yes, We are less than a day's journey away. Very well, let us proceed to Windmill Village and capture a few individuals to bring back to the 16th branch. Capture people. Lucci was somewhat bewildered. 055 the first encounter with Luffy and Ace indeed. Shawn intends to abduct individuals. Reasoning with Luffy and Ace? Nonsense. That would be utterly futile. These two are undoubtedly the stubborn type who cannot be reasoned with. So what should we do? Simple, just take them by force, bring them back and gradually re-educate them. Slowly reform their thinking. By the way, I am in need of a good cook to improve the dining conditions of the 16th branch. Perhaps Makino would be a suitable choice. Moreover, she is quite pleasing to the eye, is she not? Should we simply take her as well? On the bow deck, Shawn stroked his chin, contemplating. Report. Just then, a marine hurried over, exclaiming loudly. What is it? The pirate confined aboard the warship wishes to see Colonel Lucci. Lucci, has that fellow not made a decision yet? Immediately, Shawn realized who the marine was referring to and turned to Lucci. I spoke with him earlier and gave him 3 days to contemplate. It is about time. However, Brigadier General, if he still refuses to agree this time, I suggest we send him to Impel Down. While he possesses considerable talent and physical skills, we truly have no need to expend excessive effort on this individual. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lucci replied, All right, you handle it. If he remains obstinate, we need not pursue it further. Yes, Brigadier General. Nearly 20 hours later, the warship arrived at Windmill Village. Due to Garp frequently returning to visit family, and considering that he always comes aboard that dog-headed super warship, it is often impossible for smaller ports to accommodate it. Thus, Garp personally funded the construction of a relatively large port for Windmill Village. After all, this fellow has been in the Navy for decades, and apart from purchasing Simbay, he rarely spends money. He has quite a bit of wealth accumulated. Expanding a port is a trivial matter. Consequently, the port in Windmill Village is significantly larger than that of the majority of villages in the East Blue. Shawn's medium-sized warship docked without occupying much space. Lucci, you come with me. The others may train on their own. Yes, Brigadier General. By the way, bring that fellow along too. That fellow? You mean the one you just recruited? Very well. Lucci immediately understood that his Brigadier General was referring to Akinu. But when did that fellow become his subordinate? Nevertheless, he did not intend to expend energy disputing this with Shawn. Over the course of their time together, Lucci had grown quite familiar with his Brigadier General's character. It is futile to correct Shawn on such matters. The arrival of the Navy did not incite any commotion in Windmill Village. Moreover, possibly due to Garp's influence, the villagers were quite familiar and comfortable with the Navy. Is this the place? A few minutes later, the three arrived at the central bar of Windmill Village. Shawn looked up and observed. Yes, while it cannot be said to be an exact replica of the original depiction, it is entirely indistinguishable. He then pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, a feminine voice rang out. Welcome. Anyone who hears this voice would instinctively feel warmth, an exquisite sense of gentleness. The three Marines, is this your first visit to Windmill Village? Yes. Could you prepare a lunch for us? Certainly. Please wait a moment. Makino smiled softly and then began to prepare. Major, Haven tea, we just indulged in some Sea King jerky. Is another meal truly necessary? Luke Shi, as humans, we must learn to savor life. Don't you sense that something is amiss in our 16th Division? What is lacking? A chef, of course. The 2 cooks we brought along can barely keep us from starving. But the flavors will... Major, taste is not of paramount importance, so long as our hunger is satiated. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Shawn sighed as well. Discussing food with Luke Shi was an exercise in futility. Soon, 3 servings of risotto were brought forth, appearing rather ordinary. Yet, the aroma wafting from the dishes was enough to make even Luke Shi swallow audibly. Please, forgive the simplicity of these humble dishes. Achieving such a level with ordinary cuisine is already quite remarkable. Makino. Did I even mention my name? Makino paused, taken aback by Shawn calling her name. I could seem she had neglected to introduce herself since their arrival. No need to feel anxious. I heard it from old man Garp. Now I remember. No wonder you seemed familiar earlier. You're the youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy, aren't you? Your name is Shawn Campbell. Yes, indeed. Just a few days ago, I believe it was mentioned that you became one of the 10 wealthiest in the East Blue. Makino said with a hint of delight. Perhaps it was Garp's mention that had rekindled her enthusiasm. By the way, Makino, do you know where Luffy and Ace are? At this hour, they should be arriving soon. Is there something you need from them? Well, due to Garp, just as Shawn was about to elaborate, the bar's door was flung open with force and a boisterous boy entered, followed closely by another boy who appeared to be a few years older. Who else could it be but Luffy and Ace? In no time, the two made their way directly to the bar counter. Makino, lunch. All right, you two sit tight for a moment. I'll prepare your meal. We'll chat more later. Major Shawn. Makino nodded with a smile before returning to her preparations. Haze, did Makino just call him Major? Could he be in the Navy like Grandpa? You fool, didn't you see them in Navy uniforms? What else could they possibly be? Oh no, do you think they know you are planning to set sail as a pirate in 3 months and have come to apprehend you? Luffy, you idiot. Ace was immediately infuriated to speak of becoming a pirate in front of a Navy rear admiral. How could one be so reckless? Glancing at Shawn and the others, who were still engrossed in their meals, Ace couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Makino returned with 2 more servings of risotto. Thus, the 5 at the bar entered a state of focused dining. Not long after, Shawn and the others, who had started eating first, finished their plates, setting down their spoons with satisfied expressions. Though Makino's risotto appeared simple and lacked rich flavors, for some inexplicable reason, it provided an immense sense of fulfillment. Even Luke found himself eagerly digging into, Makino, your risotto is utterly delicious. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you mentioned wanting to find Luffy and Ace. Upon hearing this, Luffy showed little reaction, as he was wholly absorbed in his meal. However, Ace, also fervently eating, suddenly froze in his motions. Then, turning his head robotically to the right, he looked at Shawn. Well, old man Garp mentioned that his 2 grandsons are always clamoring to be pirates, so he sent me to help educate them. Luffy, run on my lunch. Ace suddenly jolted, grabbing Luffy and making a dash for the bar's exit. However, Luke understood, bang bang, before they could reach the door, a figure appeared before them. Following that, 2 lightning-fast kicks sent them crashing back toward the bar. Fortunately, Luke managed to control the force, allowing them to tumble to the floor rather than collide directly with the bar. Major Shawn, what is the meaning of this? 056, perhaps we should just tie them up. Ace Isnt, the notorious Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 550 million berries, just YET this moment. He hasn't even faced the trials of the sea, nor has he consumed the Mera Nami, making him no match for Luke. Not to mention Luffy, who has never won against Ace in a fight. Major Shawn, what is going on? It's nothing. Luke knows his limits. Makino, have you ever considered changing jobs? Sitting at the bar, Shawn waved his hand before swiftly shifting the topic. Change jobs? Indeed. Our 16th Division is in need of a cook, and I believe you would be quite suitable, don't you think? That simply cannot be. I have this bar to manage. What a shame. I was just thinking that if Luffy and Ace serve in the 16th Division, they would surely be delighted to see you each time they dine. Shawn said with a look of regret. Ace and Luffy, in the 16th Division as Navy personnel? Major Shawn, I doubt they would be willing, Makino replied with a smile. She knew Ace and Luffy all too well. There was no way those 2 would ever consent to become Navy officers. However, that's of no consequence. Their willingness is irrelevant. What matters is that I've already made the decision. After all, Old Man Garp said that as long as I could make Ace and Luffy Navy personnel, he would grant me any request, and he wouldn't concern himself with the means. Goodness, Makino was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Was Major Shawn truly this domineering? Moments later, Luke brought the 2 over, 1 in each hand. When Shawn saw their faces, he nearly burst into laughter. Their original appearances were nearly unrecognizable. They looked like 2 pig heads. It seemed Luke had specifically targeted their faces with his strikes. Ace and Luffy, is it? I'm a colleague of your grandfather, and I'm here in Windmill Village at his request. As for my purpose here, from this day forth, you shall be soldiers of my 16th Division. We have a problem. The next moment, Luffy emitted a series of unintelligible sounds. Luke, what did he say? No idea. He said it's impossible to become a Navy officer. That he will never do it, as he wants to be the Pirate King. Beside them, Makino translated with a smile. The Pirate King, you say? Luffy, do you even understand what being a pirate entails? Sigh, this is troublesome. Raising his right hand, he grasped Luffy's face, and a shimmering green light began to emanate. Half a minute later, when Shawn withdrew his hand, Luffy's pig-like visage had returned to normal. After all, Luke Shi had been measured in his strikes. Although it looked severe, the actual injuries were quite minor. Coupled with Shawn's healing, it hardly took any time at all. All right, now you may speak. Pirates are adventurers who set sail. And the Pirate King is the freest person on this vast sea. Is that truly how you perceive pirates? So, pirates are simply adventurers. As for the matter of freedom, excessive freedom has always been synonymous with chaos. How about this? Let me introduce you to someone. This is Akinu. His pirate crew is considered the largest in the East Blue, boasting nearly 1,000 members. Incredible. The largest pirate crew in the East Blue? Nearly 1,000 members? Luffy's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. That is truly impressive. Akinu, please tell Luffy about the daily life of a pirate. Daily life? Killing, plundering, stealing women. That's about it. That doesn't seem right. Didn't Luffy say that pirates sail for adventure? What serious pirate would engage in mere adventures? So that is how it is. It appears Luffy has a significant misunderstanding about pirates, although the source of his logic remains unclear. The pirates he speaks of are nothing more than adventurers, completely unrelated to the true nature of piracy, which involves plunder and devastation. Shawn and Akinu exchanged remarks, both intentionally and unintentionally, but when these words reached Luffy's ears, he was utterly dumbfounded. Nonsense, you are spouting nonsense. Shanks would never deceive me. I refuse to believe you. Ace, he is talking rubbish, isn't he? Witnessing Luffy's reaction, Shawn could only shake his head. The poison runs too deep. However, Shawn did not intend to persuade Luffy directly. Instead, he turned his attention to Ace. Ace, why do you choose to become a pirate? Logically, you should despise pirates, especially considering your father. Upon hearing Shawn's words, Ace trembled. How does this person know about my lineage? Yet, Shawn paid no heed to Ace's shocked expression and continued to speak. There's a statistic you may not be aware of. After Roger ignited the age of pirates, the number of pirates on the seas surged tenfold, while the number of civilians killed or persecuted by pirates increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. So, do you consider this era of piracy to be good or bad? And Ace, do you not have an obligation to rectify this situation? After all, and yet, you are preparing to become a pirate, adding fuel to the flames of this pirate age, allowing even more innocent lives to be consumed by this inferno. Is it not selfish for you, as long as the fire does not reach your own kin? Truly selfish, just like Roger. Ace fell silent, Shawn's words echoing repeatedly in his mind. Just like Roger. Just like Roger. Observing this, Shawn let out a faint sigh. He understood that saying all this today was sufficient. Matters concerning Ace and Luffy cannot be rushed. They must be approached gradually. Attempting to resolve everything in one go would likely yield counterproductive results. Lucci, put them in sea-stone handcuffs and take them back to the warship. We shall depart for the 16th branch in half an hour. Yes, Commodore. If they cause a ruckus, knock them out before taking them away. Understood. After watching the two being escorted out of the bar by Lucci, Michino displayed a hint of concern on her face. Commodore Shawn, will Ace and Luffy be all right? Rest assured, they will be fine. We are merely taking them back for some ideological education to correct their somewhat distorted beliefs. Is that so? Have you truly not considered my previous suggestion? You mean to work at the 16th branch? Precisely. This way you can see Ace and Luffy every day, alleviating your worries, correct? No, I think I'll pass. I have grown accustomed to life in Windmill Village. After some contemplation, Michino shook her head in refusal. Shawn felt a pang of regret. What a splendid chef she would make. Yet he could not keep her. Sigh. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. All right. You are always welcome to return. Moments later, as the door closed behind him, Shawn had already departed the bar. It must be noted that Michino still harbored some unease regarding Ace and Luffy, that Shawn's suggestion for her to work at the 16th branch had indeed sparked some interest, as it would allow her to care for the two up close. Especially Luffy, providing her with some peace of mind. However, she ultimately could not muster the resolve to leave Windmill Village, so she declined once more. Just then, the bar door swung open again. Commodore Shawn, why are you back? My apologies, Miss Michino. Upon reflection, inquiring about others' wishes is not my style, So let us revert to the original plan. Original plan? Yes, to directly take you to the 16th branch. In the next moment, Machino felt her feet lift off the ground as Shawn scooped her up, swiftly moving toward the harbor of Windmill Village. This sensation was somewhat exhilarating. For some reason, Machino did not feel panic, but rather, an odd thought began to form in her mind. 057, the two who swore to eradicate pirates Shawn. What on earth did you do in Windmill Village? That old coot slap is furious. Karp's voice came through the den mushy, his expression mirroring his evident headache. Did that old man slap not tell you specifically what I did? As soon as the call connected, he ranted for several minutes, after which I hung up. Well, it's truly fitting for you to, in reality, I haven't done much. I merely abducted 3 individuals from Windmill Village. What? You went to Windmill Village to kidnap someone? Who did you take? Who else but your 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy? No, I asked you to persuade those 2 brats, not to kidnap them. Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. I say, old man Karp, are you not aware of your grandsons? Can they be convinced through mere words? Karp pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed unlikely if it were not for Shawn's intervention. Karp might have given up entirely. After all, they were merely setting sail as pirates, and he believed his grandsons would not engage in acts of murder and plunder. They were likely the type to sail under the pirate flag while embodying the spirit of adventurers. Given his position in the Navy, protecting them should not pose much difficulty. Sending Shawn to persuade them was merely a final attempt. He never truly expected Shawn to succeed. Shawn, what do you intend to do by taking them? Fear not. They have willingly joined the Navy. What? That is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The enlistment forms have already been signed. Karp was left utterly baffled. Could Shawn truly be this impressive and actually have succeeded? However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Shawn, tell me honestly, how did you persuade them? Persuade. Old man Karp, are you all right? Of course, I first knocked them out and then had them sign. So, you consider that voluntary enlistment. Do you have some misunderstanding of the term voluntary? By the way, old man, tomorrow I will have the World Economic Journal publish an article with the title, "The hero's grandsons officially join the Navy." The legend continues. Shawn, you little rascal. Karp grasped Shawn's intentions. This was coercive recruitment. Oh, and the content will be written by Morgans, because, old man Karp, you once captured the Pirate King, and Ace and Luffy have vowed to eradicate the 4 emperors, upholding your heroic reputation in the Navy. Shawn, enough already. Karp was growing irate. Should Shawn proceed with this plan, regardless of whether Ace and Luffy became Navy members or chose to become pirates, they would be in grave danger. I refuse to believe you cannot recognize Luffy's straw hat. The fact that Shanks gave that hat to Luffy signifies something. Have you truly not considered it? Merely setting sail for an adventure. Don't be naive, old man. Or do you genuinely intend to witness one day your grandson being led to the gallows? With white-haired mourning black-haired? This was not a statement made lightly in the original narrative. Karp had indeed watched Ace being taken to the gallows. I could see this moment. The expression of Karp simulated by the den mushy began to shift gradually. It was evident that Karp's thoughts were evolving. The notion of witnessing his grandson led to the gallows carried immense weight. For a time, silence enveloped the conversation. Shawn awaited Karp's final decision. Should this old man insist on releasing the 2, it would be no matter. He would simply let them go. Yet, with Shawn stationed in the East Blue, Luffy was a different story, considering it had been over 3 years since this young lad set sail. However, should Ace wish to embark, Shawn could easily apprehend him in a heartbeat. One could say, Ace would not even have the opportunity to enter the Grand Line at that juncture. Shawn would no longer employ the tactic of having him join the Navy. One chance is sufficient. There shall be no second. At long last, after approximately 2 minutes. Well, Ace and Luffy are in your hands. Rest assured, in 2 or 3 years, I shall return to you the seeds of 2 Marine admirals. I do not expect much. As long as the 2 of them can come to an understanding and become outstanding Marines, even if they are merely ordinary soldiers, I will be thoroughly satisfied. All right, it's settled then. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait, just as Shawn was about to end the call, Garp hurriedly shouted. What is it? Didn't you say you had captured 3 individuals? Who is the 3rd? The 3rd, Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shawn was about to mention Akinu, a series of knocks echoed. Come in, Shawn, I prepared dinner. Would you care for a bite? Of course, I wouldn't want to miss out on your delectable dishes. Not at all. It's merely a rather ordinary seafood risotto. Their conversation was transmitted through the den mushy, leaving Garp utterly stunned. Hello, Shawn. Was that voice just now Akinu? Ah, Grandpa Garp. Noticing the voice coming from the den mushy. Akinu immediately recognized Garp and exclaimed, Hiss, the third person Shawn captured wouldn't happen to be you, Akinu, would it? Garp asked, astonished. However, judging from their earlier conversation, Akinu did not seem to be a victim of abduction. Did she? Hey, old man Garp, please don't phrase it so harshly. I merely invited Miss Akinu to serve as the chef at our 16th branch. Akinu, is that correct? Well, that is indeed the case. All right then. Having you at the 16th branch is beneficial. You can help keep an eye on those two rascals, Ace and Luffy. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Accepting the capture of Ace and Luffy was one thing. But if Akinu had also been taken, then Shawn would have gone too far. Fortunately, it seems that the situation is not as dire as he imagined. By the way, Shawn, how did you persuade Akinu to work at the 16th branch? I simply carried her off on my shoulder. It was quite simple. What did you say? All right, old man Garp, if you have nothing else, I shall hang up. I have many matters to attend to. Wait. The next moment, Garp's voice abruptly ceased because Shawn had already disconnected the call. The next day, Shawn arrived before Ace and Luffy. He tossed a newspaper into the iron cage and departed without uttering a word. Sigh, Ace, why are we in a newspaper? Luffy tilted his head, observing the large photograph on the front page. Meanwhile, Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, for in that photograph were he and Luffy, clad in marine uniforms. This is absurd. He quickly picked up the newspaper, only to find a headline causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Two new superstars join the Marines, identified as grandson of Marine hero Garp. As for the content, it was even more explosive. During the interview, the two expressed that as grandsons of Marine hero Garp, they have both the obligation and determination to completely end this era of great pirates, restoring a stable living environment for all citizens. Among them, Luffy declared that his greatest hatred lay with Shanks, one of the four emperors, and that he would personally send him to the execution platform. Meanwhile, Ace stated that his target was Whitebeard. After reading this, Ace was left speechless. Although he could not fathom why he was being linked with Whitebeard, he was well aware of the situation between Luffy and Shanks. Ace, Luffy, that Shawn is ruthless. 058 recruitment threshold. On the deck of the warship, Shawn was personally leading a group of Marines in training. Everyone was sweating profusely. Despite the arduousness, the training over the past few days had allowed them to feel their strength steadily increasing. Most importantly, Shawn was wholly unreserved, imparting to them many techniques seldom encountered otherwise. After all, even as Marines, many skills could only be learned in elite training camps. Shawn was exceedingly patient in his instruction. Moreover, since their arrival in the East Blue, they had swiftly eradicated the infamous Black Cat pirates and the Kuro pirates. This further deepened the respect the Marines harbored for Shawn. Throughout this process, the hidden attribute of loyalty was surging upwards at an alarming rate. This was evident in the way the Marines gazed at Shawn. System, proceed with today's assessment. Please confirm the assessment items and methods. The system replied as usual. Today, Shawn intended to attempt a new method of assessment. Whether it would succeed, he did not yet know. System, I wish to assess today's loyalty gains based on quality. Indeed, gaining the loyalty of others through one's actions is, theoretically speaking, also a form of personal benefit, if it is feasible. Confirmation complete, proceeding with assessment. Assessment complete. Today's random multiplier is 35 times. The moment the system's voice echoed in his mind. Shawn clenched his fist in excitement that IT truly works. Although it is not an exceedingly high multiplier, 35 times is certainly not insignificant. The next moment, as Shawn surveyed the Marines around him, he could already see. Their gazes towards him had transformed from respect to a hint of fervor. Shawn understood precisely what this indicated. Since this method is viable, he now possesses more and more effective options to forge an absolutely loyal foundation. As long as he ensures the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates, he need not worry excessively about exposing some of his hidden tactics. However, speaking of which, if loyalty gains can be acquired through this method, then could the affection gained from the ladies be similarly attained? No. That level of thinking is rather distasteful. Quickly, Shawn shook his head, dismissing that thought. After all, it is somewhat shameless. Furthermore, it's rather dull. Just then, the din-din mushy on Shawn as person began to ring. Brew, 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 brew. This is Shawn. Colonel Shawn, and I'm Kalen from the Roland Shipping Company. Wasn't our previous transaction already completed? Is there an issue? No, Colonel Shawn, you misunderstood. I'm reaching out for another matter. What is it? It is like this. Recently, we received news from the Marine headquarters indicating that Colonel Shawn intends to redevelop the 16th branch, with the entire project amounting to a scale of 2 billion berries. I wonder, upon hearing this, Shawn paused for a moment. After all, while the Roland's company is quite renowned in the East Blue, they're a shipping company and should not be involved in this matter. Right? Indeed, this is the case, but it is relevant to you. How so? It is this way. There are 3 large construction companies in the East Blue, and among them, Tokov Construction Company and our Roland Shipping Company belong to the same group. Well, it turns out it is indeed related to their Roland Shipping Company. After all, to engage in significant construction at the 16th branch, Shawn had familiarized himself with the construction companies in the East Blue. Although Tokov Construction Company is also quite well known, they rarely participate in the Marines bidding projects in the East Blue. Currently, only one of the branches has been contracted by this company, while the rest have been divided among the other 2. However, in terms of infrastructural strength, Tokov is actually superior to the other 2. It's just that their quotes for similar projects are usually 20 to 30 higher. As for why that is, one can only say. After all, in the East Blue, TSK, thus Shawn had been leaning towards this company. After all, he is not short on funds and certainly does not wish to produce subpar work. How about this? I will arrive at the 16th branch in 2 days. Please arrange for someone to come over for a discussion. Certainly, Colonel Shawn. I will immediately inform the general manager over there. Kalen was utterly exhilarated. Should this endeavor come to fruition, his achievements within the corporation would surely warrant his promotion from the Lorne Shipping Company to the headquarters of the group. How could one not be thrilled? 2 days later, the warship finally returned to Division 16. I could see this moment. The division, having been meticulously cleaned by over 50 station Marines, bore a semblance of being habitable after its temporary usage. On this day, the official orders from the naval headquarters had also been dispatched. Division 16 was elevated to a second-class division, with its personnel cap increased to 500. Moreover, the headquarters would allocate 3 medium-sized warships and 1 large warship for the use of Division 16. But that was not all. In addition to the warships, the inventory included a plethora of supplies, various arms, and specifications and quantities of training facilities that could incite envy and resentment in any Eastern Sea division. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would have sparked outrage among the other divisions in fact, several divisions from the Eastern Sea had indeed raised a ruckus at headquarters. However, this time, regardless of who brought up the matter, Sengoku had but one response. It was seen who financed the purchase. If you possess the capability to do the same, then by all means, at that moment, everyone was left astonished. The implication was that it was not the headquarters being generous, but rather seen investing his own funds. 30 billion berries, no less. Yet considering Scene's current worth, it seemed rather reasonable that in less than a day, the tumult caused by the protests for various divisions came to an end. Naturally, Scene had little time to concern himself with such matters. At this juncture, he was busy organizing recruitment efforts. Despite having an authorized limit of 500 personnel, Division 16 currently boasted only 100 members. This meant he needed to enlist an additional 400 individuals. Although recruiting 400 Marines was no trivial task, Scene did not intend to follow the conventional methods, for, in his view, such recruits would be too ordinary. Failing to align with his future vision, Brigadier General, are you truly determined to recruit under these conditions? After hearing Scene's plans, Lucci inquired with evident confusion. As the aide, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with the Navy's recruitment protocols. Generally speaking, the recruitment threshold at headquarters was set at a combat power of 8. The threshold was somewhat lower in the 4 Seas, typically requiring only a combat power of 7 in the Eastern Sea. The standards were even more peculiar. Individuals with combat powers of 5 or 6 could still qualify. However, Scene had just stated that the recruitment for Division 16 would necessitate meeting 2 criteria simultaneously. Firstly, the combat power must reach 12, a rather lofty requirement, considering that even fully trained ordinary Marines at headquarters only achieved a combat power of 10. That was not the demand for 12, rather excessive. Yet, scene stipulations did not end there. Beyond the combat power requirement, candidates must also possess a distinct talent, whether in physical combat, marksmanship, swordsmanship, or even an auxiliary skill such as ship maintenance, blacksmithing, or culinary arts that in essence. Apart from foundational strength, a candidate was required to possess talent in at least one area. This threshold was quite frankly higher than that of the headquarters itself. Indeed, I prefer quality over quantity that I seek elite personnel. Not fodder, Scene declared. For these recruits, once properly equipped with training facilities, he would request several instructors from Zephyr to conduct a comprehensive 6-month training program akin to that of an elite training camp. Thus, if an individual lacked exceptional talent or foundational strength, their recruitment would serve little purpose. Scene nodded, affirming his stance that in his mind, this batch of Marines was not intended for the Eastern Sea. Otherwise, the mere 100 Marines he had brought along would suffice to subdue all pirate crews in the Eastern Sea. What Scene truly aspired to establish was a guerrilla pirate force. And what was the purpose of forming such a force? Naturally, it was to earn military merit in the Grand Line. It must be noted that Scene had set a goal for himself to depart from the Eastern Sea in 2 years and to secure a G-Series division. Preferably in the New World, to be the head of a G-Series division, one must at least hold the rank of Rear Admiral. This meant Scene had to amass sufficient military merit within 2 years to attain this position. Merely vanquishing every pirate in the Eastern Sea would not suffice to earn enough merit for a promotion to Rear Admiral. Would it? The Navy of the Four Seas is not to be discussed for now. The promotion within the naval headquarters follows strict regulations. Initially, a regular soldier who enters the headquarters through standard recruitment undergoes new recruit training and is designated as a third-class soldier. Subsequently, they rise through the ranks based on the military merit they acquire. This is the path followed by 99 of Marines. Another route involves outstanding performance in various divisions, leading to a recommendation from the division head to join the headquarters. Upon arrival, they undergo a standardized assessment, resulting in one of 3 outcomes. The first being those deemed unfit, who are sent back to their original division. The second being those who pass the assessment and are subsequently sent to the headquarters training camp for further education, most of whom graduate as officer-level personnel. And the third being those who perform exceptionally during the assessment, who are then sent to the elite training camp within the headquarters for the Navy's most advanced and systematic instruction. Graduates from this elite camp typically become at least officers, with some of greater prowess even attaining the rank of school officer. Of course, there is a ceiling to this system, according to regulations. The highest rank attainable is colonel. To ascend further, one must still accumulate adequate military merit. Generally, these are the pathways to rank promotions within the headquarters, except for Scene. Scene was the only exception since Sengoku took office as the commander-in-chief, being directly granted the rank of brigadier general upon graduating from the elite training camp. Furthermore, there are established criteria for the military merit required at each level of promotion. Firstly, for any pirate lackey with no bounty. However, it should be noted that even among lackeys, the military merit earned through capture or defeat varies. A lackey from the Four Seas yields only 3 points of military merit, while those from the Grand Line yield 5 points. And those from the New World yield 10 points as for bountied pirates. The merit is even more accessible. One merely needs to remove the numeral 10,000. For instance, a pirate with a bounty of 1 million berries grants 100 points of military merit, while a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries yields 10,000 points. According to the Navy headquarters regulations for rank promotions, to advance from colonel to brigadier general, one requires 50,000 points of military merit. From brigadier general to rear admiral, 100,000 points. And to ascend from rear admiral to vice admiral, one must achieve 200,000 points for the rank of admiral. Promotion is not solely based on military merit. One must also possess the requisite strength to match that rank. Therefore, the vast majority of individuals in the Navy will find themselves permanently stationed at the rank of vice admiral, for the rank of admiral. It cannot simply be attained through hard work and strength. More often than not, it requires an innate talent. Here, one can calculate the situation. Dacine's initial objective was to achieve the rank of Rear Admiral at headquarters, necessitating 200,000 points of military merit. Excluding the bounty-less pirates, he would need to capture or defeat a total of 2 billion berries worth of pirates. Yet in the Eastern Sea, aside from a select few pirates with bounties reaching the tens of millions, the rest are all below that threshold, with the majority falling within the range of 1 to 2 million, or even merely in the tens of thousands. This is how the Eastern Sea earned its reputation as the weakest sea. Thus, it is unrealistic to amass the military merit required for the rank of Rear Admiral solely within the Eastern Sea, even if one were to eradicate all pirates in the region. Therefore, the concept of a pirate guerrilla force was a plan Scene had devised prior to his arrival in the Eastern Sea. The first step was to eliminate all high-bounty pirate crews in the Eastern Sea. The second step involved his Marines taking turns to sweep through and eradicate the remaining weak pirate crews. The third step, while executing the second, was to select a group of elite members to form the pirate guerrilla force, periodically traversing the comm belt to enter the Grand Line and reap the rewards from pirates. This was Scene's blueprint for the next 2 years in the office of the division head. A report was made. The general manager of Tokov Construction Company has arrived. Let him in. Moments later, a robust man, escorted by a Marine, entered Scene's office. Brigadier General Scene, I am Mansour, the general manager of Tokov Construction Company in the Eastern Sea. Very well. Have a seat. Shawn gestured towards the chair opposite his desk. My request is quite simple. Transform the entire island into a fortress-like base, and additionally, construct a completely enclosed circular defensive wall 200 meters from the island. Once Mansour sat down, Shawn wasted no time and directly articulated his demands. Are you aiming to create a stronghold akin to the Navy's G8 division? Indeed. Is it feasible? Brigadier General Shawn, the G8 division was established as such due to the island's natural circular shape, which merely required renovations. However, are you suggesting that Division 16 lacks the same conditions as G8? Yes. Prior to my arrival, I researched the situation of the island where Division 16 is located, although the surrounding area is a shallow water zone extending several hundred meters. Constructing a fully enclosed circular defensive wall would nonetheless incur exorbitant costs. Nodding thoughtfully, Mansour stated earnestly, this is not a matter of artificially inflating construction difficulties to secure additional funding. The reality is simply that renovation and new construction are two entirely distinct concepts. Moreover, building in the open sea, rather than on land, significantly heightens the complexity that IT is, indeed, achievable. However, as Mansour has indicated, the construction expenses will be quite steep. Yet, sitting before Sumaner is not an ordinary individual, but rather Shawn Campbell, reputed as one of the top 10 wealthiest in the East Sea. Furthermore, Morgan has mentioned that Shawn is among the top 10 in the East Sea, not accounting for the over 10 billion berries he received from Creek. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Just tell me how many berries are required. The entire project, I fear, will not cost less than 3.5 billion berries. After a prolonged pause, Sumaner gritted his teeth and replied, in truth, 3.5 billion berries is very close to the cost, and Tokov Construction Company will hardly make any profit. However, what Sumaner is considering is not how much profit can be made from a single project, but rather that such a grand endeavor, once completed, will undoubtedly elevate Tokov Construction Company's reputation in the East Sea. The future profits it will yield will be immense. Therefore, even if this project does not generate profit, it is worth pursuing. The timeline, at least 6 months. No, that is too long. 3 months at most. Brigadier General Shawn, a project of this magnitude cannot possibly be completed in 3 months. Nothing is impossible. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Can it be completed in 3 months for 4 billion berries? Good heavens, Sumaner had just been contemplating how to lower costs to facilitate this deal, fearing that Shawn might hesitate due to high expenses. Yet this fellow, in a bid to expedite matters, has offered an additional 500 million berries. He exhibits a complete attitude of having more than enough money, believing that any issue can be resolved with funds. How careless. The reason he initially suggested a timeline of at least 6 months was because his contract hardly yields profit. The company could not divert most of its workers to this project at the expense of other contracts. Thus, under the constraint of limited manpower, 6 months was the absolute maximum. However, with the additional 500 million berries, the company can indeed dispatch more workers, ensuring completion within 3 months and potentially earning an additional 200 million berries. Therefore, very well, we at Tokov Construction Company will take on this project, and we will complete it within 3 months. I will return immediately to have the design drafted. Within 3 days, once the plans are ready and you have no objections, we can commence work officially. After Sumaner departed, Shawn's earlier air of grandeur vanished without a trace, and it stung. He had just given 3 billion berries to the warring states for various top-tier training camp equipment and 4 warships. Now, it was another 4 billion. Of the 10 billion acquired from Creek, 7 billion was already gone. The 30 billion compensation mentioned by the world government surely cannot be merely a formality. At this moment, Shawn remained unaware. Due to M's orders, the 5 elders dared not play any tricks in this matter. Currently, the 30 billion berries were already on board, and due to the substantial amount, the 5 elders even dispatched a CP0 member to escort the funds. 060 Nami loses her temper. Even the Pirate King must yield that Sumaner was punctual. Exactly 3 days later, he arrived with the designer. After reviewing the design plans, Shawn suggested a few modifications, and ultimately, the design was finalized. In the following days, construction teams began to arrive in waves. Shawn heard from Sumaner that Tokov Construction Company had allocated a significant portion of its workforce to this project. More batches of ships would arrive subsequently. This caused the small port of Division 16 to quickly become overwhelmed, ultimately necessitating that the transporting vessels anchor offshore, while personnel were ferried to shore via small sailboats. After all, the port needed to be cleared for unloading construction materials. Thus commenced a grand construction endeavor. Even Morgan sent reporters to cover the story of this future Navy's most iconic fortress-like division in the East Sea to Brigadier General. We have established recruitment points on all the major islands in the vicinity. How is the situation? The situation is not very promising. Although many have signed up, very few meet our requirements, with less than 30 confirmed to be qualified thus far. This was anticipated. Do not rush. Take your time. Nodding, Shawn replied. He had long expected such an outcome. After all, this is the East Sea, often regarded as the weakest sea, where even knowledge of the devil fruits is scarce, in terms of perspective. Compared to the Grand Line, even among the other 3 seas, the East Sea is decidedly lacking. Brigadier General, there is one more matter. What is it? A ship just arrived, carrying villagers from Kokoyasi village and several surrounding villages. Approximately over 200 people. They wish to see you. Very well. Where are they? They are at the dock. All right, I will meet with them. Wrapping himself in a nearby naval officer's coat, Shawn briskly exited the office. He could roughly guess why the people from Kokoyasi village and the surrounding areas were seeking him out. They probably heard about the recruitment efforts in Division 16 and realized that the division chief is himself, prompting them to come forward to enlist. After all, to them, Shawn could be considered a benefactor. Thus, the enthusiasm for enlistment from these villages would undoubtedly surpass that of other islands. The dock, a crowd had gathered. Although there was only a single medium-sized vessel, it was crammed with over 200 people. It included a significant portion of the most eligible and robust individuals from those villages, evident from their demeanor. Uncle Kien, long time no see. Shawn brother. As Shawn approached Kien, who was leading the group, he extended a greeting. Just as he awaited Kien's response, a girl sprang forth from the crowd. Nami, what brings you here as well? Of course, I came to join the Navy. No way, you are still too young. Didn't we agree to wait until you turn 16? Habitually ruffling Nami's hair, Shawn shook his head. Nami is only 14 years old now. She hasn't even fully developed yet, has she? Meanwhile, Lucci appeared unconcerned. After all, he had started undertaking missions at the tender age of 10.14. That's practically adulthood, right? Upon hearing Shawn's words, Nami immediately pouted. But soon, she seemed to notice something and pointed in a certain direction. What about him? He looks even younger than I do. Following Nami's gesture, Shawn's expression soured his dismay. It was Luffy, and more critically, he was clad in Navy attire. Lucci, what is the meaning of this? Shawn was perplexed. Had this guy not vehemently declared yesterday that he would never join the Navy? How had he suddenly donned a naval uniform today? Shawn could hardly believe that this fellow had come to a realization overnight. Moreover, the combination of a marine uniform paired with the Pirate King's straw hat appeared exceedingly bizarre, no matter how one looked at it. This morning, he had once again come to challenge me, and his attire had been utterly shredded in the process, with no spare clothes available. It seemed, "You must have done this on purpose, right?" Luffy challenging Lucci was merely a daily occurrence. 80 times, he would even challenge him 7 or 8 times in a single day. Yet, I had never witnessed Lucci so much as tearing that fellow's garments. It is worth noting that Luffy's attire is undoubtedly the most resilient in the entire pirate world. Fireproof, waterproof, resistant to extreme temperatures, and remarkably flexible. Given today's circumstances, I refuse to believe that Lucci was not acting with intent. Major, I think a reformation of thought could commence with an acclimatization to the marine uniform. Ah, your line of thinking. Quite commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Shawn appreciatively remarked. Simultaneously, he mused that Lucci had finally begun to think outside the box. Meanwhile, Nami grew anxious. "Shawn, if those even younger than me can join, then I want to become a marine too. Otherwise, you are being discriminatory." All right, stop shaking. In a moment, I shall have Lucci conduct tests for all of you as long as you meet the requirements. You are in, understood? MMHM Shawn, you are the best. Given the enthusiasm emanating from Kokoshia village and the surrounding areas, Shawn felt it unwise to dampen their spirits too harshly, that he thus instructed Lucci to relax certain criteria. As long as an individual's combat potential reached 10 and they possessed a specific talent, they would be deemed qualified. However, he also stipulated that each village could only recruit a maximum of 3 individuals. Should the recruitment surpass this limit, selections would still be made based on merit. After all, if too many young adults from these villages were lost, it would significantly impact the local way of life. 3 hours later, the over 200 individuals brought by Jianju had all undergone testing. Ultimately, 37 individuals were deemed suitable. Interestingly, Nami was among them. For this reason, Shawn specifically sought Lucci's insight, wondering how a mere 14-year-old like Nami could possibly meet the standards for combat potential. Upon hearing Lucci recount the testing circumstances, Shawn was left dumbfounded. During one test, Nami's combat potential had only registered at 5, but when Luffy, drawn by the commotion, rushed in to create chaos, Nami had exploded in fury, delivering a powerful punch that sent Luffy flying. The trajectory of his flight led him directly into Lucci, who had unleashed the 6 powers technique, resulting in a surprising accumulation of 58 points in combat potential. Lucci was left astonished. Is it really possible to achieve such results this way? So, Nami is the one who tested with the highest combat potential. Indeed, but under normal circumstances, she only averages around 4 to 5. Well, one cannot deny that she is indeed Nami, once she unleashes her fury. Even the Pirate King must yield. Shawn found himself at a loss for words. However, with the results now in, what more could he say? He glanced at the information record sheet that Lucci handed him, detailing Nami's 6 combat potential tests. 5, 58, 4, 5, 4, 5 at her talents in finance and navigation were exceptionally prominent. Very well, all newly recruited Marines will first undergo adaptive training. Once the headquarters sends over the necessary equipment and instructors, we will transition to the training camp. Understood. Additionally, let not the Marines we brought along remain idle. Tomorrow, you shall lead 2 teams out to sea to hunt down pirates, bringing Luffy and Ace along to show them what a pirate truly is. Yes, Major. 061 The burning village East Blue. On a small island. Despite it being night, the raging fires throughout the village painted the entire sky a vivid crimson. The sounds of weeping, cries of agony, and the sinister laughter of malice constituted the prevailing melody of this moment. This was a scene all too common in the era of great pirates, one that could manifest at any time and in any place. It was not merely the villages on these isolated islands that suffered. Even affiliated nations frequently faced pirate raids that Roger's word from years past had ushered in a new era, one rife with suffering for the common folk, the era of great pirates, regardless of his true intentions. It was undeniable that innocent people were enduring unimaginable pain and even death at this moment. A naval warship was steadily approaching the island from a distance. They could see the flames soaring high into the sky. To prevent the pirates from escaping, All lights aboard the ship were extinguished, and they stealthily drew closer under the cover of darkness. On the deck, dozens of Marines were fully armed, their eyes ablaze with fury. They longed to fly forth and send those damned pirates straight to hell. "Captain, we have confirmed the location of the pirate ship at the 2 o'clock position, 200 meters away. Adjust the cannons and sink it." Lucci issued the command coldly. This was standard procedure, as he wished to avoid the embarrassment of letting a pirate ship escape while he attempted to eliminate them on land. Cannons adjusted. Fire! Aye. Boom, boom, boom. The Marines, already well-trained, benefited from the close range and the stationary target. The first barrage resulted in a direct hit. The second wave, the third wave. As they closed in, their accuracy improved, and after 7 hits, the pirate ship had sustained severe damage, with even its main mast shattered. "Cease fire. Make for the shore." "Yes, Captain." The considerable commotion naturally caught the attention of the pirates who were pillaging and burning on the island. They quickly gathered around their captain. "Captain, it's the Navy. They've sunk our ship. What should we do?" "What are you afraid of? Do you not know what the East Blue Navy is like? That ship is barely seaworthy. Let us take this opportunity to commandeer a Navy vessel instead." "Captain, that's a brilliant idea." Upon hearing this, the pirates erupted in excitement. When it came to the Navy, they might harbor some apprehension at sea, for the performance of Navy ships and their cannon firepower were unmatched by ordinary pirate vessels. But once ashore, the Navy was nothing to fear. "All right, leave a few behind to guard the loot and those women. The rest of you, follow me into the woods in front of the village to lay an ambush. That's the only path the Navy will take to reach us." "Yes, Captain." At the makeshift port, fully armed Marines were disembarking from the warship, including Luffy and Ace, who were brought along by Lucci. Throughout the journey, the two had made numerous attempts to escape, but each time they were thwarted by Lucci, who would then give them a beating. They had never succeeded. However, at this moment, Luffy's expression suggested that he was once again concocting an escape plan. In contrast, Ace remained remarkably quiet, gazing intently at the direction of the raging flames, lost in thought. "Captain, all personnel are accounted for. Everyone, from a combat formation and advance into the woods. Search and proceed." "Captain," upon hearing the command, a nearby lieutenant hesitated. "Shouldn't we be making haste to the village?" Just as he was about to voice his concern, Lucci raised his hand to halt him. "After our 3 rounds of cannon fire, how could the pirates not have noticed? Yet they have shown no signs of action, which leads me to believe they are lying in wait in the woods." "Understood, Captain." Soon, dozens of Marines formed a combat formation, each raising their weapons and aiming in various directions as they slowly entered the woods. Lucci led Ace and Luffy, following behind. Yet they had barely entered the woods when, "Navy die!" Bang, 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 from the surrounding trees, several pirates suddenly leaped down, brandishing knives for a surprise attack. However, their response was met with 3 gunshots, precise and unwavering. The 3 pirates could not fathom why. Based on their past experiences, their sudden assault would not send the Marines into a panic frenzy, scattering in all directions. Yet, far from fleeing, not a hint of disarray was visible. Aside from the 3 who fired, the others did not even glance in their direction, as if utterly indifferent. Which branch of the East Blue Navy is this? How could they be so elite? Regrettably, the trio would never uncover the answers they sought. The gradual fading of life soon rendered their awareness utterly fragmented. In the next moment, a multitude of pirates emerged. Some, akin to the previous 3, leapt down from the trees, while others sprang forth from the underbrush. A cursory estimate suggested there were over 40 of them, nearly matching the number of the Navy personnel. However, it was unfortunate that they were not facing the East Blue's ordinary soldiers, but rather the elite forces from the headquarters. Most crucially, the soldiers brought by Shawn were far from mere recruits. They were either the finest from the headquarters or individuals destined for the elite training camp. Coupled with their training during this period and the enhanced Sea King meat jerky provided by Shawn, their strength had ascended to a new pinnacle, confronting these third-rate pirates. Each of them possessed at least the capability to take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. In less than a minute, the gunfire ceased, and the forest returned to a serene silence. The ground was strewn with the bodies of pirates lying in pools of blood. Such overwhelming combat prowess sent the pirate captain, who was lurking behind, into a panic, compelling him to flee towards the village. Victory was beyond his grasp. He was certain of it. Moreover, these were not the soldiers of the East Blue. Could they possibly be from the Navy headquarters? The only course of action now was to use the women from the village as hostages to coerce the Navy into granting him a reprieve. As he sprinted, the pirate captain's mind raced with these thoughts. Yet perhaps he could leverage the forest's intricate terrain to shield himself from the soldiers' gunfire. But even so, could he truly escape? One must remember that behind the two Navy combat squads lay an extraordinary presence. In the blink of an eye, Lucci had already executed a series of shaves, appearing directly before the fleeing captain, followed by a precise finger pistol shot aimed at his heart. Continue moving forward. Yes, Colonel. Kid, did you see that? This is the fate of pirates, Lucci stated expressionlessly, glancing at Luffy. Why did you kill them? With your strength, capturing them all would have been a cinch. Why? I hope you can still pose that question once we enter the village. With that, Lucci led the two onward. With the pirates gone, the group swiftly traversed the forest, arriving at the village entrance. What greeted their eyes were countless bodies lying in blood, reminiscent of the earlier scene in the woods. The difference, however, was that the deceased here were far more numerous and, tragically, were innocent villagers. Navy, do not approach any closer, or I shall slay them. Just as the Navy soldiers stepped into the village, several pirates appeared, accompanied by a few young women. The women were held at knife point by the pirates, their faces etched with terror. Boom! Before anyone could react, 3 pirates collapsed with a thud. Their fall revealed Lucci's silhouette looming behind them. It was then that the Navy personnel realized their colonel had acted unbeknownst to them, that a distance of 20 meters separated them from these utterly powerless third-rate pirate lackeys. Even with hostages in hand, they posed no threat to Lucci. That a single shave would suffice to eliminate them before they even registered his presence. Yet, Lucci refrained from such action. Their lives still held value for him. Search the village for any survivors. Additionally, send a team to collect the bodies of the villagers. Upon hearing the command, 2 squads of Navy personnel sprang into action, one to seek survivors and the other to gather the remains of the villagers. Yet, all were aware that this village of over 100 souls had likely not a single survivor left, aside from the 5 young women. Half an hour later, when 137 corpses of villagers, including children and the elderly, were laid out in a clearing near the village entrance, both Luffy and Ace fell silent. So, do you still wish to ask me why I killed those pirates? Lucci inquired coolly, glancing at Luffy. He then turned to Ace. And you, Ace, Rear Admiral Shawn has a message for you. Though I do not quite grasp its meaning, are you to venture out to sea as a pirate, contributing to this era of piracy, or will you shoulder your original responsibilities and personally bring an end to this most wicked era initiated by Roger? Reflect on these matters during our return to the base. For now, awaken those 3 pirates at the command. Several Navy soldiers promptly approached the 3 who had been knocked unconscious by Lucci, dousing them with water. The cold splash jolted the pirates awake, and they quickly recalled their dire predicament. Trembling and pleading for mercy, "Show them how it's done." "Yes, Colonel." Without hesitation, a lieutenant raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! As a bloody hole appeared in one pirate's forehead, his pleas abruptly ceased, and he fell lifeless to the ground. "Hand them the guns." "Yes, Colonel." Soon, 2 Navy soldiers approached Ace and Luffy, presenting their weapons. "Look at these innocent villagers, many of whom are yet to reach an age of understanding. What you choose to do is entirely up to you." Luffy stared blankly at the gun in his hand, bewildered. However, Ace's action surprised Lucci. Gritting his teeth, Ace grasped his rifle tightly and marched towards one of the pirates. Bang! The second pirate crumpled to the ground. Lucci nodded in approval, satisfied. Next, all eyes turned to Luffy, who remained in a stupor. "Come on, kill me. In my years at sea, I've slain over a dozen, and the women I've been with are countless. I've long since broken even." Ha ha! At that moment, witnessing the consecutive deaths of his comrades, the last pirate ceased his pleas and erupted into wild laughter. Looking up at the increasingly deranged pirate, Luffy felt utterly lost. Why do you kill these villagers? Pirates should be adventuring freely with their comrades on the seas, not slaughtering the innocent. Free adventuring. Is that what you call piracy, kid? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing this, not only the Navy soldiers, but even the now somewhat deranged pirates were rendered speechless. Is this truly the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp? Indeed, but how could Vice Admiral Garp have such a foolish grandson? If I were Vice Admiral Garp and saw my grandson like this, I would surely be driven to madness. Alas, it is often the overly naive that contribute to the world's chaos. One wonders what Rear Admiral Shawn was thinking, allowing such a character to enter the 16th Division. Foolishness, he must have requested Rear Admiral Shawn to keep an eye on his grandson, especially since our 16th Division is located in the East Blue. So that's how it is, but with him acting this way. Isn't that the case? The Navy soldiers murmured among themselves. After all, Luffy's perspective on piracy left everyone somewhat at a loss for words that if you want to take risks, just do it. What kind of pirate are you? Real pirates don't take risks. This world is not devoid of adventurers. Take the well-known Wumbra Roland, for instance. He's an adventurer, isn't he? So why must one fly a pirate flag to venture forth? Luffy remained rooted in place, unmoving, and Lucci felt disappointment. This kid is beyond saving. Just then, a woman suddenly lunged forward and snatched the gun from Luffy's hands. He, still in a daze, made no attempt to resist and allowed her to take the weapon. Bang! The last pirate fell. All the Navy soldiers stood in shock that, of course, Lucci was not taken aback. He could have intervened had he wished, but he chose not to. Instead, he approached Luffy and kicked him away. Useless! You're even less than a civilian. He then cast a glance at the woman, who still held the gun but whose hands trembled violently. Bury all the villagers. Yes, Colonel. In an instant, the Navy soldiers sprang into action. Lucci then approached the woman. What is your name? Sophia. These pirates have slain my parents, showing no mercy even to my younger brother who is yet to reach the age of 10. Do not worry. The Navy will not hold you accountable for the act of killing. What are your plans moving forward? I aspire to become a Marine. I wish to eradicate all pirates. The woman ceased her trembling, her gaze resolute. Excellent. Once matters here are resolved, you shall accompany us back to the base. Yes, thank you, Commander. 2 hours later, the remains of 137 villagers were laid to rest. The Marines held a simple memorial service with the 5 surviving women. Subsequently, these women departed the village alongside the Navy. After all, with Sophia's decision to join the Marines, only 4 women remained in the village. Everyone had been slaughtered, and the village had been utterly incinerated. Even if they could establish their independence, in this wretched era, a village with merely 4 young women would surely face a grim fate. Everyone was acutely aware of this. Thus, upon learning that Sophia was following the Navy, they sought out Lucci to inquire if the Navy would take them in. Without hesitation, Lucci agreed. After all, these women could be considered homeless, devoid of any kin. While returning to the 16th branch might not grant them the status of Marines, they could certainly assist Machino as kitchen staff or tend to the Marines' laundry. Shawn would likely not refuse them either. Thus, after gathering everyone, they embarked on their journey home, as for Luffy, upon returning to the warship. Lucci ordered him confined within a cage, leaving the matter to Shawn upon their return. In the temporary office of the 16th branch of the Navy, which was little more than a military tent, Shawn pondered the situation. Given that the entire island was bustling with construction, the previous branch building had been razed and was undergoing reconstruction that I understand. Once those women are brought back, let them join the logistics department. As for the one named Sophia, since you hold her in such esteem, allow her to enter the training camp with the other recruits, but she must ultimately pass the graduation assessment. Yes, Brigadier General. But what about Luffy's situation? Grant him one final opportunity to, if he fails again, even at the behest of Old Man Garp, I shall be powerless to intervene. Understood. 063 Selfish Luffy. I've been contemplating during this time. Why do I harbor such hatred for him, yet yearn to tread the same path to become the Pirate King? Now, I understand. What I truly desire is not to become a pirate or the Pirate King, but merely to prove that I am stronger than he is and that I can do better. Ace leaned against the cage, while Luffy remained confined within. In truth, Ace's actions in the original narrative were perplexing. He despised Roger, yet walked the same path, aspiring to become the Pirate King, at least before encountering Whitebeard. That was his goal. What he expressed now was a true reflection of his heart. Yes, he loathed that man, and thus sought to demonstrate that he was stronger and more capable than him. But Luffy, Shawn's words ring true. This world of pirates has inflicted immense suffering upon ordinary people, and I, being that man's. Compared to anyone else in this world, I have a greater obligation to end this era, do I not? Moreover, if I can personally bring an end to the age initiated by that man, would that not prove that I am stronger than he? Therefore, I shall join the Navy. Within the cage, Luffy stared at Ace in disbelief. They had agreed to become pirates together, to compete for the title of Pirate King. And now, you betray that agreement. Ace, you... Luffy, I have always understood what being a pirate entails, you truly know who Shanks is. Shanks is Shanks. Who else could he be? Luffy, you... Ace sighed softly to my foolish brother. You are aware of the Grand Line. Yet you remain ignorant of its latter half. The region known as the New World. In that realm exist 4 pirates who dominate the vast majority of its territory, each ruling over numerous islands like feudal lords. They're known as the 4 Emperors, and the Shanks you know is one of them. Luffy's eyes widened in shock. Even the Navy dares not provoke them. Is Shanks truly that formidable? You find that impressive. Do you? But have you considered that it is precisely because of such formidable figures, whom even the Navy fears to confront, that the already chaotic age of piracy has escalated? Many have chosen to become pirates upon witnessing this situation. Among every 10,000 pirates, perhaps only 1 or 2, if any, venture out to sea solely for adventure. Imagine if it were not this village that was attacked, but Windmill Village, with all your familiar villagers slain before your eyes. How would you feel? Thus, Shawn's assertion was indeed not without merit. We are selfish, merely because tragedy has not befallen us. We turn a blind eye, even contributing to the pirate age, inadvertently creating more tragedies. Think carefully, Luffy. Rising, Ace dusted off his trousers and exited the cabin. Meanwhile, Luffy remained in a state of shock within the cage. An image inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The entire Windmill Village engulfed in flames. Familiar villagers lying lifeless in pools of blood, as pirates carried off Machino and other young women, laughing maniacally as they departed. This vision nearly sent Luffy into despair. Thus, Shawn's words were undeniably accurate. Luffy was indeed selfish, indifferent to the suffering of others simply because it had not touched him personally, and even willing to further the age of pirates, the clearest evidence being the original narrative where Robin was captured. This fool declared war on the world government, unhesitatingly causing mass slaughter, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Yet, despite knowing or witnessing the countless innocent civilians victimized by pirates, he continued to embrace the life of a pirate without remorse. The sole reason for this was that these victims were neither acquaintances nor comrades of Luffy, rendering their plight unworthy of his concern. Otherwise, why would he not lower his pirate flag and declare war against the pirate faction? Thus, to label him selfish is entirely justifiable. However, considering the author hails from that region, whose worldview is inherently skewed, it is somewhat understandable. Nonetheless, Ace's words today did indeed strike a chord within him, though perhaps not enough to instigate a change. East Blue, the 16th branch of the Navy, new recruits from various islands have begun to arrive in succession. However, due to Shawn's high standards, along with the prior recruitment from Coco and 20 neighboring villages, only 227 recruits were gathered, falling short of the initial target of 400 yet. This mattered little. Talent could be sought gradually. As Shawn stated, it is better to have fewer but worthy recruits. The 16th branch does not require cannon fodder marines. Simultaneously, a naval fleet has also arrived here, comprising a total of 4 medium-sized warships and 1 large warship. The additional vessel is necessary to accommodate the personnel required to pilot the 4 warships to this location. Once the delivery is complete, the extra ship will serve to transport these sailors back to headquarters. Moreover, alongside these naval personnel, 5 instructors sent by Zephyr have also arrived. These individuals are well known to Shawn, having interacted with him frequently during his time at the elite training camp. However, the selection of individuals has taken Shawn by surprise. Among the 5, 3 are majors, which is a common rank for the majority of instructors at the elite training camp. Thus not particularly unusual. Yet the remaining 2 are rather unexpected. One is a colonel named Sanders, aged 58. He's one of only 2 colonels beneath Zephyr in the elite training camp hierarchy, while Zephyr serves as the chief instructor. He seldom personally teaches, except when faced with a disciple he particularly favors. Typically, the management of the entire training camp falls to these two colonels, making them the second in command of the elite training camp. It is rather unexpected for Shawn to see that Zephyr has sent him here. The other individual, however, leaves Shawn both amused and exasperated. It is I, Old Man Sanders. I never expected to see you here. What else could it be? You suddenly mentioned wanting to establish a training camp of the same caliber as headquarters, and Chief Instructor Zephyr, fearing you lack experience, insisted I come personally to assist you. Ah, the old man means well. Sanders, you must have noticed that the entire 16th branch is undergoing reconstruction. Although the design for the training camp has been completed, you are aware that I lack experience. Would you mind overseeing it? Very well. I shall keep an eye on things for you. If you find anything unreasonable, please raise your concerns. Everything will be constructed to the highest standards, so do not worry about financial constraints. Rest assured and know you have funds aplenty now. A 1T skimp on expenditures. Soon after, the sailors brought over the designer from Tokafu Construction Company, and Sanders began discussions with him. I didn't expect you to be here as well. I am here on the orders of my teacher. Do you think I wanted to come? Well, Ein is being haughty again. Shawn is no stranger to her antics and is not bothered by it. He continues directing the unloading of goods while summoning a sailor to escort several instructors to the temporary site to manage the 227 new recruits. 2 days later, Lucci returns with the sailors. In the temporary office, Shawn gazes sternly at Ace. Have you made your decision? Yes, I've made up my mind. To become a sailor and personally bring an end to the pirate era initiated by that man. Excellent, but you are still too weak at present. Head over to the temporary training ground and report to Old Man Sanders. Learn the 6 styles of the Navy thoroughly first. The 6 styles of the Navy? Didn't Lucci demonstrate them several times before you? Are you referring to those sudden bursts of speed and the powerful attacks utilizing his fingers? Ace is instantly excited. He has long coveted Lucci-esque moves. During previous skirmishes with Luffy and Lucci, they were thoroughly outmatched by these techniques. Ace had wanted to learn them, but refrained from mentioning it due to his position. Yes, the high-speed movement technique is called Tsuru, and the finger attack technique is called Shurgon. Additionally, the 6 styles of the Navy include Jeppo, which allows one to walk on air, Rankyaku, which delivers long-range vacuum slashes, Tekai, which hardens the body like steel for defense, and Kamii, which enables the user to sense air currents for precise evasion of attacks. Collectively, these are referred to as the 6 styles of the Navy. Of course, these 6 are merely the foundation. Upon this foundation, there are hundreds of derivative techniques, and even several ultimate techniques to be by the way. Let me inform you that the creator of the 6 styles of the Navy is none other than Old Man Karp. Even without a devil fruit, he has become one of the world's top powers solely through the 6 styles. What? Karp created this. He became a top-tier powerhouse just with the 6 styles. At this moment, Ace's eyes blaze with fervor. Such a formidable skill. How could he not yearn for it? Commander Shawn, regarding Luffy. There is no need to discuss Luffy any further if he can come to an understanding. That would be ideal, that if not, I will have no choice but to send him back to Fusha Village. However, if he still chooses to become a pirate in a few years, I understand. Ace nods. Recognizing that Shawn is considering Karp's reputation. Otherwise, someone who constantly proclaims their desire to become the Pirate King in front of the Navy, especially after questioning Lucci about why he killed all the pirates outside that village, would likely be apprehended and sent to impel down without hesitation that he hopes Luffy can come to a realization. Otherwise, he may find himself on opposing sides in the future. Such a scenario is one he does not wish to witness. Shortly thereafter, Ace departs to report to Sanders. Yet within mere minutes, Ein storms in, visibly fuming. What on earth is happening? Have I inadvertently offended this girl? Shawn is utterly bewildered by Ein's explosive demeanor. Tell me, what is the situation with that Makino? Makino. What about her? I heard from the sailors that she is the woman you specifically went to Fusha Village to retrieve and even brought her back tied up. So, this furious expression is all because of that. Does Makino appear even slightly unwilling? Well, Ein ponders for a moment. During every meal over the past few days, Makino has seemed perfectly content. In fact, she has smiled each time they met. Certainly not resembling someone brought back against their will by Shawn. Could it be that she misunderstood? Yet, for some reason, she still feels quite unsettled. Ein. What is it? Are you perhaps feeling jealous? What nonsense are you spouting? I still have to be responsible for training the new recruits and have no time for your trivialities. Watching Ein flee as if escaping, Shawn cannot help but rub his chin, pondering whether this girl might actually have feelings for him. Speaking of which, he has yet to have lunch today. Perhaps I should ask Miss Akinu to prepare a seafood risotto. That flavor truly makes it unbearable to go a day without. At present, the 16th branch resembles a refugee camp, with not a single habitable building in sight, only a series of temporary tents. Even the kitchen is merely a makeshift room hastily constructed by the construction team. After all, setting up in a tent poses a fire hazard. Akinu, how have you been feeling lately? Very well. Everyone has been quite friendly. Isn't that to be expected? The personnel of Branch 99 are all men, and with your looks combined with your inherent gentleness, it would be surprising if they were not friendly. In fact, they probably all consider you to be their dream girl. By the way, Shawn, what exactly was that jerky you had me eat daily? I've noticed a significant increase in my strength lately. Suddenly recalling something, Akinu inquires. That was from a special sea king we encountered while traversing the calm belt. Its meat is rich in nutrients and energy. Regular consumption will continually enhance your physical condition. Then I'd rather not waste it on myself. It should go to the sailors. Upon hearing this, Akinu immediately shakes her head. Rest assured, every sailor receives their share daily. That sea king measured over 300 meters. Although we could only bring back a portion of its meat, it will suffice to feed the entire branch for several months, even once it is consumed. We can always return to the calm belt for another hunt. So that is how it is. Wait, you mentioned over 300 meters. The near sea king outside Fusha village is merely a few dozen meters long. Akinu suddenly realizes, conjuring an image in her mind of two sea beasts standing side by side, the near sea king on the left and the sea king on the right. Upon comparison, the terrifying near sea king that struck fear into the villagers seems almost like a mere child. So, how does one hunt a sea king that is over 300 meters long? Do not speak of merely 300 meters. There are sea kings in the calm belt that dwell at depths exceeding 1,000 meters, and some even reach depths of 10,000 meters. However, those that venture to such profound depths are the royal lineage of the sea kings, residing perpetually in the abyss, rendering them nearly invisible. 10,000 meters, for those of the East Sea, that is undoubtedly beyond comprehension. Akinu, the East Sea is but a trivial expanse, and beyond it, especially on the Grand Line, exist myriad peculiarities, things you cannot even begin to fathom at this moment. Is that so? I hope to have the opportunity to witness them in the future. Akinu expressed a hint of yearning. There will be such an opportunity. My time in the East Sea will be at most 2 years, after which I shall venture to the Grand Line or other sectors of the New World. I could tea that time. You, as my head chef, shall naturally accompany me. There's a saying in my homeland, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Upon hearing this, Akinu's face flushed instantly. Scene, what nonsense are you spouting? What I mean is, since you have joined the 16th Division, you must follow its directives. Ah, that is what you meant. Scene responded, looking bewildered. I thought, oh, never mind that. What would you like to eat today? How about seafood risotto? Akinu, yours is the finest. Then please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away. As Akinu departed, Scene smiled gently. This young lady possesses a unique charm when she flirts. Yet, in the next moment, Scene felt a sudden drop in the room's temperature. Then, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog? My dear Brigadier Scene, are you truly referring to the 16th Division and not to a certain individual? Upon hearing this voice, Scene's expression fell. Was this girl supposed to be at the training ground? 065. The quite experienced Scene, temporary training ground of the 16th Division. A week had passed since the instructor's arrival, and all the recruits had completed their acclimatization training, beginning to gradually increase their training intensity. Among this batch of recruits, two stood out as particularly audacious. One was Ace, and the other was Sophia, whom Lucci had brought back. Ace, possessing a solid foundation, though he had yet to reach the time of setting sail in the original story. was already far superior in both physical conditioning and martial arts compared to his fellow recruits. Thus, the training load for him felt like mere child's play. Consequently, after discussions, the instructor decided to tailor a specialized training regimen for Ace, the intensity of which was more than 10 times that of the other recruits. As for Sophia, her background was not as robust as Ace's, having come from a humble civilian life. Were it not for the age of piracy, she might have spent her years marrying and raising a family in her village. It could be said that her physical condition, even when compared to the other recruits, was somewhat lacking. Yet, excluding Ace, she was the most fervent of them all. Even after completing her daily training tasks, she relentlessly pushed herself to practice further, to the point of fainting on several occasions. This was a sight that Sanders had never witnessed before. Upon learning about Sophia's past from Lucci, he could somewhat understand her drive. However, understanding aside, if she continued this way, her body might give way before her strength could increase. This was unacceptable. Yet, just as Sanders prepared to intervene, he suddenly noticed Sophia's workload for that day, including her additional training, was noticeably lighter than the previous day. No, it was significantly easier. Even on the following day, Sophia increased her training load considerably, although it was a bit more strenuous than the day prior. She completed it all. This left Sanders increasingly perplexed. Just 2 days ago, she had pushed herself to the brink of unconsciousness, and now it seemed as if she had transformed entirely to resolve this mystery. Sanders had Sophia tested on the energy measurement device. The result: energy value, 15. At the outset of training, all recruits were measured, and Sophia had only registered a 7. This situation was, by all accounts, exceedingly strange. Sanders promptly reported this to Scene. To his surprise, Scene exhibited no signs of astonishment, merely stating, "I see. Have Lucci come to me?" "Yes, Brigadier." After Sanders left, Scene summoned a messenger. He had a fair idea of Sophia's situation. "Lucci, did you give Sophia Sea King jerky?" "Yes. I am willing to accept punishment. Did I say I would punish you?" "Then, giving Sea King jerky to a recruit still in training is clearly against regulations. After all, not all recruits will necessarily serve. If they fail the final assessment, they will be sent back. Moreover, the 6-month training camp is the best opportunity for us to observe the recruit's character and morals. Any with flawed principles will be dismissed before the final assessment." For these reasons, Scene had refrained from distributing Sea King jerky to them, planning instead to wait until they had all completed their service. That Lucci's actions had evidently contravened Scene's orders, as he had secretly given Sophia the jerky, even relinquishing his own share to her. Since Sea King jerky was a vital resource for the division, monitored around the clock, even Lucci could not access it without Scene's command. Thus, the jerky Sophia received could only have come from Lucci's own portion. "Well, I just didn't expect you to think so highly of Sophia that you would give up your own share. I will instruct Lieutenant Kanto to increase the daily rations for 7 individuals. Specifically for the 5 instructors, as well as Ace and Sophia. By the way, Lucci, do you have feelings for this girl?" After saying this, Scene regarded him with an oddly inquisitive expression. However, Lucci maintained a deadpan demeanor. Showing no signs of the fluster Scene had anticipated, he simply replied, "There is no such thing." This left Scene feeling rather disheartened. "Alas, Lucci, at this rate, you may end up alone forever." Scene shook his head slightly. "Speaking of which, Sophia is indeed quite striking. Tall and possessing exceptional beauty, she is undoubtedly the belle of the village. Even in the East Sea, she would rank among the most beautiful, for reasons unknown." Lucci's indifferent demeanor only fueled Scene's desire to play matchmaker. By the way, Lucci, your original 6 colleague from CP9 will arrive in 3 days. I plan to have them return to their old line of work. What do you think? Are you establishing an intelligence agency, Brigadier? Precisely, for to combat pirates, we must have intelligence support. We cannot rely on mere chance across the vast ocean, can we? That poses no issue. They are all quite experienced. Indeed. Yet not all of them. I intend for Kaku and Gabra to join the combat roster, as their strengths are commendable, and it would be a shame to waste them on intelligence work. The other 4 will be responsible for the future intelligence department. Upon hearing this, Lucci nodded that it was true that among CP9, Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra were the strongest, although not quite as powerful as Lucci. 3 years hence, they would all exceed an energy value of 2,000, equivalent to a standard Navy middle-ranking officer. Furthermore, with the special Sea King meat provided by Scene, it was not far-fetched to expect them to surpass 4,000 in 3 years AS for the other 4. They merely barely crossed the threshold for superhumans, falling significantly short. Therefore, assigning Kaku and Gabara to intelligence work would indeed be a waste of talent. Placing them in the combat roster would maximize their abilities. Additionally, until a leader for the intelligence department is appointed, you will temporarily oversee the 4 of them. Is that acceptable? No problem at all. Very well. One last matter. You truly have no feelings for Sophia? Should I create more opportunities for you too? No, Brigadier. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Observing Lucci depart with an expressionless demeanor, Shawn let out a faint sigh. How could someone in the position of my adjutant, Shawn, be so utterly dull? No. Lucci's character must undergo a thorough transformation. At this moment, Lucci remained oblivious to the fact that someone had already devised a rather absurd character reform plan. A small sailing ship appeared near the 16th branch. On the deck, Gabura, when the incident occurred at Judicial Island, you were stationed there. How did you manage to escape? Khalifa suddenly inquired. Speaking of which, wasn't your room directly beneath the commander's office? I've heard that the attack obliterated your room as well. Gabura responded with a disgruntled expression. What's there to ask? I simply happened to be away from the judicial tower at that time. Just then, the owl beside them suddenly unzipped its mouth. Chababa, Gabura recently developed feelings for the restaurant attendant, Catherine, that he happened to confess that day, which is why he wasn't in the judicial tower. If Shawn had been present, he would undoubtedly have quipped, that zipper on your mouth serves no purpose. Catherine, the restaurant attendant. Wait, could it be that? Upon recalling something, Khalifa's eyes widened. After all, this Catherine was quite well known on Judicial Island, even earning the nickname, the ugliest woman on Judicial Island. Gabura confessed his feelings to her at that moment. The expressions of everyone on the ship, except for Gabura and the owl, turned peculiar. That Gabura's taste was indeed quite unique. By the way, I narrowly escaped disaster because I was following Gabura, spying on his confession scene. Chababa, you blabbermouth owl. Chababa, you let it slip unintentionally. As he spoke, the owl hastily zipped its mouth back up. The others around Gabura simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. What a brave soul. By the way, I heard that Lucci is at the 16th branch, serving as an adjutant to that Shawn. What do you all think? What's there to think? Lucci, that useless fool, is actually serving as someone else's adjutant. It's a complete disgrace to our CP9. Gabura scoffed. He had always regarded Lucci as his greatest rival. Yet this fellow had gone to serve as an adjutant to a Navy rear admiral. What a disgrace! Utterly shameful. Gabura, do not underestimate this rear admiral. From what I know, in terms of strength, he is at least of elite vice admiral caliber. Moreover, although the Navy and Admiral Spandam have suppressed the news, I still managed to uncover some information. Shawn defeated Lucci in a direct confrontation, and crucially, it seems he did not even exert his full strength. Furthermore, consider this. What led to Admiral Spandam's downfall, and why did the world government subsequently order us to the 16th branch? I suspect that Shawn possesses not only formidable strength, but also a remarkable background. Kaku, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent. Indeed, the recent decisions regarding their deployment appeared excessively irrational. The East Blue is what it is, and what kind of establishment is the Navy's branch there? As intelligence personnel, how could they be unaware? With an elite vice admiral like Shawn Campbell and a vice admiral like Lucci, combined with their own forces, such combat power would undoubtedly be beyond the norm in the entire East Blue. Let alone the East Blue. Even if they were to establish a Navy G-Series branch in the Grand Line, their high-end combat capabilities would certainly suffice. Regardless, let us wait and see what Lucci has to say later. Yes, thinking too much now is pointless. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, the 6 individuals appeared in Shawn's temporary office. I understand that you are all quite perplexed. To be honest, I am equally baffled by your arrival, but that is of little consequence. Now that you are here, you will no longer be members of CP9, but rather the Navy of the 16th branch. Previously, I discussed with Lucci the establishment of a new intelligence department within the 16th branch, which Lucci will manage temporarily. The main members are tentatively designated as Califa, Bruno, Inmual, and Wei Qas for Kaku and Gabura. You two will enter the combat roster of the 16th branch, each assigned a squad of sailors and a medium-sized warship. Your sole mission is to eradicate pirates. Any objections? Upon hearing that they would still be performing their original duties. With Lucci as their superior, Califa and the others felt a slight sense of relief. Naturally, they had no objections to such an arrangement. After all, this was far better than remaining in CP9 under the command of that useless Spandam. Wasn't it? It should be noted that in CP9, apart from Gabura, everyone else regarded Lucci as their leader. After all, Lucci was still young, while Gabura had already surpassed 30, with his strength well established. Thus, the current gap in strength between Gabura and Lucci was not substantial, leading him to perceive Lucci as a rival to AS for what would transpire 3 years later in the original story. Gabura's rival would shift from Lucci to Kaku. After all, a full doubling of combat prowess left him powerless. Regarding the arrangement for Kaku and Gabura, the two were somewhat taken aback. Wait, Rear Admiral Shawn, we are intelligence personnel. Our work revolves around assassination. You want us to lead troops? Do you doubt our strength or our capabilities? It is not about that. It is a matter of specialization. Our expertise lies elsewhere. Enough, let me clarify. You are no longer CP9, but the Navy, even if I assign Lucci to establish the branch's intelligence agency. It will not involve assassination. The others were somewhat bewildered. If it doesn't involve assassination, can it still be called an intelligence department? After all, CP9 was dedicated to assassinations, while intelligence gathering was merely a secondary task. By the way, I heard that you, including Lucci, were previously tasked with the design of the Pluton in Water 7. In the next moment, all 6 individuals turned to stare at Lucci in unison. This was a top-secret mission from the world government. How did Shawn know? Could it be that you revealed it? Seeing this, Lucci shook his head slightly in denial. Stop looking at Lucci. This matter is unrelated to him. I have my own sources of information. Califa is the iceberg difficult to deal with. Shawn smiled and asked, glancing at the tall and slender Califa. Rear Admiral, that's sexual harassment. What do you mean by sexual harassment? Shawn was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't done anything. All right, Califa, respond to Rear Admiral Shawn's question. Lucci interjected. This catchphrase had originated during their mission in Water 7, where Califa had established her persona. However, over time, it had nearly become a habitual catchphrase for her. And now, she instinctively blurted it out. Prompted by Lucci's words, Califa came to her senses. Indeed, the iceberg was quite formidable. He was meticulous in his actions and speech, leaving no room for flaws. Nodding, Califa replied, Lucci, since the intelligence department is entrusted to you, I will assign you your first task. What task? In Water 7, there is someone named Frankie, whom you should be aware of. Yes, he was one of our monitored targets. Indeed, Frankie is a cyborg. He has transformed significant parts of his body into machinery, and the Pluton design is hidden within a compartment in his abdomen. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Your task is to head to Water 7, locate Frankie, but do not kill him. Extract the Pluton design without him being aware. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely, but what do we do with the design afterward? Should we bring it back to the 16th branch or deliver it directly to the world government? Destroy it immediately. This information holds no benefit for the world. In truth, this also serves as a test from Shawn for Lucci. IT is to see whether he can truly act according to his orders or if he will report the matter to the world government. Even if he chooses the latter, it is not a significant concern for Shawn. After all, Shawn's orders are aimed at maintaining global stability by destroying the blueprints, rather than hoarding them for himself. So, does Shawn have no thoughts regarding the Pluton? Surely he does. However, in this era of flintlock guns, smoothbore cannons, and sailing ships, can one really construct the Pluton just from blueprints? That is preposterous, even with Vegapunk around. It is unlikely that it could be built within a decade. Thus, whether the blueprints fall into the hands of the world government is of little concern to Shawn. What truly matters is that the Pluton exists in a tangible form. Why then would he need blueprints that lie before him, yet cannot be realized? Testing Lucci with this matter is indeed a clever idea. 067. Old man Karp, allow me to offer you a suggestion. The Grand Line, Water 7, Frankie's house, as usual, after a banquet, everyone was sprawled about, utterly unconscious at tea that moment. In an empty space, a door suddenly opened. Following that, several individuals leaped out from within. The target has been confirmed. It is undoubtedly Frankie. Check his abdomen. As the brigadier mentioned, there should be a mechanism to unlock it. Bruno, you go check it. I have no desire to touch this pervert. Upon hearing Lucci's words, Khalifa promptly refused. Touching a man's body, especially that of the pervert Frankie, was not a task she wished to undertake. Bruno said nothing and began his inspection. He felt around Frankie's body, while Khalifa, feeling her eyes burn, simply turned away. Fortunately, it did not take long before Bruno discovered the mechanism that, in the next moment, Frankie's abdomen swung open like a safe door, revealing its contents. After retrieving the items, Bruno confirmed, Lucci, it is all in ancient script. But there are numerous design blueprints. It appears to be accurate. Indeed, the presence of ancient text is a good sign. Once we place the prepared items inside, we shall depart. Understood. Nodding, Bruno produced a large stack of papers, selected a portion that matched the weight of the Pluton blueprints, and stuffed it into Frankie's abdomen. Finally, he gently closed it once more. Retreat. At the command, the others nodded in agreement, just as they had appeared. Bruno activated the door fruit agenda. An hour later, the group had reboarded their ship and set sail, embarking on their journey back to the East Blue. Lucci, are we truly not handing this over to the world government? Chababa, if we were to hand it over, it would be a monumental achievement. Everyone, be silent. Whatever Lucci decides, that shall be our course of action. Lucci, it is your decision. We will follow your lead. Listening to the four. Lucci glanced at the Pluton blueprints in his hand, seemingly hesitating. However, he quickly arrived at a resolution. Shawn was right. No matter who possesses these blueprints, it is not a favorable outcome for the world. Therefore, in the next moment, Lucci produced a lighter and ignited the stack of blueprints. Remember, you're no longer members of CP9, but rather soldiers of the Navy's 16th Division, and betrayal, regardless of the time or place, is the most unforgivable act. East Blue. Navy's 16th Division. Within the makeshift office of Shawn, Brigadier, the Pluton blueprints have been destroyed. You have done well. Return now. Understood. After terminating the call, Shawn expressed his satisfaction with Lucci's performance. As for the Pluton hidden beneath the sands of Alabasta, there is no urgency at present. After all, retrieving that ship now would leave him without the absolute strength to safeguard it, potentially inviting great trouble. The item will remain there. It will not run away. It can wait 2 to 3 years. Next, there's that kid Luffy. Although Karp's promise is enticing, Shawn is not inclined to repeatedly confront this self-serving individual with an utterly distorted worldview. Someone, yes, Brigadier. Upon hearing Shawn's call, a messenger immediately entered. Bring Luffy to me? Yes, Brigadier. A few minutes later, Luffy appeared in Shawn's temporary office. So, what do you think of pirates? You've seen what they are, and you've been back for over half a month. Have you come to any conclusions? MHM. This response surprised Shawn greatly. Could it be that this kid truly changed? However, Luffy's next words left him utterly speechless. Being a pirate and becoming the Pirate King is my dream. And those previous scoundrels do not deserve to be called pirates. Good heavens, those scoundrels do not deserve the title of pirates. What kind of logic is that? To Shawn, those individuals are indeed the quintessential pirates. So, you still intend to be a pirate, aiming to become the Pirate King in the future. Indeed, that is my dream, and no one can stop me. For that, I would wager my life. His gaze was unwavering. Yet, looking at Luffy like this, Shawn merely muttered internally, "This guy is beyond redemption." Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to Fuchsia Village tomorrow. Before you leave, go bid farewell to Ace and Akinu. Huh, you're not going to capture me. You are not a pirate yet. Why would I capture you? So, you're a good person. Huh. Hee. A good person. In 3 years, when you set sail as a pirate, you will understand what kind of person I am. Waving his hand, he ordered Luffy to leave immediately. Subsequently, Shawn took out a transponder snail and called Karp. This is Karp. Old man, I have good news and bad news for you. Which would you like to hear first? Shawn, just tell me the good news. All right, Ace has come to a realization and has officially joined the Navy. He is currently undergoing new recruit training. Really? That is indeed splendid news. After all, Ace has a unique identity. If he were to become a pirate, it would sooner or later be exposed. When that time comes, even Karp would be unable to protect him. Now, that worry is alleviated. Karp was instantly delighted. Naturally, Ace stated that this era of great pirates was created by Roger, and therefore he has the responsibility to bring it to an end himself. Excellent, excellent. What about Luffy? That would be the bad news. The transponder snail had just captured Karp's expression of excitement, but in the next moment, it morphed into concern. Luffy, what has happened to him? Well, it's not much. Previously, I had Lucci take him out to see what pirates are like, and they happened to encounter a pirate massacre. Aside from 5 women, over 100 people from the village were brutally slaughtered. Those scoundrel pirates. Upon hearing this, Karp was immediately infuriated that a village massacre is one of the most heinous acts, especially occurring in his hometown. It is utterly unforgivable. Shawn, since you are in the East Blue, you must locate those pirates. Rest assured, those pirates were all defeated by Lucci and the other soldiers at the time. Good, good. Well done. Old man, don't get too ahead of yourself. The next part is crucial. Before Karp could revel in his happiness, Shawn's tone shifted that time. Luffy confronted Lucci in front of all the soldiers, questioning why he had to kill those pirates when they could have simply been captured. This little brat, the entire village was massacred, and Luffy had the audacity to question Lucci about killing pirates in front of all the soldiers. Is this grandson of mine a fool? Well, it must be said that he is a bit foolish. Speaking of which, the Karp family has 3 generations. The grandfather appears unreliable, but understands everything internally. The father might be the most normal among them. As for the grandson, it's all quite tragic. Old man, I truly find myself a loss with you, my dear grandson. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to escort him back to Windmill Village. It seems the promises I made to you can only be fulfilled partially. Alas, let the future course be determined by Luffy himself. However, I must express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance regarding Ace's matter. The previous commitments still stand. As long as they do not contravene justice, I shall grant you any request in the future. Karp let out a faint sigh. Yet he bore no grudge against Sheehan for not following through completely. In his eyes, Sheehan had already done quite enough. Old man, may I offer you a suggestion? Speak. If you wish to avoid witnessing your grandson face execution in the future, it would be prudent to confine him and impel down for a few years. Once we have brought this pirate era to an end, you can release him. This 068 hopeless Luffy ultimately. Karp still could not bring himself to heed Sheehan's advice. In response, Sheehan simply let out a soft sigh. After all, he was the one Karp had rescued from the deserted island, and he wanted to assist him as much as he could. Yet, he had done what he needed to do, and said what he had to say. From here on out, let fate take its course. If Luffy chooses to become a pirate, I shall no longer concern myself with Karp's reputation. If the need arises, he must be apprehended, and should he commit any egregious acts, even if it leads to his demise, it would be nothing short of his own doing. The next day, Sheehan arranged for the Tokov Construction Company to provide a ship to send Luffy back to Windmill Village. After all, the area outside the 16th Division was currently filled with the vessels of the construction teams. Naturally, Monsieur had no qualms about fulfilling Sheehan's request, readily agreeing to assist. Who could refuse Sheehan, their company's major benefactor? Moreover, Monsieur viewed the ongoing project of the 16th Division as a definitive sign of Tokov's rise in the East Blue. The dock, Ace and Akinu came to bid farewell. Luffy, have you made your decision? Indeed, I must become the Pirate King. That is my promise with Shanks. You? Sigh. Then we shall be enemies on the high seas. Ace let out a slight sigh, lamenting his foolish brother. At the same time, Ace resolved that if Luffy truly set sail as a pirate, he would be the first to apprehend him. The rationale behind this was simple. If he were caught by Ace, he would be sent to impel down, or perhaps even just detained at the division. However, if he were to encounter other Navy personnel, the outcome might be quite different. Luffy, you're returning alone this time. Remember to eat well every day, understand? Akinu interjected. After all, during their time in Windmill Village, she had primarily been the one to prepare meals for Luffy, but now that she wouldn't be there. Don't worry, I can hunt or fish for myself. All right, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek out Village Chief Slap. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ace, we shall meet again on the seas in 3 years. A little over 10 minutes later, as the ship carrying Luffy grew increasingly distant, Shin appeared at the dock. Makino, I initially thought you would accompany him, considering I heard you had taken care of this kid since he was little. If I leave, there will be no one to prepare your seafood casserole daily. Shin paused for a moment. To be honest, I was prepared for Makino to leave with Luffy. However, I never anticipated a reason would be this. Yet I must admit, it is a compelling reason. Watching Makino turn away, a faint smile crept onto Shin's lips. However, if I leave, there will be no one to prepare your seafood casserole daily. The exact same words echoed behind Shin, albeit with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Ein, is the new recruit training that idol? Why do you seem to be here every time? Colonel Sanders sent me to inform you that the effect of that Sea King meat jerky is remarkable. If it can be administered to the new recruits, their training effectiveness should increase tenfold. No, I can't grant that. My supply is also quite limited. Until I can confirm whether the recruits possess sound morals and whether they can ultimately pass the assessments, I cannot allocate any quotas. Shin shook his head resolutely. It's currently impossible to ascertain if any of the new recruits harbor ulterior motives, nor can we determine if they will all successfully pass the assessments. Clearly, it is inappropriate to distribute Sea King meat jerky to the recruits at this stage. Upon hearing Shin's refusal, I did not press further. After all, Sanders and the others had previously discussed this matter and agreed that such an extraordinarily effective jerky could not be provided in unlimited quantities. Asking Ein to inquire was merely a trial, not a demand. Therefore, Shin's response was within her expectations. Of course, she was unaware that if Shin wished, he could continuously produce this, or even higher-grade Sea King meat. After all, the previous instance yielded a 68-fold increase. Moreover, if the Sea King were of a higher caliber, say 300 to 400 or even 1,000 meters in length, paired with 100-fold benefit, the effects would undoubtedly surpass those of the current batch. However, I'm reminded Shin of one thing. To procure another batch of high-quality Sea King meat, it would likely take nearly a month for a round trip. Additionally, the multiplicative benefits are not guaranteed to yield significant returns every time, meaning this duration could extend even further. If the supply is to remain uninterrupted, it is high time to begin preparations. Otherwise, waiting until supplies run out to restock would be rather late. The next day, Shin directly took 4 of the 5 combat teams from the 16th Division, AS, for the security of the division. Kaku and Gabra remained behind with the last team to oversee matters. Simultaneously, Shin brought Makino along for the expedition to the Calm Belt, resulting in a cacophony of dismay among the remaining Navy teams and new recruits. The 4 Navy teams comprised a total of 80 individuals, with 2 teams assigned to a medium-sized warship, while the other 2 were tasked with a large warship. This was the minimum configuration, merely sufficient for operating the vessels. However, this was of little consequence, as their mission was to hunt Sea Kings, not engage in any other activities. The reason for taking 3 warships, including a large one, was to avoid the previous issue of needing to discard a significant portion of meat due to inadequate transport capacity. Such wastefulness. Shin, where are we headed? To the Calm Belt. Ah. Is that the place you mentioned that has Sea Kings? Indeed, you seemed quite interested before, so I thought I'd take you'd see it. And besides, once we hunt a Sea King, having you along means we can enjoy a splendid meal. Right? Shin nodded. The journey back to the 16th Division would take many days, making it impossible to transport fresh meat back. They would have to process everything into jerky for storage. Upon hearing this, Makino felt a surge of excitement. After all, she had heard countless tales of the vast ocean from Shanks, and subsequently from Shin, but she had never truly seen it for herself, and her curiosity had always lingered. Now, she would finally have the chance to witness it firsthand. The Sea Kings that Shin spoke of, stretching hundreds of meters long. A week later, the 3 warships officially departed from the East Blue, entering the Calm Belt. Of course, they needed to venture further in, as the edges of the Calm Belt rarely housed Sea Kings, and even if they did, most would be of small stature, although Shin could amplify the yield through the system, under the same multiplier. A larger base is naturally preferable. Therefore, Shin had resolved to target at least a Sea King measuring over 300 meters for the hunt. If not, they would simply knock it out and release it. Soon, the fleet navigated deeper into the calm belt for another day, and, under Shion's command, they removed the sea stone from the bottoms of the 3 warships. Then, they awaiting the Sea Kings to take the bait. 069, the extraordinary sea monarchs. The sea lay tranquil, devoid of any ripples. This was, of course, to be expected, for this region was a windless zone. 3 warships were anchored together with steadfast stability, while Shion stood on the deck of the central, larger vessel, utilizing his psychic abilities to sense the depths beneath the surface. Although the range of his perception was limited, it was sufficient for him to foresee events in advance. Everyone, pay attention. Something is approaching. What is it? What is coming? The sailors aboard the 3 warships, all of whom had accompanied Shion from headquarters, were well aware of what he referred to. They remained unperturbed, as this was not their first encounter with Shion's hunting of sea monarchs. In fact, several lieutenants, hailing from elite training camps and having significantly enhanced their strength after consuming special sea monarch flesh, seemed eager to test their newfound prowess against the sea monarchs. However, they were perhaps overly ambitious. Despite their enhanced abilities, facing a near-sea king of the vast oceans was still premature for them, especially one of this size, which could easily reach hundreds of meters in length. In the next moment, a colossal sea monarch erupted from beneath the surface, its rapid ascent generating considerable waves. Fortunately, the 3 warships were clustered together. Otherwise, while the larger vessel might have weathered the tumult, the 2 medium-sized ones could have been pushed far off course or even capsized. As all eyes fell upon the sea monarch, gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was a lion-shaped creature, estimated to be around 400 meters long. Shion could not help but internally scoff. This sea monarch must have crossbred with every terrestrial creature imaginable. While other species might occasionally exhibit unique characteristics, it was entirely the opposite with sea monarchs. Finding 2 that appeared to belong to the same species was a daunting task. 400 meters. This one was even larger than the last, surpassing his hunting criteria. Without hesitation, Shion prepared to act. He drew his weapon, Thunderclap, from its sheath, leaping to the bow of the ship and assuming a striking pose. At that moment, the lion-like sea monarch lunged forward, yet Shion, in the midst of his descent, abruptly halted his attack. Abandoning the intent to unleash a thunderous strike, he leaped forward instead. In a blink, 2 figures, one large and one small, crossed paths. Due to the incredible speed, the sailors aboard the warships could scarcely comprehend what had transpired, but in the next instant, the enormous sea monarch's eyes glazed over, and it collapsed onto the surface, sending forth another surge of waves. Cheers erupted from the warships, but soon, keen-eyed sailors noted the absence of blood upon the water's surface. They recalled that the last time Shion had struck down a sea monarch, its blood had stained a vast expanse of the sea. Given such a massive creature, the volume of blood would have been considerable. Consequently, many turned their gazes toward Shion, who stood aloft in the air. It was then they noticed he was holding Thunderclap in a reverse grip. This indicated that he had not struck with the blade, but rather had knocked the sea monarch unconscious with the back of his sword. The sailors were left bewildered. What was the meaning of this? However, Shion paid little mind to their confusion, instead focusing on the surface of the sea below. The reason for his sudden change of heart, from killing to merely incapacitating, was due to his unexpected perception of another sea monarch approaching from beneath the waves, one that was significantly more formidable than the lion-shaped one, as he sought to hunt and maximize his gains through the system. Naturally, the stronger the bay sea monarch, the better. Yet, Shion was puzzled. The approaching sea monarch, according to his senses, was smaller than the one he had just incapacitated, and considerably so. Typically, the size of a sea monarch correlated with its strength. Thus, it seemed illogical that a creature potentially measuring less than 200 meters could exude such a powerful aura compared to the larger one. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot forth from the depths with astonishing speed. The velocity was so great that the resultant splash had yet to form as it breached the surface. Observing this, Shion's eyes narrowed slightly, and he instinctively raised his weapon in defense. The speed far exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to capitalize on the optimal moment to strike, forcing him to brace for an incoming blow. In the next instant, boom! The massive figure collided with Shawn, propelling him several dozen meters away despite his defensive stance. Of course, the distance he was thrown was largely due to his effort to mitigate the impact. In truth, he had sustained no injuries. Nonetheless, the force of the blow far surpassed Shawn's prior experiences with sea monarchs. At that moment, he beheld the true form of his assailant. It was a relatively small sea monarch, measuring approximately 170 to 180 meters in length. Indeed, in the context of the windless zone, this size was considered quite diminutive. Its appearance bore a resemblance to an otter, exuding an endearing charm. Yet no matter how adorable it appeared, it was destined to be his quarry today. Without delay, a crescent-shaped strike composed of thunder and psychic energy was unleashed, hurtling toward the otter-like sea monarch. To Shawn's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sea monarch deftly evaded the strike with remarkable speed. Had he truly failed? While he had not exerted even half of his strength. Missing so spectacularly against the sea monarch was rather, as he surveyed the lengthy gash upon the surface of the water, extending over 100 meters, alongside the otter-like sea monarch just beyond it. Shawn found himself momentarily dazed. Was this truly a sea monarch? However, it seemed the creature had realized that this human was beyond its capabilities. The otter-like sea monarch prepared to dive beneath the waves. Yet, having come this far, Shawn would not allow it to escape that he descended directly, plunging thunderclap into the water. And in the next moment, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted, rendering the sailors aboard the warships momentarily unable to look directly at the spectacle. Even the entire expanse of the sea was bathed in a vibrant azure hue. The previously incapacitated sea monarch was charred from the electric discharge, its exterior singed. Initially, Shawn had intended to let it go. But now, that notion was utterly dismissed that a full half-minute later, Shawn finally retracted thunderclap, ceasing the relentless onslaught of lightning. Shortly thereafter, the otter-like sea monarch, belly up, floated to the surface. Everyone listened intently. Shawn had originally planned to issue orders for the sailors to prepare for dismemberment. But upon turning, he too was taken aback. He beheld a multitude of sailors sporting frizzy hair. Well, it appeared that his sustained output of thunder had indeed been excessive, although the lightning posed no immediate threat to the sailors aboard the warships. The sheer magnitude of the discharge had filled the air with a considerable amount of electricity, which, while non-lethal, was unsettling to IT that moment. Shawn suddenly recalled something. IT seemed that Machino had also been on the bow deck earlier. She wouldn't he have? Unconsciously, he turned his gaze in that direction. As expected, a young woman sporting frizzy hair was gazing at him with an expression of deep reproach. Alas, what a transgression! 070 astonishing results, 1 large. 1 small, 2 sea monarchs. This presented a dilemma for Shawn. After all, by utilizing the system, he could select one item from that day's earnings for a multiplier effect each day. In other words, Shawn could not simultaneously achieve quality yield multipliers for both sea monarchs. Furthermore, even if he waited until the next day, he would be unable to operate on the previous day's earnings. In simpler terms, Shawn had to choose between the 2 sea monarchs. However, despite his reluctance, he did not dwell on it too much. It was clear that the smaller one possessed much greater quality. As for the larger one, he could slice off some meat to enhance the rations. After all, the flesh of sea monarchs was renowned for its exquisite taste. System, initiate today as settlement. Targeting the otter-like sea monarch I just defeated. Select quality for the multiplier project. Let's begin. The settlement of the confirmed project has been completed, and the random settlement multiplier is being determined. Ding! The multiplier is 82, and the settlement is finalized. This is undoubtedly a splendid start. Shawn had previously been concerned that, given the uniqueness of this particular Sea King, a low multiplier, perhaps even below 1, would bring him to tears. However, with 82 times the multiplier, it surpasses the previous occasion. Coupled with the exceptional quality of this special Sea King, the results are likely to be extraordinary. The only issue is that this Sea King is rather small, measuring only half the size of the last one, and such remarkable results may not be suitable for consumption by the entire branch. Therefore, Shawn has decided to delay his return to the East Sea branch and hunt another one tomorrow to provide for the ordinary sailors. After all, the 3 warships still possess ample capacity, though Shawn initially intended to stay only one more day. Fate had other plans. For 4 consecutive days, the yield multipliers remained below 10, with one instance plummeting to a mere 0 to 7. It was not until the 5th day that Shawn hunted down a 500-meter Sea King, yielding a result of 55 times. Although the multiplier was not as high as the first, the base quality was superior to that of the previous 300-meter specimen, suggesting that the quality after multiplication would still be commendable. Mission accomplished, it was time to return. Yes, Brigadier General. A day later, as the 500-meter Sea King was thoroughly dismembered, alongside the previous 170-meter Sea King, all 3 warships were filled to the brim. They were truly returning with a bountiful haul. Of course, the 80 sailors were utterly exhausted, even more so than the new recruits in training. They needed to process all the meat into jerky swiftly to prevent spoilage, considering the journey back would take nearly 10 days. Although the large warships possessed a refrigeration compartment, it could hardly accommodate much. Shawn had merely instructed that a portion of the small Sea King's meat be sent inside, while the majority would also be processed into jerky for preservation. Regarding the origin of this small Sea King, Shawn entertained numerous speculations. He even pondered whether it might have been one he discarded due to insufficient capacity while in the doldrums, only to be consumed by another Sea King, resulting in its mutation. One must admit, Shawn's conjecture was remarkably close to the truth. However, when his medium-sized warship departed, it was not a single Sea King that feasted, but several that shared the bounty. This particular hunt yielded only one among them, and one of those had not only gained immense strength, but had also developed an intelligence akin to that of a royal Sea King, rivaling that of humans. Of course, at this moment, Shawn remained oblivious to all of this. 10 days later, as the 3 warships returned to Branch 16, the station sailors were abuzz with excitement, gathering at the port to witness the spectacle. The new recruits, however, were perplexed, wondering why the veterans were so elated, as they were unaware of the treasure Shawn had brought back. Brigadier General, are all these? Upon seeing the cargo aboard Shawn's ship, Lucci was equally astonished. Though still unclear, a portion required thorough testing. It was a remarkably unique Sea King, measuring less than 200 meters, yet far more potent than those of 400 or 500 meters. I understand it. I will provide a detailed report in 3 days. By the way, the meat of that small Sea King must be stored separately and monitored closely. Yes, Brigadier General. Soon enough, 3 days elapsed, and Lucci's 2 reports were placed on Shawn's desk. One pertained to the 500-meter Sea King, while the other detailed the 170-meter specimen. The effectiveness of the 500-meter creature, though slightly superior to that of the previous 300-meter one, remained quite limited, essentially placing it in the same category. However, the report on the 170-meter Sea King's meat was astonishing. According to Lucci's findings, the initial consumption could enhance an individual's combat prowess by 20 to 50 points, with subsequent daily increases of 2 to 5 points. The efficacy was nearly miraculous, roughly 5 times that of the 500-meter King. Lucci, this high-quality Sea King meat, will henceforth be allocated solely to officers of branch school rank or above, as well as a select few elite members chosen weekly to form the pirate guerrilla squad. Given the limited quantity, even those elite members will only receive it for 2 days each week, with the remaining 5 days reverting to standard rations. After a moment's contemplation, Shawn reached this decision. The rarity of such exceptional Sea King meat raised questions about the likelihood of encountering similar specimens in the future. Even if a 1,000-meter Sea King were hunted, combined with a 100-fold increase, it might not yield comparable results. Thus, this caliber of Sea King meat could very well be a limited edition. Moreover, considering its small size, if distributed among the entire branch, it might be consumed entirely within a month or 2. After weighing the options, Shawn resolved to allocate daily rations to officers of school rank and above, while only elite sailors would receive limited provisions, specifically 2 days per week. Quality resources must be utilized judiciously, while ordinary sailors would find the standard rations sufficient. I understand. By the way, where are Karifa and the others? I haven't seen them. Upon our return, I assigned them to operate separately, developing peripheral intelligence personnel in the EC. I see. Shawn nodded as the head of the intelligence department. Lucci naturally possessed the authority to assign tasks. After all, no matter how capable they were, it was impossible for just 4 individuals to establish an entire intelligence network in the EC. Thus, expanding the number of ground personnel had become essential that, in addition to developing peripheral personnel, the intelligence department itself should also increase its ranks temporarily to 30, selecting talented individuals from the new recruits for training under your supervision. After some contemplation, Shawn continued, "As for the new recruits still undergoing training, that is not an issue at all. One must bear in mind that the training of intelligence personnel differs entirely from that of the Navy. This is precisely why I suggested that once suitable candidates are identified, they should be trained by the intelligence department themselves. Otherwise, waiting for the new recruits to complete half a year of training before integrating them into the intelligence department would present considerable challenges. After all, many habits would be difficult to unlearn after 6 months of training that I understand. I will choose candidates shortly. If you cannot find enough suitable individuals, you may also have Karifa and the others recruit talents while developing their networks. Yes, Brigadier General 071. Speak the harshest words. Endure the fiercest blows. Ding. Today's yield settlement has been completed with a multiplier of 25. Ding. One of the host's attribute experiences is now full, resulting in a level up. Please check the attribute panel for details. Opening the attribute panel. Shawn Campbell / LV.6 010000 Fist LV.4 1250200 Movement LV.5 278555000 Spirit LV.4 1502000 Spiritual Power 12880 Physical Strength 1980 Zanpakudo Thunderclap Shurkai released. The progress has been increasingly sluggish. The advancements in the first 4 levels of Slash, Fist, Movement, and Spirit were rapid, owing to the relatively low experience required. However, upon reaching LV.5, the necessary experience surged to 5,000, and LV.6 skyrocketed to 10,000, for instance. On this day, Shawn dedicated an entire day to swordsmanship, only achieving a basic increase of 2 points. Even with an impressive multiplier of 25 that amounted to just 50 points most of the time. Yield multipliers remain below TAS for the hockey of the pirate world. Zephyr had indeed provided him with a training method. Unfortunately, whether learning armament hockey or observation hockey, the final results were always added to his spiritual power, leaving Shawn feeling somewhat exasperated. Would he truly be unable to master both forms of hockey forever? Although it is true that the application of spiritual power can indeed perceive the surroundings akin to observation hockey, and in certain aspects, even with greater sensitivity, the question arises, can one, without the use of armament hockey, strike against the user of a natural-type devil fruit relying solely on spiritual pressure? Logically, it should be possible, for natural-type users are immune to all physical attacks, and an assault powered by spiritual pressure cannot be classified as merely a physical strike. However, Shawn could not ascertain this without practical experimentation. As he pondered these thoughts, a massive flame erupted from the opposite side of the island, soaring into the sky. That must be the direction of the training camp. What on earth is happening? Alarmed by the potential situation unfolding there, Shawn hurriedly made his way over. Upon arriving at the training camp, he found a large circle of Marines encircling something, their gasps of awe, envious murmurs, and whistling filling the AIR. The center of this circle stood a figure engulfed in flames. Indeed, a person completely enveloped in fire. What on earth is going on? General Shawn. Upon hearing Shawn's commanding voice, all the recruits immediately quieted down, turning to face him and saluting. The fiery figure in the center also extinguished the flames surrounding him instantly. To Shawn's surprise, it turned out to be Ace. Well, that's a relief. After all, he is the user of the flame fruit. Shawn exhaled in relief, but then he reconsidered. This is not the original story. Ace never consumed the flame fruit. Did he? At that moment, Sanders approached him swiftly. General Shawn, earlier I had on lead a team of our best recruits to the deserted island for survival training. The deserted island, the one where Xiaohei is located? Upon hearing this, Sanders nodded. Shawn recalled that when Sanders had previously consulted him about the training plan, one segment involved survival training, and he had recommended the very island where Xiaohei resided. According to the plan, they were supposed to visit that island 3 months after the recruits' training commenced. But it appeared that Sanders had selected a portion of the most capable recruits for an early arrangement of this segment. However, what does this have to do with Ace obtaining the flame fruit? Soon enough, Sanders recounted the events. After Shawn finished listening, he was utterly dumbfounded. The flame fruit was on that deserted island, and Ace had unknowingly discovered it while foraging for food during survival training, treating it as an ordinary fruit to satisfy his hunger. So, this fellow has transformed into Fire Fist Ace. Having lived on that island for 3 years and explored nearly every corner, he had never come across the flame fruit. And yet, Ace arrived, and was it truly fate? Shawn couldn't help but scoff internally. But after his moment of incredulity, a smile crept onto his face, one that radiated mischief. "Ace, come here. What do you want, Shawn?" Ace sensed something amiss from Shawn's expression. However, he quickly relaxed. Now that he was a natural-type user, he was invincible. What was there to fear? "Don't worry, I just want to test whether the natural type is truly as formidable as legends claim. That all attacks are ineffective except for Sea Prism Stone and Armament Hockey.IC. How shall we test that? Let's do it this way." In the next moment, Shawn's fist had pierced through Ace's chest, emerging from his back. However, the onlookers did not witness a gory spectacle. Instead, wisps of flames danced around the wound on his chest. As Shawn retracted his right fist, the gaping hole in Ace's chest rapidly healed. Ultimately, if it weren't for the holes in both the front and back of his Navy uniform, everyone might have suspected that the previous scene was merely an illusion. How about that, General Shawn? If I were to fight you now, I would naturally be in an invincible position. Ace chuckled. Although he had heard much about hockey from Sanders and understood that armament hockey could counter natural-type users' elementalization, he also knew that Shawn had not learned hockey during his time at headquarters. Therefore, his confidence was not unfounded. Perhaps he might not defeat Shawn, but he was certain he wouldn't lose. He even felt a surge of excitement, eager for a match with Shawn. "All right then, I'll give it another shot. Come on, feel free to try. Don't say just once, you could try 100 times. Confidence radiated from him, yet little did he know that in Shawn's hometown, there was a saying, those who speak the harshest words often receive the most severe blows. In no time, when Shawn struck again, Ace was sent flying over 100 meters, ultimately splashing into the sea with a resounding thud. After all, the training camp was only a few dozen meters from the shore. At this moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. Even Sanders was baffled. He was certain that Shawn had not employed armament hockey during that last strike. But why on earth was Ace hurled away? Could it be Ace forgot to elementalize? That seemed implausible. Wait, is this really the time for such thoughts? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and rescue him. A devil fruit user is a poor swimmer. Suddenly recalling something, Sanders shouted at the surrounding Marines. Immediately, chaos ensued. Several minutes later, Ace was pulled ashore. The bulging state of his stomach indicated that he had undoubtedly swallowed a significant amount of seawater. Reluctantly, a Marine had to keep pressing on his distended belly. Ace then transformed into a human fountain, water gushing from his mouth in a continuous stream. As for Shawn, he walked out of the training camp, looking thoroughly satisfied. After all, following the recent test, he could confirm that utilizing spiritual pressure to attack had effects comparable to armament hockey, allowing him to strike natural-type users. That was all that mattered. 2 years later, the entire Navy 6 styles, Ace, awakening from his stupor, gazed up at the sky. He then let out a heavy sigh. He had initially thought that becoming a natural-type user would allow him to rise above and take charge. But the reality was, well, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. For the foreseeable future, he would still have to bow to Shawn's overwhelming presence. How about it? Are you convinced now? I told you long ago that natural types are not invincible. Don't be overconfident. If you rely too heavily on your devil fruit powers, when faced with an opponent who can counter your abilities, you will become utterly defenseless. Starting tomorrow, you will train with me in the Navy 6 styles. At that moment, Sanders approached Ace and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ace was instantly jolted. Instructor Sanders, didn't you say my physical foundation wasn't sufficient before? Have you not noticed how much stronger I have become over the past month? Ace was momentarily taken aback. It did indeed seem that way. He had felt the change, but was uncertain about the specifics of the improvement. The rapid progress was primarily due to the Sea King meat jerky Shawn had provided. Every time he consumed it, he felt his body grow stronger, of course. Ace had inquired with Sanders about what this was. However, Sanders merely advised him not to ask too many questions and indicated that since Shawn could provide it, he should simply enjoy it. It's worth noting that within the entire training camp, aside from the 5 instructors, only 2 individuals could enjoy the Sea King meat jerky, Ace and Sophia. However, Sophia's foundation was not as solid as Ace's. Although she was quite determined, her most recent physical test only yielded a score of 107, while Ace had reached 278. While this was significantly lower than Ace's, Sophia was still quite strong compared to the other recruits. After all, among the remaining 200 recruits, the highest physical score was only 27. So, can I learn the Navy 6 styles now? Absolutely. Go rest up and come find me tomorrow morning. Yes, Instructor Sanders, in the blink of an eye. More than a month had passed. Today marked a significant occasion. The renovation of the Navy's 16th Division was officially completed. At this moment, Sumner was leading Shawn and a group of officers from the 16th Division in inspecting the entire fortress. This process took an entire day. Given the scale of the project, Shawn and the others had to meticulously check every detail. During this process, to test the strength of the outer wall, Shawn even ordered a battleship to fire a cannonball at it. The result? The outer wall remained completely unscathed. In pursuit of this objective, Shawn requested Sumner to utilize the finest materials in the construction of the outer wall. Naturally, Shawn also expended an additional 300 million berries for this purpose. Furthermore, when Sanders made modifications to the design of the training camp, he bore in mind Shawn's directive to spare no expense, ensuring that everything adhered to the highest standards. Ultimately, this resulted in an additional expenditure of 200 million berries. Consequently, the overall project budget escalated from 4 billion to 4.5 billion berries. Even Morgan, upon learning of this matter, took it upon himself to compose an article, remarking that Shawn seemed to regard berries as inconsequential. The initial budget of 2 billion had burgeoned to 4 billion, and now further inflated to 4.5 billion berries, all for what was merely a regular branch in the East China Sea. Such a situation does seem somewhat exaggerated. Yet it must be acknowledged that a closed circular fortress upon the sea is undeniably a catching. It has even been dubbed a landmark of the East China Sea by many. Of course, the primary reason behind Shawn's decision to construct such a fortress is significant. Perhaps it is not comprehensible to others in the short term, but they shall come to understand in due course. In the branch meeting room. This month, Colonel Kaku completed 2 sea patrol missions, annihilating 5 pirate crews, slaying 27 pirates, and capturing 47, among whom 7 had bounties, totaling 11.8 million berries. Similarly, Colonel Gabra accomplished 2 sea patrol missions, eradicating 3 pirate crews, killing 39 pirates, and apprehending 3, with 4 of them having bounties amounting to 5.8 million berries. Lucci recited various statistics without referring to any notes. His aide truly excelled. Shawn was exceedingly pleased. But soon his expression shifted. The efficiency remains insufficient. Lucci, how long until the intelligence department can function at full capacity? It was evident that Shawn was dissatisfied with this level of efficiency. However, it was understandable. Without adequate intelligence support, venturing out to sea in hopes of randomly encountering pirates posed significant challenges. Colonel, developing peripheral personnel requires time, and training the 30 new recruits in the intelligence department will also take time. At least a month will be needed before they can begin to operate at a preliminary level. Nodding, Shawn recognized that this matter could not be rushed. Particularly, the training of intelligence personnel is far more complex than that of ordinary sailors. Moreover, relying solely on the 4 members of Califa, it is impossible to accomplish this in a short time frame. Not to mention, one of those 4 must remain at the branch to oversee the training of those 30 intelligence personnel. Well then, expedite matters in the intelligence department. Next, let's discuss the situation with the new recruits. Sanders, you may present your report. Yes, Colonel. Upon being called upon, Sanders immediately stood. Currently, the new recruit training has lasted 3 months. During this period, in addition to training, we have discreetly observed the behavior of each individual, as per your suggestion, Colonel. Out of 229 recruits, 11 have been dismissed, and along with the 19 previously selected by the Intelligence Department. We now have 199 remaining. Can we ensure that those left possess sound principles? Unless they're exceptionally skilled individuals at concealment, we can be confident. Sanders conveyed the information succinctly. Very well. Starting tomorrow, allocate the first-grade jerky to these new recruits. Yes, under this arrangement, we should be able to teach some of them 1 or 2 techniques of the 6 forms within the next 3 months. Not enough. Sanders was momentarily taken aback. This is insufficient? It is worth noting that even in the elite training camp of the headquarters, most individuals only manage to learn 1 or 2 techniques after 3 years. And here at Branch 16, we have merely half a year of training time. Sanders, I have an idea. Please hear me out. First and foremost, the graduation assessment of the branch training camp will incorporate the Navy's 6 forms, mandating that each recruit must master at least 1 technique to graduate. Those who fail the assessment will continue in the training camp for an additional 3 months of study before undergoing reassessment. Ultimately, there will be a total of 3 assessments over the course of 1 year, and if anyone still fails to meet the requirements after a year, they will be assigned to logistical duties within the branch. Furthermore, even the recruits who graduate from the training camp, along with the 100 soldiers from the headquarters, will be divided into 3 operational groups. They will execute tasks for 2 months, followed by 1 month of returning to the training camp for further study, rotating among the 3 groups. In this way, even without new recruits joining, the training camp will remain active. Ultimately, my goal is, in 2 years, all soldiers in combat roles must completely master the Navy's 6 forms. Is that even possible? For a moment, everyone in the meeting room was taken aback. The IT is known that even in the headquarters training camp, only a very small fraction of recruits manage to master all 6 forms after 3 years. And there may not even be a single standout individual in certain batches. The crux of the matter is that all of these individuals were already elite among elites upon entering the headquarters training camp. Meanwhile, the soldiers here at the branch were merely ordinary individuals 3 months ago. However, if we could consistently supply that special first-grade jerky, it seems not entirely impossible. And if we truly achieve this in 2 years, combined with the new recruits brought in later, we could have 400 to 500 soldiers who have completely mastered the 6 forms. What a terrifying force that would be, even in the new world. Such a force would undoubtedly be formidable. Colonel Shawn, if we can secure first-grade jerky, I will address the issue of the first-grade jerky under continuous supply. Do you think it is feasible? If we can ensure uninterrupted supply for 2 years, there is indeed a significant likelihood. After a moment of contemplation, Sanders nodded firmly. That moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. 073 sudden incident, a brand new branch building. In the office of the branch chief, observing the 2 blades laid out on the desk, Shawn was deep in thought. Point 1 was the thunderclap currently wielded by Shawn, while the other was one of the 4 blades initially forged. The one that could be deemed the least exceptional among them. It was, of course, the blade of the lowest quality. This knife was not suited for Shawn, and he had no desire to use it. After all, based on experience, it was at most a blade suitable for a lieutenant, AS for entrusting it to others. The timing was not yet right, until he could ensure the absolute loyalty of the recipient, or find someone like Peach Rabbit who would undoubtedly not betray him. It was impossible to pass it on. However, for now, it was simply not feasible that on one hand, there were confidentiality issues. On the other, having a local pirate wield a Zanpakuto, as evidenced by Peach Rabbit's case, would not only consume stamina, but also deplete their haki. The fact that learning haki automatically implied a certain degree of spiritual energy experience indicates that. Within the system, spiritual energy and haki are interconnected to some extent, a concept that is also reflected in the items produced by the system, such as Zanpakuto. Currently, in Branch 16, aside from Instructor Sanders, there is not a single individual capable of utilizing haki. It is evident that, under these circumstances, even if a loyal cadre could be cultivated, they would remain unable to wield a Zanpakuto that in Shawn's original plan. In addition to forming an elite pirate guerrilla unit, he intended to select a group of loyalists to establish a core team for a specialized Zanpakuto system. However, that plan will have to wait. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Lucci, what is it? Upon seeing Lucci walk through the door, Shawn inquired. Colonel, the defense wall reports that a ship has been spotted southeast of the fortress, being bombarded by 2 battleships. What is the situation? At this, Shawn furrowed his brow slightly. However, he was certain that the pursued vessel, whether it was fleeing or being pursued, was not a pirate ship. Otherwise, Lucci would not have wasted valuable time seeking him out to report. He would have simply engaged the pirates directly. Moreover, what pirate would be so audacious as to stir up trouble near the branch fortress? It is important to note that, following the incidents involving the Black Cat pirates and the Krieg pirates, East China Sea pirates now flee at the mere sight of the flag of Branch 16, that according to the report, the fleeing vessel's identity remains unknown, but it is not flying a pirate flag. However, the pursuing ships, judging by their flags, appear to belong to the warlord Donkeyote, Doflamingo. So it is no wonder Lucci came seeking a report. After all, the 7 warlords are ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the world government. However, isn't Doflamingo's lair situated in the New World? Why then has he ventured into the East Blue to stir up trouble? Regardless, anyone pursued by Doflamingo must undoubtedly possess a significant identity. Furthermore, this is the East Blue, a territory of our own. Although Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords, he is fundamentally a pirate, and a particularly nefarious one at that. How dare he wreak havoc at my doorstep? Lucci, summon the Marines. Deploy the warships and rescue that person. Commodore, the 7 warlords are indeed under the world government's purview. Should we intervene? Lucci, while the 7 warlords do possess the legal right to plunder, if such acts occur before the Marines, we are entitled to intervene. The only distinction is that the Marines cannot apprehend the 7 warlords post-intervention. Lucci pondered, and indeed, that was accurate. Moreover, the unspoken agreement has always been to avoid plundering in the presence of the Marines. Otherwise, would one dare to pillage outside Mariewa, while the Marines simply stand by? Yet Lucci remained unaware that Shawn had yet to impart a crucial piece of information. If the 7 warlords were to assault the Marines, it would constitute a grave violation of the 7 warlords agreement, thus rendering the Marines' capture or even execution of the 7 warlords or their subordinates a lawful action. And Shawn was precisely banking on this. Regardless of whom they were pursuing, the fact that the chase had extended all the way to the East Blue signified that the individuals aboard that vessel were of paramount importance to Doflamingo. Given Doflamingo and his subordinates' audacity, would they simply relent after being thwarted by a Marine branch in the East Blue? Absolutely not. It was highly likely they would launch a direct assault against the Marines who dared to impede them. After all, Doflamingo, emboldened by the Celestial Dragon's secrets at his disposal, held the Marines in utter contempt, prepared to strike with utmost haste, and simultaneously instruct the Marines on the defensive wall that if the pirates enter firing range, they may initiate warning shots to deter any further pursuit. Yes, Commodore. Southeast of the 16th Branch's fortress, approximately 2 nautical miles away, a sailing ship was making its escape, closely pursued by 2 sailing warships that were relentlessly firing cannonballs. Fortunately, in this era, artillery was still in the stage of muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons. Aside from the super warships of the Marines, or some fortress artillery, the effective range of ordinary cannons was roughly 300 meters at most. Therefore, over a kilometer's distance, barring extraordinary luck, it was quite challenging to make a hit. Of course, the pursuing pirates were well aware of this. Their actions were merely to intimidate the fleeing vessel into surrendering, while simultaneously applying psychological pressure. If fortune favored them and they managed to land a hit, that would be the icing on the cake. I could see that moment. The fleeing sailing ship suddenly veered, tracing an arc across the ocean before heading straight towards the 16th Branch's fortress. If the 16th Branch were to deny them entry due to the presence of a 7 warlord, this maneuver would undoubtedly lead to their complete capture. However, should the 16th Branch choose to intervene, perhaps salvation would be within their grasp. Thus, it was a gamble. Considering that continuing in this manner would eventually lead to their capture, it was better to take a chance while so close to the Marine fort. Captain, do you think the Marines in the fortress will assist us? I don't know, but you've all seen the newspapers. Regardless of their identity, strength, or attitude towards pirates, that Commodore Shawn should not allow Doflamingo to act with impunity, especially at his own doorstep. I hope so. Another individual, though hearing the leader's words, remained deeply concerned. Throughout their flight, they had sought assistance from several Marines, yet those requests were largely rebuffed. Even those who hadn't outright refused either fell victim to Doflamingo's subordinates or merely pretended to offer protection while secretly alerting Doflamingo. Thus, he believed the Marines were untrustworthy. Just then, a multitude of searchlights on the fortress's defensive wall were suddenly activated, illuminating their sailing ship and the two pursuing vessels of Doflamingo's crew. Following this, a Marine's voice boomed through a loudspeaker. "Warning! This is the 16th branch of the Marines. Cease all bombardment from the Donkeyote family's warships and immediately withdraw beyond 10 nautical miles. Repeat, this is the 16th branch of the Marines." The Donkeyote family's sailing warships were caught in the blinding glare of numerous searchlights, causing the pirates to momentarily lose sight of the fleeing ship and forcing them to cease their bombardment. After all, their current trajectory placed them directly towards the 16th branch's fortress, right in the line of those glaring searchlights. On the deck, a man with a mask and a hairstyle reminiscent of a scion furrowed his brow deeply. He then retrieved a din-din mushy from his pocket. "Brew, brew, brew, brew. Young master, this is Gladiolus. What is the situation? Have you captured them? We were close, but encountered some trouble." What happened? The din-din mushy-s imitation of Doflamingo suddenly shifted in expression. "They are less than a nautical mile ahead of me, but positioned at the entrance of the 16th branch. The Marines have already intervened, demanding we vacate immediately." "The 16th branch? Shawn Campbell's? Indeed. Ignore them, that if they dare to act. Teach them a harsh lesson, that I will handle the aftermath." "Understood, young master." Doflamingo was well aware of Shawn's presence and had kept a close watch on him. Yet, based on the public information available, Shawn had not achieved significant feats. He had merely defeated a non-hockey-using CP9 informant and a few pirate crews in the East Blue. From this perspective, Doflamingo did not regard Shawn as particularly formidable. Even if he did possess the strength of a Commodore, he certainly would not match Gladiolus in prowess for attacking the Marines. Other 7 warlords may have faced complications, but he held no such concerns. After all, he possessed the Celestial Dragon's secret. What trouble could possibly rival that of his past endeavors in seizing treasures from the heavens? With Doflamingo's orders, Gladiolus shed all hesitation and directed the 2 sailing warships to charge towards the Marine branch. Upon witnessing this, the Marines on the defensive wall immediately began calibrating the fortress artillery. Such large-caliber cannons could achieve a range of up to 5 kilometers. While this range might seem pitiful from Shawn's past life perspective, in the world of pirates, it was exceedingly formidable. However, due to the cannon's massive size, they could not be mounted on warships and were reserved solely for fortress defense. "Lieutenant, the 4 fortress cannons near the main gate have been calibrated." "Initiate warning fire." "Yes, Lieutenant." Boom, 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 boom. 4 colossal cannonballs were instantly fired from the barrels, aimed between the fleeing ship and the 2 sailing warships, approximately 2 nautical miles away. Fortunately, with nearly a nautical mile separating the two, even if the cannonballs veered off course, they were unlikely to strike either of the warships directly. The artillery shells utilized by the fortress were several times more powerful than those on ordinary sailing warships, creating a terrifying wave several hundred meters in front of the 2 sailing vessels. "Not good. The Marines have opened fire, and it's fortress artillery. What are you afraid of?" "Those are warning shots. The Marines wouldn't dare to directly attack us." "Keep moving forward." Seeing his pirate crew begin to panic, Gladiolus shouted decisively. In fact, his assessment was correct. The cannon fire from the defensive wall was indeed merely a display of intimidation. After 2 more rounds of cannon fire, and upon realizing that the 2 sailing warships showed no signs of halting, the bombardment ceased. Observing this, the pirates aboard the 2 sailing vessels erupted in triumphant laughter. "Indeed, the Marines dare not directly attack us, 7 warlords. Pathetic Marines, if you have the guts, fire another shot at us. I'll stand right here. Let us see if you dare to try." These fools can only resort to a few rounds of warning shots to save face. "Once we get a bit closer, how about we return the favor with some warning shots toward their fortress?" "Excellent idea. Let us do just that." The pirates are running rampant. However, the fortress cannons have ceased their fire. Yet, not long after, the heavy fortress gates on the circular defensive wall creaked open. A large warship swiftly emerged. Upon witnessing this, all the pirates' expressions shifted dramatically. when it comes to the artillery capabilities of sailing vessels. Even the 7 warlords or the pirate crews of a new world cannot possibly rival the might of a naval warship. Among the naval fleet, aside from the 3 admirals and Karp's 4 super battleships, the large warships constitute the Navy's absolute main force. What defines a large warship? It refers to the class of ships designated by the Navy's demon-slaying order, equipped with artillery that surpasses ordinary naval cannons, notably larger in caliber. Positioned between standard naval guns and fortress artillery, with a maximum range exceeding 3 kilometers and a precise range certainly surpassing 1 kilometer, in a confrontation with their 2 medium sailing vessels. Devoid of the formidable crew on board, it would be akin to an adult effortlessly overpowering a child. How could there be a large naval warship in the East Sea? Could it be that a certain vice admiral from headquarters is here on an inspection? The sight of this colossal warship left many pirates in a state of unease. After all, in their common knowledge, vessels of this caliber are possessed solely by the naval headquarters and the G-series branches. Excluding the 10 ships of the demon-slaying order, the rest are all the conveyances of vice admirals within the Navy in the 4 seas. Not only is the presence of a vice admiral exceedingly rare, but even if one were to exist, a vice admiral from the 4 seas would undoubtedly lack the qualifications to command such a vessel. The Navy in the 4 seas is distinctly different from that of the Grand Line, where ranks are considered 2 levels lower, a fact that is far from mere rhetoric. For instance, a colonel from the 4 seas would be merely a major if placed within headquarters. This holds true in terms of both strength and authority, but of course, there are rare exceptions, such as those dispatched from headquarters to the 4 seas for training while retaining their ranks. Smoker from Lowtown is one such individual. Although he was ultimately sent to the West Sea due to dissatisfaction with certain matters within the Navy, he originally held the rank of colonel at headquarters. Stay quiet and move forward. The Navy dares not and cannot directly attack us. After all, the young master is one of the 7 warlords recognized by the world government. Upon hearing Gladiolus's words, the previously flustered pirates regained their composure. Indeed, what were they so afraid of? The young master is a 7 warlord. The Navy is not permitted to directly assault the 7 warlords. There was truly nothing to fear, was there, on board the large warship of the 16th branch. The Commodore noted, the intimidation cannonade has proven ineffective. The Donkeyote family's sailing ships continue to advance towards us. The warship pressed on, interposing itself to obstruct the pursuit of the Donkeyote family while directing the sailing vessel into the fortress, subsequently closing the fortress gates. Understood, Commodore. Now we shall observe how the Donkeyote family chooses to proceed after being completely cut off from their pursuit. Will they retreat, or will they attack the Navy in an attempt to forcefully breach the 16th branch and continue their capture? They must choose the latter. Otherwise, it would certainly be rather dull. After more than 10 minutes, due to the blinding beams of searchlights, the pirates had no choice but to abandon their thoughts of continuing the bombardment. After all, direct exposure made it nearly impossible to discern the situation ahead, to the point where they could barely keep their eyes open. Unlike Zephyr, they had no sunglasses to shield their eyes. Under the guidance of the 16th branch, the fleeing sailing vessel finally entered the fortress. Gradually, the fortress gates began to close, and the searchlights ceased to illuminate the 2 sailing vessels directly. This scene infuriated Gladiolus. He realized that although the Navy would not directly attack them, this maneuver rendered it impossible for him to capture anyone, unless he truly resolved to assault the naval fortress. Originally, he had no significant concerns about attacking a 4 seas naval branch. However, the appearance of the large naval warship did cause him some trepidation. If a vice admiral from headquarters were indeed aboard that ship, he would likely find himself in a precarious position. Reluctantly, he once again reached for the Den Mushi to contact Donkeyote Doflamingo. Upon hearing this news, Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly, instructing Gladiolus to wait a moment before contacting him again. A brief minute later, Doflamingo called back. Gladiolus, I have confirmed that no vice admiral from the naval headquarters is inspecting the East Sea. That warship belongs to Shawn Campbell, who purchased it with his own funds, meaning it contains only Shawn and at most 100 sailors. Is that so? Now I understand, Gladiolus exclaimed. There is nothing to worry about. We shall proceed directly and bring our people back swiftly. That I will handle the aftermath. Understood, young master. After hanging up, Gladiolus breathed a sigh of relief. He had no doubt about Doflamingo's ability to confirm information so quickly. For the Donkeyote family, this was standard operating procedure, wasn't it? Hadn't they heard the young master's words? There was simply no vice admiral from the Navy on the other side. Just a wealthy, noble descendant from the East Sea. Shall we proceed to kill them? No. Given that it is a large naval warship, we will approach slowly. Once we draw within a sufficient distance, we shall launch a sudden bombardment. Shaking his head, Gladiolus replied. After all, they were still a mile away. If he were to initiate an attack at this moment, it would be utterly foolish at this distance. Their projectiles would hardly pose any threat to the enemy. Meanwhile, the large naval warship could easily bombard them. Although he was present and did not find cannonballs particularly terrifying, he could only protect one sailing vessel. The other would undoubtedly be sunk. They advanced slowly, feigning an approach for negotiations, and once the distance closed to within 300 meters, both ships unleashed their firepower simultaneously, catching the enemy completely off guard. This was the optimal strategy. The two sailing warships gradually drew nearer, moving at a leisurely pace without any overtly hostile actions, creating the impression that they were merely approaching for negotiations as time passed. The distance between the two sides finally dwindled to within 300 meters. Now, fire! Boom! 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 Though not as powerful as the naval warships, Gladiolus's two sailing vessels each boasted 8 cannons, even though they were not the specialized naval guns mounted on fixed bases, but merely land artillery mounted on ships. They still possessed a degree of accuracy at this distance of less than 300 meters. Gladiolus was quite confident in this strike. However, a series of vacuum slashes were unleashed from 3 positions on the naval warship, expertly intercepting the incoming cannonballs and obliterating them mid-air. The Navy's 6 Styles Skywalk was being executed by 3 individuals. Gladiolus's eyes narrowed. Perhaps the people in the EC were too inexperienced to recognize the Navy's 6 Styles. But how could pirates from the New World be unaware? Many pirates could even execute a few moves themselves. Consequently, Gladiolus quickly deduced that those vacuum slashes were not the strikes of swordsmen, but the result of the Navy's 6 Styles, specifically the Skywalk technique. The most critical point was that at least someone aboard the enemy warship could wield the Skywalk technique, and given the precision of their vacuum slashes, the strength of those 3 individuals was certainly not to be underestimated. Full speed ahead. Yes, at this moment, Gladiolus could not afford to hesitate. He instructed the sailing vessels to continue firing while urging his subordinates to accelerate their advance. According to Doflamingo, the 16th branch currently had only 100 official sailors, and they still maintained an advantage in numbers. The 2 sailing warships carried a total of 300 pirates. It should be noted that these 300 individuals were not just any pirates from the EC. They were seasoned pirates from a new world, capable of taking on the headquarters sailors one-on-one. Even if they were mere lackeys, that if one were to quantify their strength, these lackeys typically range from levels 12 to 15. Just as Gladiolus commanded the 2 sailing vessels to charge aboard the large warship of the 16th branch. Have we captured the evidence? Everything has been recorded, Commodore, replied a sailor holding a video den mushy. Excellent, then we can proceed without reservation. Close in. Understood, Commodore. On the foredeck, aside from the Marine controlling the warship, approximately 80 fully armed soldiers had gathered. Before them stood Luchi, Kaku, and Gabra. Meanwhile, behind the warship, atop the fortress's defensive wall, the training camp instructors had already awakened all the recruits and brought them here to witness the spectacle. A clash between the Navy and pirates. After all, the recruits had yet to participate in any real combat training, and this served as an early opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. That moment, a cerulean crescent strike sliced through the ocean from the bow of the warship, hurtling towards one of the sailing warships. As it passed, the sea itself seemed to part, with water rushing in from both sides. In the blink of an eye, that sailing warship was cleaved in two. The sight of a medium-sized sailing vessel being severed in half left the recruits utterly astonished. Such an extraordinary spectacle was something they had never encountered, especially coming from the East Blue, as both sides accelerated towards one another. The distance of less than 300 meters was quickly closed, and the two vessels collided. The boarding battle commenced. Lu Chi and his companions, each leading a combat squad, leapt onto the pirate ship, while another team, under the command of Captain, took advantage of their height to execute precise shots from the warship side. After all, the Navy's large warship had a gunwale that was 7 to 8 meters higher than Gladiolus's medium-sized sailing ship. This felt reminiscent of when Shawn had encountered Krieg's formidable warship while aboard a medium-sized naval vessel. At this moment, Gladiolus sensed an ominous feeling. The earlier strike that had obliterated his vice-captain had an intensity that surpassed even that of Diamante. Yet, with the situation as it was, he could only brace himself for the confrontation. At least he had a numerical advantage on his side. However, what unfolded before him was beyond belief. The pirates at the forefront were swiftly sent flying by the 3 naval officers. Even ordinary Marines were capable of dispatching the pirates with just 1 or 2 strikes. This was absurd. The elite Marines from the headquarters were not supposed to be this strong. Unbeknownst to him, these Marines from the 16th Division, having consumed the number 1 meat jerky for over 3 months and undergone rigorous training, boasted a combat prowess that made them feel embarrassed to even engage in casual conversation if they didn't possess at least 50 points of combat power. Thus, despite being significantly stronger than the pirate thugs of the East Blue, the 60 Marines from the 16th Division effortlessly overwhelmed the more than 100 pirates. Moreover, the team firing down from the warship consisted of the 20 best marksmen selected from among the veterans. The pirates were utterly overpowered. Gladiolus had fallen. In less than 2 minutes, aside from the 20 or so remaining around Gladiolus, all the other pirates lay defeated. Witnessing this scene, Gladiolus felt a pang of dread. Stand aside, he forcefully pushed away a few pirates and raised his right hand. Stone bombardment. Spherical projectiles resembling rocks rapidly shot forth from his gear mechanism. However, these were not mere physical attacks. They were infused with his devil fruit powers. Though small upon launch, the projectiles quickly expanded in flight. Shawn, having read the original work, was well aware of the devastating effects of this technique. Upon impact, they would detonate with violent explosions. Gladiolus, though not the highest-ranking officer of the Donkeyote family, was still one of the ordinary officers, and his subordinates were not a match for this power. Thus, Shawn acted decisively. With unparalleled speed, he executed 5 rapid kicks, sending all 5 of Gladiolus's stone projectiles hurtling away. While they would explode upon impact, if one was quick enough, they could be kicked far enough away before detonation. This was akin to the moment in the original work when Rayleigh discarded a slave collar. The crux lay in speed. In the next instant, thunderous explosions erupted in the air. Witnessing this, Gladiolus's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is definitely not a brigadier. He must be at least a major or even a rear admiral. Just from Shawn's display of skill, Gladiolus accurately deduced that he might not stand a chance against him. Not to mention the 3 colonels, well versed in the Navy's 6 powers, who were equally formidable. Full body detonation. Grinding his teeth, Gladiolus shouted. Instantly, his body began to swell like an inflating balloon, growing larger and larger. Stop, Lu Chi. At that moment, noticing Lu Chi's movements, Shawn hurriedly called out, although he was unsure of Gladiolus's intentions. Lu Chi instinctively sensed that it was certainly not something good. He aimed to subdue him before he could prepare. Yet, just as he was about to act, he saw Shawn's left hand blocking his path. In his current state, any external force would trigger a massive explosion, equivalent to the power of 10 fortress cannons. Furthermore, during this process, his hair would transform into countless poisonous needles, launching a comprehensive assault. Perhaps this would not pose a lethal threat to me, you, Kaku, or Gabra, but the Marines would likely not survive. Hiss. They could do that too. At that moment, Lu Chi understood why Shawn had tried to stop him. Meanwhile, the Marines collectively gasped in shock. This was akin to a human-shaped super bomb, not only possessing a vast range, but also capable of remote, all-encompassing attacks that it was utterly absurd. Brigadier, how should we handle this? Don't worry. Have all the Marines gather as closely as possible. I'll take care of the rest. With thunder in hand, Shawn stepped forward. Indeed, this was a troublesome technique that, if he could use a technique like Kong, it would be easily resolved. However, regrettably, he could only utilize a level 50 technique at most. While Kong was Bakudo number 81, even if he chanted it fully, he would be unable to use it. But there was still a way. Navy, my young master, is one of the 7 warlords, possessing legal plundering rights. Surrender him, and we, The Donkeyote family can pretend this never happened. You are merely a brigadier, and while you may defeat me, is it worth the death of so many Marines? Furthermore, even if you are willing to pay that price today to capture me, my young master will not let this rest. And how will you face the wrath of the Donkeyote family then? As Gladiolus, now transformed into a massive sphere, threatened Shawn, Shawn ignored him and continued to approach, speaking to himself. While I am currently unable to deploy a wide-area defense like Calm, I can manage a smaller one. Perhaps a small-range defense may not protect all the Marines behind me, but if the distance is close enough, even if I deploy it right in front of you, do you think it can still threaten the Marines behind me? Since the range was insufficient, he would close the distance and further minimize the angle of impact from Gladiolus's explosion. Having said that, Shawn had already arrived directly in front of Gladiolus, a mere 10 centimeters apart. He swung thunder upward, cleaving Gladiolus in two that moment. Due to the external force, the fruit's power, which had been primed for detonation, erupted just as Gladiolus's life force was not yet entirely extinguished. The explosion commenced. Simultaneously, Shawn shouted, "Bokuto number 39, round gate fan." A circular shield materialized before him, shimmering with a deep azure hue. Boom! As if a barrage of fortress cannons had simultaneously unleashed their fury, a terrifying explosion erupted in an instant. Yet, due to Shawn's infusion of ample spiritual energy, the circular shield managed to withstand the onslaught. Just as Shawn had stated, establishing defenses at a sufficiently close range could effectively constrain the angle of the explosion's impact. Indeed, this was the case. Although the force of the explosion was formidable, the presence of binding technique number 39, the circular shield, ensured that its power could only extend backward and to the sides. After all, this protective barrier was nearly pressed against Gladius, allowing the explosion to create a forward impact of no more than 15 degrees on either side, in other words, in the frontal 180-degree arc. Aside from the 15-degree angles on either side, the vast central 150-degree sector remained an entirely safe zone. The mere 15 degrees on the sides meant that even the large warships positioned behind could not be affected, let alone the Marines clustered behind Shawn. Conversely, the remaining 20-odd pirates met a dismal fate. Not only were they blasted away, but each one was also pierced innumerable times by toxic barbed needles, rendering them utterly annihilated in an instant. As for the sailing warship they occupied, it too was left with only a fraction of its former self, beginning to capsize. All personnel returned to the warship. Yes, Commander, these Marines, even the weakest among them, possessed strength exceeding 50 combat power. Even if they were unable to return to the ship before it capsized and fell into the sea, they would face no danger. However, such a scenario was unlikely, as everyone acted with remarkable swiftness. Among them, some of the more capable individuals even leapt directly onto the 7 or 8 meter high side of the warship without using the climbing ropes. Commander, there should still be some surviving pirates. How should we handle them? Ensure everyone inspects the warship thoroughly and meticulously. The recent explosion must not have caused any damage. Understood, Commander. Lucy immediately grasped Shawn's intent and set about making arrangements. After all, it was a large warship, and every area required careful examination. If 1 hour wasn't sufficient, then 2 hours. If 2 hours weren't enough, then 3. Ultimately, the conclusion was that just as all the originally gravely injured pirates perished in the water, the inspection task would be completed, leaving no time to rescue them. Well, this is to ensure the safety of the Marines, as well as the large warship, an important asset of the Navy .077 from the research team of the Vinsmoke family. The Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Marine Ford. Sengoku, what has transpired that requires an emergency meeting at such a late hour? Karp ambled into the conference room, being the last to arrive. The stationed admirals, Tsuru, Akiji, and Tsuru, were already seated. You should first view this footage. It was just sent by Shawn half an hour ago. After gesturing for Karp to take a seat, Sengoku began playing the recently received visual data. The footage revealed 2 sailing warships of the Donkeyote family slowly approaching the Navy's vessel. Then, upon closing to within 300 meters, they suddenly launched an attack. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the warship. But fortunately, with Lucy and others from CP9 aboard, who were well versed in the Navy's 6 styles, They effortlessly intercepted all the projectiles. The footage concluded there. According to Shawn's report, about an hour prior, they had discovered 2 sailing warships of the Donkeyote family attacking a civilian vessel, and the incident occurred approximately 2 nautical miles outside the 16th branch fortress. What? That scoundrel Doflamingo has come to the East Blue to stir trouble, and right outside the Navy fortress at that. What does he intend to achieve? Upon hearing this, Karp was instantly enraged. That was the East Blue, his homeland. How dared Doflamingo act so brazenly? The most critical aspect was that attacking a civilian vessel just 2 nautical miles from the Navy fortress was tantamount to provoking the Navy. Even if he had the legal right to plunder, this was hardly the appropriate application of it. And the outcome? Tsuru inquired, ignoring Karp's agitation. According to the report, upon discovering the situation, Shawn immediately led the Marines to intervene, thwarting their actions and ensuring the civilian vessel reached the fortress safely. What followed was the footage you just witnessed. Originally, Shawn thought they were coming to negotiate, but unexpectedly, they launched an attack as the distance closed. After the battle, all pirates were eradicated, including Gladius, one of Doflamingo's subordinates. If Akinu were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, exclaiming, "I have long said that the 7 warlords are untrustworthy. I will take my men to Dressrosa and bring Doflamingo back." Unfortunately, he was currently stationed at the G1 branch in the New World. "Admiral, this situation may prove quite troublesome. After all, Doflamingo has lost one of his subordinates, and he is unlikely to let it go easily." Akinu pondered aloud after a brief silence. This exemplified the difference in thought processes that in a similar situation, Akinu's first instinct would be to take direct action and bring Doflamingo back for judgment. After all, they had attacked the Navy, a severe violation of the conduct expected of the 7 warlords. Even if the Navy retaliated, the world government would have little recourse. Yet Akinu was considering the potential ramifications of this incident and how to manage the aftermath. Meanwhile, Tsuru sat idly, grooming his nails, seemingly oblivious to the discussion. Among the 3 admirals today, aside from Akinu, the other 2 genuinely found themselves a loss for words. Sengoku, report this matter along with the evidence to the world government. After all, you are aware of Doflamingo's other identity. Simultaneously, we must intensify our surveillance of the Donkeyote family to prevent Doflamingo from retaliating against Shawn out of rage, AS for Borsalino, the mobile force of the headquarters. It would be prudent for him to remain on standby 24 hours a day. Should anything occur at the 16th branch, he can provide immediate support. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru, the chief of staff at the Navy headquarters, offered her suggestions that AS for directly apprehending Doflamingo and stripping him of his 7 warlord status. Tsuru knew Sengoku would never agree, so she refrained from mentioning it. Instead, she presented a corresponding response plan under these circumstances. However, Tsuru, who had been indifferent, could no longer sit still. "What? You want me to be on standby 24 hours? Absolutely not. Unless there's a pay raise involved. Triple pay, no, it must be 5 times the usual salary." "Yes, that will do. Wait, I have something to say. Borsalino, what is your issue?" "Admiral, working overtime is fine, but we need to agree on how the overtime pay will be calculated first. As before, triple pay. Is that satisfactory?" "No, this time it's 24 hours standby. I need a pay raise." Silence. "It's settled as is. The meeting is adjourned. Damn it, the other Marines work overtime daily without pay. You, on the other hand, clock out right on time every day. And now you want to demand overtime pay for a rare occurrence? Fine. Each time you get triple pay as overtime. But now you're asking for 5 times. Ignoring Tsuru, Sengoku promptly exited the conference room, followed swiftly by the other 3, leaving Tsuru behind to ponder his existence. 24 hour standby and only triple pay. This is utterly terrifying. I am, after all, a vice admiral of the Navy. Such exploitation is unacceptable. East Blue, outside the 16th branch fortress. "Commander, the inspection of the warship has been completed and no navigational threats have been found." "Excellent. What are the pirates? Are there any survivors?" "None. It seems we just missed the optimal rescue window during our inspection of the warship." "I see. That is indeed unfortunate. However, since they are pirates, it matters not. Return to the fortress." "Yes, Commander." Listening to the exchange between Shawn and Lucy, Kaku and Gabra were left bewildered. They noticed that Lucy's demeanor had changed remarkably, even engaging in earnest banter with Shawn. More than 10 minutes later, the warship returned to the fortress and docked at the naval port on the central island. Where are the rescued individuals? Upon descending the gangway, Shawn inquired of a lieutenant at the port. Report, Commander. They appear to have gone several days without food and have already been taken to the mess hall. Understood. Please inform them that once they have satisfied their hunger, they should meet me in the conference room of the branch building. Yes, Brigadier General. In an hour. Shawn finally entered the conference room and beheld the individuals he had rescued. His eyes instantly brightened. There were 27 of them, but that was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in the fact that each of them was clad in a white lab coat, albeit tattered at this moment. Moreover, they all appeared rather frail. This led Shawn to a speculation. Could it be that these individuals are all researchers? Brigadier General Shawn, we are immensely grateful for your rescue. One of them stated, I am Redis. Redis. Shawn recalled that he had never heard of this name, nor did it appear in the original text. Who are you, and why is the Donkeyote family pursuing you? We were originally a research team from the Vinsmoke family. Although we managed to escape, we were soon captured by Donkeyote Doflamingo, who then compelled us to develop weaponry for him. So, you escaped again? Indeed, after all, he is a pirate. Furthermore, we discovered that Doflamingo is also an underground arms dealer, selling weapons worldwide and causing countless tragedies. Thus, while we ostensibly complied with him, we secretly prepared for over a year, ultimately succeeding in our escape. Upon hearing this, Shawn's interest was piqued at a research team focused on weaponry. Hailing from the Vinsmoke family, it is said that in this world of pirates, there are few places that are technologically advanced beyond the norm. The Vinsmoke family is undoubtedly among them. This entire group is comprised of talent. At the same time, it became clear to Shawn why the Donkeyote family had pursued them all the way to the East Blue, even resorting to attacking the Navy to capture them. What are your plans moving forward? We cannot trust others. We are unsure. Brigadier General Shawn, might you provide us with shelter? Indeed, throughout their journey of flight, Redis and his fellow researchers have found it increasingly difficult to trust anyone. Even the Navy, they had sought assistance from various naval bases or outposts multiple times, but the outcomes had always been disheartening, until they arrived in the East Blue and encountered Shawn. In Redis's eyes, Shawn possessed the stature of a nobleman. Even the world government had publicly acknowledged their past mistakes, returning the assets seized from the Campbell family and offering a compensation of 10 billion berries. They even dealt with a significant number of high-ranking officials and a group of nobles from the Yamato kingdom. Redis did not believe that this was merely a spontaneous decision by the world government. There must be deeper, unknown reasons behind it. Moreover, Shawn was the only one who had extended a helping hand during their flight, even going so far as to eliminate a cadre under Doflamingo. If they were to find someone capable of offering them protection, it was evident that Shawn was the most suitable person among those they could currently reach. Certainly, our branch is in the process of establishing a research institute to develop a new generation of naval weaponry. If you are willing to join, I would be more than pleased. What? Establishing a research institute. Upon hearing this, Redis's eyes widened in astonishment. Though everyone understood the importance of research, there were few forces capable of engaging in it. Take, for instance, the nations allied with the world government. For the vast majority, the mere task of gathering the annual heavenly gold was enough to give them headaches. For a research institute to achieve success, a yearly investment of several billion to 100 billion berries was a bare minimum. Currently, only the Navy and the Vinsmoke family could fully engage in such endeavors. As for Doflamingo or Kaido, they could only be considered minor players. After all, they lacked a substantial number of researchers and the vast funds necessary for sustained investment. Relying solely on Caesar and Queen would never lead to significant progress. However, upon reflection, Shawn possessed considerable funds. 20 billion berries return in assets, plus 10 billion in compensation, amounted to 30 billion berries. If he were merely to pursue the development of conventional weaponry, investing 2 to 3 billion annually was certainly within his means. What Redis did not know was that, in addition to the widely acknowledged 30 billion berries, Shawn had over 10 billion acquired from Creek. Therefore, even after purchasing a multitude of equipment, armaments, and warships, and spending over 4 billion berries to construct the branch's fortress. Shawn still retained nearly 40 billion berries. Indeed, the 16th branch had just completed its reconstruction, yet few were aware that during this process, a considerable underground space had been constructed. This space was reserved for the Research Institute in my plans. Furthermore, I can assure you that all your research outcomes will be utilized for the cause of justice. Shawn did not fabricate these claims merely to retain Redis and his companions. From the outset, establishing a research institute and recruiting scientists from this world to enhance firearm technology had been part of his plan. After all, the firearms in this world are exceedingly outdated. To claim that the scientific capabilities in the pirate world are lacking would not be entirely accurate. Consider the pacifista created by Vegapunk. Even in his previous life, that would have been regarded as cutting-edge technology. The Vinsmoke family's clone army and battlesuits are equally impressive. So, why is it that conventional firearms fail to develop? The pirate world has indeed misaligned its technological advancements. Additionally, there is a lack of proper direction. Although Shawn does not understand research nor possess any technical skills, he has the foundational knowledge from his past life to provide local scientists with guidance on the directions they should explore, such as firearms, artillery, or ammunition. For instance, if Shawn were to instruct Redis and the others to engrave rifling into the gun barrel and redesign the bullets to resemble those of the future, or to adopt modern methods of ammunition feeding and firing from his previous life, would Redis and his team not quickly achieve a breakthrough in firearm technology? Their range and power would see an immediate enhancement. Thus, Shawn does not need to comprehend technology fully. He merely needs to share his previous knowledge to provide Redis and his team with a conceptual framework and direction, which suffices. The rest can be entrusted to Redis to resolve. Shawn even believes that, to a significant extent, the scientists in the pirate world may possess superior research capabilities compared to those from his previous life, in light of Shawn's enthusiastic invitation and sincere promise. What more could Redis say? He swiftly agreed. Shawn informed him that currently, the Research Institute had nothing. It was merely a vast and empty underground structure. They could request any equipment needed without concern for financial limitations. In essence, the message was clear. I am wealthy and willing to invest. After finalizing all matters, Shawn and Redis began discussing his perspectives on the development of firearms and various ideas. Instantly, Redis was left in awe. Engraving rifling within the barrel and redesigning the bullets to have pointed tips? He quickly envisioned whether such modifications were feasible. The answer was entirely feasible. This was a stroke of genius that ate tea that moment. Redis held Shawn in profound esteem, eager to commence work immediately to bring this brilliant idea to fruition. However, regrettably, there were no available devices, and even if he wished to begin research, he could only wait. The two conversed throughout the night, and despite Redis's exhaustion from 2 months of fleeing, he remained in a state of exhilaration. The following day, Redis and all his fellow researchers officially joined the Navy under Shawn's arrangement, becoming members of the 16th branch. However, due to the branch leader's authority, he could not directly appoint officers of the rank of lieutenant or higher. After all, such appointments required reporting and approval from headquarters. Shawn was also reluctant to expose Redis and the others too soon, so he could only temporarily assign Redis the rank of lieutenant, while the other researchers were all granted the rank of ensign. In truth, Redis did not care much for military ranks. What he truly cared about was, when would the research equipment arrive? At this moment, Shawn held the procurement list sent by Trace, revealing a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Although he had spoken boldly in the past, the sight of this list and the anticipated costs made him wince. The total expenditure for these purchases was estimated to be around 8 billion berries, and that was merely the initial investment for the Research Institute. Well, since the grand declarations had been made and there was indeed a pressing need on his part, the cost was no longer a concern. Even if more were required, it must be done. After all, he truly had the financial means. The only issue lay in the fact that a portion of the equipment could not be acquired through conventional channels. While seeking out Sengoku might allow for procurement through special means, the predicament was that he would need to explain the rationale behind acquiring such equipment. Lucci, you were once an intelligence officer of CP9. Do you have any connections in the underground world? Yes, our previous missions have often involved the underworld. Well, I have a list here that I need you to help me procure from the underground world. Even if the prices are exorbitant, it must remain confidential that the buyer is our 16th Division. I asked that understood. No problem. Lucci nodded decisively upon receiving the list. This task was exceedingly simple for him. Make haste. The research department is awaiting these supplies. Understood, Brigadier General. You are putting us in a rather awkward position. 8 billion in various equipment. Approximately 5 billion worth can be obtained through conventional means. Yet over 2 billion worth cannot be acquired through regular channels. However, within just 3 days, Lucci returned to Shawn with a definitive answer. It had been confirmed that all the items could indeed be procured, albeit at a staggering markup of 100. In other words, equipment originally valued at 2.7 billion was quoted at 5.4 billion in the underworld, although it meant an unnecessary expenditure of 2.7 billion berries. It was deemed worthwhile. Without further deliberation, Shawn uttered a single word to Lucci. Buy. After Lucci departed, someone exhaled a slight sigh. A strategy to generate funds must be devised. Otherwise, it would not be long before they found themselves in dire straits. Once the pirate guerrilla squad was established, a stroll through the Grand Line would be in order, perhaps even a visit to Sky Island. Dressrosa. Young master, Gladius has been unreachable for 3 days. Could something have happened? I have dispatched someone to investigate, and I believe news will arrive soon. Even if he has been captured due to defeat, the Navy would not dare to execute him. At this moment, for Donkeyote Doflamingo, Gladius was not the primary concern, as he understood that the Navy would likely only detain him. Once confirmed, he could directly request Sengoku for his release. What truly troubled him was the group of researchers. Their expertise in weaponry was crucial, but more importantly, having spent a year with him, they had inevitably come to know a considerable amount of sensitive information. They absolutely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Brew. Just then, the transponder snail began to ring. This particular transponder snail was unique, and Doflamingo immediately recognized the caller. However, he did not dismiss the others present, as those in attendance were the highest-ranking members of the family, and they were all aware of who was on the other end of the line. Virgo, what news? Still no leads, but I just received an order from headquarters that may pertain to this matter. What order? Headquarters has instructed me to closely monitor all actions of the family from now on. Any movement of significant personnel must be reported immediately. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly behind his sunglasses. If it were merely a matter of Gladius being captured, headquarters would not need to take such drastic measures. That it was evident they were concerned he might go on a vengeful rampage. What could drive him to such madness? Could it be that Gladius has... Virgo, you're to carry out the orders from Navy headquarters, but I need you to leave a loophole. What loophole? Half a month later. East Blue. The 16th Division of the Navy, various pieces of equipment began to arrive in succession, being delivered to the Underground Research Institute. Reedies and others fully immersed themselves in their work. What Shawn did not anticipate was that within less than a week, the research department produced its first result. Although it was merely a simple modification of the existing standard rifle, enhancing the barrel rifling and utilizing new ammunition, it represented a revolutionary advancement in this pirate world. The effective range was elevated from approximately 100 meters to over 200 meters, while the maximum range reached a staggering 600 meters. Moreover, the increase in power was particularly notable during the testing phase. Lucci served as a human target to personally assess its potency. Previously, when using the standard rifle, bullets barely inflicted any pain upon him, regardless of the impact zone. However, this modified rifle, with its enhanced barrel and ammunition, caused Lucci to furrow his brow upon being struck. Although it still failed to penetrate his iron block, he felt a twinge of pain. In his estimation, should Khalifa, Bruno, and others be subjected to concentrated fire from such a rifle, it could indeed inflict harm upon them. For the first time, Lucci's perception of rifles underwent a transformation. It is important to note that this instance was merely a validation of new technology, representing a modification of existing rifles rather than being the true objective of Shawn or Reedies. Moving forward, the Research Institute aimed to conduct further technological verifications and ultimately design a brand new, epic-defining rifle. In the office. Have Lucci and Khalifa returned yet? They will arrive over the next 3 days. However, Brigadier General, Headquarters has reported that they are closely monitoring Dressrosa and have found no anomalies. So, do you know who is responsible for the surveillance? The G5 division near Dressrosa, led by Vice Admiral Virgo. I have heard he possesses commendable dual hockey skills, ranking among the stronger vice admirals in the Navy. Indeed, but therein lies the dilemma. Let me inform you of something. Virgo is an undercover agent. His true identity is that of a high-ranking member of the Donkeyote family. I could see this moment. Even Lucci's expression shifted significantly. The news was simply too outrageous. A vice admiral of the Navy is an undercover agent for pirates. However, despite his shock, Lucci did not doubt Shawn's words. Over the course of their time together, he had grown accustomed to the fact that no matter how absurd Shawn's assertions seemed, they ultimately proved to be accurate. Yet, this revelation posed a grave problem. Entrusting the highest-ranking member of the Donkeyote family to monitor the Donkeyote family. Was this effective? So, should we know? Without evidence, it would be futile to pursue this. Even if headquarters believes me and initiates an investigation, it would take months, if not longer, to uncover anything. One must not underestimate someone who has successfully infiltrated the Navy for over a decade without detection, rising to the rank of Vice Admiral. However, if this is the case, should the entire Donkeyote family converge, the division would find itself in a perilous situation. Lucci may be proud, but that does not imply he is foolish. Perhaps dealing with Galadius is not particularly challenging, yet the Donkeyote family, after all, has made its mark among the pirates of the New World, with many of its officers possessing the formidable ability of hockey. Especially among the highest-ranking officers, even Lucci finds them quite formidable. After all, he is not yet the Lucci of 3 or 5 years hence, as depicted in the original narrative. Turning to the 16th branch. Apart from Instructor Sanders, only Lucci himself has begun to show signs of hockey awakening as for the others. Furthermore, although the branch currently boasts over 300 Marines, the majority remain in basic training, with only the initial 100 truly capable of confronting the pirates of the New World. Clearly, this presents a significant disadvantage. Rest assured, the Donkeyote family will not fully mobilize, for Virgo has been their undercover agent for over a decade. Should Virgo deliberately falter, allowing all personnel to infiltrate the East Blue unbeknownst to the Navy. Even if Virgo does not expose his undercover identity, such a failure would be a grave dereliction of duty, making it exceedingly difficult for him to ascend to the Navy's core in the future. Doflamingo would not go so far as to incur such a cost for our sake. Thus, I suspect he may instruct Virgo to intentionally create minor lapses in deployment, enabling a select few of his officers to evade Navy surveillance and reach the East Blue, with at least one high-ranking officer among them. The most likely candidate is the Square Army under Doflamingo, also known as the Fighting Group. Here, take this information and review it carefully with Coco and the others. As he spoke, Shawn pushed a stack of documents across the table. This was a compilation drawn from his memory, detailing the character, habits, techniques, and weaknesses of Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Square Army, as well as several of his subordinate officers. The details were exhaustive, including various recommendations on who should confront whom and the best strategies to defeat each other. The depth of the information left Lucci utterly astonished, though I am responsible for the intelligence department. The information from my own brigadier is even more terrifying. With such thoroughness, our intelligence department finds itself in an awkward position, does it not? This was merely a jest. Within the office, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, especially given Lucci's notably unnatural expression. Shawn could only manage a wry smile. It seemed that the information he provided had impacted Lucci more than expected. Enough with the long face. After all, they are warlords of the sea, and the headquarters naturally possesses detailed information on each of them. I had reviewed this while at headquarters, and now it is merely transcribed. Upon hearing this, Lucci's expression improved considerably. It turned out to be so. After all, it is only natural that the Navy headquarters maintains comprehensive files on each warlord of the SEA.AS with a level of detail. The headquarters also has its own intelligence division, and it is said that the Navy has clashed with Doflamingo on numerous occasions in the past. Well, while it remains somewhat unsettling, it is at least somewhat acceptable. Proceed with the preparations, and also inform Old Man Sanders to summon Ace for this battle. It will serve as early practical training for him. Understood. Lucci nodded that Ace's strength is commendable. Reportedly, his combat power has now exceeded 400, and although it has not reached the superhuman level as described by CP9, he is a natural devil fruit user. Those like Khalifa, who barely reach superhuman levels, may not necessarily be able to match him in the 16th branch. He can already be considered a significant combat asset. In the comm belt, a large merchant vessel steadily advanced with the aid of auxiliary power wheels. However, this vessel, seemingly commercial in nature, was entirely filled with pirates, over 300 of them, even among Doflamingo's crew. These pirates were undoubtedly the strongest, for they're the Square Army. They're also known by another moniker, the Fighting Group. The highest-ranking officer among them is Diamante, with 4 subordinate officers named Lao Ji, Mahabais, Dringer, and Senner. Each one is undeniably a powerhouse in combat. Not only are their officers formidable, but the over 300 pirates under their command are equally impressive. It is an absolute certainty that one could take on 2 or 3 ordinary Marines without difficulty. Of course, the ordinary Marines referred to here are those with combat power levels of 10-12. After traversing the comm belt, we shall arrive at the site of the incident involving Galadius in 7 days. Specifically at the 16th branch of the East Blue. Those who dare to lay a hand on the Donkeyote family shall pay dearly. If Galadius remains unscathed, all is well. Otherwise, that fellow named Shawn Campbell will undoubtedly meet a most unfortunate fate. However, no, we cannot afford to kill Shawn Campbell. On the deck, the speakers paused in surprise, then turned to see Diamante sauntering over. Why not? Is he not merely a Navy brigadier? Prior to our departure, the young master had approached the Gorsa, requesting that they issue direct orders to the Navy to release him and surrender our targets, such as Tristada. Then why are we heading to the East Blue? The 4 paused again, perplexed, although they were unaware of what the young master held. They certainly knew he wielded something significant. Even when the incident involving the celestial gold occurred, the young master could still threaten the world government with his possession. Ultimately, not only was there no pursuit, but he was also granted the position of warlord of the sea. Thus, the world government must be quite wary of what the young master holds if it were merely a request for the Navy to stand down and surrender Trice. That should be a simple matter, right? Since the situation has been resolved, why must we travel to the East Blue ourselves? Are we merely going to vent our frustrations on Shawn? It is precisely because we were unsuccessful that we find ourselves here. Not only did we fail, but those ruffians also threatened the young master, forbidding him from causing trouble for Shawn in the East Blue. Upon hearing this, the 4 became even more baffled. Shawn, not just a noble from the East Blue? He is not a celestial dragon or anything of the sort. Why has the world government adopted such a hard-line stance this time, showing no regard for what the young master possesses? Stop speculating. The young master has already begun investigating Shawn's background. However, regardless of the findings, the world government's reaction is decidedly abnormal. Therefore, until we ascertain the results, it is prudent that we do not resort to lethal force, lest we attract undue trouble for the young master and the entire family. However, the young master has stated that as long as we do not kill him, injuring him severely is acceptable, and anyone else aside from Shawn is fair game. Naturally, if Trice and the others are not within the branch, we should leave some alive for interrogation. Upon hearing this, the 4 nodded in agreement. By the way, is everything prepared on the East Blue side? It is all ready. Who did you find? The Buggy Pirates, led by Captain Buggy, known as the Clown, for a fee of 1 million berries. He will cooperate with us to stage this play. Good heavens, only 1 million berries to get this done. The pirates of the East Blue are truly, astonishingly cheap. Diamante couldn't help but feel a wave of incredulity. At the same time, on an uninhabited island in the East Blue, dozens of pirates were currently transformed into diggers, each wielding tools as they dug holes in the ground. Meanwhile, Buggy, holding a tattered map, occasionally directed their efforts. Captain, the deal is settled. It will take place 7 days from now, and they're willing to pay 1 million berries. However, we have always kept a low profile. Is it really wise to stir up trouble with the Navy this time? A concerned pirate jogged over to say, "What is there to fear? We won't be directly involved. We are merely putting on a show to allow the employer to charge in. Besides, those New World pirates, do you even understand what the New World is like? Never mind, You certainly don't. Just know that after this performance, there will be no survivors at that branch, and no one will ever know we were there, so there's nothing to worry about. To Buggy, that 1,000,000 berries felt like free money. After all, he wouldn't have to do much. All he needed to do was pretend to chase after the merchant ship from behind when the time came. As for why those New World pirates were targeting this Navy branch, that was a no concern to him. Captain, we've struck gold. We've struck gold. Hurry, bring it over. At that moment, an unexpected shout startled Buggy, causing him to erupt in a loud outburst. Soon, 2 dirt-covered pirates approached, hoisting a chest. Ha. I knew it. This treasure map is authentic. Quickly, pry open that chest for me, perhaps due to the prolonged burial. The lock on the chest had become somewhat corroded, making it easily smashable. However, when the chest was opened, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. It was filled to the brim with stones, aside from the stones. There was nothing else. No, there was one other item, a sealed piece of paper. Buggy snatched it up and tore open the outer seal. It read, "Surprised, are you? After so long searching, I regret to inform you that there is no treasure. This is merely a jest, you scoundrels." 081. A fish in a barrel. Interestingly enough, Buggy had had quite an eventful journey. Although he had stumbled upon numerous treasure maps, they either turned out to be false or had already been claimed by others. All in all, after so many years, he had yet to uncover a single genuine treasure. As a result, when someone offered him a mere 1,000,000 berries, he would eagerly rush over. There was no other choice. He was impoverished. After venting his frustrations, Buggy attempted to compose himself. After all, he had experienced this sort of situation multiple times over the years and had gained some wisdom from it. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We set sail for the Navy's 16th Division in 3 days. Aye, Captain Buggy." 7 days passed in the blink of an eye in the dead of night. A large merchant ship sped across the sea, closely pursued by a pirate ship that intermittently fired its cannons. At that moment, they were merely a few nautical miles from the circular defensive wall of the 16th Division fortress. Alarmed naval soldiers immediately reported this situation to the central island. "Commodore, according to the report from the soldiers on the defensive wall, the pirates chasing the merchant ship are none other than Buggy the Clown." Inside the office, upon hearing Rob Lucci's report, Shawn frowned slightly. That it was rather peculiar for pirates to come so close to their doorstep for the second time in a short span of time. Moreover, this behavior was inconsistent with Buggy's usual low-profile demeanor. After all, he needed to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, the Navy of the East Blue might not recognize him, but should he engage in any notable actions, the photographs would certainly circulate among the higher-ups. Many would indeed recognize him. Yet now his conduct was entirely at odds with his usual discretion. Unless, who was aboard the merchant ship? It was unclear. The darkness made it impossible to identify accurately. How could they discern Buggy's pirate crew, positioned even farther away from the merchant ship? According to the soldiers on the defensive wall, the Buggy pirates had lit numerous torches on their ship, allowing them to see the emblem of the Buggy pirates on the sails. That was IT. It was as if they were afraid we wouldn't recognize them. Shawn began to put the pieces together. "Lucci, I recall that when Khalifa and the others returned, they mentioned some intelligence, correct?" "Yes. According to Khalifa, someone was searching for a pirate crew to undertake a task in the East Blue through underground networks. It was said that the agreed-upon remuneration was 1,000,000, but due to the small sum, we assumed it wouldn't amount to anything significant. Furthermore, our recent focus has been on Doflamingo, so we didn't delve deeper into the investigation." Lucci nodded. Just as he had stated, with a reward of only 1,000,000 berries, how important could it possibly be? Additionally, the entire division was preparing to confront Doflamingo, so such matters were naturally set aside for the time being. However, Shawn contemplated another possibility. Notify Old Man Sanders to assign all new recruits to the defensive wall and have them take control of the artillery positions on the main island. Simultaneously, all operational personnel from the division should board 2 medium-sized warships and position themselves on either side of the fortress gate behind the defensive wall. Once everything is in place, we will bombard the Buggy pirates to drive them back and open the fortress gates to let the merchant ship in. Upon hearing Shawn's orders, Lucci immediately realized something. After all, such a deployment suggested that the Commodore's true target was likely not the Buggy pirates, but rather the merchant ship. Once it entered the fortress, all searchlights would be directed upon it. followed by a barrage from the fortress cannons and the artillery on the main island. If a mere 100 or 200 meters away, accuracy would be assured, even if they couldn't finish it in one strike. The battle-ready forces on either side would swiftly close in to finish the job. Hence, the current situation outside the fortress was merely a ruse, a performance to have the buggy pirates cooperate, only to directly storm the 16th Division. Commodore, if I'm not mistaken, the individuals aboard that merchant ship must be Doflamingo's square army. Before Lucci could finish, Shawn chuckled. So that's how it is that I'll make arrangements immediately. Understood. 10 minutes later, all the new recruits were positioned on the defensive wall, while the veteran soldiers stationed there had all been withdrawn. After all, the current battle roster of the division had only 100 official soldiers. Thus, the 20 soldiers on duty at the defensive wall were naturally recalled for other assignments. Why were they all panicking? Hadn't they learned how to operate cannons? What a sight it was! On the defensive wall, Sanders was visibly enraged. Cannon operation was a mandatory course for naval soldiers, and all the new recruits had completed this subject's assessments, alongside numerous practical exercises. Yet now, when faced with actual combat, they were all in a state of utter disarray. This scene was not limited to Sanders' location. The other 4 instructors overseeing the various artillery positions experienced the same chaos. Fortunately, under the commanding shouts of the leading instructors, this turmoil did not last too long. Report to Instructor Sanders, we are ready. The target is approximately 1.5 nautical miles away. Fire. But, Instructor Sanders, that's too far. We won't hit anything, the new recruits lamented. Although the fortress cannons had a significantly longer range than standard artillery, hitting a target 1.5 nautical miles away was challenging even for seasoned veterans, let alone them. The new recruits had no confidence in their abilities. Just fire the cannons. The Commodore ordered us to drive them back. Those pirates are not the main focus tonight. Seeing his subordinates' timid expressions, Sanders scolded them that it was evident that recruits who had never experienced real combat were utterly useless, regardless of how well they performed in training. Yes, Instructor Sanders, boom! In the next moment, the 2 fortress cannons roared, launching massive shells toward the distant pirate ship. However, the outcome was as expected. The shots went wildly off target. The closest shot landed over 300 meters away from the pirate vessel. What are you dawdling for? I didn't say to stop. Keep firing. Why yes, Instructor Sanders, soon, the fortress cannons resumed their thunderous barrage. After 3 rounds of fire, the pirate ship began to turn away, seemingly abandoning the chase. Open the fortress gates and let that merchant ship in. Yes, the heavy gates slowly creaked open. Minutes later, a merchant ship gradually sailed into the fortress. To their surprise, entry had been remarkably easy. Far smoother than anticipated. The Navy was indeed composed of fools. What should they do next? Should they strike immediately once they docked? Wait, did you hear something? Suddenly, someone shouted, and the pirates turned to look toward the source of the noise from behind. However, the darkness rendered visibility nearly impossible. It was only after a moment that a deep rumbling sound reached their ears, prompting them to realize something. The sound from earlier had originated from the fortress gates, which were now being closed. The buggy pirates had fled, and there was no need for the Navy to be so fearful. They promptly shut the fortress gates. The pirates internally voiced their grievances. Yet, in the very next moment, the circular defensive wall and the main island of the 16th Division were illuminated simultaneously by dozens of searchlights, which suddenly shone upon their merchant vessel. In an instant, everyone was momentarily blinded by the unexpected brilliance. Lieutenant Colonel 082 Lucci recognized that Diamante and 4 of his subordinates were present on the deck. Without hesitation, he ordered all firing points to open fire immediately. Understood. It was just as he had surmised. Given this situation, there was no need for politeness. In the following moment, the cannon fire from the circular defensive wall directed inward, while the artillery on the main island shot forward. Regardless of the firing points, their distance from the merchant vessel would never exceed 150 meters. Even a novice would not miss at such a range. This is bad. It's a trap. Intercept the shells. With so many searchlights beaming down from every direction and the thunderous roar of artillery, Diamante quickly realized he had fallen into a scheme. Instantly, he utilized his observation hockey to begin intercepting the cannonballs. Sword. Long sword. Unfortunately, the other 4 subordinates lacked the mastery of Hakati that moment. Blinded by the intense glare of the searchlights, they could not discern the trajectory of the cannonballs, let alone intercept them. As for Diamante, although it appeared in the original work that he did not possess haki, it seemed unreasonable for one of Doflamingo's 4 elite officers, especially the leader of the combat group, to lack such abilities. It could only be said that he was forcibly weakened. Seeing Diamante successfully intercepting cannonballs even under the barrage of searchlights, Shawn couldn't help but think to himself. He observed as Diamante, relying on his observation haki, caught a cannonball and cleaved it in two. However, the split cannonball still detonated the next moment. Crucially, this was a fortress cannonball, though it was split, veering off to either side of the vessel. The explosive force still knocked down numerous pirate minions aboard the merchant ship. Many were injured and coughed up blood due to the shockwave. Unintercepted cannonballs continued to rain down. Some exploded on the surface of the sea near the merchant vessel, while others struck the ship directly. The main mast was the first to be destroyed, crashing down and taking more than 10 pirates with it. That on the deck, splinters of wood flew everywhere, some even transforming into sharp shards, injuring or piercing several pirates. In that moment, the entire merchant vessel had become a hellish inferno. 1 minute later, as the bombardment ceased, the once massive merchant ship lay in ruins, reduced to a scattered wreck. Only a few pirates clung to life amidst the debris in the water or on larger fragments. Meanwhile, the heavy warships, long hidden on either side, began their advance. Their sole mission was encapsulated in 2 words: clean up. Of course, the officers had other tasks, namely to deal with the square military's officers. The warships did not close in directly. The Marines showed no mercy, opening fire from the ships. They ruthlessly targeted those pirates who had fallen into the water or were clinging to wreckage, further harvesting lives. As for the officers, they had already locked onto their respective targets and leaped into action. Caliph and Bruno teamed up against Dirinji. Owl and Weichi joined forces against Senir. Kaku took on Lao Ji. Gabra faced Mabe's AS for Ace. He maneuvered through the battlefield. After all, the nature type was particularly effective against those who lacked armed haki. Thus, Shion's command to Ace was to keep moving, seizing opportunities to strike swiftly and eliminate the 4 officers. This also served as a safeguard for the chaotic battlefield. While Gabra and Kaku were competent, the other 4 officers, even in pairs, might not possess the strength to defeat Dirinji and Senir that moment. Shion and Lucci had already targeted Diamante on a large fragment of the merchant ship. Diamante had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, even he had sustained some injuries from the recent concentrated cannon fire, though they were not severe enough to hinder his combat effectiveness. How did you see through it? Diamante gritted his teeth, staring at Shion. The merchant ship in front had no light, while the pirate ship behind was ablaze with torches. As if terrified, Wu Ti noticed the pirate flag. Don't you think that's excessive? When things are taken too far, it raises suspicion. There's a saying in my household. Moderation is key. Furthermore, did you not investigate Buggy's character before involving him in your scheme? That red-nosed fool would only show up at the Navy's doorstep causing trouble if he was certain there would be no survivors left at the division. Ensuring he wouldn't be exposed. There are many issues I could address, but in short your plan is too crude. Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. His scheme had so many flaws, but what did it matter? The young master had discerned that Shion had not awakened dual-color haki. The difference in power between having it and not was like 2 different dimensions. Even if he were alone, he could still wipe out the entire division. Shion was simply foolish. If he had continued the relentless bombardment for an hour, he could have exhausted Diamante. Yet, he had ceased fire after only a few rounds. Was that not sheer stupidity? Now sword. Snake sword. Suddenly, Diamante launched an attack, thrusting forward with a strike. However, his sword began to curve mid-motion, resembling a serpent. This was a manifestation of his ability derived from the flap-flap fruit. Shion anticipated this and effortlessly evaded the strike. Lucci, having thoroughly studied the data Shion had provided, was well-versed in Diamante's abilities and techniques. He too easily dodged and maneuvered behind him to launch a counterattack. Spear of Haki. Yellow Lotus. In an instant, Lucci unleashed dozens of spear-like projectiles with a single hand. The rapid-fire sound echoed, but Lucci found that instead of inflicting harm from behind, he felt a dull pain in his fingers. yet he did not display any surprise. Instead, he calmly remarked, "A bullfighter escape," just as the lieutenant colonel's dossier indicated. This bullfighting cloak, in terms of hardness, surpasses even his own iron blocks. Relying solely on a finger gun would undoubtedly prove ineffective against its defenses. Gazing at the seemingly soft yet remarkably hard cloak behind Diamante, Lucci gave a slight and "OD" in the next moment. His feet propelled him forward once more, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Several meters away, Shawn stood upon a piece of wreckage, exhibiting no intention of intervening, merely observing the confrontation between Lucci and Diamante. Present, Lucci was not yet a match for Diamante, a fact Shawn was acutely aware of. However, this battle might serve as the catalyst for Lucci's complete awakening of his haki. Therefore, unless Lucci faced a life-threatening peril, Shawn had no intention of intervening, a decision he had previously communicated to Lucci. After all, Lucci had spent a considerable amount of time learning haki from Sanders, and although there had always been a hint of awakening, he had yet to achieve it fully. Shawn and Sanders had discussed this matter, arriving at the conclusion that Lucci likely lacked an opportunity, and such opportunities typically arose during life-and-death battles. An opponent too weak, too strong, or one who would not kill him could not create the atmosphere of a deadly confrontation. Yet Diamante was a suitable adversary, stronger than Lucci, yet not overwhelmingly so. Thus, Shawn decided that unless Lucci faced a dire threat to his life, he would not intervene in any case, even if Diamante wished to defeat Lucci. It would require some time and wouldn't be an easy feat. Meanwhile, Shawn surveyed the other battlefields around him in the clash between the 083 officers and the cadre, although all members of CP9 had mastered the fundamental techniques of the six styles. Their strengths varied significantly. One aspect was the robustness of their physiques, while another was the proficiency in their techniques. For instance, although both executed the Gale foot technique, the power Lucci could unleash was several times that of Khalifa and the others. This was still Lucci 3 years before the original timeline. The disparity would only widen 3 years hence. In other cadre battlefields, Kaku and Lao Ji were likely to remain locked in a stalemate for the time being. Neither possessed haki, yet all were quite skilled in combat, and the physical differences were minimal. However, the situation with Gabra and Mahabais was rather intriguing. Initially, these two might have engaged in a prolonged battle. Yet the current environment was decidedly unfavorable for Mahabais. After all, Mahabais' devil fruit was the paramecia-type ton-press fruit. His technique involved soaring into the air and using the fruit's power to increase his body weight, be it 10 tons, 1,000 tons, or even 10,000, before crashing down upon his target. While this fruit had its merits, the issue was that they were over water, with only fragments of merchant ships beneath their feet. Could one truly ascend and attempt to strike? Even if a hit were achieved, it would likely result in mutual destruction. Could one rely on the wreckage below to withstand impacts of such magnitude? The most probable outcome was that Gabra would evade, leaving Mahabais to plunge himself into the sea. Thus, Mahabais' abilities were effectively sealed, relegating him to a position of constant defense against Gabra's attacks, without the means to retaliate. In another 2 battlefields, the former CP9's weaker quartet found themselves in a dire predicament. Their physiques were notably lacking, barely reaching what CP9 deemed the superhuman realm. Even if they all fought 2 against 1, they could only maintain a stalemate against Dringer and Senior Pink. No, it seemed they were even at a slight disadvantage. Having surveyed the other battlefields, Shawn deduced where breakthroughs were most likely to occur. One potential point lay in the arena of Gabra and Mahabais, as Mahabais' abilities were virtually nullified. The other possibility rested with Ace, who had yet to make his move. This fellow was a wild card. At present, he donned a Marine uniform, lacking even a rank insignia. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary Marine. It was likely that the 4 cadre members were overlooking him entirely. It remained to be seen whether Ace could seize the opportunity to alter the tide of battle. Whether it was Ace or Gabra, should either of them open the way, the other battlefield would swiftly crumble like a house of cards. Thus, Shawn harbored no concerns regarding the cadre's engagement. Victory was assured, merely a matter of time. Returning his focus to Lucci and Diamante, Lucci, leveraging his speed advantage, launched attacks from various angles, yet Diamante effortlessly evaded them, all using his observation Hakai 8 times. He did not even feel the need to dodge, relying solely on his bullfighting cloak for complete defense. However, Diamante was not solely on the defensive. In fact, he launched more attacks than Lucci. The sword in his hand morphed in length and flexibility, presenting an enigmatic threat that left Lucci feeling somewhat vexed. He darted about like a mouse. Suddenly, Diamante produced several firecrackers from his garment. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly be bewildered. What could possibly be the intention of pulling out fireworks mid-battle? Yet Lucci dared not underestimate the situation. His expression grew grave. Shawn had provided him with information, which included details of Diamante's abilities and techniques. Therefore, he was acutely aware of the implications. Diamante grasped several firecrackers in his left hand and yanked the strings at the base of the firecrackers with his right. Boom, 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 boom. The firecrackers erupted, showering countless scraps of paper into the sky, which, under Diamante's power, transformed into sharp, thorny iron balls. Like an impenetrable iron rain, they fell from above. Aware of the potency of this technique, Lucci naturally refrained from accepting it head-on. For him, the optimal strategy was to withstand it with his iron blocks, and in the next moment, innumerable thorny iron balls rained down upon Lucci, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. This barrage persisted for over 10 seconds. When Lucci finally dispelled the iron blocks, his navy coat and the suit beneath were in tatters, with countless wounds marring his body. Indeed, at this stage, Lucci's iron blocks were insufficient to fully shield him from Diamante's deadly star shards. Witnessing this scene, Diamante was thoroughly pleased and promptly raised his sword for another assault. He would not grant Lucci a moment's respite. Undeniably, this wave of injuries had significantly affected Lucci, causing a marked decrease in his speed. Just barely evading a strike, Lucci resorted to his trump card. His physique began to expand, and leopard-like patterns emerged upon his skin, swiftly transforming him into a hybrid of man and leopard. This was Lucci's utilization of his devil fruit to achieve a half-human, half-leopard form at T present. He could employ two forms, one being a hybrid form, which greatly enhanced his strength and defense, essentially augmenting his physique, the other being the pure beast form, where he would completely transform into a leopard. While this form would not amplify his strength, it would significantly increase his speed. In 5 years' time, Lucci would even be able to utilize an awakened form, which would represent his pinnacle state. However, presently, Lucci was still far from awakening. With a powerful shout, Lucci executed the Six Styles ultimate technique. Six King Pistol. Clenching his fists, he thrust them forward, pressing against Diamante's side. A terrifying force materialized as a shockwave was unleashed in an instant. At that moment, thanks to his observation haki, Diamante sensed the impending danger. Yet it was too late to evade. He could only tug at the cloak behind him. Bullfighting cloak, boom. In the next moment, the bullfighting cloak did not entirely absorb the impact, and the residual force sent him hurtling away. He crashed down over 20 meters away, landing on a large piece of wreckage. At this moment, the thoughts of the two individuals were entirely disparate. Rosai lamented. Alas, he failed to send him plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Diamante reflected. That was close. I nearly found myself foolishly hurled into the SEA. It is crucial to note that Diamante is a user of a devil fruit. Should he fall into the water, it would signify his ultimate demise. After all, within the vast world of pirates, few possess the means to disregard the sea's grasp. Some, like Akinu, possess unique abilities, allowing them to freeze the water before it touches them. Others, such as the fishmen, are unaffected even if they plunge into the ocean, as they can breathe underwater and do not perish. Regardless, at this moment, Diamante took the situation seriously. He would no longer underestimate the naval captain before him. Instead, he was prepared to exert every ounce of effort to swiftly slay Rosai. Awakening his haki, Diamante was now at least 30% stronger than before, both in speed and strength. Coupled with his devil fruit abilities, he unleashed bizarre swordsmanship and an array of peculiar techniques. In an instant, Rosai found himself overwhelmed, unable to muster a counterattack. Life returned paper drawing body. With no other option, Rosai unveiled his final trump card. In his beast human form, He harnessed life return to freely control his body's explosive power, compressing his insides and even infusing his consciousness to tighten his physique. Aside from the leopard head and the spots adorning his body, Rosai's form appeared indistinguishable from his usual state. In this condition, the effectiveness of paper drawing was significantly enhanced, allowing him to conserve energy to the greatest extent possible. However, paper drawing was still merely paper drawing. No amount of augmentation could alter that reality. Essentially, it was akin to a dimensional gap compared to observation haki. With Diamante fully awakened in his observation haki, he could perceive Rosai's every movement with clarity. The minimal evasive maneuvers afforded by paper drawing became exceedingly perilous. Had Rosai relied on the shave technique to evade attacks, Diamante would have considered a nuisance. But now, if he had to evade perfectly without even a centimeter of extra movement, it was simply too convenient. You evade through paper drawing. Does that mean I cannot adjust my attack angle slightly by sensing your evasion with observation haki? And so he did just that. Following Rosai's evasion, Diamante subtly adjusted his attack angle, pursuing him relentlessly. Witnessing this, Rosai was struck with terror. Yet, whether he attempted to evade again or simply used shave to distance himself from the assault, it was already too late. He could only shout iron block to brace for the blow. In the next instant, without knowing when it had occurred, Diamante's sword, now cloaked in a shade of black, pierced through Rosai's left shoulder. As he withdrew his sword, blood gushed forth from the wound on Rosai's shoulder. Nearby, Shawn observed the unfolding events with a furrowed brow. Indeed, it was evident that Diamante in the original narrative was intentionally weakened for the sake of plot. After all, as one of the top executives under Donkeyote Doflamingo and the leader of the fighting group, how could he possibly lack haki? It is worth noting that Dressrosa lies within the New World. If even the strongest fighter among Doflamingo's subordinates, Diamante, lacked haki, how could Doflamingo thrive in the New World? The Donkeyote family had long been eliminated. Look at those supernovas, each of them, upon entering the New World, quickly learned haki. Therefore, it is utterly absurd that Diamante had never utilized haki in the original narrative. Nevertheless, Shawn had no intention of intervening at that moment. Rosai had not sustained a fatal injury. Should he act now, it could very well result in the loss of the opportunity Rosai so desperately required. For just moments ago, Shawn had noticed that when Rosai was pierced through the left shoulder, the area surrounding the wound briefly transformed into a glossy black hue. Though it dissipated in an instant, it undoubtedly signified that Rosai's armament haki was on the verge of awakening. Yet, even without the intention to intervene, Shawn's hand remained firmly grasping his weapon. Thunder! It is better to be prepared for any eventuality. Kneeling upon the ground, Rosai gasped for breath. Life returned. Just moments ago, blood had poured from the wound, yet now it had been staunched. One must acknowledge that life return is an exceptionally potent skill. By controlling the muscles around the wound, he effectively sealed it to prevent further bleeding. After taking a few more breaths and slightly adjusting his state, he stood upright once again. Diamante merely scoffed at Rosai's display before launching another sword strike. This time, he aimed for Rosai's right shoulder. Much like before, as Rosai executed a desperate evasion, Diamante, utilizing observation haki, locked onto Rosai with precision. The sword in his hand twisted like a serpent, its tip pursuing Rosai's right shoulder. However, in the next moment, something unexpected transpired, just when it seemed impossible for Rosai to evade. He suddenly moved, narrowly avoiding the seemingly certain strike. It was then that Diamante noticed Rosai's eyes were fully shut. Had his observation haki awakened? This is impossible. Sword long sword, bull fighting halberd, sword serpent sword. Unyielding, Diamante relentlessly attacked Rosai, unleashing a myriad of techniques. Yet, every assault was dodged, all while Rosai kept his eyes firmly closed. Ultimately, when Diamante's serpent sword lunged forth, Rosai grasped it firmly with his right hand. His ebony hand shimmered with a glass-like luster. Clearly, this was the hallmark of armament haki. Not only that, but his leopard tail whipped around, ensnaring Diamante's waist and lifting him off the ground. He then released his right hand, with the sword freed. Diamante swung it towards Rosai's leopard tail in an attempt to sever it. Unfortunately, aside from a resounding metallic clash, There was no other effect. It was at that moment. He realized Rosai's leopard tail had also transformed into a gleaming black hue. At this juncture, Rosai had both fists pressed against his chest, his eyes wide open. This was the very move that had sent him flying moments earlier. Damn, there's no time to defend. Moreover, due to being ensnared by Rosai's leopard tail, he found himself unable to evade, that he could only fully arm himself. Six Styles ultimate technique maximum, will 6 King's gun. Boom. Seconds later, the leopard tail released him. Diamante fell to the ground, rolling his eyes, while Rosai, having exhausted all his strength, knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his right hand, gasping for breath. Finally, he had defeated him. Moreover, both his armament haki and observation haki had awakened simultaneously. Considering this outcome, even though he was battered and bruised, Rosai felt immense satisfaction. Yet in the very next moment, Diamante, who should have already lost consciousness, stood up. Raising his sword, he prepared to strike down. Rosai wished to evade, but having depleted every last ounce of strength, he could not even manage to rise, let alone dodge this blow. Was he truly to be ended here by a pirate? For the first time in his life, Rosai felt a sense of unwillingness wash over him. Yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the sword descended from above. However, just as he was about to close his eyes, a brilliant azure light suddenly enveloped him. Rosai, you did well. This is Shawn's voice. Struggling to reopen his eyes, Lucci discovers that Diamante is no longer before him. Instead, he beholds Shawn's silhouette enveloped in azure lightning. 0.085 deprivation of the 7 warlord status. When Lucci finally opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed in the branch office. However, this revelation brought him a sense of immediate relief. The mere fact that he was here indicated the outcome of the battle. Naturally, this was to be expected on the battlefield of the Block Army's 4 commanders. Not only Shawn, but Lucci also felt confident in securing victory. Although Diamante had managed to rise in the end, Lucci believed that under his mastery of the 6 powers, that individual had undoubtedly sustained serious injuries. Shawn should be able to deal with him effortlessly. Oh, you woke up rather quickly. I thought you'd be asleep for 2 or 3 days. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shawn stepped inside. Brigadier General, just lie back. Observing Lucci's attempt to sit up, Shawn firmly pressed him back down. Although his injuries were not life-threatening, they were certainly not light. According to the earlier report from the medical personnel, Lucci bore over 100 external wounds, all remnants from enduring the Death Star debris of course, due to Lucci activating Iron Block at the time. These wounds were not particularly deep. However, their sheer number was indeed considerable, scattered across his entire body. The wound on his left shoulder, pierced by Diamante, along with some internal injuries, was quite severe. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have required months of recovery. But with Lucci's physique and the regenerative abilities bestowed by his Zoan-type Devil Fruit, he should be able to resume normal activities in 3 to 5 days. Brigadier General, what about later? Later, in fact, Diamante was already gravely injured, and it took little effort to deal with him as for the 4 commanders of the Block Army. Thanks to Ace's successful ambush, we swiftly captured Derringer. And almost simultaneously, Gabra subdued Mabe's. These words. Lucci nodded. With Derringer eliminated, they instantly transformed into the feeble quartet of CP9, and coupled with Ace, the 5 of them could easily overpower a senior officer. The outcome was naturally predictable. The same applied on the other side, as Mahabais was taken down, leaving Gabra free to join Kaku in subduing Lao Ji. The result was devoid of any suspense. All right, you just rest here properly. I still need to handle the aftermath. Yes, Brigadier General. After leaving the branch hospital, Shawn arrived at his office. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the transponder snail. Buru, Buru, Buru. This is Sengoku. Old man Sengoku. This is Shawn. Shawn, what do you want from me this time? No, I'm here to report. What? You actually intend to give a proper report. Well then, go ahead, I'm listening. Sengoku did not believe a single word of Shawn's claim to report. The Vice Admiral in charge of coordinating the branch offices across the seas had already received reports from him. The 16th branch had not submitted a regular report for several months. Furthermore, did he really need to seek Sengoku out for a report? Ridiculous. After all, Sengoku was the fleet admiral. He was curious to hear what this kid had to say. However, the next moment, Shawn's words immediately rendered Sengoku's expression serious. Around 11 p.m. last night, Diamante, under the command of Donkeyote Doflamingo, disguised with his block army and 4 commanders as a merchant ship pursued by pirates, launched a surprise attack on my 16th branch. What were the casualties of the branch? 3 injured, no fatalities, Shawn promptly replied. Indeed, 3 individuals were injured. Well, it was the new recruits on the defensive wall. They were a bit flustered during their first real combat experience. According to Old Man Sanders, 2 of them tripped and injured themselves. As for the other injured individual, that would be Lucci. However, upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew peculiar to the top commander for ordinary commanders, alongside Doflamingo's fighting group, had disguised themselves as a merchant ship pursued by pirates and directly infiltrated the fortress. And yet, the result was merely 3 injuries. What had happened to Diamante and the others during the battle? Diamante was killed, while the others, Laoji, Mabai's Derringer, and Senior Pink, were severely injured and captured. Out of the 352 pirates, 277 were killed, and the rest were captured. You killed Diamante? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, first you took down Gladiolus, and now you've eliminated Diamante. Old Man Sengoku, you need to be reasonable. Should they come to kill me, would you have me submit to slaughter? No, that's not what I meant. However, it seems Doflamingo is likely to go completely insane now. But I cannot act against him directly. After all, old man, I must say, you really do seem quite constrained in your role as Fleet Admiral. Constrained? Isn't it truly constraining? It certainly is, but what can be done? These fellows below have no idea of the immense pressure I endure in the position of Fleet Admiral. Even if Akinu were to take my place, he would still be bound in the same manner. Sengoku sighed softly. However, he realized that his earlier thoughts were not unfounded. In the original storyline, after Akinu became Fleet Admiral, he too faced significant constraints, to the extent that even Lucci could speak to him in a commanding tone. Although Akinu initially displayed a strong front, he ultimately had to cooperate. Well, the body is indeed quite honest. There is no alternative. After all, the Navy's lifeblood is firmly held in the hands of the world government. They're the ones with the power. Old man, I must remind you of something. What is it? Why do you think Doflamingo was able to send Diamante and the block army to the East Sea despite the Navy's tight surveillance? I previously received intelligence that Virgo is one of Doflamingo's top 4 commanders, codenamed Red Heart, and has been undercover in Navy for over a decade. What? Are you certain? Upon hearing this, Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure. It was not unusual for there to be pirates or other forces infiltrating the Navy. However, Virgo was different. He was already a vice admiral, and his position allowed him access to numerous core secrets. The most critical fact was that he was the branch commander of the G5 in the New World. With him there as a cover, Doflamingo I do not know, and I have no evidence. Thus, I did not report this intelligence after receiving it. But after this incident, I understand. I will investigate Virgo's situation, and I will report Doflamingo's actions to the world government, although it is unlikely they will revoke his warlord status. Some punishment should certainly follow for continuously attacking Navy branches. Old man, I believe you are more suited to being a general, being the Fleet Admiral. Sigh, Shawn, shut your mouth. 2 days later, the document from the world government was delivered to Sengoku's hands. As he perused its contents, a peculiar expression crossed his face. This was not typical of the 5 elders. On the same day, the latest edition of the World Economic Journal was published, and the headline immediately captured the attention of countless readers. The world government ordered the formal revocation of Doflamingo's status as a warlord. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Fufufu, revoking my status as a warlord. Do those 5 old geezers wish to completely tear the facade? Although he smiled, Doflamingo's voice was laden with darkness. 086 The 5 elders' machinations. Holy Land, Mariewa. Within the realm of power. The balance among the 3 great powers is the cornerstone of our dominion over this world. And revoking Doflamingo's status as a warlord may very well trigger a chain reaction among the other warlords. Indeed, but since it was a direct order from Lord Emu, what can we do? The most critical issue now is that if Doflamingo reveals that secret, it is likely to incite tremendous turmoil across the globe. Why not simply eliminate Doflamingo? If that were possible, we would have done so long ago. But how can you be certain that he possesses that secret and has not already passed it on to someone else as a precaution? That won't do, and this won't do either. So what do you propose we do? The golden-haired elder slammed the table forcefully, expressing his displeasure as he inquired, in this world of pirates, how does the world government maintain its dominion? The answer to this question is rather straightforward. They cultivate pirates. What does this mean? Initially, they allow pirates to wreak havoc, only to subsequently establish a navy and propagate their so-called justice. However, this justice is limited, extending only to the nations affiliated with the world government. The other nations, which suffer under the tyranny of pirates, are left with two choices. The first is to build a formidable military to resist the pirates. Yet, one must understand that this world is inherently a realm of the strong, where an ordinary army is akin to ants in the presence of powerhouses, and those powerhouses, they have either been absorbed by the world government or are in the process of being absorbed. As the resources and conditions offered by the world government far surpass those of ordinary nations, most others simply turn to piracy. Under such circumstances, these nations have no choice but to opt for the second method, joining the world government and becoming one of its affiliated nations. In doing so, the Navy is obligated to provide them with protection. However, becoming an affiliated nation necessitates the annual payment of a specified amount of heavenly gold, a portion of which must be allocated to the Navy as military funding. Yet the share for the celestial dragons cannot be diminished. What, then, is to be done? The answer is that the required heavenly gold nearly doubles each year. This results in another consequence, with the exception of a few affiliated nations. The vast majority struggle even to meet the annual heavenly gold requirement, let alone establish their own military forces. Even those nations with surplus resources can at most muster a land army. No nation can afford the costs associated with a navy. Thus, the world government achieves its aim. 90% of nations become affiliated, and more crucially, due to the heavenly gold system, these nations lack the financial means to develop military strength. The more this is the case, the tighter they cling to the world government's support. Significantly, pirates continue to ravage the seas, ensuring that no affiliated nation dares to withdraw from the world government. Should they do so, the consequences of lacking naval protection would be dire. This strategy has persisted for centuries. However, the emergence of Roger, particularly his statements prior to his execution, shattered this status quo. The number of pirates surged, even multiplying tenfold. Despite the Navy's existence, many affiliated nations fell victim to pirate attacks and plundering. This is certainly not a favorable phenomenon. It must be remembered that these nations originally joined to secure the protection of the world government. But if the world government is unable to safeguard them, then as soon as one affiliated nation takes the lead in withdrawing, a domino effect could ensue, leading to the collapse of the entire governing system. Consequently, the elders devised a countermeasure to recruit a number of formidable pirates and grant them the right to legally pillage, provided they align themselves with the world government. Furthermore, when necessary, they must heed the call to collaborate with the Navy to eliminate other pirates. In this manner, the pirate forces are weakened, and the diminished strength is redirected to the world government. This balancing act restores a semblance of equilibrium to the world, at least beyond the New World. Through this balance, the Navy can once again take the reins. This explains why the elders assert that the balance among the three great powers is the cornerstone of ruling this world. Yet, should the Shichibukai system collapse, this fragile balance would be shattered, plunging the world government back into a precarious situation. After a few minutes of silence within the room, the curly-haired elder suddenly spoke. First, stabilize Doflamingo. Inform him that we are merely revoking his Shichibukai status on the surface, but in reality, we will order the Navy not to take action against him. Everything will remain as it was. This strategy is sound, yet the command from Lord M is to strip him of his Shichibukai title. What we are doing does not contravene the order. The curly-haired elder raised his hand to interrupt the long-bearded elder's words. Then continued, upon reflection, it makes sense. Lord M has only stated the need to revoke Doflamingo's Shichibukai status. Without specifying what to do afterward, it is entirely feasible. I will contact Doflamingo shortly. When I do, I must warn him not to take action against Shawn Campbell. Otherwise, Even we won't be able to protect him. Indeed, I will relay that message. But what is Lord Im's relationship with Shawn? Why is it that every time there is? That is not our concern. Watch your words. The golden-haired elder interjected once more. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the curly-haired elder, who sternly admonished him, "Are we at liberty to discuss Lord Im's affairs? Have you truly lost your mind?" Upon hearing the curly-haired elder's warning, the golden-haired elder realized his mistake and fell silent. On the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Doflamingo has truly been stripped of his Shichibukai status? This is utterly astonishing. Immediately, Sengoku summoned several high-ranking officials to discuss how to seize the Donkeyote family. Such an opportune moment must be acted upon without delay. Otherwise, if the elders would change their minds and reinstate Doflamingo's title, the opportunity would be lost. Capturing Doflamingo would allow Dressrosa to become a new vital stronghold for the Navy in the New World, holding immense strategic significance. Thus, the Navy's high-ranking officials swiftly devised an entire plan. Just then, a call from the elders came through. "Sengoku, I am now conveying the latest orders from the world government. Although Doflamingo has been stripped of his Shichibukai status, the Navy is prohibited from taking action against him until we receive the world government's consent. Do you understand? What is this nonsense? Doflamingo's Shichibukai status is revoked, yet we cannot act against him." Sengoku silently cursed, unsure whether to voice his frustrations. Nevertheless, the orders of the world government are absolute, at least in Sengoku's eyes. Despite his inner turmoil, he nodded in acknowledgement that "I understand." After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials in the conference room, along with several vice admirals set to participate in the operation, quietly observed their commander. Some shared Sengoku's discontent, while others hoped he would take a firm stand and proceed with the planned action. Minutes passed, operation canceled. Everyone returned to your respective duties. The high-ranking Navy officials, who were eager to spring into action, were forced to abandon their meticulously crafted plans due to a command from the world government. Regardless of their dissatisfaction, there was nothing they could do. The Navy of this era is indeed tragic. No, it should be said that from the moment the Navy was born, its fate was sealed in tragedy. Its existence solely serves to uphold the world government's dominion over the entire world. And only after ensuring this premise can it exercise the same limited justice within a constrained scope. Should they openly rebel, the world government need only cut off military funding to prompt the rapid collapse of the entire Navy. In the East Blue at the Navy's 16th branch, I tell you, one of those underlings of the Shichibukai was taken down by my fire fist in one blow. It was rather anticlimactic. I would love the chance to meet Doflamingo himself. In the training camp, Ace boasted with a smug expression, surrounded by a throng of eager sailors listening intently. Just then, a figure approached from behind, followed by a resounding slap to the back of his head. "Damn it! Who was that? Huh? Why couldn't I elementalize?" Ace shouted as he was knocked several meters away, rising to his feet in anger. However, the next moment he suddenly pondered a question. Why had his passive elementalization not activated? It made no sense. Quickly glance back at your previous position. Instructor Sanders, what are you bragging about? Didn't I hear that someone managed to momentarily restrain Delinger's movements, which allowed you to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, and then, in your overconfidence, you were kicked away by the injured Delinger? Well, that was due to his lack of martial ethics, a man wearing high heels. And to make matters worse, those heels were made of sea prism stone. Nonsense. Do pirates have to reveal their trump cards before every battle? Or are they only allowed to surrender after being injured without retaliating? This is something Ace cannot refute. He was indeed a bit careless. A single fire fist had heavily injured Delinger, and he was quite exhilarated at the moment. Who would have thought that the guy would counterattack immediately after being hurt? Moreover, due to the nature of his powers, coupled with the information provided by Shawn stating that Delinger did not possess haki, he completely disregarded the attack. The result? Who would have known that his high heels were made of sea prism stone? It was simply unbelievable. The most embarrassing part was that he was actually kicked into the sea and was later unceremoniously fished out by several Marines at T1 point, a Marine even prepared to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which nearly gave him a psychological trauma. Now, After finally managing to boast a little over here with the new recruits, he was ruthlessly exposed by Old Man Sanders. Life is truly difficult for him. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and get a training. It's been nearly a month, and you still can't perfectly master Soru. Don't forget, the Brigadier General mentioned that other recruits only need to master one move from the 6 forms to pass. But you must master at least 3. With your current progress, are you preparing to fail the assessment and be sent back for retraining? As Brigadier General Shawn would say, what was it again? Right, a repeat student. How shameful. From now on, your nickname 1TB Fire Fist Ace, but rather repeat student Ace. Seeing the look of grievance on Ace's face, Sanders showed no mercy and directly unleashed a barrage of criticism. Meanwhile, not far away, Ace gritted his teeth fiercely to know he is Fire Fist, not a repeat student. He immediately ran to an open space and began to practice Soru frantically. Witnessing this scene, Sanders also reined in his anger. A slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, he had now grasped Ace's temperament and understood how to manage him. In truth, although Sanders claimed that Ace's progress was slow, he did not think so in his heart. In less than a month, Ace had already learned Soru, though he was still not proficient. Such a pace, even in the elite training camp, was quite commendable. It is worth noting that among the graduates of the elite training camp, those who can master all 6 forms are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of individuals, after 3 years, only manage to grasp 1 or 2 techniques. Even those prodigies who master all 6 forms typically require several months to learn just 1. This only accounts for learning. Reaching a proficient level comes from continuous battles with pirates after officially serving. However, Shawn's requirement for Ace was that he must master at least 3 techniques of the 6 forms and be able to use them proficiently by the time of the graduation assessment. After sorting out Ace, Sanders turned his attention to another corner of the training ground. There, a tall female Marine was quietly working on her physical conditioning. Sophia, the woman rescued by Lucci from a village in the East Blue that had been ravaged by pirates. She possesses considerable talent and is sufficiently tenacious, even to the point of risking her life. If it weren't for Shawn making an exception to provide Sophia with a number 1 meat biscuit, she might have already overexerted herself to the point of exhaustion. Due to her starting point not being as advantageous as Ace's, Sophia had previously been unable to meet the physical conditioning requirements necessary to practice the 6 forms. But now, Sophia, please pause for a moment. Yes, Instructor Sanders. Upon hearing the voice, Sophia immediately stopped and jogged over to go test your current combat power value, pointing to the combat power tester in the training camp. Sanders instructed, yes. At this moment, many new recruits training in the vicinity also shifted their attention. They too were eager to know how much Sophia's combat power value had improved after this month. Judging solely by her appearance, one could not tell that her physique had experienced any noticeable growth. She remained quite slender, with no sign of muscular development. Coming to a halt in front of the tester, she raised her hand, bent her body, and swung her fist. Boom! The thunderous sound immediately suggested that the power behind this punch was immense. The next moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the scale beside them. They watched as the scale rapidly climbed 100, 200, 300. Eventually, it settled at the impressive figure of 385, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the new recruits. Even Sanders' eyes lit up. It's worth noting that among the graduates of the elite training camp, not many reached this number after 3 years out of course. Sanders understood why Sophia could achieve a combat power value close to 400 in just over 3 months. On one hand, it was due to Sophia's relentless training regimen. On the other hand, it was the effect of the number 1 meat biscuit. Even for Sanders himself, due to training new recruits and his advancing age, apart from some basic exercises, he wouldn't engage in extensive training. Yet even so, under the influence of the number 1 meat biscuit, his combat power had also increased by over 100 during this period. And now, Shawn had begun to supply the number 1 meat biscuit to all new recruits. Consequently, within a year at most, all the Marines in the entire branch would attain officer rank, though the vast majority would likely only reach the rank of lieutenant. But what about 2 years or 3 years from now? What kind of terrifying scene might that entail? Would everyone achieve the rank of captain? Hiss! Just thinking about this made Sanders draw a sharp breath to Shawn's righteous reign. Perhaps it might truly come to pass in the future. Sophia, you did excellently. Starting tomorrow, you, like Ace, will study the Navy's 6 forms with me. Yes, Instructor Sanders. Upon hearing this, Sophia clenched her fist tightly, responding with excitement. Time point 2 months have swiftly passed. Today marks the first graduation assessment for the new recruits of the Navy's 16th branch. The new recruit assessment begins now. The first item is the combat power test. With a passing score of 300, those who do not meet this threshold will be sent back to the training camp for further training and will retake the test in 3 months. Let the assessment commence. On the training ground, Shawn announced loudly as he surveyed the nearly 200 new recruits below. Upon hearing this, some new recruits displayed confident expressions, while others appeared quite anxious. Even with the supply of the number 1 meat biscuit, not everyone could reach a combat power value of 300 after 3 months. Soon, under the leadership of instructors including Ainz, the new recruits were divided into 4 teams, forming orderly lines in front of the branch's 4 combat power testing devices. New recruit Abu, combat power value 268, did not meet the passing standard. New recruit Katurla, combat power value 337, passed. New recruit Sid, combat power value 301, passed. New recruits. The voices of the Marines assigned to oversee the assessments continued to ring out. As they spoke, some recruits were elated, while others felt disheartened. Soon, it was Ace's turn in one of the lines, while Sophia's turn in the other line coincidentally approached as well at this moment. Even the officers in the branch turned their attention to them. After all, they were already familiar with Ace and Sophia's circumstances. Moreover, once the new recruits began serving, they would be assigned to various teams, who wouldn't want to recruit talented individuals. However, they were destined to be disappointed, as Shawn had already mapped out plans for Ace and Sophia's futures. Boom! Boom! With 2 resounding booms, all eyes were drawn to the power measurement device. New recruit Ace registered a power level of, 827, a commendable score. New recruit Sophia recorded a power level of 611, also commendable at that moment. The training ground was filled with gasps of astonishment. Such numbers were utterly astonishing. Even members of CP9 found it hard to believe. It is noteworthy that, in the original story, set 2 years later, aside from Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, the power levels of the remaining 4 members ranged between 600 and 800. In other words, Ace's power level alone would place him 4th among CP9 in the original narrative. While Sophia, despite her lower score, certainly belonged to the weaker quartet of CP9, that just half a year ago, Sophia was merely an ordinary village girl. This was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Lucci appeared unfazed. He understood the reasons behind these results. That peculiar special Sea King, which even their own major could not quite comprehend, seemed to manifest every time they ventured into the comm belt, leading to a remarkable enhancement in everyone's strength. This was merely the first grade meet, and their branch's primary combat force was currently feasting on the far more terrifying second grade meet. Just days prior, Al had conducted a power test on Lucci. After all, the power tester has its limits. Should Lucci use it, it would likely explode after just 1 round. Each device is worth tens of millions of berries, extremely expensive. Thus, Lucci had to rely on Al for the test. And the result nearly exceeded Al's combat skills threshold, a staggering power level of 4,200, even stronger than Lucci in the original tale 2 years later. This was without Lucci utilizing his haki. Otherwise, he might have killed Al with a single round. The other former CP9 members were similarly experiencing remarkable growth in strength, especially Shawn, who after their first taste of the second grade meet, felt an immense surge in power and even triggered a loyalty multiplier. The result was a staggering 88-fold increase. Consequently, not only Lucci but the loyalty of the other 6 towards Shawn's sword. If there were numerical displays, it would probably show everyone above 90. That Ace. I want him, get lost. You already have a kin, let me have Ace, at most I'll give you Sophia. Hearing Kaku's words, Gabra could no longer sit still. According to the current branch's structure, there were 2 combat teams from the East Blue taking turns to set sail against pirates, commanded by Kaku and Gabra, respectively. Gabra had always been disgruntled that Kaku had a kin, a recruit with impressive strength and talent, while his own team consisted solely of ordinary sailors, just as they finally had Ace. Kaku wanted to snatch him away. How unreasonable. You long-nosed fiend. Silence, the assessment isn't over yet. Hearing the quarrel behind him, Lucci turned around to admonish them. Meanwhile, Shawn watched with keen interest as a new recruit approached the tester. Nami. New recruit Nami, you may begin. Beside the tester, a sailor holding a score sheet spoke up. All right, boom. With all her might, Nami struck the tester with a punch. The power measurement device immediately relayed the results. Power level 199. Thus far, the lowest score among all new recruits. Looking at her score, Nami felt utterly dejected. New recruit Nami, power level 199, not qualified. Wait, Major, let her test again. Shauna's words left everyone perplexed. If it were near 300. A second test could be justified. Perhaps she hadn't performed well the first time, but 199. The discrepancy was too vast. Even testing 10 more times wouldn't change anything. All right, do as I say. Yes, Major, new recruit Nami, you may begin. At that moment, Nami felt a whirlwind of emotions, fearing she had disappointed Shawn. Consequently, when she threw her punch this time, her state was even worse than the last. The officials on the main stage noticed this, realizing her score would undoubtedly be worse. Indeed, the gap was too great. Even another test would yield no different results. But in the next moment, everyone was left in shock, just as Nami began her punch. Shawn suddenly shouted, Nami, Ace has stolen all the berries you were hiding. What the hell? Especially Ace, who had just achieved the best score, was now engrossed in boasting with the other passing recruits when he heard Shawn's proclamation and was left dumbfounded. When did he steal Nami's money? However, as everyone stood bewildered, Nami's previously dejected and insecure expression transformed dramatically. Like a ferocious beast unleashed, her eyes even turned a shade of red. Her anger surged to its peak. Ace, you bastard! While shouting, she unleashed another punch. Boom! After delivering her punch, Nami immediately turned and charged towards Ace, seething with rage. Whether it was the sailor recording the scores, the surrounding new recruits, or the officials on the main stage, they all swallowed hard. They were genuinely frightened, because the power tester had been utterly smashed to pieces by Nami's punch. Major, what? How should we score this? Holding the score sheet in his left hand and a pen in the right, the sailor trembled, completely at a loss as to how to record this result. Meanwhile, from a corner of the training ground, Ace's cries of agony could be heard. New recruit Nami. First assessment, score qualified. Shawn announced loudly from the main stage. 089, second assessment. At this moment, all onlookers were momentarily stunned. Even the officials on stage, including Lucci, shared the same sentiment. They all understood the maximum limit of the power tester. 3,000 power levels. Yet, Nami had shattered it with a single punch. How was that possible? Even if her anger multiplied her strength tenfold, it still wouldn't suffice. Meanwhile, Shawn merely nodded slightly. This was Nami, without a doubt, when it comes to berries. This girl would dare to take on even the Pirate King. Just look at the original story, where Luffy and Zoro frequently ended up bruised and battered after crossing her. Just then, a sailor approached with the score sheet. Major, all new recruits have completed the first round of assessments, with 128 achieving qualified scores and 71 falling short. Those who did not qualify will be taken back by their training camp instructors for a retake in 3 months. Yes, Major, the sailor nodded and quickly made his way towards the instructor group. Next, the 128 who passed the first assessment awaited their second challenge. The Navy's 6 styles. This must be brought to the attention of the higher-ups at headquarters. The assessment standards of the 16th branch will surely leave them wide-eyed. The Navy's 6 styles, even within the elite training camp at headquarters, are not mastered by every individual over the course of 3 years. Moreover, those who do manage to learn them typically grasp only a single technique. This is under the premise that the trainees are already elites recommended from various branches, possessing strength far surpassing that of ordinary sailors. After 3 years of elite training, this is merely the outcome that AS for the regular training camp. They do not even qualify to learn the 6 styles. That IT is not that the Navy is unwilling to teach them, but rather that the regular training camp is comprised entirely of recruits who only undergo 3 months of training. The primary focus of their training consists solely of basic physical fitness, firearm operation, artillery handling, and fundamental combat skills, among others. Consequently, Upon completing their training, these recruits typically possess only 10 to 12 in combat capability, which is a far cry from the physical requirements necessary to learn the 6 styles. After all, to study the Navy's 6 styles, one must attain at least a combat capability of over 200 at naturally. The better the foundational conditions, the easier it is to learn, and the more effective the application will be. Thus, Sanders only began teaching Ace and Sophia once their combat capabilities exceeded 300, nearing 400.AS for the regular sailors of the branch. They begin instruction at 200 at after all, by the time they reach 300 or 400 in combat capability. It is likely that the 6-month training period for recruits will have concluded. The second round of assessments has now officially commenced, with the instructors leading the way, allowing the recruits to demonstrate the Navy's 6 styles one by one. Those who can execute even a single technique will be deemed passable. Yes, Brigadier. In the next moment, several instructors promptly directed all recruits to disperse, leaving an open space in the center of the training grounds. Then, according to the training camp's numbering, they called each recruit to take the stage. Recruits number 0002, Prado, begin your demonstration of the 6 styles. Yes, upon hearing his name, the recruit stepped out from the ranks and made his way to the central area. The reason for his designation as 0002 is that recruit number 0001 failed the first assessment and was sent back for retraining. Brigadier, Prado's score for the first assessment is 356 combat capability, placing him 5th among all assessed recruits on the main platform. A captain was relaying the results of the first round of assessments to Shawn, who nodded slightly, showing interest. Although he was not Ace or Sophia, Prado was nonetheless among the top recruits in terms of strength. It remained to be seen if he could surprise everyone by executing 2 techniques from the 6 styles. Before long, under the gaze of all present, Prado began shave. In an instant, he appeared 4 to 5 meters away. The officers on stage nodded in approval. Not bad. While his speed is still somewhat lacking, and the distance is insufficient, he has indeed mastered the shave technique. Recruit Prado has successfully executed the Navy's 6-style shave. Will he continue? The sailor in the central area recording the scores inquired promptly. In response, Prado nodded vigorously. Iron block. With focused eyes, he initiated the iron block technique. Unfortunately, it did not last long. Merely 5 or 6 seconds later, he deflated, dropping to one knee and gasping for breath, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, unable to maintain it for long. The iron block demonstration was deemed a failure. However, as he successfully executed the shave, he passed the second round of assessments. Next up is recruit number 0003, Sig, please step forward. Time flew by quickly. In just over an hour. 55 out of 128 recruits had completed the second round of assessments. So far, 37 had passed, while 18 had failed. Recruit number 0079, Ace, please step forward. Finally, it was Ace's turn, but as he walked to the center of the training grounds, everyone struggled to contain their laughter. It was simply unrecognizable. He looked like a pig's head. Soon, all eyes turned to Nami in the ranks.